He was a man born with extraordinary talent in handling blades. There was nothing he couldn't cut, nothing his edge couldn't sever. Years of relentless training had hardened his hands with thick calluses. After dropping out of high school, he spent the next 20 years relying solely on his knife to survive. Over time, he rose to become the #1 swordsman in the nation. This is the story of Kang Gyoma, the protagonist of our tale. A meal had just been prepared when a voice rang out from the kitchen. Table 3, your omakase is ready. Guests at tables 5 and 7, your special tuna dishes are now being served. Patrons began to crowd into the restaurant, buzzing with excitement. Wow, this looks amazing. I heard the head chef here is a master with a knife, someone whispered. The server responded as he passed by, 1 premium set for table 4. Thank you and have a great evening. Suddenly, several people turned toward a peculiar sound, something sharp, something swift. The commotion caught the attention of the assistant chefs, who exchanged puzzled glances. What was that noise? They wondered. Behind the curtain, dressed in black, the head chef stood silently, expertly filleting a large fish. One of the assistants quietly peeked in and murmured, "Chef, your phone's ringing." The man removed his earpiece, and simply replied, "Ah." Then he paused, confused. "Didn't I set it to vibrate?" He glanced at his phone. It read, 6:57 p.m. September 15th. A notification popped up, "Blessing of Miracles. Return Warrior. The Demon King's army still threatens the academy." That's the game I deleted ages ago. Is my phone malfunctioning? He thought. Just then, another assistant walked in. "Chef, there's a customer waiting." Without missing a beat, he slid the phone into his pocket, and said calmly, "Tell them I'm not here." As they spoke, footsteps echoed down the hall. A smug voice called out, "Really? Not here again? You've got to be kidding me. That lie's getting old." A group entered the kitchen, led by a burly man with a smug grin. He strode forward and spoke with mock civility, "Mr. Nam. I believe it's time we heard your decision. I've given you more than enough time to think it over, haven't I?" He smirked and continued, "A man like you wielding knives every day, this should be easy for you." Forgive me, I should have shown some sincerity first." He snapped open a silver briefcase, revealing stacks of crisp bills, D50,000 notes, neatly bundled. For matters like this, the requesting party must show good faith. Here's D300 million upfront. Once the job is done, he didn't get to finish. The sound of slicing tore through the air as Chef Nam cleanly halved the fish on the counter, his movements fluid and coldly precise. He looked up with an icy gaze and said, "Sir, this is a kitchen. Cleanliness is our top priority. Someone as filthy as you doesn't belong here." Then, raising his voice, he declared, "Please leave." The burly man froze for a second, then let out a gleeful laugh. "Now that's the sword god I've heard about. You shouldn't be wasting your talent just chopping up fish. Come on, let's get moving." As he sneered, Nam calmly picked up a knife from the counter. The motion alone sent a chill through the room. Everyone immediately took a step back. Fine. The man said, clearly spooked. He turned on his heel, waving his men to follow. "But don't think this is over. I'll be back. You'll see. Let's go, boys." The evening sky loomed overhead as Chef Nam stepped outside. A junior chef followed behind and broke the silence first. "D300 million just for a down payment. If it were me, I would've said yes on the spot. How'd you turn that down so fast?" Nam took a drag from his cigarette and replied coolly, "All I do is slice fish and run this place. What makes you think I'm cut out for anything else?" The assistant pressed on, "I mean, come on, they just wanted to borrow your sword god reputation. It's not like they were actually asking you to slit someone's throat. Just scare a few people, take the cash, buy a house, maybe open a bigger place. You should start living a little better." Nam shook his head. "They could offer me 10 times that, and I still wouldn't take it." Their conversation shifted as they leaned on the railing. "Hey, what's that sound I've been hearing? Don't tell me you're dating someone." "Dating? Please? It's just a game. You still play games. That Blessing of Miracles one or whatever? Man, I quit that ages ago. Some miracle, huh?" Suddenly a voice rang out from inside, "Hey. Why's the kitchen empty? Who's supposed to be cleaning up?" The assistant gave Nam a shrug and turned back toward the restaurant. "Boss just stepped out. I'll head back in." Now alone, Nam stood silently in the night, lost in thought. "Back when I was a kid, my family went bankrupt. I've been working non-stop ever since. Live better. I've never known how. I just kept running forward, eyes on the grind. And now this damn phone won't stop buzzing. What the hell's going on? Frustrated, he pulled it out of his pocket and stared at the screen. Did I reinstall that game when I was drunk or something? I better just delete it again. He tapped the screen, but then paused. How many years has this war been going on anyway? Suddenly, the ringtone blared louder than usual. Oh crap, did I just open it by accident? He muttered. A vibrant game interface flashed across the screen. As the familiar music played, memories started flooding back. It's been a while since I opened this game. Still the same soundtrack, and yeah, the female characters are just as cute as I remember. Then the screen began flickering wildly. Weird. What the hell's going on? Suddenly the brightness surged unnaturally. Just then the assistant returned from inside. Chef, the boss wants to see you. But Chef Nam was nowhere to be seen. The assistant looked down at the bench. Huh? Where'd he go? And why'd he leave his phone here? A loud voice bellowed from inside the restaurant. Where the hell is the chef? What do you mean he's in the bathroom? Get back in here now. Panicked, the assistant rushed back inside. Meanwhile, Nam's phone sat on the bench, its screen glowing brightly with a single message: transfer complete, 100%. Memories began to resurface. There was really nothing special about this game, just another generic pay-to-win title with auto-combat and idle grinding. A mediocre 2.5-star rating said all you needed to know. As the screen lit up, a message popped up. Please tap the screen. So, why did I even start playing this game? Maybe it was the stunning female characters that pulled me in. Yeah, that was probably it. And before I knew it, I was hooked. I sank a ridiculous amount of money into it over time. But even after grinding through so many stages, I didn't become some legendary hero. I wasn't even a supporting NPC. I was just background filler. A nobody. Wait, what? I actually got dropped into this character. Startled, I bit down on my hand. The screen immediately changed, displaying updated status info. My new identity, Kang Gyoma, the sword demon. Suddenly, a girl with teal blue hair brushed past me, tapping me on the shoulder as she passed. I turned, surprised, studying her for a moment. Was that a woman? I know what you're all thinking, but no, it's not like that. Still, it was a relief that Blessing of Miracles took place in a Korean-inspired setting. At least the surroundings were familiar. You okay? I asked her. Oh, I'm sorry, she replied softly. A new narration faded in. The next stop, Manpu Station. Aside from a few small differences in the signage, everything looked surprisingly similar to my world. That made it easier to adapt. Right now I'm just a teenager again. Note: the narrator is referring to the protagonist being reincarnated into a new teen body, possibly related to a game mechanic or plot trigger. Time passed. Before I knew it, an entire year had gone by in this world. I'd almost forgotten whether I was still in a game or real life. I was living a life I never had the chance to enjoy in my previous world. Until that day came. I stepped into an apartment and called out casually, "I'm home." A voice answered excitedly. "Oh, welcome back. Our pride and joy, the great sword god, Kang Gyoma. Look, honey, it's our son." One of them handed me a letter, beaming. Acceptance letter, candidate no. 4982, name Kang Gyoma. We are pleased to inform you that the individual named above has been officially accepted into our academy for the class of 2034. Please take note of the following details: date, April 17, 2034. Location, Joaquin Academy. Required items, personal weapons and standard academy gear. I stared blankly at the paper. Can we just put this away for now? They both burst out laughing. What are you talking about? No matter how many times I read it, I still feel proud. We raised such a fine son, ho ho. Right, honey? That's right, Gyoma. Tomorrow's your first day at the academy. Oh my sweet boy, are you all packed and ready? Sweat trickled down my neck as I forced a smile. I'll go get ready now. Good, good. Off you go, son. Oh ho ho. At that moment, a heavy thought crossed his mind. Yeah, so much for my modest dream of living a normal life. He walked over and dropped into the chair, staring at the acceptance letter now sitting on the table. So it's really tomorrow, huh? Everyone's so happy about it, I can't say no. I've tried asking if there was any way I could back out, but it was pointless. I'm tired. I'm really truly exhausted. His eyes drifted to a photo on the table, and a bitter thought echoed in his head. This is all your fault, Kangyoma, you bastard. How the hell did someone like you get into such a prestigious school? A flash of memory returned. It went something like this: his parents had told him, son, last year your holy gift awakened, and you passed the entrance exam right after. Don't you remember? He'd replied in shock, wait, seriously? And now, reflecting on it, he understood. Before he had taken over this body, Kangyoma had already awakened a holy gift, and gotten accepted into Joaquin Academy. Back in the present, Gyoma picked up the acceptance letter again, disbelief written all over his face. So this jerk was actually a genius. Seriously. In this world, a holy gift was a rare, extraordinary power, something akin to a special skill in an RPG. But not everyone could obtain one. These powers were usually inherited through bloodlines. And with their rise came a society divided into 3 tiers: the lower class, the common folk, and the top, the elite. Joaquin Academy had been established as a means of securing the elite's grip on power. While it claimed to be a training ground for future heroes, everyone knew it had long since turned into a school reserved for aristocratic bloodlines. Recently, however, a new special admission program had been introduced, allowing a handful of students from non-hero families to enter. Kangyoma had been accepted as one of them. But why did they need heroes in the first place? The answer was obvious: because of the Demon King and the monsters that had started to appear. Yes, just to be clear, this wasn't real life. This was a hero academy, built to prepare its students for war. Honestly, if rejoining the military felt like anything, this was probably it. He leaned back in his chair and muttered, "All right, holy gift, huh?" A translucent status window materialized in front of him. He stared at it and sighed. This UI still feels weird. Alright, let's see, what kind of gift did Kangyoma awaken again? He scrolled through the screen, then paused. Void sovereignty. The hell is that supposed to mean? The status window popped up again, fully detailed this time: holy gift, void sovereignty effect, pain reduction, activation time, 30 seconds cooldown, 12 hours. Gyoma's face twisted in frustration. Every time I look at this thing, it just pisses me off. 30 seconds of use, and then a 12-hour cooldown. What kind of garbage is that? But then something clicked in his memory. He suddenly straightened up, eyes wide. Oh right. There was another gift I got the moment I possessed this body, Blessing of the Sword God. And my name is Kangyoma, yeah right, what a joke. Another window blinked into view: Blessing of the Sword God effect, it will cut if you slash it. Activation time, unlimited cooldown, none condition, can only be activated with a sword shorter than 30 semi. Note: the reason this feels like a joke is because Kangyoma, the so-called sword demon, now has a holy gift that sounds like something you'd find on a kitchen knife. Even though the reveal caught him slightly off guard, he couldn't help but frown. I've never seen this ability before while playing the game. The name sounds majestic, sure, but the effect, it'll cut if you slash it? That's just basic physics. Who the hell decided to call this a holy gift? What a load of crap. But one thing stood out: the activation condition. A blade shorter than 30 semi, less than 5 semi wide. That's literally the size of a sashimi knife. Wait, is the system actually telling me to go cut raw fish or something? He collapsed backward with a sigh. I don't even know anymore. Life never goes the way I want it to. Anyway, did I pack everything I needed? He suddenly sat up again. Oh right. I completely forgot about my weapon. Then it came to him, the memory of when he just started playing. Back then, the weapon his character used was, he trailed off, lost in thought. In this world, even the lowest tier weapon, a basic E rank, could cost tens of millions of won. A C rank might cost hundreds of millions. And A or S rank weapons, those were straight up national treasures. As for tuition at the academy, that was another mountain of expense. I don't want to spend money on something I'm being forced into. But the letter clearly stated I need to bring my own gear. If I show up empty-handed on day one, I'll just look pathetic. He let out a long sigh. Guess I'll head to Daiso first then. As he walked, his mind drifted again. Funny, I'm suddenly reminded of my first master. The old man who insisted on using a Japanese sashimi knife that cost over 100 million won. He chuckled to himself. I don't know why that old bastard came to mind just now, but a true master never blames his tools. The next day, Gyoma walked in, dressed in his academy uniform, only to be stopped by a stern-looking man standing in his path. New student. Step forward. Is that really your weapon? Joma looked down at the array of knives laid out in front of him and replied calmly, "Yeah. It is." This was the Academy's entrance day equipment inspection zone. The inspector froze for a few seconds, eyes narrowing as he stared at the assortment of kitchen blades on the table. A frown formed as a suspicion grew in his mind. Every damn year, these spoiled brats from elite families think they're clever with their little pranks. Time to set the tone early and re-establish some discipline. Then, with a loud slam of his hand on the table, the inspector barked, "You think this academy is a place for jokes? You think I'm going to allow you to bring kitchen knives as your official gear for class placement?" Gioma met the man's shouting with calm defiance. "This is my weapon," he said plainly. The examiner blinked, caught off guard by the boy's composed tone. He was about to raise his voice again when Gioma calmly interrupted. "I'm a special admissions student from a modest background. Just paying the tuition was already a huge burden on my parents. How could I possibly afford to spend a fortune on an expensive weapon?" The examiner paused, eyes shifting down to the color of Gioma's name tag. It finally registered he was a special admissions student, just like he claimed. That color, he's telling the truth. He's not from one of the elite families. For students like him, tuition alone is a massive financial strain. And here I was, someone supposedly representing an institution that claims to champion educational equality, and I was about to cast out a hardworking, respectful kid trying his best. Then it hit him. The 30% discount, that's what it meant. Gioma continued, voice steady and sure, "Also blaming your tools is something only an amateur would do." The examiner froze, stunned once more. A true master never blames his equipment. That's not something a high school kid would just casually say. No, that kind of mindset, that level of discipline, this kid's reached some kind of mastery in another life. I can feel it in his words. Like he's someone who's lived through greatness across generations. Still caught up in thought, the examiner was startled back to reality by Gioma's voice. "Instructor." The man straightened up and nodded. "Kang Gioma's weapon has been approved for official use." Gioma silently gathered his knives and responded politely, "Thank you, instructor." Behind him, a murmur rose among the new students. Another special admission student. How does someone like that even get in? Seriously, they all have that same stink about them. The examiner's face darkened. Slamming his fist forward, he barked at the group's silence. "All new students, once you've completed inspection, proceed directly to the lecture hall." The sudden outburst made Gioma blink in surprise. "Wait, did that just rattle me a little? Was that emotional damage just now?" He stepped aside, letting the next group approach, and the examiner's voice rang out again behind him, "Your attitude will determine whether I'm an angel or a devil." "Got it." Now outside, Gioma finally took a deep breath. "Whew, I need a break. I knew this was coming, but going through it in person still hits differently. At least the equipment inspection's done. I got through orientation without getting kicked out." He paused for a moment. "All that's left now is the placement test. Man, I'm exhausted." He looked up at the sprawling campus before him, his expression softening into something between wonder and unease. "But I've made it here. This is it, the place I'll be spending the next 3 years. Joaquin Academy, the elite school for training heroes. It's already so different from what I saw in the game graphics. Honestly, if I had to exaggerate, I'd say this place is as big as a small town. It's impressive, no doubt about that. A school for the elite, huh? Makes me think of the time I had to drop out of high school because of our financial situation. Being here now, it's a weird feeling." Just then, the loudspeakers crackled to life. "The placement test will begin shortly. All new students, please report to the training hall by 1 p.m. Gomoma straightened up and brushed himself off. "So it's time, huh? Orientation's done, but this placement test, it's the real deal. A test is a test. I'll just treat it like any other challenge." He reached into his bag and pulled out a long, thin knife, holding it up in front of him. "I haven't used this since I arrived in this world. Honestly, there hasn't been a single reason to take it out." He stared at the blade in silence, and a memory resurfaced, a voice from the past. "Not a single day are you allowed to let go of your knife. Even when you sleep, you hold it." "Understood." He smiled faintly. Looks like I've adopted another one of his habits without realizing it. He turned the blade slightly in the light, its edge glinting cold and sharp. "For 20 years this knife is how I survived. I've been resting for a year now. I wonder, have I gotten rusty?" Holding the blade close to his ear, he listened. The faint hum of the razor-sharp edge was music to his ears. "Way better than I expected. Maybe I should test it out on a few leaves or something. As he drew the blade fully from its sheath, a surge of electric blue lightning suddenly danced around it. A system notification rang out in his mind, requested activation of divine skill. Blessing of the sword god. Activation complete. A blinding light burst from the blade. Another notification followed this one, glowing red. Your physical level is too low. Gyoma flinched. What the hell? I just unsheathed it. Another alert blinked into existence, initiating suppression protocol to calibrate user data. His pulse spiked. Wait, what? Data synchronization complete. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Then he felt it, his body seized up as the lightning began to backlash. Agonizing pain tore through him, forcing him to his knees. If this keeps going, I'm seriously gonna die. Suddenly a golden flash tore through the air, shattering space itself. A rift cracked open right before his eyes. He stared at it, wide-eyed, barely able to breathe. What the hell is happening? The knife slipped from his hand and clattered to the ground. Instantly, the space around him began to stabilize and repair itself. He gasped, trembling. I'm back. Everything reset the moment I let go of the blade. Clutching his forehead, he groaned. Damn it, why does my whole body hurt like hell? Still shaking, he muttered to himself. Okay, so I get that activating a divine skill causes feedback. But what the hell was that space rupture? And the pain, that wasn't just discomfort. That was real, brutal damage. My other ability, limitless numbness, only helps with muscle pain. If this kind of side effect happens every time I activate it, I won't survive another attempt. Right on cue. The loudspeaker sounded again. All students, please proceed to the training hall immediately. Gyoma glanced down at the knife lying on the ground. I guess I should pick it up. I can't just leave a sashimi knife lying in the dirt like that. He took a deep breath. It only hurt this much the first time, right? I'll be fine, probably. Still trembling, he knelt down and reached for the blade. But the moment his fingers touched it, zap. The lightning surged back through his body, and he screamed in pain. Nearby students turned, staring in his direction with confusion and concern. Cut to the training hall, now filled with new students gathering in small groups. Off to one side, 3 people were chatting animatedly. Haha, right? I can only imagine how much your son's enrollment must cost. At that moment, a large man with green hair suddenly turned his head as if sensing something. Then said with a touch of reverence, Oh my, it must have been a long journey, Lord Klinge. Character introduction. One of the 7-star heroes, Klinge Siegfried von Nibelung. The green-haired man's voice carried on. Descendant of Aaron Nibelung. Direct disciple of the first hero, Bao Joaquin, the greatest man the world has ever known. Beside him, an old man chuckled lightly. Perhaps we should return to our seats. You're right, the green-haired man replied. Klinge let out a quiet sigh and turned his head again, eyes narrowing as he noticed someone else approaching. A strikingly beautiful woman with green hair stepped into view, her presence commanding yet graceful. Oh, Siegfried. It really has been half a century, hasn't it? She said with a warm smile. Character introduction. One of the 7-star heroes, Sage Poison, the Wise One. Klinge raised an eyebrow at her appearance and replied, Sage, you really don't look like a headmaster right now. Seems turning 70 didn't do much to slow you down. With a smug grin, Sage responded, Isn't it every woman's dream to preserve her youth and beauty until death? Just say the word, and my blessing could make you look 10 years younger. Klinge scoffed. Even if you're 70, you're still as immature as ever. People should focus more on cultivating their inner character. Sage chuckled and teased, My, you really haven't changed one bit in 50 years, have you, old man? Klinge's eye twitched. You hag. But Sage simply struck a cutesy pose. Still, I must admit, even a grumpy old stiff like you has changed a little. And here you are, bringing me to a place like this. I used to hate even breathing the same air as all these self-centered brats. But I'm guessing your granddaughter must be a real beauty, huh? Klinge remained silent for a moment before quietly murmuring, It seems things are about to begin. A group of students with a wide spectrum of hair colors began filing into the hall. Gyoma stood alone, off to the side, unnoticed by the crowd. After a moment he glanced around and mumbled to himself, Am I the only one here with black hair? He thought deeper. Could I be one of those black-haired outsiders I heard rumors about? And on top of that, I'm a special admit. Then, echoing in his mind, came the cruel whispers from earlier, a special admit. What's someone like him doing here? Reeks like one of those special entry losers. Back in the present, Gyoma suddenly sensed someone approaching. His gaze shifted and then he saw her. There she is. A head of deep blue hair passed through the crowd, gliding gracefully like a blade through air. His expression didn't change, but his heart beat just a little faster. A beautiful girl with flowing blue hair stepped forward, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, Abel von Nibelung. She was the main heroine of the game world he now lived in. And the only reason he had spent his entire fortune on this game. Subspace. A realm beyond reality. The hero Bao Joaquin, the founding hero, was the creator of this subspace, a separate dimension that existed alongside the academy. While physical damage taken here was entirely real, this space itself existed outside of true reality, thanks to the intervention of the real world. In this realm, even murder could be overlooked. Back to the conversation between the two elders, it was Clinch who spoke first. So the Overlord battle takes place in the subspace. Sage nodded, her expression firm. Indeed. Hosting combat inside subspace has long been a tradition at our academy. But this year we've introduced something new, something quite different from the classic Overlord format. We're placing candidates into randomized groups of 10 within designated zones. After that, it's a survival game. No restrictions on gear. Clinch frowned. No restrictions. Doesn't that just hand the advantage to those with privileged resources? Sage sighed, her tone turning sharper. Let's not bring that up again. I compromised as much as I could. Whether I like it or not, the academy relies heavily on noble funding. It took everything I had to push this new system through. Clinch narrowed his eyes. You did this for him, didn't you? She nodded. Yes, he's a special, admit. Meanwhile, Gyoma stood at the edge of the crowd, his gaze unconsciously drawn to the stunning girl walking by. She's absolutely gorgeous, he thought, his cheeks flushing. I used to think of her as just another 2D character. But this is something else entirely. He watched as a group of male students clumsily tried to get close to her. I can't even blame them. If I didn't love this game so much, I'd probably be doing the same thing. But thanks to how much time I've spent playing, I already know who she is, Abel von Nibelung, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. She's blessed by the dim miracle. In other words, she's central to the protagonist's journey. He paused, expression darkening slightly. Beautiful girls always have someone by their side. And someone like me, a special, admit. I don't belong anywhere near them. I'd rather stay out of this whole mess. His thoughts settled. I've set 3 goals for my future in this world. First, get through this education without causing any trouble. Second, find a stable job. And third, most importantly, live a safe and peaceful life. He flipped open a page in the Academy's orientation book and scoffed when he read the headline, Most Desired Profession, Hero, Extremely High Salary. Hero. What kind of joke is that? I literally just pulled out a knife earlier and my body nearly gave out from the strain. I'm still shaking from it. He snapped the book shut. You guys can go save the world all you want. Me? I'm going to find a nice, comfy job far away from all that. Suddenly, the academy-wide announcement echoed through the hall. The 583rd placement exam at Joaquin Academy will now begin. Please pay attention to the rules. Gyoma jolted, his eyes darting toward the source of the voice. It's starting. The voice continued as announced before. This year's format will be an Overlord battle. 10 candidates will be randomly placed in a shared zone. The top-ranking candidate will be placed in the Stellar class, 2nd and 3rd into the Dragon class, 4th through 7th into the Wolf class, and the rest into the Common class. All rankings will be based on the final evaluation score. There is no time limit. Gyoma thought to himself. It's just like when I play the game, isn't it? But my current goal is just the Common class. No point wasting any more time, I'll just get this over with as fast as possible. At that moment, a sudden tremor shook the area, followed by a clear announcement: subspace creation device activated. The exam begins now. A dark zone appeared before the new students' eyes. May the blessings of the heroes always be with the students, the voice added. Gyoma began to feel the shift in the air and thought, if I can, I won't pull out that knife again. Sometime later, the new students struggled through the trials as announcement. After announcement rang out, Group 24 has completed the evaluation. Leader Rachel, 2nd place. Group 47 has completed the evaluation. Leader Rayoj, 2nd place, Sarada. The 2 academy heads sat above, observing and quietly discussing. Looking back, your niece and the descendants of Trang Xian and John Gong did incredibly well in this intake. Why bring this up now? Look at that -7 minutes and 14 seconds, astonishing speed. Just with a grade C weapon, and she set such a record. Abel wants a fair evaluation. These kids already have battle experience like seasoned veterans. Incredible. Your record still stands, but hers is firmly in the top 10. Clinge replied calmly, of course. She carries the blood of Nibelung. Looks like the evaluation's almost over. I suppose I should be going. Sage asked, one group left. Aren't you going to watch? Clinge answered. They're probably just more children of that noble lot. See you later. He stood and started walking away. The principal couldn't help but joke. All right, see you in the next life, old man. Suddenly, both stopped as if sensing something. The students below shared the same uneasy feeling. The principal panicked, speaking first. You feel that too, don't you? Clinge nodded. Yes. It's unbelievable, but nothing's changed down there. He frowned, deep in thought. How come I couldn't sense it before? Where did that feeling come from? Another shock struck them, catching both completely off guard. Above their heads, two streaks of light appeared. They both looked up sharply, horror filling their faces. A spatial crack had formed in the sky, and something began falling down. Everyone watched intently. Two figures fell from the subspace itself, leaving the crowd stunned. Did someone just fall from the subspace? They murmured. More strange lights flickered above. Clinge stared, unwavering. Then, something else fell, a knife that pierced right where the two had landed. The principal shouted urgently, medical staff, quickly check on the students who just fell, hurry. One person lay unconscious next to the knife. In that moment a memory flashed through. The outcome was inevitable. It was all predetermined. Some blonde guy suddenly shouted, you bastard, you got lucky. But then a big, burly guy grabbed him by the collar and slammed him hard against the wall. What a pity, the burly one said. Looks like I just walked right into a deadly trap. The cruel twins from the Iron King clan, Mao Sun the older brother and Mao Shun the younger. Is that all? Keep it coming. Even though these two had innate talents, their cruelty and deceit knew no bounds. Those bastards, they deliberately toyed with me for like 30 minutes. Am I really so weak that I'm not even worth their attention? Mao Shun was still holding the blonde guy and sneered, "Himph, and he's dead already." Then he threw him down and added, "How boring." He started counting but messed up. 1, 2, brother. How many do we have so far? At that moment one guy was being stomped under Ma Sun's foot. Suddenly Ma Sun caused an explosion on the guy beneath him and said, whether more or less, it's over now. What's up, little brother? Seeing his older brother finish things so quickly, Mao Shun replied loudly. Yeah, it's really annoying. I already caught 4 of them. Ma Sun pointed in a direction and said, oh sorry. I'll leave that one to you. Mao Shun followed his brother's gesture and saw a girl. He smirked, well, I'll take her then. At that moment the main guy was shocked by the twins' actions and cursed under his breath, damn it. He thought to himself. That person sitting silently in the corner seems to have already lost the will to fight. Mao Shun slowly approached the girl and taunted. Oh, look at this. She seems right up my alley. I'm even curious if the screams that come from those tiny lips will match my tastes. I'm dying to find out. Mao Sun heard his brother and added, even though you're my little brother, you're truly a pervert. Mao Shun grinned wickedly and said, then where should I start tearing you apart? At that moment, the main guy stepped forward and shouted, hey, you fat assholes. The 3 of them were stunned. Joma continued, even if this is just a subspace, why are you guys going this far? Are you out of your minds? He thought, damn it, I've gotten myself into this without even realizing it. The Mao brothers exchanged looks and then spoke in turn. What's this? Another one showing up. Look at his name tag. A special student, huh? What a lowlife. They bared their teeth in a sneer. Then Mao Shun swung his arm forward, saying, brother, I'll take care of this one quickly. Ma Sun added, okay, since he insulted us, let's cut out his tongue. Mao Shun replied, got it. At that moment, the main guy's worry spiked. Shit, what do I do now? Should I use the painless blessing? No, they've been abusing other students for 30 minutes. If I can only avoid it for 30 seconds, it won't help. It seemed Jioma suddenly realized something. He looked into his glowing pouch. But if I draw my knife now, the blessing will definitely activate the sword god's blessing. Normally, I just want peace and safety, but in less than half a day, I've already made up my mind to show myself. Damn it. At that moment, the Mao brothers focused their attention on the main guy's move. Mao Shun spoke up, what's this? The main guy pulled out a cheap-looking knife from his pouch, which surprised the two even more. Mao Shun sneered mockingly, "No way. Are you messing with me, kid?" He got into a fighting stance and shouted, "Since you're kind of interesting, I'll make sure you feel the least amount of pain. I'm gonna smash your head first." Then he leapt forward. Juma, standing below, spread his legs and thought, "This isn't a situation where I can afford to be picky. Just 30 seconds, then it should be over." He activated his painless blessing skill. A status window popped up. For 30 seconds. All pain will be nullified by this blessing. Duration 30 seconds, cooldown 12 hours. Sword God's blessing activated. He thought again, with this blessing, it will erase the pain caused by the Sword God's blessing itself. Mao Shun charged forward and shouted, "What can you do with that little knife, you bastard mutt?" The main guy started to panic. "If I don't strike, I'll die. Just with a sashimi knife and under this pressure. This isn't fish, it's a person." Then memories flashed back. Why do gangsters in movies always use sashimi knives? Teacher, can you really cut a person with a sashimi knife and not just fish? Are you crazy? That's just in movies. Even gods couldn't do that, you idiot. Back in the fight, his eyes widened. If you slash, it'll cut through. A bright flash of light appeared. Jioma swung the knife sideways and shouted, "Get lost, you bastard." Mao Shun's arm was severed. The main guy remained calm, watching Mao Shun fall. "May the Sword God's blessing always be with you." Back to the conversation with the chef, the young man said, "Boss, why do gangsters use knives?" Before he could finish, a knife flew past him, startling him. Stammering, he continued, "Gee girls, this." The large chef, holding a fish, interrupted, "I told you to call me master. And why are you so curious about this? My first master was actually a gangster. To atone for his past, he cut off one of his own wrists. After that, he opened a sashimi shop and always wanted people to find happiness through his knife skills. His skill with a blade was truly impressive." The young chef asked, "Why do gangsters in movies use sashimi knives? I'm curious if that's really how it is in real life." The older chef replied, "People who truly master the blade wouldn't ask questions like that. Think about it, if someone stabbed you with a big kitchen knife, your skin would contract tightly around it. Then, could they even pull it back out easily? But sashimi knives are small, so they can stab repeatedly and withdraw easily." The younger chef asked again, "Stab? Why not just chop? You can chop fish but can't chop a person." Hearing this foolish question, the older chef barked, "Because the fish is lying still. If it stood up, you wouldn't even be able to chop a loaf of bread, damn it." The young chef looked dumbfounded, then said, "In manga, the cuts are smooth and clean. It's just that your skill is crappy, boss." Hearing this, the older chef gave him a good smack and yelled, "Kid, you call me master, not boss. Even if telepathy reached you, it wouldn't help. Got it?" Back in the battle, Mao Shun looked at his severed arm in shock. 3 pairs of eyes stared blankly. The main guy now seemed like a killing god. Mao Shun suddenly felt the pain and screamed miserably, "Ah, damn bastard. My arm hurts so bad, sob." Then he collapsed onto the ground. When Jioma stepped closer, Mao Shun shouted, "Don't come near. I said don't come near." Then he sprang up and rushed off in one direction, yelling louder, "Help! Help me! Save me!" Mao Shun stood there stunned, unable to believe what he was seeing. Meanwhile, the younger brother ran straight to Mao Shun and shouted even louder, "Brother, save me! That bastard, that damn bastard!" Mao Shun looked up, but at that moment, a red streak appeared across Mao Shun's face. Before Mao Shun could react, the main guy slashed through it. Mao Shun looked down to see only half of his brother left, and screamed in panic, "Ah, damn!" The girl nearby wore an expression just as shocked as Mao Shun's. On this side, Mao Shun began to think, "Calm down. This is nothingness. With a knife like that, Shun can't possibly die. But what's wrong with that bastard? I'm not sure what exactly it is, but his breath is shaky and erratic, like someone wielding a blade for the first time. Is this a coincidence? One thing's for sure, I have to be careful with that knife he's holding." Shun's mistake was being too careless. With that, Mao Shun picked up Mao Shun's arm, attached it back to his own arm, and loudly proclaimed, "The best weapon is one wielded with both hands," activating 3 blessings at the same time. These are A-rank blessings that ordinary people could never touch. Three skills appeared on screen: Blessing of Endurance boosts defense, Blessing of Intervention increases power by 200%, Blessing of the Spirit enhances punch strength. Look. After being buffed, Mousen cracked a smile and said, I don't know where you found that knife, but not even an S-rank weapon could cut through this. I'm not like that Shun guy. Meanwhile, Gyoma quietly counted 21, 22, 23. Mousen charged forward and shouted, You've just been standing there like an idiot all this time. Are those your last incoherent mutterings? Then I'm gonna smash your head like this. The numbers kept counting down, 26, 25. At that moment Mousen thought, what the hell? Suddenly a barrage of knives stabbed him, and his eyes started losing focus. 3, 2, 1, no. The status popped up. The effect of the blessing of painlessness has expired. Gyoma screamed in frustration. Sometime later Gyoma woke up and slowly opened his eyes, looking up. After a moment he asked, Is this a hospital? He then pulled back his blanket and sat up slowly. Someone noticed and opened the door. Stepping inside, the student has woken up. Footsteps followed. Gyoma was surprised, thinking, these faces look somewhat familiar. But I can recognize one of them 50 years ago. This person defeated the 6th Legion commander of the Demon King, one of the 7 stars, the strongest humans, Siegfried, and the headmaster Sage Media Poisson. The headmaster spoke after seeing Gyoma's dazed expression. How are you feeling? Gyoma blinked and replied, I'm okay. Then he thought. These people. Klinge then asked, What's your name? I'm Kang Gyoma, he answered. Klinge went straight to the point, serious now. Kang Gyoma, what the hell did you do? Gyoma tried to piece his memories together. That feeling wasn't just my imagination. It definitely was me. He looked up at Klinge. Being noticed by someone that terrifying is definitely not good. Then he said, even if that place was some kind of pocket dimension, I think they went too far. Maybe my response was a bit extreme. I'll accept any punishment and won't complain. He looked on, waiting. Feeling the tension, the headmaster broke in. That old fool, how could you ask a young man like that such things? She stepped closer to Gyoma and said, Even if you say that, Siegfried was the one who cleared your blood vessels while you were unconscious. I hear younger people are stubborn, right? At least save some for me. Klinge sighed in exasperation at the headmaster. I told you not to bring that up again. The headmaster leaned her face on Gyoma's shoulder and said, Look at that, the old man's embarrassed. Oh, look at this shoulder. Meanwhile, Gyoma pondered, Why does my body feel as light as a feather? It should feel heavy like wet feathers. The headmaster continued, Gyoma, while you were unconscious, we extracted and reviewed what happened with the professors. The scene where you forgot yourself to protect a helpless female student. You're exactly the prince I've always dreamed of. You are the prince. Meanwhile, Kling cleared his throat. Ahem. Sage, feeling interrupted, shot back, All right, old man. Klinge continued. At least have some pride, will you? The headmaster ignored him and turned to Gyoma. I don't plan to punish you for this test, so don't worry. Actually, those Mao brothers only got into the academy because they buttered up the elders. They've said they'll be leaving the academy soon. Then she glanced at Gyoma with a playful smile. Hey, you really are charming. Gyoma suddenly snapped to attention. I see, that's a relief. Looks like I won't have to deal with those two anymore inside the academy. Before he could think further, the headmaster interrupted. We came here today to give you some news. Gyoma nodded. Yes, thank you. Then the headmaster said something that left him stunned. Gyoma, you ranked first. Congratulations. He was silent for a moment, then blurted out, What? What? My safe, peaceful life avoiding trouble. Moving to a new location, the headmaster was sitting alone in a room. After a moment she spoke up. I've been the headmaster of this school for 20 years now, and this is the first time something like this has ever happened here. She recalled her conversation with Gyoma and added, I don't like this one bit. Her words surprised the two people present. Then the headmaster said to Gyoma, Do you realize what it means to be admitted into the elite class? Maybe I misheard you just now. Although the elders are all very upset about what happened involving the top student of all the groups, whose position was decided based on the results from the evaluation space. Gyoma fell silent, thinking deeply for a moment, then looked at the headmaster and said, But I still don't like it. His words caught both of them off guard. Meanwhile, Klinch silently thought to himself, Gioma, don't you understand? Back in reality, the headmaster called out, hey old man. Gamama took the top away from your granddaughter, so you're not happy, huh? You've already seen the footage, haven't you? Klinch closed his eyes and replied, it really is foolish. There's nothing more foolish than doubting the judgment of the evaluation space. That girl carries the will of the hero who founded this academy. The academy itself chose Gioma as the top student. All we have to do is follow that decision. But there's just one thing. Klinch's mind pictured Gioma. Considering what he's demonstrated, if you say his ability is truly outstanding, I can understand that. If you say his strength is extraordinary, I can accept it. If you say he has rich combat experience, I'd nod in agreement. But for a young boy, barely mature, to reveal I realized his attacks contain a flicker of swordsmanship thought that I've chased my entire life, having reached a level of mastery. Yet, the unease I felt while helping him unblock his meridian, such a fragile body, never having undergone any real training, as if something forbidden is trapped within him. And now, at my age I still have this competitive spirit, especially against a kid the same age as my granddaughter. At that moment, Klinch opened his eyes as Sage spoke up. That boy's face is quite handsome too, plus the way he came to rescue a damsel in distress. If I were 10 years younger, no, actually I'm probably still good now. Hey old man, what do you think about that? Kling was taken aback for a moment, then responded, do you know what students these days call a woman like you? The headmaster crossed her legs and said, well, say it then. What do they call someone like me? Klinch set down his teacup, capturing the headmaster's full attention. He began, that's it. His words angered the headmaster, causing the tea to ripple in her cup. The scene shifted to the protagonist as he appeared in front of the wolf class. Looking up, he thought quietly to himself, I've already compromised as much as I could. Then he recalled the conversation between two people, send him to the higher class, headmaster. I want to join the tiger class. You're the top student, how could you possibly join the tiger class? Isn't equality the principle of this academy? Then why can't I enter that class? I said no. No matter what, that tiger class is far too low for you. At that moment the headmaster put a finger to her lips and said, instead, I will keep this secret for you. She then cleared her throat and thought, if he joined the tiger class, the elders would make an even bigger fuss. The protagonist could only stare blankly. His original plan was to quietly complete his studies in a lower class, not get caught up in disputes between the higher ones. Well, at least this still fits into my plans. He opened the door and stepped inside. Immediately he was startled as the door slammed shut automatically behind him. Then he was taken aback again when everyone turned to stare at him. They all focused on his special student ID card. After a moment, they returned to their previous conversations. As Gioma walked to find a seat, he thought, stop staring at me. Just ignore my presence like before. He chose a seat and sat down, relieved. Wow, no one's paying attention to me. Looks like the headmaster didn't announce what happened earlier outside. Lonely people always find their own way to live. This might be a good thing. But then something caught his attention. A girl, trembling slightly, approached him and said, hi. Thank you for earlier. The protagonist looked puzzled. Silence fell between them. When he didn't respond, the girl shyly added, during the test. Gioma then remembered and replied, that time. Yeah. He pondered, aren't we the same age? So why does she speak to me so cautiously? He finally spoke up, no need to thank me. In that situation, anyone would have done the same. The girl insisted, no, it's not like that. Meanwhile, Gioma thought, I was the one who saved her, but honestly, I just wanted to survive back then. What a hypocrite I am. Smiling, he said, by the way, we haven't even introduced ourselves. I'm Kang Gioma. The girl smiled back, I'm Chloe. Gioma continued, nice to meet you, Chloe. I didn't expect we'd end up in the same class. Chloe responded warmly, me too. Nice to meet you. But then Gioma froze for a moment. Wait, Chloe? Who is she? I've played through almost the entire game already but don't recall her name. According to my remaining memories, the main plot about fighting the demon tribe won't start until 6 months later. Yet here she is a new character. That's unexpected. She seems similar to me, just a side character. He raised his hand toward Chloe and said, oh right. Could you keep what happened during the test a secret? Chloe looked surprised and added, Huh? Of course. If you don't mind, could you possibly just then, someone barged in and shouted loudly, Everyone, get to your positions and sit down. The sudden command startled everyone. The protagonist quickly said to Chloe, We'll talk about this later. She nodded. Okay. Above them, the instructor approached the podium, slammed a book down, and announced loudly, First of all, congratulations to all of you who have been admitted. Your presence here today proves you are the chosen ones to carry on the will of the hero who founded this academy, Joaquin. Be proud of that. I'm Wei Bean, the main instructor for the Wolf class. Since today is your first day, we'll start with some basic physical exercises. Change into your training clothes and gather at the training ground within the next 30 minutes. A student in the crowd raised their hand and asked, Excuse me, instructor, what kind of exercises will we be doing? Wei Bean explained, making everyone freeze for a moment. Simple 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats. Then, run 10 laps around the training ground. If there are no further questions, hurry up and change, then gather at the training field. The class dispersed, replying, Yes, sir. Everyone rushed off. Meanwhile, Gioma sat quietly, thinking, These training exercises are meant to turn students like us into frontline soldiers? Huh? After the others left, he approached the instructor and said, Instructor. Wei Bean looked up. What's up, student Kang Gioma? Hearing the teacher know his name, Gioma thought, How does he know my name? Well, that doesn't matter. Right now I just need to figure out how to avoid this painful training. He continued, I'm sick. The teacher paused, then said clearly, Fine. For a top student like you, this training won't help much anyway. Why don't you train with the elite class on the first day? The headmaster has allowed you to attend all classes. Gomoma cursed quietly, That damn old lady. Secret, I'll keep that secret for you, Then he laughed loudly, Avoid? No need, instructor. I just need to use the restroom for a bit. My body's feeling a little sore. You're really wise, making us stretch like this. Brilliant. The teacher responded loudly, You're a straightforward top student, good. I'll wait for you at the training ground. Gioma replied, Yes, sir. At the training ground, footsteps moved as the new students jogged laps, while Wei Bean called out, 1, 2. This is just light training, students. Keep up the pace. Gioma lagged behind, panting, Damn it. Yes, sir. I'm going to die. Wei Bean kept shouting 1, 2 faster. After a while, Chloe ran up beside Gioma and asked, Is this training too hard? You don't look too well. Gioma glanced at her and said with a laugh, I'm fine. Chloe asked again, Gioma, how many laps have you run? He answered, I've done 5. What about you, Chloe? You look pretty far behind. She smiled and said, I've done 9. Gioma was a bit stunned. Chloe then cheered, Keep it up. You can do it. With that she sped ahead, while Gioma continued running slowly behind her. As the afternoon wore on, empty water bottles lay scattered across the floor. Suddenly, someone slammed a bottle down hard on the table. It was Gioma, exhausted after the grueling training exercises. He exclaimed, Damn it, I'm starving. Then he drifted into thought. A week after stepping foot into this academy, I've already gotten myself into unexpected trouble. Cut to somewhere else, the protagonist barged in loudly, I'm starving. Pork belly, please. 1 serving of pork belly, I'm so hungry. The cook glanced over at him. Gioma's eyes landed on something else and he thought, a meal ticket box. So it's not free after all. He continued, I'll go get a meal ticket right now. 1 bowl of rice with pork belly, a reserved order. But then he froze as he noticed a piece of information, pork belly, 50,000 won. Staring at the price tag he was stunned, 50,000 won. Just for pork belly. 50,000 won. Back in reality, tears welled up and fell. Gioma opened his mouth to catch the drops, then tossed the water bottle aside and cursed. Damn it, I'm hungry. Silently he thought, 50,000 won for 1 dish of pork belly is ridiculously expensive. And here it is, with some insane price tag like that. My money for living expenses is running out. He recalled his father's advice, son. Here's some extra pocket money. Oh no, I don't need it. But now, Looking at the opened water bottle by his feet, he wrapped himself in a blanket, frustrated. I should have grabbed every opportunity when I had the chance. I'm such an idiot. And yet I've been surviving day after day on just cheap water bought from the school store. At that moment, a notification window appeared before his eyes. Blessing of the sword god. If you cut something, it will be severed. Your physical condition has been enhanced by 12%. Due to your improved condition, the requirements for wielding a sword have been relaxed. This blessing only activates on swords 32 cm in length, or shorter, and 5-1 cm in width. Gyoma thought. As soon as I think about it, this blessing window automatically pops up. Then, he unintentionally drifted off to sleep. Sometime later he stood before a mirror, examining his body and reflecting, it's not like I wasted my time. The sword god's blessing has cleansed my blood vessels. Now I can actually feel my body evolving. He glanced at the knife on the table and continued thinking. The sword god's blessing hasn't fully activated yet. It only works with swords about 32 cm long or shorter, and 5-1 cm wide. If I steadily improve myself step by step, maybe I'll be able to wield a short sword. I was even scared just holding a sword during the opening ceremony. But now, if I don't have a sword in my hand, my body feels itchy. Could that be the blessing's influence? But why do I feel so proud of it? Just then, someone knocked on the door. Gyoma turned around and asked, "Who is it?" Then he opened the door. Chloe appeared in front of his room and said, Sorry. Did I bother you while you were resting?" The protagonist was caught off guard and thought, Chloe? Why is she here? Then he replied, Not really, I just lay down a moment ago. So what's up? Chloe hesitated before continuing. It's just that I haven't seen you at the school cafeteria all week. I was worried you might not be feeling well. Hearing this, Gyoma smiled and said, Well, I'm just not used to eating food cooked by others. But inside he was annoyed. Actually, I really like food made by others. Chloe seemed to understand and said, Oh, I see. The protagonist noticed her expression and added, Well, don't worry. After thinking for a moment, Chloe made a decision. If it's okay, Gyoma, I was thinking about buying some ingredients from the school store so we could cook together. He caught on quickly and changed his clothes, stepping out in 3 seconds, replying, Then let's go. Wait, aren't you inviting me to dinner? Chloe was surprised by his quick reaction. Yeah, what? Gyoma. Meanwhile, the protagonist was already walking ahead, saying, I'm pretty good at cooking, so leave it to me. Your dorm is across the street, right? Let's head there. Cut to late at night. After Chloe ate the dish Gyoma prepared, she covered her mouth and said, This is delicious. The protagonist smiled and said, I'm glad you like it, Chloe. Then she added, You didn't just throw random things together, did you? You cooked fast. I only know how to boil fish. I never thought I could taste food of such a high level. Gyoma interrupted. Then I'll go check the fridge. Chloe agreed. All right. After opening the fridge they chatted. Chloe said, But I really didn't expect you to like fish that much. He replied, Well, I was born near the sea. It really is amazing because my specialty dish is fish. Chloe was surprised. Really? He thought to himself, Good. I've been feeling restless all this time. Now I can cleanse myself after a long while by slicing sashimi. But then he remembered a problem. The sword god's blessing. So he looked at the knives and said, The kitchen knives are fine. Then he turned to Chloe and asked, Do you have any knives that are longer? She was curious and asked, Longer? He added, Yeah, my weapons are swords like that, so using this knife is a bit inconvenient. Chloe understood and said, Got it. Hey Gyoma, how about this? Then she took out her sword, making him confused. He said, No, it's fine. I can just use the kitchen knife. Then he thought, no use arguing. I'll just finish this in 30 seconds. Right then his blessing activated. He focused and thought, I'm known as the best swordsman in this country. I can do this. The sword god's blessing. One clean slash was made. He finished quickly, crossed his arms and thought, 21 seconds, that's how long it took me to scrape off the fish scales, remove the bones and guts, and fillet it. The feeling is truly amazing. It's like creating a masterpiece. Seeing how quickly Gyoma worked, Chloe asked, Hey Gyoma, how are you so good at cooking? He replied, I used to work part-time at a Japanese restaurant. Chloe looked curious. Part-time job. Gioma continued. Don't you know what a part-time job is? Chloe seemed confused and apologized. Sorry. Gioma wasn't surprised. No need to apologize. Then he thought to himself, just as I thought, this is what social class differences look like. After that, he crossed his arms and looked at Chloe. Anyway, I'm really glad you liked the food. Chloe nodded enthusiastically and said, since you made this meal, I'll take care of the dishes. Gioma smiled and added, thanks. I'll leave that to you. He sat down and thought, I'm satisfied and full now. The moon looks beautiful tonight, it makes me want to sing a little. Suddenly, a crash was heard along with Chloe's voice. Ah, I'm sorry. Startled, Gioma turned his head. Again, a crashing sound followed by Chloe's voice echoed. He looked back and thought, haha, I wonder if she's ever washed dishes before. Well, that's understandable, at that age I was like that too. Just then, a notebook fell onto the table from somewhere, catching Gioma's attention. The book opened by itself. Gioma glanced at it and said, a diary? A message appeared. Someone helped me with today's placement test. I must repay them someday. Picking it up, he observed further, rounded handwriting with cute little drawings. I should put this back. Chloe really seems like a normal girl her age. But suddenly the diary flipped open a few pages. Surprised, Gioma exclaimed, ah, it's flipping over. Oh, a diary entry. The message read, turns out the person who helped me is in the same class. His name is Gioma. My heart was pounding so fast, and I didn't know what to do. I couldn't even bring myself to talk to him. Reading those lines, Gioma thought, how cute. So that's why she couldn't talk to me. Should I keep reading, Gioma? He turned to the next page and was surprised. The page was filled with repeated words. I like you written all over. At that moment Chloe turned around, saw Gioma holding her diary, and froze, asking, you saw it? At that moment, Chloe recalled her past. Hero clans earned their fame by slaying monsters, gaining society's respect, and securing their status. Yet within some organizations, there were those who abused their power for selfish gain, exploiting the weak. When even the public lacked the strength to condemn them, a certain hero clan stepped forward to play the role of the shadows. That clan was the Auditor da Sicilia, a family cloaked in darkness, but striving toward the light, using assassination to maintain order. Those born into the Auditor clan were mentally trained from childhood. They were forced to suppress their emotions and endure harsh, relentless training. I witnessed everything. My body began to tremble. To become an assassin, I had to face bloodshed. The very first time at the age of 15, my hands soaked in blood. An old man approached me and said, Chloe Auditor de Sicilia, stop denying your skill in assassination. That was the last thing I heard before growing up. And I accepted it. Along with ongoing training, Chloe's spirit warped, casting a deep shadow within her heart. When she was worn down, left with only traces of emotion, she was finally old enough to enter the academy. This was the Joaquin Academy, where classes were divided according to each student's skill. Even though Auditor clan members aimed to join the shadows and certainly possessed dragon-level abilities, they attended regular classes by family tradition and an agreement with the academy. She had to keep her true self hidden. Yet, after 3 years here, Chloe's freedom was still taken by her clan. Facing the reality that she would become an assassin, she said nothing. She had accepted it, thinking it can't be changed anyway. That was Chloe's mindset until a male student appeared and shouted, "Hey, you bastards! Are you crazy? Don't touch her." It was a battle within the royal subspace. Though death in this space wasn't real, it seemed to be the first time Chloe truly tasted the shadow of death. She wasn't afraid, but was there still another enemy? Chloe calmed herself and faced life and death as if confronting her own fate. From that moment she stopped struggling in vain. She had learned how to survive and continued living. The faces of the Mao brothers flashed in her mind. "I'll kill you first. Then come for that girl." Chloe thought further, well, whatever, nothing's going to change. Fate seems so clear. Or maybe it always was. But just when she felt the sun breaking through the storm clouds, something stirred inside her. The sword is wielded by one's own will. The sword is meant to protect others and oneself. That was why the male student took up the blade. Throughout her childhood, Chloe always remembered a fairy tale she once read, secretly hiding the book under her pillow. It was a special story about a princess trapped in a castle, and a prince who appeared to rescue her. The princess's love for the prince was at the heart of the tale. As Chloe recalled this, her face flushed, her chest quickened with breath. A vague, confusing feeling welled up inside her. At that moment she had only one thought: this is love. Damn it, it really is. Back in reality, Gioma felt a little uneasy for a very simple reason. Chloe was staring at him, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Trying to ease the tension, he scratched his head and smiled, but silence fell between them. Seeing this, Gioma's worry deepened. Damn it, I'm doomed. Was it because this was the first time I saw her carefree side, or because I foolishly followed her just for a meal? Finally, he spoke. Chloe, the moonlight is really beautiful tonight, isn't it? Thanks to you, I haven't had such a good dinner in a long time. I'll head off now. Let's meet again tomorrow. Chloe, however, asked quietly, Did you see it? Startled, Gioma replied. Huh? See what? That, Chloe said, pointing. Gioma looked toward the diary he had been reading earlier. Turning back, he answered, Oh, you mean this book? You must have studied really hard? Huh? Chloe corrected him softly, It's my diary. That made Gioma feel uneasy again. Does she have eyes in the back of her head? When did she see through me? And that polite tone she just used feels like Chloe has turned into a completely different person. Then a playful argument broke out between them. I didn't read it. You haven't read it? No, I didn't see anything. Stop lying. Well, actually I did read it. After admitting this, Gioma froze. Before him, Chloe was drawing the sword at her side. He thought frantically, what? Why all of a sudden? No. This is the 4th floor. If I jump from here, I'll shatter into pieces. Now I have only one way out, but it's so difficult. I'm trapped here. As Gioma pondered, a strange, ominous feeling filled the air. When he glanced back, he saw Chloe's sword pointed down toward the ground. The space around them began to warp. What is she planning to do? Could she still be in control? Wait. I think I'm starting to understand. Those unblinking pupils, that vacant stare, this is definitely Yandere. And her intense attitude can switch at any moment. No way, this is dissociative identity disorder too. Yandere alone is already bad enough, but now she has multiple personalities too. I didn't expect that opening her diary would trigger such a drastic change in her personality. This is seriously dangerous. She might hunt me down until I'm dead. I have to make my position clear if I want to stay safe. And her murderous aura right now is even stronger than the Mao brothers. Damn it, life at this academy is brutal. First things first, I need to get out of this situation. Gioma thought fast, blessing time left, 9 seconds. The sashimi knife is still in my room. Wait, the kitchen knife I was using just now, no, if I try that, I'll probably lose the use of my limbs. Chloe was already in a fighting stance. Seeing this, Gioma stepped back and accidentally bumped into the edge of the table. Perfect timing, he spotted a container holding a paper knife. Chloe lunged forward to attack. She's starting the assault. Gioma quickly grabbed the paper knife and flicked the blade open. I wanted to solve this with words. Damn it. At the same time, a string of information appeared before him. User's mental state increases with dexterity level. Speech and actions temporarily carry a threatening tone. Restraint power has begun adapting to user. Sword God's protection activated. With that, Gioma swung a strike forward and said, The gods have blessed you. Both entered a heightened state. In the midst of this shift, Gioma said calmly, Chloe, your hair is a bit long. Let me trim it for you. A few more slashes were made. Later on, it seemed that Gioma had brought Chloe back to her bed. After some unknown amount of time, she woke up, touched her forehead, and said, Gioma? Where did you go, Gioma? Then, she shyly thought to herself, I remember that while I was washing the dishes, he headed toward the window. I sneaked a glance at him, then absent-mindedly brushed my forehead and said out loud, Where's my katana? But then she saw it resting beside the table. Chloe sighed in relief. Good thing. But I've gotten used to fainting after using this katana. She recalled a memory from the past. Well done, Chloe. What happened back then? Don't worry too much and don't deny your assassin talents anymore. Returning to the present, Chloe was still staring at her sword, then buried her face in the pillow and said loudly, I'm so dumb. How could I have passed out at that moment, Gioma? Blushing, she added shyly, Did I say anything weird while I was unconscious? After a moment, Chloe noticed the paper knife lying on the floor. Curious, she wondered, how did this paper knife end up on the floor? Hey, did my hair get a bit shorter? Did this paper knife cut my hair? She walked over to the trash bin, found her hair inside, and thought, looks like he cleaned up and left. Gioma is really kind. I have to write this down in my diary before I forget. Then she went to the desk, opened her diary and wrote done. Gioma, I love you. Wait, that's it? Outside, someone was lurking under the moonlight. A rainbow-colored mist fell like rain. It was Gioma. At this moment he bit his lip and recalled the past. Your silent blessing effect has ended. Somehow I managed to get through that situation. But I exceeded the 5-second limit out of the 9 seconds I had left, and this is the consequence. Again, I'm going to throw up the dinner I just ate. After a while, Gioma sat down on a chair, sighed, looked up, and thought, I threw up the entire dinner. Now I'm hungry again, Chloe. A brief explanation appeared in his mind. Typically, the goal of swordsmanship is to take the enemy's life in one strike, or to eliminate multiple targets. However, the sword Chloe used only targets weak spots, as if specialized for assassination. If she assassinated me, there would be no way back. The danger felt like it was right at my neck, and I even planned to aim for her neck in return. Luckily, this paper knife is a bit short, so I only cut her hair. I still need to clean up a bit, so hopefully nothing else is left behind. Everything seems stable and safe, but that's no easy feat. They say becoming ordinary is the hardest, but this is even harder. At first, when I was thrown into the game, I had no shortage of ambition. For someone like me who once stood at the top wielding a sashimi knife, dropping the gentlemanly demeanor wasn't an easy choice. However, everyone has their own role. The blessing of miracles is the name of this game, and it is also the unique blessing of the protagonist in this world, someone I've never encountered, alongside the blessing of courage. 3 trumpets. I remember there are only 2 mythic level blessings in this game, and their purpose is clear: protect the world from the Demon King. The protagonist is the one chosen and blessed by both the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword. But as for me, I only have a sashimi knife. So, is there really anything left to explain? Then I slapped my own face and said out loud, focus. Ever since I joined this academy, encounters have been non-stop. New situations, along with those strange numbers floating around, made me forget my original goal. I had frozen up for a few reasons, but now I remember, no one here is normal. I've started to grasp a little about how important certain characters are in this game's story, but honestly, my understanding of this world is still weak. It's been over a week since I entered the academy. According to the plot, it's about time the protagonist's blessing activates, and they are finishing their studies. That means the game's story is officially just beginning now. I know the main plot, but I don't know how it ends, and I can't say I regret not reading it all. Of course, knowing the main storyline is an advantage. No matter what happens, I'll just follow the main plot's flow. If things start to spiral out of control, it will lead to some consequences like valuable people being forgotten. Right now I face 2 choices for a first-rank swordsman. The left path, the main route, leads to a peaceful life, which is what I want. The right path is a hidden storyline, become a king. If I remember correctly, the story grows darker and more mysterious after the start of the 2nd semester of the 3rd year. That's the sense of a hero's rise. The demon tribe will invade, uniting their forces under the Demon King's leadership to threaten the academy. Their power will grow stronger and stronger. Eventually, a massive battle will erupt between the demons and humanity. The game's story will then shift to a typical fantasy plot. I recalled reading some info. What's happening? Why is the story suddenly changing? I, Gioma, who wasted my youth and never really experienced my teenage years when I was still a cook, felt annoyed, and muttered, why do they all have to die like this? There's no hope at all. Knowing the characters and having all these thoughts, I decided to delete the game. What could be worse than that terrible battle happening in the world I live in? A war. Am I really going to die in this war? No, I still have 3 years left. Now I need a more practical goal. I'm not someone who runs away. I can't just die so easily. I have to become stronger and fight to survive. Most games end happily, and it seems like this world will be saved by the protagonist. I need strength to protect myself. I can't live a fragile life like a fly, because I might die in that war. That's why I have to train and survive without drawing too much attention. If I stand out too much, I risk being drafted as a soldier to fight the demon army. That's exactly what I need to avoid. I still have to be careful when using the blessing of no pain. This blessing helps me endure without feeling pain. And since I have no other choice but to wield the sashimi knife, the burden on my body is already huge. I glanced back at my blessing info and said, "These stats are pretty impressive." Then I stroked my chin, thinking there's quite a bit of new info here: physical strength, mental strength, weapons. These stats clearly show the ranking. The info panel showed some details: if you proceed, you will suffer consequences. Physical strength, 2 swordsmanship standards are not strict enough. Mental strength, 3 creates a frightening atmosphere while working and acting. Weapon rank, 1 not yet qualified for unlocking. Assimilation rate, 1.5%. Gyoma looked at the special line and thought. Assimilation rate. What's that supposed to be? He touched the info panel, and immediately a red warning popped up: system access restricted due to insufficient player qualifications. He exclaimed, "What? Now I have yet another question about this mysterious ability." He sighed slowly. But that's not important right now. What matters is that I focus on improving my physical condition and finding a new weapon. I can't rely on the blessing of no pain forever. I also need to train with a sword because right now I still don't meet the requirements for the sword god's blessing. Then he pulled out his phone and checked his schedule. Good, next month there's a combat training session instead of the midterms. The reward is the Mugen Sashimi, a rank B weapon. If I get it and master it, I should be qualified to graduate. Since the base stats of this weapon don't meet the conditions to activate the sword god's blessing, I'll just use it as a secondary weapon. He sighed again, adding, looks like I have a lot more to do now. Just then, someone called out, "Hey." Gyoma turned and saw a girl, Abel. She had just finished training, sweat covering her body, and said, "That's my spot." The two of them stared at each other for a moment. After a while, no one moved. Seeing Gyoma spacing out, Abel said, "Can you move a little?" Still surprised, Gyoma looked at Abel and thought, Abel. Damn it. No matter how much I stare, there's something a bit unreal about her. And I accidentally gave her a dirty look too. Abel continued, "You don't have to go somewhere else, just move to the side." She sat down next to him, while he glanced at her sideways and thought, "But is this really her spot? Isn't this public property? Oh, it must be because of the school's class system. Yeah, that makes sense. But if I stay close to the protagonist, the main story will get complicated. So if I feel uncomfortable, I need to find a way to avoid that." But he kept glancing at Abel's actions, then awkwardly muttered to himself, "Damn, she's gorgeous. She really is something else." Just then, Abel looked up and said, "This is the best spot to see the stars clearly." That caught Gyoma off guard. "Hua, that startled me for a second," he thought, then looked into her eyes. He started to worry. Is this really Abel? Could she be the granddaughter of the sword saint that I know of? Wait, wasn't the protagonist supposed to be some beautiful, untouchable girl? Noticing Gyoma staying silent, Abel spoke up again, "Is your weapon a sword too?" Surprised, he replied, Yeah, how'd you know?" Abel's cheeks turned slightly red as she looked down. "My grandfather told me," she said. "And I also heard that swordsmen have a distinct aura in their eyes." That response caught him off guard again. After a short pause, Abel picked up the sword next to her and offered it to him. "Here, want to try holding it?" Hearing that, Gyuma began sweating nervously. It doesn't look all that heavy," he replied. That made Abel puff out her cheeks and turn her eyes away, which made him think, wait, is she mad at me now? She's really hard to figure out. Is this really the Abel I know? And then, Abel suddenly asked, "Hey, you know who I am, don't you?" Gyoma was caught off guard once again, his thoughts racing. Is she asking that because she's suspicious of me? No, that can't be it. I mean, come on, who at this school wouldn't know who Abel is? He replied casually, "Well, yeah, I know a little about you." But Abel quickly shot that down. "I don't know you." That made Gyoma blink in surprise. Wait, what does she mean by that? Abel continued, "Doesn't it feel a little weird? You know my name, but I don't even know yours." Gyoma tilted his head and said, "What, am I supposed to tell a stranger I just met my name now?" To that, Abel calmly responded, "Who knows? You could be a spy sent by the Demon King to infiltrate the academy. Or maybe, well, I can't think of any other reason why you'd be sitting out here alone so late at night. Gyoma was startled by her piercing gaze. She noticed me. Well, I guess I don't have a better reason. So he asked back. Then what about you, Abel? Why are you here? She answered like it was obvious. I'm training, obviously. I'm training too, he said. Oh yeah, what kind of training? Gomoma gave her a completely deadpan reply. Breathing practice. Abel didn't even know how to respond to that one. Then Gyoma noticed something. There was a wound on Abel's hand. That injury, the moment she realized he saw it, she quickly hid her hand behind her back. He didn't say anything, but his expression said it all. After a pause, they resumed talking. Gyoma said, You're seriously dedicated. Abel nodded. Of course I am. People don't understand what it's like to have Nibilan blood running through your veins. You're expected to be perfect. You have to wear this flawless mask all the time. And the second you show even a hint of weakness, everyone's ready to trample you. You probably already know I wasn't the top scorer this year, right? Honestly, this was the first time I've ever lost to anyone. But do you know something? She gave a faint smile. In a weird way, I felt relieved. But at the same time, I'm dying of curiosity. Who was it that beat me? I really want to know. That made Gyoma freeze in place, panic bubbling up inside as Abel added with a fiery glare, because next time, I'm going to crush them. He stammered. You're really going that far over this? Abel responded with force. This is about honor. I even begged my grandfather to give me more information, but all he said was that the person isn't in my class. And that same person had the nerve to break the oath. How am I supposed to live with the shame of being second place? Ugh, why am I even saying all this to some random stranger? Hearing that, the main character turned to Abel and asked, Why are you even telling me this? Abel leaned in slightly and spoke in a low voice. Hemph. Because you seem weak. The motto of my family is to be resolute with the strong and compassionate toward the weak. Everyone in my class is amazing at what they do, so, I don't have any friends. Gyoma didn't know how to respond, but a thought crossed his mind, so that's why the protagonist always feels so distant from everyone. After a moment, Abel rolled her shoulders and said, Anyway, I think that's enough talking for tonight. Alright then, see ya, Gyoma replied casually. But just as Abel was turning to leave, it looked like she suddenly remembered something. She planted her hands on her hips and called out. Wait. Are you seriously not going to tell me your name? Gyoma smirked and said, Don't feel like it. Abel's eyes widened. Oh, come on. The scene cut to a classroom the next day. Gyoma was sitting quietly in his seat, hands clasped, deep in thought. Life at this academy is a lot more peaceful than I expected. Chloe's already made friends and blended right in with the class, while I'm the one actively avoiding eye contact with her. Every time our eyes almost meet, her new friends shoot me this ice-cold glare. And I can't just ignore those looks like they mean nothing. But I'm not the only special student in this class. There aren't many of us, sure, but most of the others are just as socially awkward. Probably from overestimating their own importance or something. Honestly, I'm glad I didn't choose to enroll in a higher level class. Right now, the Star and Dragon classes are in the middle of some power struggle. Back when I played this game, I thought they were just a bunch of clowns. If I were stuck in that mess now, my head would have exploded by week 2. At least here I can eat, sleep and chill in peace. Speaking of which, what should I eat today? He pulled out a special card, and a holographic image of Headmistress Media appeared. As the top-ranked student, you should have received this much earlier. I'm sorry for the delay. This is your Joaquin instructor card. Gyoma bowed dramatically to the image. Even if I bowed to her 3 times a day, it wouldn't be enough to show my gratitude. Thank you, Media, for everything. He paused for a second, then deadpan, man, she's intense. Looking down at the card again, he grinned. Awesome. I've fulfilled my role as a student. I haven't disrupted the main storyline of the game all that much either. So for the next 3 years, I'm just gonna keep living like this. Honestly, if things keep going this way, I might actually get to live the peaceful life I always dreamed of. At that moment, the lecturer's voice rang out across the classroom. 700 years ago, following the first human-demon war, the hero Joaquin Baylor realized the importance of nurturing the next generation of heroes. And so, he established this academy based on 7 guiding principles. These will be on the test, so make sure you study them carefully. Sitting below, Guillaume stared blankly ahead, thoughts drifting. I've already memorized all of this ages ago. About the founding hero Joaquin, he spent 20 years fighting Lycan, the commander of the First Demon Legion, and the Demon King's right-hand man. He led the humans to victory, but not without cost. He lost an arm in the final battle, and never returned to the front lines after that. Screams echoed across the land. You could hear them from anywhere. It was a brutal, blood-soaked war with no true victor. But somehow humanity and the demons reached a ceasefire agreement. And it was Joaquin who founded this academy, dedicated to raising the next generation of talent. Back in the present, the instructor continued. Thus, the first human-demon war led to the signing of a non-aggression pact, which marked the beginning of this 700-year era of peace. Students below began whispering among themselves. Do you think we'll ever see war break out in our time? War. In the 21st century. Bro, I'm more stressed about what I should wear to tomorrow's party, haha. Meanwhile, Guillaume took a deep breath and composed himself. 7 centuries of peace. I might be the only one here who knows when the first crack in that peace will form. Everyone's grown too comfortable in this world. And even if I want to say something, I don't know how much it might change. Media. She never hid her intention to resign as headmistress early. She was the first to notice the signs, thanks to the seer of the domain. And she was the first of the 7 great heroes to rise up and protect the students. I didn't play this part of the game much, but I respected her deeply. She was the first one to die, in the war against the Demon King. The first. Still remember seeing that cutscene back when I was just a chef. She died. He fell into a somber silence. Sometimes I wish I didn't know any of this. The teacher's voice snapped him back to reality. That's all for today. Make sure you study hard for the exam in 2 weeks. The students got up and began shuffling out, voices rising with excitement. Whew, that's amazing. Wait, are you serious? What happened? Hey, fill me in. I want to know too. Guillaume blinked, confused. Huh, what's going on? Suddenly he heard someone mutter nearby, is it really him? His heart skipped a beat. He quickly pulled out his phone and checked the date. May 10th, that's right. Today's the day when all the students start talking. Snippets of conversation buzzed around him. He's not going to be in our class, right? Of course not. No way. He's definitely going straight into the star class. Juma followed the crowd, staying in the back, quietly observing. If I remember correctly, May 10th is the day he enrolls. The main protagonist of this world, Leon van Reinhardt. And today marks the first crack in this 700-year peace. What a pain in the ass. Just looking at that guy's face pisses me off. Like I said before, every girl in this game falls for him. If this were an adult-rated game, Leon would have been dead long before the Demon King even showed up. And the girls that fall for him. Rachel Demura, the Holy Pope's granddaughter. Saki Ryojo, the Saint's daughter. Even Abel von Nibelung, the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. All the main heroines are smitten with this guy. It's infuriating. But like it or not, Leon van Reinhardt, the main protagonist of Blessing of Miracle, will be one of the first to undergo training over the next 3 years. Though calling it training is sugarcoating it. I'd describe it more like being forced into the military for a second time. Even Valde Joaquin could only seal one of the Demon King's generals. So how powerful is the Demon King himself supposed to be? Is this one of those games where the protagonist ends up losing in the end? While chatting with the others, Leon glanced in my direction. It caught me off guard for a second. And then he smiled. That stupid, confident smile that somehow made me feel uneasy. Before I realized it, I was staring back at him, and thinking, right, this is Blessing of Miracle, after all. He's the main character. He's probably gonna fix everything eventually. He even looks reliable. Damn it, when did I start buying into his act? Suddenly, someone called out loudly, hey. Over there. Startled, I turned to look behind me. Cut to that evening in the training room. I was alone, swinging a wooden sword up and down in practiced motions. After a few sets, I exhaled, then glanced down at my arm. Just like I thought. If I don't meet a certain threshold, the blessing won't activate. I have to raise my swordsmanship to a proper level first, or it won't work. As I was deep in thought, Chloe quietly approached from behind. Her voice was hesitant. That time I did something wrong, didn't I? I froze. I almost lost my damn head that day. I wanted to say that, but we still had 3 more years of school together. I needed to keep the peace while I was here. So instead, I simply said, "It's nothing." "Really?" she asked. "Yeah," she let out a relieved breath. "That's good to hear." But my mind kept racing. What's the truth behind her, though? Even when she lost control of herself, she could still wield that sword. That blade was sorrowful, almost like it was crying out for help. And yet, it radiated killing intent. If she ever decided to actually kill someone, she might be more dangerous than the Mao twins ever were. After a short pause, Chloe spoke up again. Kang Gyoma. If it's alright with you, can I treat you to dinner again? I just want to repay you, that's all. Though I'm not nearly as good at cooking as you are. As soon as she said that, the image of Chloe drawing her sword flashed through my mind. Dinner? With that look in her eyes. Yeah, that's a little too concerning. If I turn her down now, that'd just be awkward. But if I say yes, I might end up in a coffin tomorrow. Or worse, I might not even have a coffin to end up in. Wait, I've got it. Hey Chloe, I began carefully, this might sound weird, but instead of dinner, would you mind helping me with something? Helping you, she repeated. Yeah. I couldn't think of anyone else, I replied. Chloe's eyes lit up. Me, sure, what is it? I scratched the back of my head. Would you teach me swordsmanship? Cut to later, I was gripping a wooden sword, thinking to myself, I needed a sword instructor anyway. And this works as the perfect excuse. Chloe is insanely strong. Ever since that day I came back, the last thing I watch every night before bed, it's that clip of her. I've got to get stronger if I want to survive. And hey, this might actually work. Just then, Chloe showed up wearing a different outfit than usual. She approached with a bright smile. Hey Gyoma. When did you get here? I've been waiting for you over there. Seeing her arrive, I greeted her, Chloe. I just got here. What about you? I just got here too, she chirped. What time? I asked, raising an eyebrow. 6:30. I blinked. Wait? Didn't we agree to meet at 8? I stared at her, still processing. Chloe caught my gaze and glanced to the side. What? Is something wrong? And no, not at all, I stammered. But my eyes drifted to her body again. How did I not notice before? She's always in uniform, but now, I can see her abs and her muscle tone. No wonder she's so strong. And honestly, she's kind of cute too. Kind of admirable, even. I held out the wooden sword. Here, take this. Chloe accepted it, surprised. Oh, I thought we'd be using real swords. What? I froze. Who the hell trains with real swords? This isn't a duel to the death. No, it's just training, I said quickly. Wooden swords are safer, we don't want to hurt each other. Chloe laughed, then gave me a sudden mischievous look. You're so sweet. It caught me completely off guard. With a blank stare, Chloe glanced at the wooden sword in her hand, then gave it a casual swing. Whoosh, the air itself sounded like it had been sliced clean in half. I instinctively leaned back, eyes wide. How strong is she, exactly? That swing just now, it felt like the wind screamed. Yeah, I need to be really careful. And then there's the blessing. I quickly pulled up my status window to double check. Alright, the sword stats look normal. Physical growth is stable, but is this how blessings usually work? Sure, they level up your skills over time, but do they add anything else? I don't really remember the specifics. What were the requirements again? While I was frozen in place, Chloe noticed me just standing there and called out. Hey, is something wrong? Oh, sorry. I snapped back to reality. She probably thinks I'm just standing around like an idiot. Which, fair. After a quick breath to calm myself, I blurted out, since it's our first day, please go easy on me. Chloe smiled softly. Alright, I raised my wooden sword. Okay then, let's get started. We both took our stances. Back in my old life, everything was grounded in reality. Like I've said before, I only trust what I can see. To become a master at anything, it takes more than spilled blood and broken bones. You have to carve the discipline into your body itself. My ability to adapt to this academy so quickly, that's all thanks to what I learned as a kid. My hands are sweating, my stance still stiff, but the essence of swordsmanship lies in hitting your opponent with precision. Suddenly Chloe lunged at me. Who's so fast? Her sword aimed straight for my neck. I barely managed to dodge, stumbling to the side. Once I caught my balance, I cursed under my breath. What happened to going easy? But before I could recover, Chloe twisted her wrist and slammed her sword downward. I blocked it barely, but my hands trembled. Why is it so heavy? But I can still hold it, I just have to strike down like this. I started my counterattack only to freeze. When the hell did she jump above me? Damn it, was that last move just bait? She's even faster now. Gyoma quickly thrust his wooden sword forward to block, but a sharp crack echoed out. A fracture. He staggered backward, eyes darting between Chloe and the splintering weapon in his hands. She's just not stopping. Smack. 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 Her attacks rained down like thunder. Each blow felt like it could split the sky. If even one of those lands clean, I'm dead. For real. I'm nearly at my limit, and there's not even a single opening to strike back. Suddenly, a chunk of the wooden blade snapped off and flew through the air, landing with a dull thud on the ground. Both of them froze. Their eyes locked onto the broken fragment lying between them. Chloe blinked, snapping out of her battle mode. Her voice faltered as she said, I'm sorry. I really meant to go easy, but I ended up breaking it, Gyoma. But then something changed. She tensed. Her eyes widened. Something was wrong. Gyoma's status window flickered to life, data flooding in across his vision. Weapon in use does not meet the required conditions. Your weapon has sustained critical damage. A system error has occurred. Forced protocol initiation underway. Diminishing player humanity. Blessing of the Sword God thermal mode activated. Gyoma's eyes flared with a rising fury as more messages flooded his vision. Weapon requirements now met. Player's weapon destroyed. Critical error detected. Personality suppression protocol initiated. Humanity index dropping. Blessing of the Sword God activated. In a strange shift, the scene cut to another dimension inside a dim, dreamlike kitchen. A chef stood in silence. It was Chef Kim. He blinked, confused. Huh? Is this a kitchen? Wait, was that all just a dream? Ah, that's right, I was prepping a fish. Alright then, time to get to work. He cracked his knuckles and looked around. It's been a while since I used the Chinese cleaver. Let's see how it handles. He reached for it, nothing. Huh, I can't select it. He reached for another knife. No luck. This one doesn't work either. A strange voice echoed around him. Don't mind it. Just keep choosing. Alright, then I guess I'll go with the sashimi knife. He grabbed the blade, hesitant. Even though this one always hurts to hold. The voice returned, how does it feel now? Chef Kim stared at his hand. That's weird, it doesn't hurt at all. In fact, I feel really comfortable. Good. Now go on, slice it. Finish the job. The chef's eyes darkened. Alright, today I'll create a masterpiece. Back in the real world, a system alert popped up. Warning, body temperature exceeding safe levels. Gyoma has lost control. Chloe took a worried step forward. Kang Gyoma, hey, are you okay? Kang Gyoma. But he wasn't listening. He moved in a circle, seemingly aimless before vanishing from sight. Then flash. A blue spark lit the air. Before she could react, Gyoma struck. The pressure behind his attack sent Chloe stumbling backward. Wait, Kang Gyoma, stop. She barely blocked as he swung horizontally, dropping to one knee from the force. Chloe was hurled backward, slamming hard into the stone wall behind her. A sharp gasp escaped her lips, blood sprayed from her mouth. Eyes wide with shock, she thought, that wasn't him. Just now he was like a different person. But Gyoma wasn't finished. He lunged forward again, stabbing at the exact spot she had just hit the ground. Chloe twisted away just in time, her instincts barely keeping her alive. He's completely lost control. Propping herself up with the wooden sword, Chloe gritted her teeth. That last hit rattled me, I can barely move now. What the hell happened to him? What triggered this? She steadied her breath and called out with effort, Kang Gyoma, this has to stop. But he didn't respond. He kept charging. And with a heavy heart, Chloe realized, I can't dodge this next one. She shouted again, voice cracking with desperation, please, Kang Gyoma, stop. Snap out of it. But the blow kept coming. Tears forming in the corners of her eyes, She screamed his name one last time, Kang Jeoma. Back in the strange kitchen realm, Chef Kim muttered to himself as he tried to fillet the elusive fish. What the heck is going on? Why does it keep dodging? What kind of fish is this? It's moving way too fast, this is insane. He clenched his teeth, irritated. Ugh, it's so damn noisy. I need to slice this thing up quick. But something wasn't right. That voice, why does it sound so familiar? Is this just a hallucination? He squinted, confused. Kang, Chang Ma? Chang Zom. No. Wait, yeah. That's it. I'm Kang Gyoma. Suddenly, the distorted vision of Chloe shouting his name cut through his mind. Kang Gyoma. Wake up. Gyoma gasped. Me. Cut back to the real world, a splintered piece of the wooden sword was embedded in the wall. Chloe flinched, raising her hand to shield her head. But nothing came. Gyoma had swatted the broken weapon aside. He stood in front of her now. Back to normal, one hand gently supporting her waist, the other giving her a light flick on the forehead. That's enough for today, he said calmly. Chloe blinked in confusion, stunned. That forehead flick, she looked up at him, hesitant. Kang Gyoma, are you okay? He gave her a relaxed wave, smiling. Thanks for the sparring session. I'm heading out. Before she could say another word, he walked away. Outside the training hall, Chloe slowly walked alone, cradling one arm and deep in thought. Ever since the placement test, I've felt it. Kang Gyoma isn't just talented, he's a martial arts prodigy. It's not just raw strength. There's something unnatural about his power. It's not technique, it's instinct. Pure, terrifying instinct. Even when I unknowingly unleashed the full extent of my blessing, I still wasn't a match for him. And that was when he only had half a wooden sword. I knew he was strong, but this is on another level. Just then, a voice interrupted her thoughts. Well, you look like you're in a good mood. She stopped. A figure with hair the same color as hers stood in her path, arms crossed. Chloe. She blinked, surprised. Character info, Knox Auditor second-year student. Ordinary class, her brother. Chloe stared at him, caught off guard. Knox. He pulled up his face, covering with a scoff. So after enrolling, this is who you've decided to hang out with? Low-born trash like him. Chloe's eyes narrowed. Don't talk about Gyoma like that. So his name is Kang Gyoma, Knox said, his tone sharpening. Then let me make this clear, if you keep getting involved with him, the Auditor family will do whatever it takes to erase him. Unshaken, Chloe brushed past him, answering coldly, even if the entire Auditor family came after him, they still wouldn't be able to beat Kang Gyoma. She turned the corner, disappearing into a side alley. Knox stood there, quietly watching the spot she vanished into. After a moment, he whispered to himself, Kang Gyoma. Switching to the protagonist, he began to think silently to himself, there's something I need to clear up. The power I was granted, it's not really a blessing. Not the blessing of the sword god or any kind of divine favor. If anything, I feel like it's more of a curse. To avoid relying on the sword god's blessing, I searched for a new weapon. But with that power, it just seemed to mock my efforts. It chased after me, taking control of my body. There was no pain. No, actually, not only was there no pain, but a pure kind of pleasure mixed with endless numbness. That curse manipulated me like a puppet, while sweet whispers echoed in my mind, get stronger. Strike harder. Destroy more. And back then, I gave in to it. Thanks to Chloe's desperate scream, the name I suddenly realized was mine, Kang Gyoma. That shout somehow stitched together the shattered fragments inside my mind. Because of that, I threw away the wooden sword that had been stuck to my hand. If I hadn't gotten rid of it right then, I felt like I would have lost myself forever. Chloe, the very person who almost killed me not long ago, had awakened the faintest flicker of awareness in me. It was her breaking the wooden sword that triggered all this. Annoying as it was, I was grateful to her. So I decided to give her a light tap on the head. Still, I hurried away to make sure the sword god's blessing wouldn't surface again. But can I really live the rest of my life running away like this? The sword god's blessing, it's a skill that feels more like a curse. It comes at the cost of one's lifespan. I was thrown into this world as something different, something apart. This is the skill I'm forced to live with in this future. I don't ask for much here. I just want to live a normal life. At first, I thought it was just a minor glitch, something I could fix with a little effort. But now I realize there's something inside me. Something trying to swallow my mind whole. This isn't a blessing. It's a curse trying to claim my body and soul. It's a forbidden secret. A power born to defy heaven. 3 days later, in a random classroom, Chloe was chatting with the friend next to her. Yesterday was seriously amazing. You should really check it out. Yeah, I'll look it up later. But then, she looked off toward an empty seat and grew quiet. Since that day, Kang Gyoma hasn't shown up once. It's been 3 days. His seat's been empty the whole time. Come to think of it, I still don't even know how to contact him. Why didn't I ask? I even went to his dorm and knocked on his door. But all I heard were groans, painful ones. I wanted to break in. But I was scared he'd hate me for it, so I stopped myself and left. I've always loved the way he looked when deep in thought, resting his chin in his hand. I don't even know how many times I've caught myself staring. But I never dared to talk to him too much. I didn't want him to think I was some clingy girl. At first I told myself I liked him because he saved me, but maybe that was just an excuse. She clenched her fist slightly, and finally whispered to herself, I want to go see him. The next day, Instructor Lee stood at the front of the classroom, yelling silence. All of you quiet down. Your students at a prestigious academy have some dignity instead of arguing like children. He took a breath and added, because of today's forecast for rain, training has been replaced with self-study. But something caught his attention. His eyes narrowed. Gyoma's still not here today. If it's him, I'm sure he has his reasons. A real teacher puts their faith in their students. Then he barked again, self-study, get to it. Yes, sir, the class responded in unison. Just then he spotted someone entering the room. Who's that? Who dares join class without permission? He asked sharply, but then, his eyes widened. Ha! A figure walked up the steps with slow, measured strides. His eyes were sharp. A few strands of silver streaked through his hair. There was a calm intensity about him, completely different from before. Kang Gyoma had returned. Among everyone, Chloe looked the most shocked. She stood up abruptly. Kang Gyoma. But Gyoma didn't even glance her way. His eyes were locked on the instructor. Apologies for being late, sir, he said coolly. Instructor Lee blinked, momentarily stunned, then cleared his throat. Ah, no worries. Just take your seat. Whispers began to stir through the classroom. Isn't he one of the special students? He didn't used to look like that, right? He's kinda hot now. Then, gradually the class settled back into silence. It was clear the training session had changed Gyoma. He wasn't the same anymore. After the self-study period, everyone began packing up and heading for the door. Ugh, let's go eat. I'm starving, seriously. You're that hungry. Meanwhile, Chloe walked over to Gyoma, who was calmly gathering his things. Hey, Kang Gyoma. He turned slightly, his voice quiet but clear. Yeah, Chloe. Chloe looked at him anxiously. Did something happen? Gyoma responded casually, no, nothing. You sure? She asked again. Because you haven't been to class for days. I thought something might have happened. Was it because of that training session we had? Gyoma fell silent for a moment. Then he gave her a gentle smile. I caught a pretty bad cold. But thanks for worrying about me. That simple sentence was enough to make Chloe's face flush red. She fumbled for a response. Oh well, I'm glad you're okay then. But inside, Gyoma was deep in thought. Of course she'd be suspicious. I've been through hell these past 3 days. My mind was wrecked like an addict going through withdrawal. I locked myself in my room, didn't eat or drink anything. Just curled up in bed, hoping the seizures would stop. The cost of using that broken weapon with the so-called blessing, it was worse than any pain I'd felt before. But that wasn't even the strangest part. My body looked mostly the same, but my face, it had grown colder. And some of my hair had turned white. This was clearly punishment from that blessing. She probably feels guilty. Yeah, you were the last one who saw me. The one I last trained with. So he turned to her and said, last time, didn't you ask me to have dinner with you? Chloe blinked. Wait, what? Are you serious? Really? Dinner? Like an actual dinner? Yeah, he replied. But this time I want to eat something you cook. Chloe literally jumped from excitement. Of course. I'll make it. I'm actually so hyped now. Seeing her reaction, Gyoma thought, Looks like she feels better already. Chloe added quickly, okay, Kang Gyoma, I'm gonna make something you'll love. So what do you want to eat? It's been a while since I've eaten anything. I've been craving fish. Last time I had it at your dorm, I ended up throwing it all up. Or actually it was just way too expensive, so I haven't had any since. Just then, Gyoma paused. He turned toward a potted plant, staring at it as if sensing something. What is that? He scanned his surroundings, eyes narrowing. Chloe followed his gaze. There, standing in the corner with arms crossed, and a killer glare in his eyes was Nox. Chloe froze. Panic washed over her face, and Gyoma noticed right away. Someone you know? He asked, keeping his voice steady. He studied the man for a second longer, then started walking toward him. The two met in the middle, a cold air hanging between them. Gyoma stepped up close. If you've got something to say, then say it. Quit staring like that. At those words, Nox's eyes began to glow faint red. What's with this guy? Gyoma thought. Why is he looking at me like that? Before things escalated, Chloe stepped between them, throwing her arms out. Kang Gyoma, don't pay attention to him. She turned to Nox, her voice raised. I told you not to come here. Why are you here? Gyoma's eyes narrowed. Her brother, so that's who this is. But her voice, it's sharp, but there's a tremble in it. She's afraid. Nox stared at Chloe coldly. You're weak. You broke Auditor's rules just to be with someone like him, Chloe? Chloe snapped back. Whatever Auditor is, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Nox cut her off. Blood-stained hands can't be washed clean. If you were born an Auditor, then you'll always be its slave. Meanwhile, Gyoma was silently freaking out. The sister speaks like she's from a modern teen drama, and the brother acts like he walked out of a historical epic. Can they both just chill already? Nox suddenly barked, leave this pathetic excuse for a man and come back to Auditor Chloe. Chloe bit her lip and shouted, don't talk about Kang Gyoma like that. A wave of pressure surged through the air. Gyoma felt it immediately and thought, man, tone down the bloodlust a bit, will ya? Good thing the crowd's cleared out. I'm getting used to this kind of tension by now. But then something clicked. Wait a sec, Auditor. It all came rushing back, memories from the game. Auditor, the clan infamous for assassinations and ambushes. They always popped up out of nowhere mid-game. Compared to the noble hero families, they were weak in direct combat, but unmatched in sneak attacks and covert missions. A brutal clan that raised children through violence, molded into perfect tools of death. Their powers were insane. And Chloe, she's part of that clan. He glanced at her. No way. That sweet, awkward face, could it really belong to someone who's killed without hesitation? But deep down, he already knew the answer. Yeah. That wasn't just an innocent face, it was one used to killing. Auditor is still purging its own ranks to keep control, right? Gyoma's thoughts turned darker. I'm not exactly against killing when it's necessary. Hell, I've even justified it. But Chloe, she's trembling. She just wants a normal life. But being born into a clan of assassins, how could she ever escape that fate? Just like the sword, God's blessing inside me. A gift that's more like a curse. No, I'm not a hero. Never wanted to be one. But he exhaled, then stepped forward, placing himself between Chloe and Nox. What the hell am I doing? He muttered under his breath, then spoke up. I'll talk to him. Inside, he thought, I might not be able to save the world. But maybe, just maybe, I can save her life. I've got to admit it, even if the gods call this a blessing, it's more like a curse. Still, it's a power that makes me unstoppable. He turned to Nox. So your name's Nox, huh? Then he looked him over and continued thinking. In the end, I always end up right back where I started. No matter how hard I try to escape the sword god's blessing, there's no running from it. Like that line from some manga, once you start running, there's no paradise left for you. That's exactly how it feels. If there's no running, then I'll move forward. He stepped forward boldly. My name is Kang Gyoma, like sword and demon. He stared Nox down, eyes sharp as blades. Come with me. I'll fight. As a swordsman. Scene shift, faculty room. Back in the teacher's office, Mr. Lee was deep in thought. Something's definitely off about Kang Gyoma. His face, it looked completely hollow, like all emotion had been scraped away. Just then, a female teacher burst in. Who, senior? Huh, did something happen? You seem more spaced out than usual today. Lee scowled. Don't comment on my head, alright? She laughed awkwardly. Sorry, my bad. His phone rang. He picked up. Lang department instructor, Lee Vane speaking. What's the emergency? The woman standing nearby watched him curiously. So it's not his real hair. He's wearing something weird on his head. Kinda cute though. Then Lee's eyes widened. What? A dimensional duel? Out of nowhere. He stiffened. Who's the registered participant? And who's the opponent? The voice on the other end replied. The registered student is Kang Gyoma, and the opponent is Nox Auditor. Lee's jaw dropped. What? A door stood slightly ajar, glowing faintly with the eerie light of a match info screen. Nox Auditor vs. Kang Gyoma. Gyoma sat in silence somewhere behind the scenes, his thoughts drifting. 15 minutes left until the dimensional match begins. Honestly, I thought the process would be more complicated, but everything went surprisingly smoothly. A flashback appeared in his mind. Director Media, speaking with calm seriousness. Gyoma, if you're really going through with this, then be careful. Back in the present, Gyoma sighed inwardly. Sure, injuries from these dimensional duels don't affect your physical body. But mental wounds, yeah, those stay with you. Still, as long as I win, that's what really matters. He could hear the muffled roar of the audience echoing through the waiting room walls. I get it, watching a fight is exciting. But I didn't expect them to be this hyped. I used to try so hard to avoid standing out. Guess that effort's all down the drain now. Suddenly, a quiet sob snapped him out of his thoughts. Gyoma, Chloe's voice trembled. Tears streamed down her face. He looked over, surprised. She must be blaming herself for all this. He tried to reassure her. Chloe, this isn't your fault, so please don't worry so much. He pulled something out of his coat pocket, a pink kitchen knife. You let me borrow this weapon, remember? So it'll all be okay. But Chloe's tears kept falling. Neither of them said anything for a while. Eventually, she steadied her breathing and whispered, My brother, he's really strong. Gyoma nodded. So are you. But Chloe raised her voice slightly. I used to think I was a genius in the Auditor family, someone who couldn't be matched. But when it comes to weapon mastery, my brother is on another level. He was called the best night technician in the clan when he was only 14. Gyoma blinked. Best night technician. Who the hell came up with that title? He glanced down at the knife in his hand. Then again, this thing's been with me a long time. A pink sashimi knife. No matter how hard I tried to avoid using it, in the end, I had no choice but to make this decision. He recalled something his old teacher once said: you were born to hold a blade for the rest of your life. Even that guy didn't realize, even in a second life, I'd still be holding this same sashimi knife. Just then, a loud announcement rang through the room: now commencing the dimensional duel. Selected students, please enter the arena. Gyoma stood up and turned to leave. Time for me to go, Chloe. Chloe also rose to her feet. Yeah, but a wave of unease and sadness washed over her face. Noticing her expression, Gyoma paused, then turned back. Chloe. She looked up in surprise. He smiled softly. There are all kinds of geniuses in the world. But in the end, I'm still going to be the one who wins. He gave her a small wave and walked out. At the entrance to the arena, Gyoma stepped into the light, immediately shielding his eyes from the glaring sun. The moment he walked in, a wave of cheers erupted all around him. The crowd's voices grew louder and more passionate. We believe in you, Special Cadet. Put all your strength into this fight. We've been waiting for a battle like this for a long time. Gyoma blinked in surprise. The overwhelming energy of the crowd caught him completely off guard. What the hell? This feels like I just walked into a Roman Colosseum. I didn't expect this many people to show up. As he scanned the stands, something suddenly made his stomach drop. Wait, what? Even the top students from the elite class are here? The four pillars, some of the most powerful students in the academy, were seated in the observation deck, watching with sharp eyes. Among them, Abel had clearly recognized him. Don't they have anything better to do? Their presence is just adding unnecessary pressure. Suddenly, the ground seemed to throb as Nox stepped forward from the other side of the arena, his face twisted with fury. Damn you, commoner, he roared. You think this is a joke? Do you really not know the difference between arrogance and courage? How dare you challenge me, with that pathetic excuse of a weapon? Waves of killing intent surged from Nox, crashing toward Gyoma like a dark tide. Gyoma narrowed his eyes, remaining calm. Look at this guy's bloodlust. He's completely lost it. He smirked and quipped, real monsters, don't care what weapon they're using. Veins popped along Nox's temple. You bastard, he hissed. Then he closed his eyes, suppressing his rage, and declared coldly, then I'll start by cutting out that arrogant tongue of yours. I'll slice it clean in half. He drew his weapon's two glimmering blades and pointed them forward. Gyoma's gaze sharpened. So, he's betting everything on those weapons. Rank gear, the Crimson Run blades. And he's using one of the top blessings in existence to hide his presence, the blessing of the Raven. All I can do is sense how overwhelming his bloodlust really is. He looked down at his own weapon, the pink kitchen knife in his hand. An S-rank weapon? Huh. Honestly, this is kind of ridiculous, but I'm not joking around. This is the Daiso Sashimi knife, Chloe's roast knife. It doesn't even have a rank label, just a question mark. Just then, the arena echoed with booming voice, the match begins now. Activating the dimensional zone. May the blessings be with all participants. In an instant, both fighters charged toward each other, the ground cracking beneath their feet. As they clashed, two blessings flared around Gyoma. Blessing of the Unruler activated. Blessing of the Sword God activated. May the God's grace guide your blade. In the stands, one of the students leaned forward, confused. What is that? Did you see it? Another student frowned. I can't see anything. Isn't this supposed to be a low-tier match? Aren't they from the normal class? But that speed, it's insane. Below, only afterimages from the fierce slashes could be seen. The spectators had no hope of following the real battle, it was moving far too fast. Meanwhile, within the arena, the two fighters were already locked in a brutal, high-speed exchange, every blow sharp, calculated, and deadly. Up in the observation deck, Leon leaned forward, intrigued. They're actually fast. This fight might turn out more interesting than I thought. Next to him, Abel silently reassessed her opinion of Gyoma. He looks so fragile. But how is he keeping up in a fight like this? Meanwhile, down in the arena, Gyoma and Nox clashed at blinding speed. Their blades struck again and again, echoing through the air. Each slash from Nox carved deep trenches into the ground, while the shockwaves from his strikes grew increasingly violent. The entire battlefield was beginning to crack under the pressure of their battle. Frustrated by the stalemate, Nox gritted his teeth. Damn this bastard. Let's see how long you can keep dodging. With that, he activated his skill Three-Legged Crow and launched forward in a burst of acceleration, streaking along a trail of razor-sharp chains. Purple sword energy exploded outward, encircling Gyoma from all sides. Nox sneered with confidence. It's over. But at the center of the attack there was nothing. Just a faint afterimage. Gyoma had already slipped away. What? Nox gasped. He dodged that. Back on the observation deck, the students were abuzz with chatter. I can actually follow the fight now. Looks like that second year is totally dominating. Yeah, the other guy's just dodging. That second year is clearly on another level. Exactly, there's no underestimating someone with a whole extra year of experience. But Abel wasn't so quick to agree. Her eyes narrowed as she muttered to herself, no one would notice, unless they were really watching closely. Yes, that second year is aggressive and powerful. But that first year he's avoided every single attack. He hasn't even countered yet. Is he waiting for something? Back in the arena, Nox's confidence had begun to falter. He gritted his teeth. Chloe was right, this guy isn't normal. I even used the Raven's blessing to try and end this, and he slipped through it like nothing. I've been too focused on speed, he's dangerous. I need to hit him with a wide-range attack. But the longer Nox looked at him, the more his frustration boiled over. He's fighting like that, with a damn kitchen knife. Just then, Gyoma casually dropped one of his knives to the ground. Nox blinked. He just threw away his weapon in the middle of the match. What are you doing? He shouted. Gyoma didn't respond. Instead, he gripped the remaining knife with both hands and lowered into a new stance. A deadly, focused silence fell between them. Seeing this, Nox snapped. You arrogant bastard. Is that your idea of mockery? You're just a lowly commoner, how dare you stand like that in front of me? With a furious growl, Nox raised his sword, unleashing a fresh wave of pressure that trembled through the air. I'll end this in one blow with my crimson run blade soaked in your blood. But Gyoma's eyes didn't waver. That's not happening. The spot where Gyoma had stood was now just two fading footprints. Nox froze. A flash of light, brilliant and sharp, cut through the air and passed right by him. Inside his mind, Gyoma's voice echoed, "I just wanted a peaceful life. I didn't want to attract attention, I tried to follow the rules. But this blessing, it feels more like a curse. Like something's trying to control me from the inside, like I'm selling off my own body. And if I can't escape it, if I can't return to my reality, may your blessings be with you. I'll cut through everything." In the next second slice. A clean, decisive strike. Nox's arm dropped to the ground. His eyes widened in utter disbelief. He hit everything. Completely. One move. One clean cut. And with that, Gyoma had severed Nox's arm, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. The two fighters stood motionless. Gyoma lowered his weapon slowly, thoughts swirling. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, I'll still use it. So much for a quiet future. After realizing that his peaceful life was no longer within reach, Gyoma decided to strike again, this time unleashing a series of relentless, precise slashes. Nox, now fully aware that he'd run into a wall of steel, stood frozen in place, helpless, as Gyoma charged straight at him. And then, there was no then. The voice of the host cut through the tension, activating subspace barrier. A dark shroud enveloped the arena, concealing the chaos of dust and debris from the fight. The crowd in the stands tensed, their expressions shifting into ones of disbelief and shock. After all, wasn't the first year supposed to lose? When the barrier lifted and reality returned, the outcome was undeniable. Nox had collapsed behind Gyoma, who calmly sheathed the borrowed knife from Chloe. A faint chime rang out as the blade slid into its scabbard, glowing momentarily with a pale blue light. Rachel and Abel stood frozen, their eyes locked on the first year who had flipped the match on its head with a single, decisive blow. Back with Gyoma. A system alert echoed, "Subspace has ended." As he heard the growing buzz of whispers from the stands above, Gyoma raised a hand to his ear. "What's with this reaction?" he thought. "I guess this means I really can't live a normal life anymore, huh? But in the end, this was the path I chose." After a pause, he glanced down at the knife in his hand. This knife was only ever meant for filleting fish in Chloe's kitchen. And yet, it's the blade I've been using all this time. Using it to cut through people like this, it just feels wrong. His gaze shifted to Nox, who was trembling, barely able to support himself with one arm on the ground. Maybe the only bit of comfort I can find, Gyoma reflected, is that all of this happened within the subspace arena and my opponent was someone like Nox. The Academy's subspace system really is flawless. As for Nox, it was as if he was experiencing true helplessness for the first time. Sweat poured down his face, his body visibly shaking. "My body's here, but where the hell did my soul go?" Watching him, Gyoma couldn't help but acknowledge the truth. Nox really is strong, just like Chloe said. His combat experience, his ruthless, deadly swordsmanship, it's terrifying to go up against someone like that. And above all, his battle instincts are razor sharp. Most of the crowd probably didn't notice, but the moment he drew his sword, he also activated the skill Black Crow Soulguard and bent his blade trajectory into bizarre curves. Even Chloe, with all her speed, would have had trouble reacting to that. Good thing I had the blessing of no control, or else, his thoughts were interrupted by a final announcement: the winner is the first-year student from Wolf class. The scoreboard lit up: winner, first-year Wolf class, Kang Gyoma. Match duration, 26 seconds. Finally, the crowd's expressions shifted completely. That's the special first-year student, isn't it? He actually beat an upperclassman from second year. Kang Gyoma, he's a total monster. Hey, I think he's in my class, Wolf class. Hearing the sudden rush of attention, Gyoma stared blankly ahead. Are they advertising me to the whole world now? But all he could do was close his eyes and sigh. Guess there's no changing things now. This is the path I chose. And the only thing I can do is keep walking it. Back in the stellar class, rumors about Nox's background spread like wildfire. He's from the Auditor family, right? One of the Order bloodlines. So that's why that second-year student was so powerful in yesterday's match. No way, seriously. But someone actually took him down that easily. And just like that, Kang Gyoma's name was on everyone's lips. Meanwhile, Abel sat quietly, her hands resting on her lap, her mind still replaying everything that had happened. So, his name is Kang Gyoma. Golden rays from Yaha's sunset streamed through the windows, casting warm light across the room. Abel's emerald eyes shimmered, thoughtful and distant. No matter where I go, people can't stop talking about yesterday's match, and to be honest, I can't blame them. Even I was stunned by the outcome. She recalled the moment when Nox's arm fell silently to the ground after a crescent-shaped slash so clean, so precise, it was as if it had already been severed long before it landed. The next strike happened so fast, I couldn't even register it. And that sword technique, it wasn't just overwhelming, it was unreal. Just watching it sent shivers down my spine. What's even crazier, those weren't even actual swords. Just ordinary kitchen knives. I've got the same kind of knives sitting on the rack in my dorm kitchen. After what I saw, I feel strangely guilty even thinking about using them. I'm the granddaughter of a sword saint. A swordswoman with pride in my judgment and technique. And yet, that pride wavered today, badly. Looks like I've still got a lot to learn. Then, all of a sudden, a memory resurfaced, something she had said to Gyoma not long ago. I'm curious to see who's strong enough to take me down and steal the #1 spot. I'll make sure to crush that person when the time comes, okay? You just don't look like the type. Her heart sank. The teachings of my family, be strict with the strong, gentle with the weak. But what if I had it backward that day? Then she remembered Siegfried's earlier comment about the mysterious top student. The top student this year? I've got no idea what even is. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine. Don't tell me it's him. It has to be him. Kang Gyoma's the top student. Her face flushed bright red as she clenched her fists, teeth grinding slightly. Ugh, based on everything I've seen his strength, the results, it has to be him. He's stronger than me, no question. I'm honestly kind of pissed. I was ranked second in the entrance exams. There's no way the Holy Realm's ranking system would overlook someone like him. What was he thinking when he looked at me back then? The embarrassment that had built up inside Abel suddenly boiled over into a small, simmering anger. That cold attitude he had toward me, was it because he already knew everything? How the hell did I end up spilling my guts to him the first time I opened up at this academy? And then she burst out, what the hell is going through that guy's head? Startled by Abel's sudden outburst and strangely defiant attitude, Rachel, who'd been napping next to her, jerked awake, her eyes dazed and unfocused. Huh? What's going on? Caught off guard, Abel stammered, sorry, it's nothing, Rachel. Now fully awake, Rachel narrowed her eyes with a teasing glint. Really now? That didn't sound like nothing. Abel. Come on. What's up? Spill. I've just been off my training schedule these past few days, Abel replied, a bit stiffly. I guess my body's feeling a little out of sync. Rachel raised a perfectly arched brow, clearly unconvinced. What is this? That face, you're definitely hiding something. Abel crossed her arms with dramatic flair. I'm not hiding anything. Rachel smirked. Okay. Then let me guess. And so began a quick-fire exchange. Are you hungry? No. Did you forget something? No. Do you need to use the bathroom? No. Oh, you've got a boyfriend, don't you? Abel froze. Not a word came out. Her face turned a bright, telltale red. Rachel's eyes lit up like a cat spotting a cornered mouse. Aha. So it is true, huh? Abel, you are still a girl after all. And here I thought romance wasn't your thing. Abel, cheeks still flushed, scrambled for a response. I told you that's not it, Rachel. Leaning on the table with her chin in her palm, Rachel let out a mischievous giggle. Come on, who is he? He must be very special to steal your heart. Let's see. She turned her head theatrically, scanning the room. Then, with a small nod, she pointed toward a certain someone. Is it Leon? That guy's ridiculously good-looking, I'll give him that. Hearing the mention of a handsome guy, Abel instinctively glanced over. But her cold, unamused expression immediately made Rachel blink in surprise. Wait, why does she look so hostile toward Leon? Then Rachel's grin returned full force. So it's not him. Which means it's gotta be that guy from the match yesterday, right? The dark-haired one. Just as Abel was about to object, her expression betrayed her. She froze again, clearly rattled. Rachel's smile grew smug. Gotcha. Abel's face turned scarlet. In a matter of seconds, Rachel was celebrating. I knew it. Nailed it, hee. Before Abel could react, Rachel jumped up and grabbed her by the arm. Come on, Abel. Let's go. Go where? Rachel was already half dragging her across the room. Where do you think? We're going to the wolf class. Cut to the front of the wolf class classroom, during the break between 6th and 7th period. Rachel flung open the door with dramatic flair, pulling a flustered Abel in behind her. Hi there, wolf class. Sorry to interrupt your break. The lively room instantly fell silent at the unexpected entrance. Whispers spread like wildfire. No way. Isn't that the 2nd and 4th ranked students? That's Abel, right? She's even prettier in person. Abel, shrinking under the attention, whispered nervously, Rachel, maybe we should go. But Rachel was far too energized to back down. Are you kidding? I just found something really interesting. She marched straight to the front of the room, eyes scanning, before stopping in the center like she owned the place. We're looking for a certain dark-haired boy from yesterday's match, she declared. All right, dark-haired guy, where are you? Just after Rachel made her bold announcement, a green-haired student stood up, looking a bit flustered. Hey, isn't standing on someone's desk a little too much? Rachel flashed an innocent, cutesy smile. Oops, I was just born like this, no big deal. The poor guy instantly turned beet red. Why yes, of course. Watching the exchange, Abel sighed and palmed her forehead, glancing over with helpless eyes. Seriously? Just then, Rachel's eyes sparkled as she spotted something. 3rd row, by the window. There he was, head buried in his arms on the desk. And seated next to him was a red-haired girl watching quietly. Is she his girlfriend? Rachel's eyes glinted with mischief. Then she smiled and straightened her posture. Doesn't matter. Actually, that makes this even better. With that, Rachel loosened her tie, and began walking slowly toward Kangioma, a sly smile playing on her lips. Now this is getting fun. Across the room, Chloe still had a gentle smile on her face as she looked at Gioma. But then her smile faltered, as if she sensed something ominous approaching. Rachel leaned in toward Gioma, blowing a soft kiss his way. Chloe froze. And so did Abel and Chloe again. Then Rachel casually hopped onto Gioma's desk and gave him a dazzling smile. Oh, sorry about that, Gioma. Sensing something strange, Gioma suddenly lifted his head, still groggy, as if waking from a nap. His eyes were glazed over, and there was even a bit of drool at the corner of his mouth. And right in front of him, Rachel. Or more precisely, Rachel's very curvy figure. Ah, so you're awake, she chirped. Your name's Gioma, right? I didn't realize something back when I saw you in the arena yesterday. Gioma, still half asleep, stared blankly. His mind flooded with confusion. Wait, Rachel. Why is she here? She pointed a finger at him playfully, and said something that completely threw him off. Now that I'm really looking, you're actually kind of cute, you little mystery student. But then, a strange sensation crept up her spine. Her expression shifted slightly as a primal instinct kicked in. What is this feeling? Danger. My instincts are telling me to get out of here fast. A calm, almost icy voice cut through the air. Excuse me, but who exactly are you? Rachel turned her head and locked eyes with Chloe, who was now staring at her with pure, razor-sharp intent. Chloe suddenly grabbed Rachel's arm and asked sharply, Hey, who exactly are you? Caught off guard and a bit surprised by the sudden move, Rachel smiled and effortlessly flicked Chloe's hand away. Outside, Gioma was watching the scene, his eyes widening with worry. Is this what my instincts meant by danger? He wondered. Her expression suddenly shifted again. Wait, what's that? She's holding a letter opener. A growing unease spread across Guillaume's face as he grit his teeth. If a fight breaks out in this classroom, this will be a whole new kind of situation I've never seen before in this game. How could things change so fast? Seeing her friend act so rashly, Abel stepped forward and tried to pull Rachel away, raising her voice. Rachel, what are you doing in someone else's classroom? This is dangerous, don't you get it? Rachel gave Abel a teasing look and replied smoothly. Yes, Miss Abel. I'm just saying hello. Just saying hello. What's so wrong about that? At that moment an idea struck Rachel. She stepped forward and gently ruffled Chloe's hair. Both girls seemed to lose some of their initial composure. Rachel said with a sly smile, Hey kid, you know it's rude to interrupt grown-up conversations. And little kids really shouldn't be playing with knives, that's dangerous. Okay? All right. Rachel's blunt words and actions pushed Chloe over the edge. Chloe drew out the letter opener, extending it with a flick, her eyes cold and unblinking, as Rachel turned away with a casual indifference. "So, shall we continue our conversation from before?" Chloe said calmly. Suddenly, Chloe swung the letter opener sharply forward. The blade gleamed as it lunged straight toward Rachel. Joma and Abel's eyes went wide in shock. Rachel felt something behind her and spun around just in time. A splash of red flew through the air. But it wasn't blood, it was a spilled box of tomato juice someone had accidentally knocked over on the desk. One of them groaned, "Hey, it's spilled. If you open it, be more careful." The other replied quickly, "But if I opened it slowly, you wouldn't even notice me." Annoying, huh? Back to the heated confrontation, Rachel grabbed Chloe's wrist, stopping the attack. She smirked and teased, "Wow. I thought you were just a little weakling with a tiny frame. Didn't expect you to be this fast. You really are just a kid, huh?" Then Rachel squeezed Chloe's wrist tighter. Abel, losing patience, shouted sharply, "Rachel, stop it right now." Hearing this, Rachel lost interest and flicked Chloe off her arm, sending her flying backward. Chloe gasped, but flipped through the air and landed gracefully on her feet. The other students gasped in awe. Joma, meanwhile, stayed indifferent, his gaze fixed on Rachel as he silently judged her. The Demura family is famous for close combat using spears, direct descendants of the legendary spear saint with terrifying power. I remember their motto well. Against absolute power, all techniques are useless. Rachel Demura, granddaughter of the spear saint, ranked 4th in the elite class. She smiled slyly again and teased, "Is this girl your girlfriend?" Guillaume's expression didn't change as he bluntly said one word. "No." Standing not far off, Chloe gave him a cold, piercing glare that made Guillaume uneasy. "That's some serious killing intent. Don't look at me like that," he thought. Turning back to Rachel, he added, "She's a friend of mine." And silently to himself, "That's probably the best answer I can give right now." After hearing him, Rachel crossed her arms and stayed silent for a while. Everyone else remained quiet too. Gioma thought to himself, what's really going on here? I can't figure out what she's trying to do by coming here. What's actually going to happen? Then his gaze fixed on the strange expression and presence of Abel today. Wait, why is Abel here too? I only just realized she's here. I must have been distracted since Rachel got so close to me. Getting more serious, Gioma looked at Rachel and asked, "Did you two come here looking for me? Is there something you want?" Rachel replied without hesitation, "I heard Abel likes you, so I had to come see for myself what the person Abel likes is really like." At Rachel's blunt confession, Abel blushed deeply, waving her hands nervously, stammering, I never said that, okay?" Seeing Abel's flustered face, Rachel smirked. "Isn't that why we're here today?" Feeling cornered, Abel quickly responded, "No, you're the one who dragged me here. You forced me to come along." Rachel shrugged. "I thought Abel followed me because she wanted to." Abel began to lose her temper. That's not their exchange caught the attention of the whole class. The atmosphere grew tense and chatter started up. "Did you hear that? They just fought. Abel was pretty loud earlier, wasn't she? What's going on here, anyway?" Feeling embarrassed and awkward, Abel crossed her arms and glanced away. "No, I think there's been some misunderstanding. I didn't say we came here," Gioma thought to himself. "If that's the case, then why don't you just leave?" After a moment, seeing no one making any moves to leave or resolve things, Gioma decided to speak up. "If there's nothing important, maybe everyone should just go back now." Rachel almost spat out a curse at his cold dismissal, while Abel was visibly shocked. Just when it seemed like they would leave, Rachel suddenly leaned in close to Gioma and teased, nudging him with her elbow. "I'm a little surprised. You really are an interesting kid, and also kind of cute, you know? I really like someone like you." Annoyed, Gioma looked straight ahead and said, "Let me just say this, I'm not funny." He thought to himself, "I don't want to get involved with anyone else. School life is already complicated enough. I don't need more trouble." Before he could finish his thought, Rachel moved even closer, grabbed one of his hands, pressed her chest against him, and said with a teasing tone, "Don't be like that. Or how about this after class? Come to my room and watch a movie with me. How about that?" Gamoma broke out in a cold sweat all over. Meanwhile, Chloe, feeling like she was about to lose the new guy she just met, snapped awake in frustration and shouted angrily, "Stay away from Gyoma-kun right now." Rachel took note of the nickname and laughed out loud. "Gyoma-kun, huh? What the heck?" She actually said Gyoma-kun. She burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha. Hey Abel, did you hear that? She called him Gyoma-kun. Gyoma-kun's so cute, right?" Meanwhile, Gyoma could only sigh helplessly, thinking, whose kid is this? With her friend getting increasingly out of hand, Abel suddenly unleashed a fierce aura around herself and called out, "Rachel." Caught off guard, Rachel turned with a surprised look. That's terrifying. Knowing her friend's somewhat prickly temper, Rachel stood up, ready to leave, but still tried to say to the main guy, "Oh, this is so embarrassing. I'm really glad I got to meet you today, Gyoma-kun, haha. Well then, see you later." Gyoma quickly shot back, "Don't come again." Despite his cold expression, Rachel stayed where she was and added, "Ha, you're seriously such a cold person." To calm things down, Abel decided to drag Rachel outside. After a short walk, Rachel tried to turn back and waved cheerfully at Gyoma, "See you later." Seeing this unwelcome situation and realizing someone else had stepped in, Chloe shot a hostile glare at the two. "Rachel dares to come and ruin my fun today." Gyoma returned her glare with one just as fierce but thought, "Yeah, seriously, just get out already." Then he buried his face in his hands, which surprised Chloe. She looked at him again, puzzled. "Huh? What's wrong?" Inevitable things happened. Abel glanced back at Gyoma with a serious look, as if wondering, "Why are you rejecting me like that?" Then she turned slowly and walked toward the door. Chloe ran over to Gyoma, who was still resting his head on the desk, sensing unfamiliar eyes watching him. Later in the hallway near where the tin class was moving, Rachel and Abel arrived. Abel followed behind, looking upset. Rachel walked ahead, lost in thought. "I didn't expect any of this. I didn't realize he could be that scary. I know he's a bit cold, but behind those deep black eyes is an overwhelming aura that dominates anyone who faces him. But why does my neck feel like it's on the chopping block? How can he be that frightening? His level is totally on a different scale from the others. Since coming to this school, my goal was just to bother him a little. But maybe I've realized something important. My Holy Spear family has a tradition of marrying outstanding warriors through generations. So, from a certain perspective, he's an ideal candidate." "Wait, what? No, our guy's done for." Rachel glanced back at Abel with a slight smile, silently judging him. Now I understand why an undefeated queen would like him so much. She then ran ahead and stopped in front of Abel. "Hey Abel, sorry about all that." Abel sighed helplessly, rubbing her forehead. "If you really want to apologize for the chaos earlier, you should say it to the Lang class students, not me." But Rachel said something unexpected. "No, it's not about that." Abel blinked, even more surprised. "What?" Rachel crossed her arms and declared firmly, "About Kang Gyoma, I'm definitely going to get him." Abel now had a new threat to deal with, Rachel herself. Moving to another place, where wheels were rolling continuously. It turned out Knox had awakened from his coma after being beaten down by the main guy. Dragging along a nutrition bar, he ran in one direction, thinking to himself, "I absolutely must kill him. I've never lost a fight in my entire life. I am the genius of the Auditor family. So, would the outcome be different if we fought at night? Should I go and kill him tonight?" But then he broke out in a cold sweat, remembering the deadly gaze of the main guy. After walking a short distance, Knox shoved aside another person who was injured in the leg. "Move out of my way. I will lead the entire Auditor family. With all that power I can defeat him." He strode forward fiercely. "I must kill him and bring Chloe back. Chloe's potential is huge, she might be equal to me. No, maybe even stronger. Himph. I'll carry out the plan right now, with the order and power of the family and the one known as the master of nighttime tactics." "Wait, is this back to the room already?" As he opened the door, his thoughts continued, "I will definitely succeed. One thing I'm sure of is," but then he froze, as if he saw something terrifying. Someone was inside the room, biting into an apple. The main guy appeared in the room and said simply, "Yes, that's me." Time seemed to slow down. In the classroom, Chloe appeared, clearly feeling frustrated. Though she had calmed down a bit, her face was still gloomy, like the sky before a storm. It was probably because Rachel had gotten close and talked to the main guy earlier. Jioma glanced over, quietly judging in his mind. She looks kind of sad and annoyed, huh? But how did she manage to pull out a knife like that? I can't even say that to her directly, otherwise I might just become her next target. Lost in thought, Jioma noticed Chloe nervously biting her nails. Does she like that kind of thing? Jioma likes that. Before he could think further, a voice startled Chloe awake. Chloe recognized the voice calling her Jioma. She smiled brightly and replied, "Oh, Jioma. What's up?" Seeing Chloe's sudden 360-degree change in expression and mood, Jioma broke into a sweat, thinking, maybe you should put that knife down first? Huh? Knowing the dangerous yandere vibe she gave off, he grabbed one of her ears and asked, "Chloe, what about Nox? How is he doing?" Chloe was surprised at the question but quickly composed herself, returning to her usual calm. Right now, he's receiving treatment at the Academy's hospital. Noticing Chloe's displeased expression, Jioma stood silently, pondering. It seems like just hearing Nox's name put her in a bad mood. They don't have any grudge against each other, do they? What a strange family. He pressed on. Why did he have to be hospitalized? Aren't those who fight in the subspace supposed to not have physical injuries? Knowing he was the cause of the fight and its aftermath, Chloe glanced sideways and slowly continued, "Actually, I haven't visited him yet, so I don't really know what happened. He doesn't have any physical wounds, but I heard he was taken to the hospital immediately afterward." Chloe smiled and added, "So, I think he'll be fine." "Jioma, you don't need to worry about this." At those words, Jioma frowned and thought to himself, even though I chopped him repeatedly, there's no way a few slashes like that caused him mental wounds serious enough to put him in the hospital, right? Wait, could he be setting a trap? Maybe he's pretending to be hospitalized so I'll let my guard down and then sneakily attack me at night. That's definitely possible. Then Jioma reached out and ruffled Chloe's hair, making her blush. "Hey Chloe. Do you know Nox's room number?" He thought quietly to himself. One way to reduce a yandere's influence and get close is by gently touching their head. Surprised by Jioma's gesture, Chloe said, "Ah." Cutting to reality, Chloe's expression was a mix of surprise and panic. Nox, upon seeing Jioma appear in his room, widened his eyes in shock and stammered, "No, you." Meanwhile, Jioma's cold gaze cut through the room. He's changed his personality from all those electric shocks. Then, chewing on a piece of apple, Jioma asked Nox, "Mind if I eat this?" Fear overwhelmed Nox. Unable to predict what would happen next, Nox thought, hasn't he already been eating this for a while? Gomama sat down, noticing Nox remained silent and still. He spoke again. "The Auditor family is really rich, huh? A VIP room, and a private one at that." Confused by Jioma's cryptic remark, and why he was suddenly in his room, Nox bluntly asked, "How did you?" Before Nox could finish, he panicked when Jioma reached for a knife on the table. Fear and worry flooded him. He'd just been beaten. And now he might get attacked again. A rush of thoughts ran through his head. "Hey, this is my sick room. Is he really planning to finish me off here?" His panic grew when Jioma gripped the knife tightly and the blade gleamed, sending shockwaves through Nox's spirit. Just as Nox braced for another beating, Jioma used the knife to peel the apple so skillfully it nearly scared Nox to death. Nox thought, wow. This guy is like a chef with years of experience. Peeling an apple as easily as peeling an orange, every cut precise. The more skillful the peeling, the more Nox's mind desperately wanted to calm down. How is he so good at peeling like that? He guessed it took less than 30 seconds. Jioma placed the freshly peeled apple on the plate on the table, stood up, and quickly left his seat. As he walked past Nox, he showed a hint of concern with a few words. "If you can't eat normal food, at least eat some fruit." With that awkward and misplaced care, Nox was stunned. 1 minute of shock, 3 seconds to decide. Driven by his assassin instincts, Nox secretly hid a knife in one hand and thought, "That bastard, are you pitying me? Right now I could kill you instantly." The wind shifted constantly. Jioma paused at the door, then stopped dead in his tracks. Nox peeked his head out, barely breathing, when Jioma spoke, "And if you have any intention or plan to take revenge on me, I will personally wipe out the entire Auditor family." Hearing this heavy threat, Nox's eyes went wide with disbelief. After saying this, Jioma left. The hospital room door slammed shut behind him. The slight shockwave from the door caused the apple Jioma had peeled to shimmer with faint red streaks. Nox witnessed the horrifying sight and collapsed onto the floor, the IV drip falling over to the side. The round apple Gioma had peeled lay on the table, evenly sliced into 8 pieces. After finishing what he needed to do, Gioma headed toward the dormitory, walking thoughtfully with his hands in his pockets. His thoughts matched his steps. With what I just did, and Nox's grim expression, his spirit must have been deeply shaken. That's why I left that warning to prevent further consequences. In that sense I succeeded. After a few steps he froze, looking scared. Honestly, I'm still wary of the Auditor assassin family. They're the only clan specializing in assassination. My blessing of pain immunity lasts only 30 seconds. I can't fight all the Auditor members in such a short time. Haha, that's impossible. But then he looked up and continued, of course in that time, I could take down about 10 of them. But that's just a theory. Worst case scenario, the best thing to do now is to minimize damage and casualties. The moonlight guided him forward. Nox's expression earlier was that of someone stripped of will and faith, someone who might never recover. It was a deeply unsettling feeling. I'm the one who destroyed a genius. It seemed like his actions affected many people. This moonlight was beautiful, but only on nights that hadn't happened yet. Up to now he had provoked a fight with Nox, which led to the unpleasant confrontation between Rachel and Chloe. Abel's face showed shock and disbelief, powerless against Nox's overwhelming superiority. Have I started to get used to this? He thought. He voiced his conclusion, I don't think I can control myself anymore. Now, I don't need to care about Nox's matters. The real problem here is a female character I want to avoid most, Rachel. Man, I really don't want to get caught up in this kind of trouble. In the game she's always close to the main guy, but she's the last female lead he conquers even after the first female lead, Abel. This was a big, long-term problem he needed to find a way to solve. Alright, I'll think about that later. Right now, I need to prepare well for the upcoming midterms. After speaking, he took a white iPhone out of his pocket, the shape clearly an iPhone. He opened the screen and held it before his eyes, thoughts and calculations running through his mind. This first prize is really good, so I have to focus more on studying. I need to prepare well for the upcoming midterm exams. Also, I need to buy a new weapon to fight longer than 30 seconds granted by the blessing. This is the decisive test, no matter the class. The exam schedule runs from the 26th to the 30th of this month. The test involves forming a 5-person team to battle magical monsters. Although individual skills matter, teamwork is even more important. People say fighting in groups can cause unnecessary conflicts, but if you have the right teammates, even if they're only level 1, higher level teammates can help overcome all challenges. The main goal of team formation is to raise the collective progress. As long as you keep pace, every role is needed. The monsters in this test are D-rank monsters, fishmen, half-human, half-fish creatures. Simply put, they're fish with limbs that walk. Definitely ugly creatures in this game, but now I have to face and witness them firsthand. Though I've spent my life fishing, now I have to fight fish that can walk. Just thinking about it is no fun. If the opponent were a mermaid, at least my eyes could be relieved of some pressure, right? Then he muttered unintentionally, but I don't want a bloody nose during battle. He walked forward, sat down on a nearby chair, and continued his thoughts. But wait, aren't mermaids demon-level monsters? Their main power is demonic. Compared to that strong demon, these magical beasts are nothing but small fry. That's the lucky part. The test's goal is to defeat the fishmen. I don't have to face demons. Lost in thought, he said aloud, it's been a month since I stepped into this academy. Why is this place really so quiet? He looked up and comforted himself. Quiet, right? The history of humanity in this world is a history of wars. It's been 700 years since humans and demons made a truce. Yet this world still has major and minor conflicts between the two sides. One notable event was the Savage Demon 8 Demons, commander of the 6th Legion under the Demon King, who crossed the ceasefire line half a century ago. The Savage Demon 8 Demons single-handedly attacked humanity with the ridiculous reason of resurrecting the commander of the 1st Legion, Lycan, who was sealed away by the hero of that time, Balor Joaquin. With a single punch, he broke the chains binding both sides, and unleashed a great war. To counter Savage Demon 8 Demons, humanity gathered the 7-star heroes, the strongest warriors then, to resist the assault. After a week of relentless fighting, the 7-star heroes won. But at a huge cost, 3 of the 7 died, leaving only the Sword Emperor, the Sage, the Holy Spear, and the Absolute Palace. After the sudden strike, luckily both sides no longer wanted to continue fighting. One side blamed the 8 demons for recklessness, the other chose silence, so the situation calmed down. When I was still in the old world, reading this part, I wasn't satisfied, meaning humanity won, but only after so much effort to defeat the commander of the 6th Legion, the weakest among commanders. Thanks to that, peace has lasted until now. Back to reality. Gyoma sighed deeply, staring into the endless void. This peace is not easy. They paid a heavy price for it. Thinking of this, I admire Baller Joaquin even more, the hero who alone sealed the commander of the 1st Legion. Wasn't he still human? More importantly, in 3 years there will be a war against the entire demon tribe, including the Demon King, who is stronger than all. He scrolled his phone. The next 3 years, 2037. I still have 3 years. Thinking about it now won't change anything. Best to focus on the midterms right in front of me. What a troublesome issue. But first, I need to find a quality team. People from the hero clans won't let me join their teams. The messages on his phone were just a few familiar lines. Have I been living too peacefully lately? Just a few basic lines. I don't have any friends in my chats. Wait, now thinking carefully, aren't I a relatively famous new student at this academy? If I use that well, maybe I can form a suitable team. Alright then, living peacefully for 3 years is far-fetched anyway. He smiled and began searching for information. I will find a good team and aim for a perfect score in this first exam. I'll move from comfortable safety to safe but challenging. Alright, time to change the plan. 1 week later in Gyoma's classroom, what the heck? Was the expression clearly written on Gyoma's face. Everyone was taking the first step in forming their teams, finding teammates. Meanwhile, Gyoma drifted through the crowd, unnoticed by anyone. In disbelief, thoughts raced through his mind. No way. This isn't a joke, right? Nobody's inviting me to join a group? Did I overestimate my own value? Is it because I was so ruthless with Nox in 2nd year, killing him in 1 hit? Maybe I was too merciless, and that's why people avoid me instead of admiring me. My current personality just can't handle this. Looks like everyone's afraid of me now. Then his gaze shifted to the side, noticing Chloe sitting alone. Chloe hasn't gotten any invitations either? He's just like me, probably because of his conflict with Rachel earlier. After that incident, people's opinions of her changed. Of course, no one wants to be friends with a hot-headed girl who pulls knives and threatens others. But since I'm involved, I'm worried about Chloe too. So he approached her and called out, "Chloe." Looking up at Gyoma, she replied, "Gyoma," he asked, "nobody's invited you to join their team yet?" Chloe nodded. "Ah, no one at all." Seeing this, Gyoma asked, "Are you okay? I used to be shunned, but didn't you already have some friends?" Chloe smiled, "Oh, I'm fine. As long as I have you, that's enough." Seeing her cheerful expression, Gyoma continued, "Then let's form a team together. We've got 2 people so far, we need 3 more. How does that sound?" Without hesitation, Chloe smiled brightly, "Sure, that sounds perfect." Gamama thought to himself, Chloe really is a reliable teammate. If she's in the group, I don't have to do everything myself. I can take out everyone in 30 seconds. But the test requires killing as many fishmen as possible. No matter how hard I try, I can't beat that 30-second limit right now. While standing lost in thought, Chloe smiled and said, "I can't wait any longer." Seeing that, Gyoma thought, she looks pretty happy, huh? As the two were about to take the next step, a loud voice echoed across the room, "Gyoma-kun." Startled, it was Rachel rushing over. "I came to visit you," she said. Episode 2 of Scary Yandere began. Trying to stay calm, Gyoma put his hands in his pockets and said, "Why are you here, Rachel?" Her expression turned pouty. I just want to hang out with you." Meanwhile, Chloe switched to dangerous mode, gripping her usual paper knife tightly. Something big was about to happen, something very serious. "I'm busy and don't have time for you." Rachel's eyes welled up with tears. "Gyoma, please don't be so cold." Sensing the tension, Gyoma waved his hand dismissively. "Please, don't call me Gyoma-kun anymore, okay?" Rachel instantly snapped back to normal, stretching, "Oh, whatever. I didn't hear that." Then she suddenly laid her head down on Gyoma's desk. catching him completely off guard. Indifferent and unbothered, Guillaume stayed quiet. Rachel raised her face and asked, "Hey Guillaume-kun, have you found a team for the test yet?" Guillaume thought silently, does she even hear what I just said? But still, he answered, "Not yet." Hearing this, Rachel brightened up, "Oh great. Then come join my team." Caught off guard by Rachel's invitation to join her squad, Guillaume was surprised. Rachel pressed on, "What do you say? Why don't we join the same team? Come join us." She then reached out and grabbed Guillaume's arm. Annoyed by the gesture and words, Guillaume brushed her hand away and asked, "Why me? If not me, aren't there plenty of others who'd want to join your team?" Knowing Guillaume didn't like her, Rachel leaned on the desk and explained, "Because no one else is as fun as you. That's why I thought it'd be interesting to have you on my team." Her words left Guillaume speechless. After a moment to calm down and gather himself, Guillaume said, "I already promised to form a squad with Chloe." Chloe, sitting nearby, looked surprised as if she had already expected all this. Rachel raised 2 fingers and smiled smugly, "No problem. What a coincidence. Our team just needs 2 more people." Seeing Rachel's excited anticipation, Guillaume stared at her, thought swirling, if this keeps going like this, it's not just the prize at stake, but my grades too. I don't really like Rachel's personality, but people have learned, hate the sin, not the sinner. Plus, the person standing in front of me is one of the Academy's 4 heavenly kings. Do I really have no other choice? He glanced at Chloe's expression. Chloe's watching the conversation closely, but she looked worried. Is Guillaume going to leave me? After pondering some strategic moves from the 36 stratagems, Guillaume finally decided and told Rachel, "All right then, I'll trouble you." Rachel smiled, took out her phone and said, "Great, it's settled then. You can't change your mind now." After thinking it over carefully, Guillaume noticed Rachel texting someone and felt suspicious. Nervously sweating, afraid something bad was coming, he asked immediately, "By the way, who's the team leader?" Rachel answered, "Oh, our team leader? That's Leon van Reinhardt. You know him, right? He's pretty famous too." And just like that, Guillaume's worst fears came true. He froze, stunned. What the heck is this? Did I just step into a hornet's nest? Who am I? Where am I? Once Rachel confirmed that Guillaume was on the team, she left, leaving a trembling Guillaume behind. A scowl appeared on his forehead. Who did I offend in my past life? I'm a model citizen. In my past life, I only fished for 30 years straight, and I swear I didn't commit any major or minor crimes, seriously. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't imagine ending up in a situation like this. Somehow he was unintentionally tangled up with these girls, who were the main characters of this game, and even more, they were heroes. Could this be fate trying to connect him with the main characters? His current reputation among everyone was somewhat impressive. Well, yeah, things look good when they look at me. But wait, did I just hear that name right? Leon van Reinhardt. If it's that Leon van Reinhardt, then everything is completely different. A dazzling figure who could blind me just by looking. What am I supposed to do now? This was the choice I just made. Knowing is one thing, accepting is another. I can no longer control this situation. Trouble is about to hit me head on. After hearing Rachel mention the name he wanted to avoid, Guillaume silently calculated, I'm definitely leaving the team. But before he could do anything, Rachel had already left quickly. She was forcing him into the same squad as that guy. Anger welled up inside him. I have to fight. I must struggle to stay away from him. Yeah, this was the first time he ever had the urge to slash a woman. In the heat of his anger, Chloe, wearing a Yandra-like expression, approached him, tilting her head and asking, "Hey, Kang Guillaume, are you okay?" Old troubles hadn't faded before new ones arrived. Guillaume froze, his anger instantly replaced by a complete 359-degree shift in expression. Chloe smiled and continued, "Guillaume, why do you still look like this even after Rachel left?" Her words made Guillaume fall into thought. After a moment, he replied, "I'm just worried about having to be on the same team with another member." This surprised Chloe a little, but she smiled again. "You're Kang Guillaume. No one can defeat you. I'm sure those girls aren't a match for you, I guarantee it." Encouraged by her enthusiastic words, Guillaume glanced at Chloe and added, "Ah, thanks." Then he silently scolded himself, "I've been rude. I invited Chloe to join the team, but now I want to back out. I need to be more optimistic. Looking back at the team lineup, it was truly a divine squad. Chloe was an assassin from the Auditor clan. Rachel was the heir to the Holy Spear. Rachel's friends were from the Star and Wolf classes, and Leon was the main protagonist of this game. Overall, he had the advantage. He needed to keep thinking positively. While everyone struggled to find a team, he had accidentally joined one of the strongest. Pushing negative thoughts aside, he turned to Chloe and asked, "Chloe, what time is our first team meeting this afternoon?" Chloe smiled brightly and replied, "You mean about that annoying blonde girl's words before she left? She said we'll meet at 6 p.m. at the cafe in the main building." Hearing this, Joma thought to himself, "Wait, so Rachel is already the blonde girl to her. It's about time, huh? Though there were only 2 hours left, let's head out now." "Sounds good." Chloe smiled at his words, happy to have 2 more hours to spend together. Cut to some cafe. A green drink was placed on the table. It was Chloe, who just took a sip and looked relaxed. "Ah, this is really delicious." The drink Chloe had was an avocado smoothie. Joma stared blankly at her joyful face. He picked up his own drink, silently evaluating it, spending 50,000 won on this green drink. The prices in this school are really skyrocketing. "Wait, what's this expression?" Goma exclaimed. "This drink is truly," seeing his strange expression, Chloe sitting beside him with her drink, teased, "Yeah, that's right." Trying to regain his composure, Joma thought, "Must keep my pride, keep my pride." Espresso flavor of the mature. This was the only drink costing about 10,000 won, so he decided to buy it. But it was unexpectedly bitter. Especially since this place didn't accept teacher cards, it meant he could come more often now. Just then his phone on the table vibrated. The time was 6:05 p.m. His phone. The wallpaper on it made Chloe look like a yandere for a whole month straight. He picked up the phone and checked the message. The sender was Rachel Kangyoma. "Where are you? Why can't I see you?" Joma replied, "You're already 5 minutes late. Can you hurry up?" Rachel responded, "Ah, sorry. I was late because I had to gather everyone here first." He sent her the cafe address. Rachel, seemingly spotting him, texted back, "Ah, found you. All right, all right." The door opened. Rachel led the way, holding a cup of drink. "Oh, Juma and Chloe, sorry we're late." Behind her came Leon, the handsome lead of the story, and a mysterious shadowy figure. Rachel spoke first. "You guys must have been waiting a long time, right?" Gyoma's eyes immediately fixed on Leon, but then he suddenly noticed the other member of the group, a student with bright orange hair, adjusting his shoulder. He glanced to the side, thinking, "A big bear?" Surprise had just arrived. Leon stepped forward, extending his hand and said, "Nice to meet you." "Surprised, huh?" In response, Joma shook his hand and said, "I'm Kangyoma." Getting straight to business, Leon continued, "I watched your match in the subspace earlier. Really impressive. It's reassuring and boosts my confidence to have you in the team, Gyoma." Meanwhile, Gyoma thought to himself, "This tone and attitude, this is what a true protagonist should be like." After a brief chat, everyone moved toward the table and sat down. Leon, as the team leader, started, "All right then, let's introduce ourselves first, shall we?" Rachel eagerly agreed. Without wasting time, Leon introduced himself first. "I'll go first. I'm Leon Van Reinhardt from the Star class, and I'm the leader of this team. I'm not perfect and might have some flaws, but I hope we'll do well in this first exam." Gomam was surprised by Leon's radiant expression, which sharply contrasted with his own bewildered look. "Damn it, what's with that expression? It's so unfair." Seeing the stark contrast between the two, Rachel covered her mouth and giggled, "Everyone already knows me, so I won't introduce myself." Then she nudged the orange-haired guy next to her, who frowned. "It's your turn to introduce yourself," Rachel said. The orange-haired student crossed his arms and gave a brief intro. "I'm a Star class student, speed weapon. I like heroes." There was also the word hero engraved on his neck. Gyuma heard this and gave a half-hearted glance. "Is that it? Why so brief? Shouldn't he explain his name?" But the guy remained silent, much like the heroes in this game, those who break the usual stereotypes. Once introductions on that side were done, Chloe went next. "Hello, I'm Chloe Auditor from the Wolf class. I'm in the squad with Kang Gyoma." Aiming to tease, Rachel put her finger to her lips and teased, Kang Jioma ma 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 ma. Chloe frowned but quickly composed herself, I'm joining as a team member. Nice to meet you all. And so, the three of them wore three very different expressions. Seeing the situation, Jioma introduced himself. I'm Kang Jioma, from the wolf class like Chloe. After everyone had introduced themselves, Leon reached into his nearby pocket and said, in this case Jioma thought, this is really awkward. Leon pulled out a laptop projecting a map. Everyone focused on it. Leon explained. This morning, or rather, at lunch the class instructor gave the team leaders some information. What you see here is the Scopuli archipelago, where our upcoming exam will take place. It covers an area of 163.68 square kilometers. Once everyone is ready and confirmed, we will be teleported there through a subspace gate. The gate is virtual, but the island is real. So you need to be careful, injuries and even death can happen during this test. He zoomed in. The highlighted area is the northeast coast. Including us, there will be exactly 3 teams hunting the fish demons here. The goal, and the key to this test, is which team can defeat the most fish demons. This exam tests your limits as well as your highest level of teamwork. That's all the information I have so far. Leon turned to everyone and asked, any questions? As soon as he finished, Speed Weapon raised his hand and asked, since this is a familiar fish demon island, there's a high chance that mermaid demons will appear. Is there any greater danger we should be aware of? Leon seemed to have expected this question and answered calmly. The instructor has thoroughly surveyed the area, so it's safe. Speed replied. Oh, is that so? Chloe spoke up, sorry. But is there a chance of sudden attacks due to conflicts between the teams in the same area? Noticing the concern, Leon explained, the main focus of the test is hunting fish demons, so internal disputes between teams are strictly forbidden. Any conflict will lead to immediate disqualification. Understand? Chloe nodded. Jioma glanced sideways and thought. That's the caution you'd expect from someone of an assassin clan. If there is any dispute, she'd probably handle everything in the blink of an eye. The discussion continued. All right, that wraps up our first meeting. We still have a week before the exam officially starts, so there will be more meetings. Ah, finally done. Hey, Speed, grab that, hurry up. Hey, don't pull my sleeve, you'll stretch it out. Leon put his laptop away in his bag. Jioma sat across from him, observing Leon and thinking, somehow I'm stuck on the same boat with this guy. This is awkward. I need to get out of here quickly. He stood up. Suddenly surprised by Leon's question, Jioma looked at him suspiciously. Leon asked, Kang Jioma, where are you from? Leon's sudden question caught Jioma off guard. He looked genuinely surprised, while Leon sat quietly, waiting for an answer. Jioma remained silent. After a moment, something clicked in his mind. What is this? Why does this question feel so familiar? Like someone asked me something like this before. But this time it feels different. Where are you from? Is that all he wants to know? While Jioma wrestled with the question, Leon's gaze sharpened. His eyes narrowed. And an unsettling, dangerous aura began to emanate from him. The silence between them deepened. Sweat began to bead on Gioma's forehead. I still don't get what he's really asking. There's something behind that question, right? If he only wanted to know where I'm from, wouldn't he have asked back when I introduced myself? Why now when everyone else is gone? There must be a reason. No way. He stood there frozen in place. Sensing Gioma's hesitation and discomfort, Leon finally broke the silence. Sorry if the question sounded strange, he said with a smile. You're like me, huh? Just standing there in deep thought when someone asks something. Like him. That phrase echoed in Gioma's mind. At that moment, all sorts of thoughts came rushing in. Korean was the default language in this game, but that didn't mean everyone here was Korean. Everyone already knew Gioma was Korean, but Leon was different. He looked like a Western guy, with blonde hair and blue eyes. Just as Gioma continued to overthink without saying a word, Leon added casually, forget I asked. Let's just say it didn't happen. With that, he stood up, turned toward the door, and began walking away. I'll head out first, he said. Gioma stood there in confusion, watching Leon leave. Just when it seemed like that was the end of it, he quickly stepped forward and tapped Leon on the shoulder. Hey Leon. Where are you from? That question came from a sudden wave of unease. I need to ask. If I let him leave now, this is going to keep eating at me all night. I can't stop thinking about it. He was certain now he had to know. Leon glanced back at him. The awkward tension still hung in the air, but there was something else beneath it now. He placed a hand gently on Guillaume's arm, and, with a smile, replied, "I'm from Germany." Guillaume froze, a mental question mark flashing across his mind. After answering, Leon released his grip and walked away, disappearing into the distance beyond the cafe. Left behind with a whirl of emotions, Guillaume stared after him, thinking, what's up with that guy? Later, back in the dorm, Guillaume sat at his desk, hand hovering above a spoon, still deep in thought. What was that all about? Was it all just in my head? At that moment I really thought that he came from another world too. He crossed his arms, frowning. But thinking about this whole reincarnation into a game thing, there's no reason it would only apply to me. In fact, it makes more sense if the game's protagonist got Scotty, rather than an NPC like me. After a moment his eyes fell to the knife on the desk. He muttered, since I activated the twin blessings Void Sovereign and Sword God, all my senses have gotten sharper than ever. I need to re-evaluate the Sword God's blessing. Guillaume slowly drew the sashimi knife from its sheath and closed his eyes, focusing. A strange sensation washed over him. Leon is a key piece of this world. That thought startled him. His eyes flew open. Leon is a key piece. Then what he said earlier, I've seen it again. Just like last time. Back when he activated the Sword God's blessing and entered that deep, concentrated state, Guillaume had sensed a mysterious voice or presence. Now, rubbing his forehead, he muttered. Thinking about all this gives me a headache. This goes beyond the capabilities of the Void Sovereign blessing. Fine. The way Leon acted today matched what I remember from the game. And even if he were some kind of pro actor, there's no way he could speak so naturally unless. But still, was he really just asking where I came from? If that's all it was, maybe I overthought it. It's just that one line he said made me feel like he was like me. Determined to dig deeper, Guillaume pulled up some data. Let's see what the game says about him. Truth be told, he'd never paid much attention to the male characters before. The screen loaded 10:28 p.m. Komwiki Leon van Reinhardt, new entry created. As expected, there's almost no information on him. Leon's become a complete mystery. Maybe the game devs wanted to keep players surprised. He sighed. In the past I probably would come up with a million wild theories. But by now stuff like this is just normal. I should probably stop asking so many weird questions. Still, he reminded himself. I've already decided to partner with him for the midterm exam. If anything happens, I'll ask media for help. But if something about Leon comes up after that, I'll have to deal with it myself. Speaking of media, although she claimed to be just the honorary principal of the school, she was still the head of Joaquin Academy, the most prestigious academy in the world. He recalled her teasing voice. Isn't it weird he hasn't dropped by lately? When do I get to retire, huh? You hear me? Guillaume shook his head. I really need to stop overthinking things, and yet, oddly enough, instead of avoiding this situation like he normally would, he felt surprisingly calm. Could this be another effect of the blessings? He turned his eyes to the side and whispered, blessings. A transparent status window appeared. Sword God's blessing. If you slash it, it will be cut. Physical requirement increased from 5-7. Loosened sword standard. Mental requirement 3. Behavior slightly overwhelming. Presence weapon requirement 1, not yet unlocked. Assimilation rate 2.5%, 6.8%. Unlocks at 7%. Stats. Note, shield activates only if blade length 35 1 man width 8 1 makes like things are going well. Guillaume thought. Mental and weapon levels haven't changed, but my physical level improved probably from all the training lately. As for the weapon level, I'll probably unlock it once I get my hands on Mugisamedo. So those 3 parts were clear to him now. But the assimilation rate. What exactly is that? It's rising way faster than expected. And I'm getting close to meeting the requirement too. He reflected on everything he'd done so far. It's strange. I trained with Chloe, fought Nox in the virtual space. But did fighting Nox really matter? Honestly, I don't even understand myself right now. It's frustrating. And worse, there's no one I can ask about any of this. As he continued checking his status, A new pop-up suddenly appeared. New update activation time adjusted based on number of Void Sovereign Blessing uses by player Guillaume. Void Sovereign Blessing activation duration, 30 sec, 40 sec cooldown, 12 hours. Guillaume's eyes widened. Void Sovereign Blessing, he whispered, reading the screen carefully. Surprised, huh? Guillaume stammered. Wait, 40 seconds. It increased. Is this for real? Thinking it through, he realized that the more he used the blessing, the more the activation time grew. It felt like all his effort was finally paying off. Sheathing the knife and gripping it tightly in his hand, he let out a laugh. I can't believe this. This feels amazing. Time passed. With 5 days left, Guillaume focused on physical training. 4 days out, the group held another strategy meeting. While everyone else took it seriously, Rachel couldn't help but mess around. Irritating speed weapon. Are you trying to piss me off? He snapped. With 3 days remaining, Guillaume trained with Chloe. He was honestly surprised that she even showed up to practice with him. 2 days left, and Rachel sat down beside him way too close, making him panic. Of course he did. Across from him was Chloe, giving him a glare sharp enough to kill, a letter opener clutched threateningly in her hand. 1 day before the exam, Guillaume pushed his endurance to the limit, practicing his sprinting stance. Sweat dripped down his face. He suddenly burst forward, releasing a fast strike. There was a noticeable shift in how he moved, an improvement. A satisfied smile formed across his lips. Exam day. Everyone gathered in the plaza before the arena, where a space portal was already open and humming. Dressed in their gear, with his usual calm expression, Guillaume looked ahead and assessed the setup. Is this a sub-dimensional teleport gate? Just the sensation from it made the entire arena feel different. Someone called out to him, breaking his train of thought. He turned toward the voice and saw his teammates arriving, 4 others in total. 3 swords, 1 spear, and 1 flute. Rachel was the first to speak. Hey, you're usually super punctual. What gives today? Guillaume remembered the team's positions had already been assigned during their earlier meeting. Leon, the team leader, had mapped it all out carefully. Rachel, a close-range fighter, was assigned the vanguard role. Good to see you. Leon greeted with a wave. As team captain, he stood in the center of the formation. Then came the real shock. Speed weapon, the one always itching for a fight, was assigned the support and healing role position for. Chloe beamed and gave a cheerful wave. Morning, Guillaume-kun. She was the second in line, playing the stealthy assassin, her presence nearly undetectable. Sorry, Guillaume replied. I'm a little late. As for himself, he'd been placed in the final spot, backline support. I can't believe how accurately Leon positioned everyone, he thought. As he approached the team, something caught his eye. Hua! Wait, is that a weapon already? His eyes landed on a massive polearm. Isn't that a Sai-tier Fangtian Huaji? Crescent blade 2 meters long, seriously? Rachel picked this thing. Nearby, Rachel smirked and whispered, Hey Guillaume, since you're late, pay the fine. Guillaume turned to the others. Leon had chosen Balmung, a double-edged sword with no sheath, its presence alone enough to command attention. And then there was speed weapon's flute? Guillaume squinted, confused. That's a weapon. Sensing the scrutiny, speed weapon snapped. What are you staring at, huh? Rachel leaned in and whispered, believe it or not, that's a Sai-tier weapon. It's got rare healing capabilities. Guillaume was stunned. Rachel nodded. No joke. In Miracle Protection, getting a Sai-tier weapon was insanely rare. Even kids from rich families had to blow thousands of dollars just to roll an A-tier weapon. And now I'm looking at a Sai-tier healing flute? Still, it looks like something you'd see in a 3rd grader's music class. He frowned. Isn't appearance supposed to reflect power? Is this some kind of bait and switch? Driven by curiosity, Guillaume leaned in for a closer look, resting his chin on his hand. Oh, interesting, Speed Weapon immediately shouted, hey! Back off. A loud announcement echoed through the plaza. Attention everyone. The first midterm exam of 2025 is about to begin. Judging by the expressions on the students' faces, it seemed they were ready. Professor Lai stepped forward and addressed them all. You've already been briefed on the rules, so I'll keep this short. If things get dangerous, don't hesitate, retreat immediately. Remember, you're students, not heroes. Don't risk everything just for a few points. If you're injured or need to withdraw, alert the supervisor at any time. As Professor Lai laid out the rules, Leon glanced at his watch and gave the team a quiet command. It's almost time. Everyone, get ready. Stay calm and give it your all. Gyoma exhaled, focused. From here on out. Just then, Chloe approached shyly, catching him off guard. Chloe. What's wrong? With unease in her voice, she replied. It's strange. I don't know why, but I feel really anxious all of a sudden. She paused. Then added, I remembered something. Scopuli Island, it's famous for mermaids. Gyoma frowned. But the teachers already confirmed there were no mermaid sightings, remember? Try not to worry. Chloe nodded slightly. Yeah. But back in Sicily where I'm from, I did see a mermaid once. Even with the truce between humans and demons in place, their appearances are rare. But the rumors never stopped, which means, maybe they're not as extinct as we thought. Setting their worries aside, Professor Lee stood flanked by 2 other instructors, and called out, all right, time to begin. Activate the sub-dimensional teleport gate. Knowing Chloe was still nervous, Gyoma gently patted her head. Come on, Chloe. Let's go. Caught off guard, she turned red. Okay, she replied, flustered as usual. Right, there's no need to worry, she told herself, blushing. With Gyoma here, I just need to believe in him. Everyone braced to step through the portal. But suddenly that voice, it's Gyoma-kun. Chloe froze in place. She heard his voice calling her over and over. Chloe, 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 she gripped her sword tightly, expression blank. Seeing this, Gyoma called out, alarmed, hey, Chloe, are you okay? Stay with us. She didn't respond. Just stood there dazed. I felt dizzy just now, she murmured. Something's wrong. Panic spread through the team. Can we contact a supervisor? There's no signal. We're underground communications blocked. What the hell is going on? Then someone from the group dropped to their knees, clutching a deep wound in their stomach. A strange twisted face began to emerge from the shadows. The shape took form, a mermaid. No ordinary one. A monstrous one. A high-level creature was now standing before them, its presence overwhelming. The exam had only just begun, and a nightmare was already unfolding. Sometime before the appearance of the high-level mermaid monster on the Scopuli Islands, a group of people had just arrived on the island. Somewhere among them, the sound of someone retching echoed out. It was Gyoma's team. Despite the matching uniforms, the difference was clear. Gyoma stood firm and unaffected, while the others were already bent over, vomiting from the teleportation. Chloe was noticeably absent. Leon, having kept a close eye on Gyoma recently, was visibly surprised by the boy's composure. He asked, you seem completely fine. No motion sickness. Standing confidently in his uniform, Gyoma replied, I'm good. Leon gave a small laugh. Heh, I don't think this is just about seasickness anymore. While the rest of the team was still recovering, Gyoma looked around, carefully taking in their surroundings. A clear blue sky above, soft clouds drifting by, and wait. Fish walking on land. Hold on, are those fish men? A look of puzzled wonder spread across Gyoma's face. One of the creatures scurried by. It was oddly small, definitely not as threatening as he'd imagined. He instinctively recalled holding his knife earlier, brooding. Guess my earlier sense of calm was kind of stupid. Still, I'm in the support position anyway. The others can handle the heavy lifting. Sensing Gyoma's curiosity starting to wander, Leon quickly explained. The place we were assigned has mature fish men. Those are the ones we're supposed to take down in this test. The ones you saw earlier. They don't count for points. The team was now ready. Chloe had moved ahead to scout the shoreline. The others advanced deeper into the forest. At the front, Rachel held her long spear with ease. Behind her were Leon and Speed Weapon. Gyoma took up the rear just as originally planned. It wasn't clear how long they walked before Leon suddenly raised a hand. Everyone heads up. They stopped instantly. Gyoma felt something different. A flash of red streaked past the trees in front of them. Something's coming. A crimson streak like a whip shot through the palm trees. Then Chloe landed gracefully where the group stood, instantly drawing their attention. Gyoma blinked. Wait, did you just climb through the trees and move like that? Chloe answered casually, why yeah. It's harder to detect movement from up there. Leon nodded approvingly. We move now. What's the situation ahead, Chloe? Without missing a beat, Chloe reported, roughly 500 meters out, there's a cluster of fishmen. Everyone's expressions grew serious. Leon continued, inside the cave, there are dozens of glowing yellow eyes. The fishmen are gathering fast. This wasn't just a random skirmish, it required a fast, tactical decision. If we wipe them all out, Leon said, we'll probably take first place in the midterms. But he paused, then glanced around at the team. As team leader, my priority is your safety. This is a cave. If anything unexpected happens in there, and someone panics or loses control, there's no way to call for help from the outside. His voice was calm but firm. This wasn't just a test. It was a real scenario with real risks. And from here on out everything would count. At this moment one thing was certain, Leon was in command. Yet he stood in quiet contemplation before making his decision. His thoughts flowed rapidly. Chloe, once we land on the island, you'll handle recon first. Speed weapon, you'll stay in the back, boosting and supporting the front line. And Gioma, you'll act as a forward, draw the enemy's attention, get under their skin. Leon seemed to hesitate, then shifted gears. Actually, Gioma, you stay in the rear, cover us in case anything goes wrong. Goma, hearing this, was secretly delighted. Perfect. Easiest job ever. I didn't want to team up with this guy at first, but it turns out I made the right choice. With everyone assigned their roles, Leon picked up a chess piece from the ground and continued, I'll stay in the center and direct our formation. If things get out of control, I can join the fight directly. Rachel, sitting nearby, noticed something missing. And what about me? Leon glanced at her, eyes sharp. You'll switch to the forward line. That intense gleam in his gaze said it all. He had a plan, and he was counting on her. Without hesitation, Leon gave the first command, Rachel, spear forward. Her expression sharpened as golden energy surged through her arm. With precise focus, Rachel hurled her golden spear, heavenly phoenix spear, thrust directly into the cave, where the monsters lay hidden. The throw detonated on impact. One fishman monster staggered forward, agitated by the sudden attack. A low rumble echoed. They were coming. Rachel didn't hesitate. She lunged, closing the distance in a blink, leaping into the air and launching another barrage. She tore through the first beast like paper. Everyone okay back there? She called out. From behind, a confident voice rang out in French, Bien sûr. Of course. While the fight raged on, Speed Weapon pulled out a flute and blew a single, resonant note. A wave of shimmering green energy pulsed outward. With him at the center, his signature blessing. A sacred buff only he could use. Fueled by the enchantment, the team's attacks grew faster and sharper. Some of the fishmen tried to flee, but there was nowhere to run. Rachel moved like a predator in open water, unrelenting, unstoppable. With a wild grin, she kept pressing forward, spear flashing with every swing. Thanks, Speed. She shouted. So far that's 25 down, he replied. In the back, everyone watched the display with varying reactions. Leon nodded with clear satisfaction. Gioma blinked, still trying to process what he was seeing. Chloe, meanwhile, frowned slightly, clearly annoyed. Determined to prove herself, Chloe drew her weapon. Grace of the Cat Tribe blessing. And just like that, her eyes turned red. Her Yandra mode had awakened. With blinding speed and deadly swordwork, Chloe sliced clean through a pack of fishmen, cutting them down in pairs. 8, she murmured after the first wave. 2 larger monsters rushed at her, but Chloe met them head on. Her blade danced again. 10. Now both Rachel and Chloe were fully unleashed. The battlefield belonged to them. 43. Rachel called out. 45. Chloe followed. Spear and sword struck as one, tearing through the monsters. Wherever they moved, enemies fell like dominoes. Their raw intensity caught both Leon and Gioma off guard. Even the boys hadn't expected this. A moment of stunned silence passed as Gioma processed what was unfolding. Why aren't they stopping? He thought to himself, watching the 2 girls continue their furious assault. If they keep this up, but then it clicked, his perspective shifted. From where he was standing, he realized the truth. No, it's the opposite. Rachel's guiding Chloe. As the 2 closed in on a target, a stray fish demon suddenly darted out from the side. Its gaping mouth and sharp jaws lunged toward the 2 girls. You'd think they'd be caught off guard, yet, almost simultaneously, their weapons struck, one slash in gold, the other in red. The poor creature was obliterated, overwhelmed in an instant. Chloe, already mid-stride, smirked and said, "Looks like the kid's gotten faster." But then she added flatly, "That was my kill." The two girls passed each other mid-movement, not missing a beat. Rachel couldn't help but laugh. Chloe turned and shouted teasingly, "Hey, yellow boy." Gyoma, still outside the chaos, looked around in confusion. "Wait, who am I again? And what the hell is going on? How did I get into this mess?" It felt unreal, like some mythological event unraveling before him. One of the monsters even tried to charge him, but Leon intercepted it with a slash so clean it felt divine. His blade shimmered as he turned to Gyoma and asked, "What's wrong? You nervous? Caught off guard?" Gyoma replied, "Not really." Soon after, the whole team regrouped by a quiet lake deep inside the cave. 60 kills so far, someone announced. Leon stepped forward, voice calm but firm, "We're teammates. We've got to trust each other out here. Everything seems clear now. Let's move out." Yet Gyoma couldn't shake his doubt. That's what leadership really is, he thought. The foundation of a strong team. No one could fake it here. These people, they're really from this world. But what about me? Before he could think further, a sudden flash of green light streaked past him. Impact. A powerful attack slammed into Leon, sending him flying backward. Everyone froze. Gyoma's eyes darted up. There it was. A dark shadow loomed, growing clearer with each passing second. Rachel, Chloe, and Speed Weapon all rushed toward Leon without hesitation. Then the realization hit: the mermaid. She's back. Panic set in. This isn't just dangerous, it's a death trap. No one expected this. The situation flipped instantly from calm to chaos. Fight or flight. If they ran while carrying the injured Leon, the entire team could be wiped out. Rachel and Speed Weapon glanced at each other in tense silence. Rachel was already reporting, "We've encountered the mermaid again." But Speed Weapon shook his head in frustration. "There's no signal in this area." Gyoma scanned the cave, reassessing. "No communication, no backup. If we lose it now, it's over. I'm the only one left standing steady." He took a deep breath and shouted, "Rachel, hold those fish back no matter what." Startled, Rachel turned to him but quickly nodded. "Got it." Gyoma spun to Speed Weapon. "You pour everything you've got into healing Leon." Then, turning to Chloe, who stood frozen, eyes wide, he placed a firm hand on her shoulder. "Chloe, get out of here. Find the other students on the island summit and lead them to safety. Then find a way to contact the instructors. Now go." Chloe, visibly shaken, turned back and asked, "But what about you, Gyoma?" But he didn't answer directly. Instead, he said firmly, "There's no way to get Leon and everyone out of here safely, not if that mermaid and the fish demons attack all at once. You have to move now, before they come." Chloe could feel the urgency and fear behind his words. She gave him one last glance, then turned toward the tunnel exit, and dashed out, her figure vanishing into the shadows. With Leon unconscious, and no longer leading, all eyes naturally shifted to Gyoma. Rachel spoke up, voice tight, "Gyoma, what now? Do you have a plan?" But then she noticed something off: his expression, his stance. "What are you doing?" Speed Weapon followed Gyoma's movement, his voice rising, "Hey, are you crazy? Where the hell are you going?" But Gyoma didn't turn back. He kept walking until he stood at the edge of the lake in the heart of the cave. Then finally spoke Rachel. "Speed Weapon, leave this one to me." The other two shouted in unison, panicked, "What are you thinking? You'll get yourself killed." But he didn't respond. His eyes were lit with something wild, almost joyful. Inside, thoughts flooded his mind. "I've never liked small fry. They're boring. No thrill. No pressure, no fun." And then, as if addressing them all, he said calmly yet with undeniable resolve, This is my specialty. Big prey. Real prey." With that declaration, he slowly drew his weapon from its sheath, a long, gleaming sashimi blade. And at that moment, even the air around him seemed to tighten. Magic, the signature power of demons. Similar in function to human abilities, but fundamentally different in essence. If humans use blessings, then demons use magic. But what shocked me most was this: Leon, the main protagonist of the game, had just been taken down by a normal attack, just one, laced with demonic magic. That's the kind of overwhelming power gap we're talking about here, the difference between humans and demons. Back when I played Miracle Protection, I spent most of my time focusing on DS builds and didn't bother to learn much about the magic system. But now I'm starting to get it. Even with my sword god's blessing, there's no way I can beat this thing in a straight-up fight. In game terms, the fish demon is a regular boss. The mermaid, she's the real deal, a high-level raid boss. And now I'm stuck facing her alone. Great, just great. Another impossible situation. I swear I want to punch whoever designed this damn story twist. But what's done is done. There's no turning back once you've crossed the bridge. A new focus settled over me, my face sharpening with resolve. While I waited for Chloe to return with backup, there was only one thing left to do. Both sashimi knives now in hand. Target locked. In the next 40 seconds I had to finish this. The moment I gripped the blades, that creeping anxiety began to melt away. Magic? Huh? Just like blessings. We'll see about that. Then a familiar system prompt appeared in my vision, adjusting to user parameters. Sword God's blessing activated. A crooked grin crept across my face. It's been a while since I carved anything with these. May the gods watch over me. Meanwhile, on the rear defense line, Rachel launched into battle, her spear a blur of motion as she tore through the advancing fish demons. Strike after strike, each blow dropped another enemy. But then, one of them, larger and more frenzied than the rest, lunged straight at her with its razor-sharp jaws open wide. Rachel didn't flinch. Her spear clashed against its teeth with a loud clang. But she wasn't just fighting one. At that moment, 3 of them swarmed her. Grimacing, she mustered her strength and shoved all 3 back with a roar. Sweat dripped from her brow, but she wasn't done yet. With her last burst of stamina, she planted her feet, narrowed her eyes, and shouted back, "The hell off." Her spear shot forward in a clean, piercing strike, skewering all 3 of them in one go. Panting, she wiped the sweat from her face with the back of her arm, her shoulders heaving from the effort. Speed Weapon, standing nearby, watched with quiet awe. I wanted to buff her just now, but holy hell. That strength is no joke. Alright. I'll just focus on healing Leon for now. Leon's wounds were deep, but healing had begun. Speed Weapon brought the S-class flute to his lips. Notes floated into the air, gently wrapping around the fallen hero. Goma, I saw his strength back in the subspace fight. But facing a mermaid boss alone, he must be insane. Just looking at the thing made my spine go cold. Should I stop him? But the next second, the mermaid boss raised her arm into the air, magic circling her palm. A surge of blue-green energy burst toward Gioma. The same kind of strike that had crushed Leon just moments ago. But this time it missed. Gioma slipped past it in a blink. Eyes locked on the target. Sharp. Calculating. Water element. Long range. That's its game. But it's still a monster of flesh and blood. And that's something he can cut. Gioma dropped into a stance, ready, waiting for the mermaid's next move. Come at me. Another magical blast missed, and Gioma instantly closed the distance between him and the boss. Slash. Face to face now. The monster froze for a brief second, startled by his sheer speed and overwhelming presence. His blade cut through clean, sharp. A killing blow. But something felt off. No, too late. What he'd slashed wasn't the real body, it was a water clone. Damn it. That wasn't her, it was a water illusion. The real mermaid had already reappeared, charging straight toward someone else. Toward Speed Weapon? A confused, stunned expression broke across Speed Weapon's face. Wait, what? I didn't even do anything. The monster smiled cruelly and then screamed. Komoma dashed forward, his blade slicing through the air, carving a chunk off the mermaid's spine. Her attack faltered. She shrieked again and retreated. Gioma landed, expression tight with frustration. Damn it, not deep enough. Without wasting a second, he launched forward again. Another slash, faster, harder, but the mermaid slipped beneath the surface. Shed returned to the water. Missed again. Gioma landed once more, now weighed down by a flood of thoughts. She really is a proper boss. Unpredictable, calculating. Hard to read. But was she targeting someone already wounded? No time. I have to move faster. Suddenly a voice cut through his thoughts. Hey. He spun around, eyes locking on Speed Weapon, who stared back, blankly. 3 dots floated above his head, and just behind him, Leon had recovered a bit. Worried the earlier attack might have disrupted the healing process, Gyoma called out, "Hey, are you okay?" Caught off guard by the concern, Speed Weapon stammered, "Why yeah, I'm fine." With the confirmation, Gyoma turned back to the battlefield, bolting forward once more. "Then I'm counting on you. Keep him safe." Until now, Gyoma had always dominated his enemies, his speed overwhelming them before they could react. But this time was different. He'd met his match. And worse, his teammates were now targets. So he attacked first, preemptive and aggressive. Speed Weapon, watching from nearby, blinked. Did he just call me a hero? The word echoed in his head. Hero. Flashes of a team meeting came rushing back. Cool, courageous, selfless, turning despair into hope. That's what being a hero meant to him. But when I got into the top hero academy in the world, I didn't see that kind of person in anyone from my elite class. He glanced at Gyoma, who was focused entirely on the battle. Could it be that he's trying to impress some girl with all this heroic nonsense? Speed Weapon's gaze wandered to the others. "That's why I asked Rachel to let me into this group," he muttered. "Leon, he's the one I believed would become the hero I always looked up to." Then, eyes shifting back to Gyoma, "You though, you're strong. Yeah, but you don't feel like a hero." Gyoma, mid-motion, threw him a glance. "I'll pass on that crap. You think hero is something you can just hand out?" Back in reality, Speed Weapon was still a bit dazed after a moment of thought. That Kang Gyoma guy. Meanwhile, the mermaid was starting to unleash her power in full force. A new attack appeared. Magical fish, enveloped in energy, shot out like arrows from the mermaid's hands. No problem for Gyoma. He easily dodged the barrage. Although they could track him, he still had time to think, why so slow? But then, surprise hit him again. "Wait, is she trying to lure me?" The mermaid smirked with satisfaction and kept waving her hands, controlling the magical fish to attack again. Step by step, strike by strike, two slashing trails appeared, powerful. Two sweeping arcs carved out 4 perfect cubes in the air. Gyoma quickly made a new path for himself, dodging as the attack chased after him. He curved to one side, anger flashing in his eyes. The mermaid still controlled the attack, sending it after him relentlessly. Suddenly she turned her head sharply toward another direction, and raised her hand once more. Sensing something was wrong, Rachel, who was fighting nearby, shouted a warning. "Speed Weapon, watch out." Her eyes locked on the magic the mermaid was conjuring. Could it be? The monster was now targeting Speed Weapon, fighting the main character while ignoring the others? Not smart, because Gyoma closed in fast. A quick slash landed, but again, Gyoma wasn't satisfied. Too short. A voice echoed in his mind, "What, you collecting arms now? Get focused." Gyoma didn't hesitate. His blade sliced clean through one of the mermaid's arms. The attack veered off, piercing a mountain deep from within. Frustrated by defeat, the mermaid scowled, but a sudden purple streak zoomed toward her face. Karma hit back. Her own attack was turned against her. Outside, a blue-haired student witnessed the scene and signaled urgently to the instructor next to her. "Hey everyone, look over there." The instructor turned, surprised, eyes following the signal. The girl continued, "I heard something, like an explosion." Before the instructor could respond, a flash of light appeared again. "Oh, it's raining." Feeling the change in weather, the instructor said to the nearby students, "All right. Those injured, pack up and move. Come on, it's raining now." "That must been a thunder strike." The girl smiled and replied, "Yes, sir." The instructor smiled oddly. "We're heading back to the academy immediately." Back at the mountain where the battle had just shaken the earth, one side was devastated. But both Leon and Speed Weapon were unharmed. The remaining mermen looked shocked. Rachel, fighting them, turned back and shouted, "Retreat." Light pierced through the area where everyone stood. After his strike, Gyoma silently reassessed the situation. "Damn it, 30 seconds and still no critical hit on that thing. Was I too focused on Leon over there?" The mermaid, buried under rubble, probably wasn't dead yet. Just as he suspected, the rubble exploded. The monster wasn't going down that easily. A worried expression appeared on Gyoma's face. Before Gyoma could make his next move, the mermaid reappeared, visibly furious. Seeing this, Gyoma took off his outer jacket and tossed it behind him. He called out, "Rachel, you've probably dealt with most of those little fish by now, right? Then I'm counting on you to watch over Speed Weapon and Leon." Worry flickered across both their faces, but Rachel nodded firmly in response. Yeah, got it. Amid the concern, Speed Weapon was a bit stunned. I can't believe it. Kang Gyoma is really facing the mermaid alone right now. I thought he was crazy. Is this some kind of historic moment I'm witnessing? Back with the main character, he rolled up his sleeves. Finally, I can focus completely. The remaining time on his blessing was 10 seconds. The overtime minute had officially begun. The monster, clearly annoyed again, charged forward for another attack. Gyoma was ready. Come at me. His eyes shut briefly. Then a fierce killing intent flashed through them, shaping a dangerous aura around him. I will cut you down. Shifting to Chloe, she rushed forward. She was desperately seeking help and trying to warn everyone about the danger. She had no idea how far she'd run, but her anxiety hadn't lessened. Faster, I have to be faster. I can't let myself stop now. Along the way, she cleared unnecessary obstacles with her weapon. Her legs felt like they were about to break just running. Just trying to call for help. Yet the pain was overwhelming. And Gyoma, she remembered his silhouette and his words. Chloe, go get the teachers. Gyoma was stronger than anyone she had ever met, but he always hesitated to fight. He tried to avoid battles and only drew his blade when absolutely necessary. She trusted his judgment, so she left to follow his orders, but this time, it was the mermaid. If only I were stronger. Suddenly, she felt a shockwave from where the main fight was happening. An uneasy feeling surged through her, an explosion. Now, the anxiety deepened. Could it be Gyoma? Please, survive. While running, she suddenly tripped over a vine. Her balance shifted sharply, and she started to fall forward. But she managed to put a foot forward to regain her balance. Her desperate search for help through the rain began again. I can't fall. I can't stop. Tears fell hopelessly down her cheeks. I have to find a way to save him. Clenching her teeth, she screamed with all her strength. Anyone? Please, is there anyone? Anyone at all? As she ran blindly forward, she suddenly sensed something around her. That feeling manifested before her eyes, shadows blending with the environment ahead. There were signs of life, though her senses were blurred and confused. She couldn't tell if it was friend or foe. Merfolk? Merfolk appear now. Caught off guard, Chloe drew the sword at her side and slashed forward only to have the strike stopped by a blade behind her. She realized she had just attacked a person. It was none other than Abel. In shock and unable to steady herself, Chloe stammered, "You, thank goodness, sorry." Then she collapsed right before Abel and his group. Abel's face showed a strange, unreadable emotion. Her teammates were equally confused. A light brown-haired student commented, "What the heck was that?" A girl standing next to him added, "Ambush. Why did she suddenly attack?" Everyone then turned to look at Chloe lying there. Is she crazy? Try calling him. We can't just ignore this. Abel observed her closely and recalled Chloe's angry expression when she met Gyoma in class. She then said to her team members, "Hoang, that's a familiar face." Slowly, Chloe's consciousness faded. It seemed her strength was almost completely drained. With her last effort, she tried to speak to everyone, save me, Gyoma, and then she passed out, leaving everyone stunned in silence once again. Back with the main group, Speed Weapon watched the protagonist fight and couldn't believe his eyes. I wonder if I'll ever witness anything more shocking than this in my life. The way he moved was like a seasoned chef swiftly handling a fish laid out on a cutting board. But his opponent was a mermaid. And he was not only matching her strength, he was dominating. This scene was something Speed Weapon knew he would never forget. He wasn't just moving quickly in battle. With precise spatial awareness and incredible speed, he dodged every attack the mermaid threw at him, gradually closing the distance. His counterattacks were simple yet decisive, delivering clear, undeniable results. Even Rachel, the heir of the Sacred Spear clan, had never heard or seen anything like this before. Surprise mixed with doubt showed on both Speed Weapon's and Rachel's faces. At this rate, he might actually kill the mermaid before them. Speed Weapon then focused his gaze on Rachel's earlier decision to let the protagonist join the fight. Suddenly, as Speed Weapon's attention wavered, Rachel shouted, "Hey, Speed Weapon." He turned just in time as Rachel lunged forward and pushed him aside to avoid a sudden attack. After narrowly escaping danger, Rachel glared at him and yelled, "Don't be so careless. Do you want to die?" But Speed Weapon still seemed shaken, involuntarily uttering, "Huh?" Right before everyone's eyes, a deep indentation was gouged into the ground. If Rachel hadn't pushed Speed Weapon away in time, their team could have lost a member. Though shaken, everyone survived. Speed Weapon regained his composure, and a few thoughts raced through his mind. I almost forgot this unreal scene is different. After all, the opponent is a mermaid using magic. He glanced back at the protagonist still locked in combat with the mermaid. A kitchen knife against magic was a totally uneven fight. Even if he was dominating now, if an unavoidable magical attack came at him, switching back to the protagonist's position, after the ongoing battle with the mermaid, he was starting to tire. Sweat dripped nonstop, but his hand gripped the knife firmly, and his determined gaze never left the mermaid before him. Before him stood the mermaid, a terror to humanity. Seeing that his attacks had no effect, the mermaid snorted, raising her hand high as she began to gather power for another attack. I-square hailstorm. An angry look flashed in her eyes as crackling sounds filled the air. Raindrops fell continuously, suddenly transforming into sharp needles aimed straight at where the protagonist stood. The monster's arm began to swing down, signaling that the attack would strike the protagonist immediately. The first 6 attacks surged forward, forcing him to dodge. The sound of his knife slicing through the air mixed with the onslaught of blows. Gyoma swung his sashimi knife to block them all. Corrosion marks began to appear on the blade. Just when things seemed to be turning against him, suddenly Gyoma unleashed a wide horizontal slash. The blade cut deep into the body of the mermaid he was fighting. A look of shock and disbelief flashed across the monster's face. Not only that, but Gyoma's cold, sharp eyes and dangerous posture closed in rapidly on the mermaid. A sizable indentation formed in her torso. The battlefield flipped upside down in an instant, as the mermaid screamed forward. Gyoma quickly followed with another slash. Yet something felt off. The mermaid had just swapped places with a group of fish demons, causing his attack to strike the wrong targets. Question and exclamation marks appeared in his mind. Retreating a short distance, the mermaid focused her remaining strength in her other hand. She punched her own stomach, pulling something from within. Without hesitation, she put the object into her mouth. Power instantly gathered in her mouth as she formed a glowing energy sphere directly facing Gyoma. Rachel and Speed Weapon, filled with surprise and unease, shouted out warnings to him. Dodge. Faced with the attack and their warnings, Gyoma was stunned. How can I possibly dodge this? Dodge? Suddenly a flash of light appeared before him. The scene changed, transporting him to somewhere else. Before him was a vast body of water under a clear blue sky. Miraculously, he could stand in the water. Touching it, he confirmed it was indeed water. Lost in thought, wondering where he was, his attention was drawn to a red light beside him. The surprise returned. Dodge. He quickly shouted back, I'll be cut down. Back in reality, a red slash appeared in his eyes. He pulled out another sashimi knife, caught it, and crouched into a defensive stance. Leaping upward, he slashed once more, and a red streak appeared again. A shockwave surged, causing the water in the pond to vanish. Magic will be cut down. Immediately afterward, the entire body of the mermaid lay motionless on the ground, her skin wrinkled and gradually paling. The protagonist stood there, in the empty field soaked with the stench of blood. His hand still tightly gripped the sashimi knife, his gaze fixed on the monster's body. Perhaps it was all over. But no, suddenly a severed part of her body twitched and convulsed weakly. The mermaid let out faint moans. Rachel and Speed Weapon stood stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Even they probably couldn't believe that Gyoma had achieved such an extraordinary feat. At that moment a sharp, cold slash cleanly severed the mermaid's head in a merciless and ruthless manner. Her head rolled heavily to the ground. Speed Weapon's eyes widened in horror. We really won. He defeated the mermaid. And all by himself, even though he's just a freshman. At that moment Gyoma coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Having defeated the mermaid, he seemed utterly drained of strength. He collapsed to his knees, clutching his wounds as blood splattered around him. Rachel shouted loudly, Kang Gyoma, and hurried over. Leon had also recovered and slowly sat up. Speed Weapon turned around and breathed a sigh of relief. Leon, thank goodness. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Speed Weapon quickly turned toward the sound, worried silently. Could it be the mermaids we thought had fled or coming back? But it was Abel and her group advancing closer. Speed Weapon relaxed and thought, thank heavens they're finally here. As they stepped deeper in, one of Abel's team members screamed in horror. What the hell is that? Before them lay a chaotic scene. The cave was filled with the stench of blood. On the ground lay the mangled corpse of the mermaid, chopped into many pieces. Someone gasped in shock. Is that really the mermaid? They couldn't believe their eyes. A flurry of questions followed. Why was the mermaid here? How did she get chopped into pieces? That's impossible. Ignoring the chatter of the group, Rachel still held on to Guillaume, her face anxious as she tended to his wounds, repeatedly calling out, Guillaume, Kang Guillaume, hang in there. Abel stood frozen, thinking to herself, why do they have to cling to each other like that? Leon had recovered and slowly approached the crowd, accidentally locking eyes with Abel. The two stared at each other, a spark of emotion flashing between them. Contrary to the confusion and worry of those around, Leon forced a smile at Abel. This annoyed Abel, who thought bitterly, our comrades are teetering between life and death, and the captain is trying so hard to look calm. So annoying. With that, she spoke up, I've contacted the academy. If we're lucky, the instructors will arrive within an hour. But what exactly happened here? Speed Weapon snapped irritably, those instructors are hopeless. This damn island, they said it was surveyed, but how did a mermaid even show up and cause all this mess? Abel urged urgently, enough. Just tell us what happened. Speed Weapon retorted grumpily, are you ordering me around now? Abel shot back, why do you always twist the truth? This is a request, okay? A request. Speed Weapon sighed, well, you probably won't believe it anyway. Fine, I'll tell you, it's my specialty. Here's the explanation. Then Speed Weapon recounted the entire story to Abel and her group. After hearing the whole story, Abel exclaimed, so you mean the mermaid just suddenly appeared? And Kang Guillaume fought alone, and actually won? Speed Weapon replied nonchalantly, yeah, something like that. Abel's mind raced with thoughts, a freshman at the academy, single-handedly taking down a mermaid that showed up without any warning. The legends my grandfather told me as a kid aren't even half as wild as this. It sounds unbelievable. But judging by the situation, it seems to be the truth. They have no reason to lie. This is straight out of an epic. The descendant of the original hero Joaquin and his disciple Aaron Blue. With such a solid foundation, I was destined to be someone special from birth. In other words, it's all about bloodline. But I didn't want to be swallowed by that legacy, so I worked hard to cultivate my own talents and reach this point on my own. Yet Kang Guillaume, born a mere commoner, possesses such admirable talent. I never imagined the gap in ability could be this vast. It's a complicated feeling, fear, trembling, and respect all at once. Could it be that I'm just an ordinary mortal? Shaking off the thoughts, Abel told the teammate behind her, hey, quickly use blessing to heal him. Immediately, the girl stepped forward to treat Kang Guillaume's wounds. Though he looked like a walking corpse, battered and broken, Guillaume, at his age, had faced and defeated the mermaid alone. Truly unbelievable. Suddenly Speed Weapon spoke up with a question. Hey, you said you already contacted the academy, right? Abel nodded, yeah, that's right. Speed Weapon continued, maybe we shouldn't go into too much detail about this incident with the instructors. Didn't they say the island was already surveyed? Abel replied, yes, but something feels off. No matter how big Scopuli Island is, this cave isn't exactly a hidden spot for the academy students to find. Yet here we have a mermaid appearing. This just doesn't add up. Speed Weapon said, so here's my guess. Before he could finish, Leon interrupted, Speed Weapon, are you suggesting there might be a mermaid spy inside the academy? Everyone fell silent again. Speed Weapon stammered, not exactly, but we can't rule it out either. This area isn't hard for academy students to find. Like I said, if it wasn't for Kang Guillaume, Leon's teammates would have been wiped out by the mermaid during this test. But why? For 700 years of peace, despite some conflicts here and there, the Demon Clan has never directly attacked Joaquin Academy students like this. It could even lead to war, based on existing agreements. Could it be that, lost in thought, Abel suddenly imagined a terrifying future scenario and froze in place? Speed Weapon noticed the change in her expression, and quickly patted her shoulder to reassure her. Abel, I know what you're thinking, but that's a bit far-fetched. I mean, suspecting a spy in the academy isn't unreasonable, but it's still too soon to jump to conclusions based on just this incident. Leon added, in this case, we probably need to coordinate our testimonies. If there really is a spy in the academy, and Kang Gyoma's handling of the mermaid got leaked. He could become a target. Speed Weapon said. That's possible. But isn't keeping quiet about what he did the right thing to do? Abel said, how about this, we ask my grandfather's opinion? You mean the Sword Emperor? Leon asked. So the whole group had safely returned to the academy. The sky was still blue, clouds still white, sunlight still golden, and gentle breezes drifted through the window. Time passed how long? He wasn't sure before Gyoma finally woke up, his eyes dazed and vacant. He thought to himself, a hospital. Not believing his eyes, he raised his hand up high, I'm still alive. Before dying, the mermaid had unleashed a magical attack that he almost couldn't dodge. But he clearly saw his sashimi knife slice through it, and the magic exploded like a water bubble. Was that really water? What was that feeling? Ever since activating the Sword God's blessing, what he sensed was difficult to describe. Weakly, Gyoma whispered blessing. Instantly, a status panel appeared, Sword God's blessing, when you slash, it will sever. Body level B, sword usage standards relaxed. Spirit level B to B. Effect, words and actions carry authority. Weapon level A. Unlock conditions not met. Assimilation rate, 6.8% to 7.2%. Reading this, he thought to himself, my spirit level has increased, probably because I wasn't afraid facing the mermaid that must be this effect. It's amazing. Finally, the assimilation rate was 7.2%. According to the path, when the assimilation rate reaches 15%, the next unlock condition will open. The path was traced from the mermaid's magic. Did it start unlocking from that moment? Suddenly, while his mind was spinning with thoughts, the principal rushed over and embraced him tightly, choking back tears. Gyoma, dear, I was so worried something terrible would happen. Those damn instructors, claiming they surveyed the island. I want to punish them all. Thank goodness. Gyoma broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Principal, wait a moment, huh? The principal replied, sorry, I'm just too happy. Right, about this too. While speaking, she rummaged through her bag and muttered, where is it? I remember putting it nearby. Then she muttered again, found it. Here, take it, your midterm reward, Murasaki Tsume. It was a gleaming, razor-sharp sword. Surprised by the weapon, the principal brought something he really needed. The basic information appeared as well. Murasaki Tsume, a level 25, rank B weapon, attack 1670, int 120, dex 400. Seeing Gyoma so focused on the weapon, Principal Media spoke up, I hope you'll like it. I should have given it to you officially, but things ended up like this. Sorry about that. Then, sensing someone nearby, Media glanced around. Her voice grew a bit louder and more commanding. Hey old man, what are you still hesitating for? Get in here. This caught Gyoma's attention too. Seeing he was being called, Siegfried the Sword Saint had no choice but to step in. Adjusting his tone, he began to speak. Media, how many times have I told you? Don't call me that. As the Sword Saint approached, Media added teasingly, a 70-year-old old man, yet acting like a young lady. Both wore strange expressions, surprising Gyoma a bit. Feeling the odd atmosphere, he asked the Sword Saint, what brings you here? Sharing the same purpose, Principal Media stepped forward to explain, I've heard the whole story from your group, Gyoma. On behalf of Joaquin Academy, we apologize. Suddenly, both bowed deeply to him. The situation shifted, causing a surprised look to flash across Gyoma's face. Media continued, what happened during the midterm exam is the Academy's fault. You and your group were nearly. Everyone there faced danger. I, Media Poison, with all the honor as principal of Academy, vowed to uncover the cause behind the mermaid's appearance. After Media finished speaking, the Sword Saint added, you saved those students. Gyoma's expression briefly darkened upon hearing the story, but then he glanced aside and avoided eye contact. This honor, I only did what I could. Seeing his evasiveness, Media resumed, your actions are truly admirable. But this matter should remain confidential until the investigation is complete. It's a bit ironic for a principal like me to say this, but this might be an internal issue of the Academy. I truly apologize, Gyoma. I should have cared for you more. Everyone has their duty and responsibility. Gyoma didn't want things to get worse either, so he smiled, it's alright. Seeing him remain calm after everything, with the danger resolved, Media felt reassured. Alright then. Thank you for everything." The three exchanged a few more words, mostly concern and encouragement. After a while they decided to leave. Their footsteps slowly faded away from the hospital room. Evening light filtered through the hallway, casting a strange glow. After walking a bit further, Media suddenly stopped. Looking up at the evening light outside, she spoke, "Do you remember me and you?" This surprised the Sword Saint, who looked puzzled. Before he could reply, Media continued, "The first day we entered the academy, you were sprawled on a bench. I told you to move. And you drew your sword. Telling me not to boss you around, right? You brat." The story seemed old, making the Sword Saint thoughtful. After a moment, he replied, "I don't remember." Facing Media's steady gaze, she began to recount a story. "It's already been 60 years. Time really flies. Yet, that's still less than a tenth of Joaquin Academy's history. Funny, isn't it? When we first entered this place, the academy had already existed for a very long time, a truly ancient institution. Over the centuries, many events big and small have occurred. But the academy has trained and protected its students for over 700 years. Then a strange expression flickered across the principal's face. Suddenly, the protective glass shield in front of them shattered, but a shimmering blue barrier blocked the shards from hitting either of them. Anger was etched deeply on Media's face, her eyes burning with hatred toward someone. Memories began to surface. "I received reports from the teachers they've completed multiple field surveys. Because Scopuli Island is a known area where mermaids can appear, we were extremely cautious." Yet, seeing her sudden shift in mood, the Sword Saint was not surprised and stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on Media's shoulder. Realizing she'd overreacted, Media turned back and forced a smile. Sorry, I got a bit carried away." Siegfried shot a doubtful look. To lighten the tense atmosphere, Media brightened her smile and redirected the conversation toward Guillaume. "Hey, Guillaume is amazing, right? What do you think?" Hearing this, the Sword Saint grew thoughtful. "Indeed, a natural genius. I've witnessed countless talents praised as prodigies or chosen ones, only to burn out like shooting stars. Many heroic families, hungry for fame, quickly label their children with the overused title of genius. Even my granddaughter, Abel, I forbid calling her that. If there's a true genius, it's this boy here. With more experience, who knows how far he can go? Could Kang Guillaume reach heights I once dreamed of?" Without another word, Siegfried strode past Media, leaving her puzzled. Suddenly, he announced his decision, "I will stay at this academy for some time." Media, seeing nothing unusual, smiled and said, "All right. Then help me clean up around here." Caught off guard by the strange request, he replied bluntly, "No." The principal's question flashed, "What's wrong with this old man?" To which he answered, "Don't like it." Back in the classroom, things seemed to return to normal. Guillaume appeared, though his face still wore a thoughtful, contemplative expression. The incident with the mermaid on Scopuli Island, as the principal had said, was kept secret. While feeling a bit proud, he knew that because he stopped the mermaid, everyone else could enjoy their time laughing and playing again. The atmosphere had returned. The first thing he did was visit the academy's forge. Kang Guillaume had come to have the Murasaki Sum weapon reforged and strengthened. Actually, with the sword god's blessing, it was just a basic damage-dealing sword, so upgrading it was necessary. He took out his weapon and said, "Please upgrade this for me." The blacksmith nodded. "Understood. Since it's the 700th anniversary, this upgrade is on the house. Come back in a week." The smith was in high spirits. Lucky for Guillaume, he replied, "All right. I hope the upgrade turns out perfect." Lost in his thoughts, a voice suddenly called his name, "Guillaume." Forced to turn, he saw Chloe approaching, walking with her crutch. She came up to him and asked, "You're out of the hospital? Feeling better?" Chloe was currently wearing a bandage on her leg. Seeing her appear, Guillaume immediately wondered aloud, "Chloe, what are you doing here?" Noticing his worried expression, she quickly added, It just happened suddenly like this. But thanks to speed, something like that, and some quick first aid, the doctors said I should be able to ditch the crutches and walk normally in about a week." A confident smile lit up her face as she punched her own chest, saying proudly, "That said, I'm from the Auditor family, you know." I'm really happy." Seeing Chloe smiling and healthy in front of him, Guillaume felt relieved. A few thoughts crossed his mind. "I'm glad you're doing well." "Oh right, it's not just thanks to me, it really was me who defeated that mermaid." Then he asked her, But nothing else happened, right? Chloe nodded. Yeah, I heard the principal and the elder council are clashing. He pondered some more. But that was thanks to everyone's hard teamwork. Chloe went out to ask for help. Rachel stayed behind fighting alone against the whole group. And speed weapons healing buffs helped a lot too. But there's still one person I don't know much about. What did Leon do? Was he the commander? Could just commanding really defeat the Demon King? Or was he caught off guard by an ambush? Before he could think further, someone broke the tense silence. A figure appeared at the classroom door and shouted, "Everyone, be quiet." It was Teacher Lycan, clearly in a rush, his voice booming. "Please settle down and take your seats. Before training begins, I have an announcement. This might come as a surprise, but from now on, there will be an additional teacher joining us. Let me introduce him." The students, initially confused, soon widened their eyes in shock as the Sword Saint appeared, stepping slowly into the classroom. Every gaze was fixed on him, his imposing presence unmatched by anyone else. After a moment, he approached the podium and crossed his arms. The students gasped and shouted, "The Sword Saint, really? So cool." Meanwhile, Teacher Lycan bowed deeply at 90 degrees. His calm eyes scanned the room. Jioma, seeing him arrive, showed the same surprised expression as the others. What's with him? Meanwhile, in a different room, someone had just been attacked and thrown back, trembling as they stammered, I'm sorry, but was slapped across the face again. Startled by the assault, the man said, "Sorry, Lady Clady." In front of him was a pair of fierce-eyes. Clady, one of the two elders and commander of the 5th Legion, was furious. Then she pulled out something that looked like a box of 7 colored candies. Without much care, she took one out like a gummy worm and popped it into her mouth. The man couldn't help but mutter, "You really have a talent for making people annoyed." Ha! All he got in response was a single word, "Sorry," spoken by the elder who had just been hit. Just when it seemed like things had calmed down a bit, Teacher Kim struck again. She stepped closer and added, "Try saying sorry one more time." Truly annoying. After being hit so many times, the elder's body trembled slightly, and he could only manage a few words. Sniff. Yes. Suddenly, Teacher Kim glanced off to one side, observing the situation. Then she spoke again, "Leon, was it really that hard? I told you to make sure he brought back at least half his life, and that was difficult. Even if he's the hero candidate, I can't forgive him for going there with a mermaid and still failing." Because of this basic mistake from the elder, the Sword Emperor has come to the academy already. Hearing this, the elder who had been attacked clutched his face and said, "Sorry." But the more he pleaded, the angrier Teacher Kim became. "Ah, do you think my words just blow past your ears?" Without hesitation, a slap landed right on his face. Having been hit and slapped repeatedly, the elder quickly covered his mouth to avoid saying anything more unnecessary. Inside, he cursed bitterly, damn it. Just a lowly teacher and she dares do this. By rank, this should never have happened, and never be allowed to happen. But her expression carried a hint of disdain as she crouched down to inspect. This blood is seriously thick and sticky. Ugh, so gross. Though it sounded ridiculous, it was truly surprising that a mere mermaid was defeated by a group of first-year students. Looking at this year's freshmen, though, nothing seemed impossible. Suddenly, the elder stammered, a little embarrassed, "Well, that was actually done by one student." Teacher Kim gave him a cold look. "You mean Leon?" The elder quickly denied, "No, Mom." Teacher Kim snapped back, "Then who?" "I hate beating around the bush, just say it." Recalling the recent events, the elder lowered his gaze, and after a moment, finally spoke. "The one who did it was this year's top student, Kang Gyoma." Teacher Kim's face froze for a moment, her eyes narrowed suspiciously as she pieced it together herself. Gyoma? Ah, the name from the entrance rankings, huh? She lifted something in her hand as a few violet flames flickered to life. Is that so? She licked her lips and stared thoughtfully, as if calculating something. Interesting. Suddenly the flames flared violently toward the candy bag in her hand. The bag began to blacken and burn, releasing a sweet, candy-like scent that spread through the air. The next morning, outside the Joaquin Academy training ground, a rhythmic chant echoed loudly. 1, 2, 3, 4. Louder again. It was Teacher Lai, currently leading the endurance running practice for all the students in the class. The chant grew louder as everyone joined in. 1, 2, 3, 4. Meanwhile, outside, someone was watching. It was Chloe. She sat on a bench in a corner of the training yard, her iron crutch resting beside her. She smiled a little and waved cheerfully at someone, shouting encouragement, "Keep it up." More people joined the scene, and it was clear that Gyoma had gradually gotten used to the rhythm that Teacher Lai had set for everyone. His eyes sparkled with eagerness as he glanced at Chloe, thoughts running through his mind. Haha, so jealous. People say nothing comes easy or smooth. Just as he let out a breath, someone's voice rang out sharply, making him jump. So slow. Did you hurt your leg in the recent exam? It was the new instructor of the class, Sword Saint Siegfried. Like the students, he wore sportswear, but his outfit was green, clearly setting him apart from the others. Despite his age, and presumably less physical activity, he was surprisingly more vigorous than anyone else. Kang Gyoma quickly responded, "No sir." But inside he was filled with surprise and suspicion. What's going on here? How is he running right beside me now? Sword Saint Siegfried von Nibelung. A century ago, Siegfried was hailed as the strongest human being, thanks to his glorious victories against the 4th Legion commander Bassman. If you had to compare his strength to anyone, it would be Richard de Mura, the Holy Spear. However, since the Holy Spear focused purely on power, some believed he had stronger arms, but most favored the Sword Emperor. The man running beside him was the right hand of Baller Joaquin, the original Sword Saint Aaron Nibelung. He inherited the Sword Saint title and was regarded as the strongest warrior in human history. Not only that, he was also Leon van Reinhardt's swordsmanship master during the Second War, featured in the sequel to Miracle Protection II, and played a crucial role from the mid-story onward. A worried expression crossed Gyoma's face. Why is he here? He muttered some reproach under his breath. Please, go find Leon. The main story is getting completely off track. Wait, didn't Leon van Reinhardt ultimately fail to receive the Sword Saint title? On forums, many players posted about wanting Leon to gain that title, but no one succeeded. Some even posted screenshots of the game developer's reply, a truly astonishing statement. It is impossible for Leon van Reinhardt to obtain the Sword Saint title. We apologize for the inconvenience. This issue was quite famous. Since Leon never got the title, it was fine that the Sword Saint running beside Gyoma wasn't him. But no, this is so annoying, damn it. What was he supposed to do now? On top of that, a sense of unease lingered, especially as the other students shot sharp, envious looks toward him. When he didn't say anything after running for a while, the Sword Saint added firmly, "The foundation of a warrior lies in stamina and endurance. No matter how talented you are, without a good physique and strong will, you're useless, unable to unlock your true potential. These basic training sessions are the foundation for your future development. Don't slack off, focus. Say it loud." After being pushed hard by Teacher Lai, now the Sword Saint was pushing him to a terrifying yet powerless feeling. Gyoma straightened up and said clearly and loudly, "Yes, I understand." Seeing that Gyoma was getting more fired up, the Sword Saint glanced at him briefly and said, "Good." Then he shot forward like a flash of lightning, the air pressure tearing apart as he left Gyoma far behind. The whistle blew again, signaling the next order. A look of frustration immediately appeared on Gyoma's face. This old guy, has he somehow gotten younger? Is he aging backwards? He was supposed to be a mysterious figure, rarely appearing even in the game. Yet strangely, not only did he come to visit Gyoma twice when he was hospitalized before, now he had even become the class instructor. What a surprise. After some more time passed, once everyone was sweating buckets from running, the Sword Saint gathered everyone and added a few more instructions. From now on, during all outdoor training sessions, the use of personal weapons is forbidden. He then unveiled a new set of weapons: spears, swords, holy relics, bird shields. Everything was provided. The students looked around, puzzled, question marks appearing above their heads. The Sword Saint continued, "Instead, pick a weapon from here and get familiar with it for 1 month." Gyoma suddenly noticed something surprising. They even have sashimi knives. But the other students looked skeptical. "My weapon is a family heirloom. How could this be?" One brown-haired male student spoke up confused. "Sword Emperor, the first have a question." The Sword Saint replied calmly, eyes closed, "Go ahead." The student asked, "I think practicing with my heirloom weapon will be better for the future. Why is it forbidden?" Clearly expecting this question, the Sword Saint responded confidently, "Good question. He went on with a confident posture. Everything needs a foundation. The more you rely on high-tier weapons, the easier it is to become complacent in training, confusing the weapon's power with your own. The student, feeling challenged, argued louder, but shouldn't we get familiar with the weapon to make up for our weaknesses? Nearby students seemed to agree quietly. He's trying to flatter the teacher. Instead of praise, the sword saint delivered a life philosophy. No matter how good a weapon is, if the wielder lacks skill, it's just junk. Masters never blame their equipment. Classic. Gyoma was startled at first but then smiled with satisfaction. Exactly, couldn't be truer. Seeing the students murmuring among themselves, the sword saint slammed his staff hard on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. Once you master the basics, the weapon naturally becomes an extension of your hand. Those proficient with common weapons will be highly rated in the year-end promotion exam. Hearing that tempting prospect, the crowd erupted. Really? Move aside, me first. I'm first. The pile of weapons quickly became the center of a frantic scramble. Watching from the sidelines, Kang Gyoma looked a bit bewildered. Everyone's really fired up now. That guy was right on point. I thought he was just some punching bag for director media or something. Like everyone else, Gyoma moved forward to check out the leftover weapons, his eyes locking onto one target, the sashimi knife that nobody dared touch. But a sense of boredom quickly crept in. If I had known this earlier. He picked it up, only to feel the sword saint's gaze locking onto him. Sensing the danger, Gyoma glanced sideways and thought, "Old man. After all this, I'm finally back in line with you." The sword saint then added, "Today, to get familiar with your weapons, we'll be doing paired sparring." A wave of panic swept through the class. Worried looks spread quickly. Really? No virtual space. That means we could actually get hurt. Hearing their timid complaints, the sword saint explained firmly, "You are here to inherit the legacy of the primordial heroes. Until now, all practice has only been in virtual reality." Seeing the disrespect from the kids, Teacher Lee snapped, "Quiet. No talking during class." But he immediately froze with sweat and trembling when he heard the sword saint announce the sparring. "I'm Lee, an instructor at one of the top academies in the world. But in my entire career, no. My whole life I've never been in such a dangerous situation. Even as a demonstration, my opponent is the Sword Emperor. Oh God, I'm not going home this spring festival." Trying to regain his composure, Teacher Lee added, "Sword Saint," before being caught off guard again when the Sword Saint called out, "Student Kang Gyoma, step forward." And so, it seemed this new year, they'd be celebrating right here at school. A sharp, cold light spread like the morning mist, and cheers echoed across the training ground. The trainees, each holding their swords, glanced back and forth between their own blades and the sword saints, marveling, "Incredible. Fighting with scrap iron? And yet, we're lucky enough to witness a performance by the sword saint and Gyoma? Unbelievable." The protagonist's mood shifted accordingly. After taking a moment to reassess the situation, he closed his eyes and then opened them repeatedly. Thoughts flowed through his mind. A man standing at the pinnacle of swordsmanship is staring at me. The atmosphere thickened, even the wind seemed to shift. There was nothing to fault from the way he planted his feet, the grip on his sword, to the angle of the blade's tip, all aimed directly at him. Suddenly the sword saint's voice snapped him back to reality. "Your bones have stabilized, haven't they, boy?" Without hesitation, though nervous, he replied, "Yes, sir. They're stable." The sword in the sword saint's hand gleamed as he said, "Then take up your sword." His authoritative tone sent the protagonist into deep thought. Even though it was just a swordsmanship exchange, this was no simple matter. But still, this felt a bit extreme. Didn't I just get discharged from the hospital? My body has fully recovered after resting, and perhaps thanks to the blessing of the sword god. My instincts crave victory. Yet my reason denies it. This opponent is the sword saint. Facing him can't end lightly. At best, I might lose an arm, at worst my life. And so many eyes are fixed on me. My head spins, and I don't understand why my blessing isn't helping right now. My instincts say to fight with everything, but I've already strayed too far from the original storyline. Thinking about the consequences, I have to find an excuse to refuse. Without hesitation, he clearly said aloud to the sword saint, "I'm not a match for you, sir. Please put your sword away." Of course, behind him, laughter and mocking smiles erupted from the trainees. Of course. "Get beaten to a pulp, ha ha, coward." But despite their jeers, the protagonist's gaze remained firm and forward. They spoke as if none of this concerned them. Honestly, if I swung my arm once, most of them would have to say goodbye to this so-called world. His eyes locked onto the sword saint, who suddenly showed veins bulging on his forehead, his cold glare laced with anger. Not even the pride of a knife wielder? How long do you think you can survive with that dormant power? No matter how talented you are, it won't amount to anything. A true coward. His voice wasn't loud enough for the others to hear, but the coldness echoed relentlessly in the protagonist's ears. Don't you have any pride as a swordsman? Your pride? His expression turned displeased, as if being questioned by himself. First, I've long wanted to be the best knife wielder in the world. Second, I have no reason to put down my knife. I know he's deliberately provoking me. This atmosphere is trying to make me run away. If I fall for his trap, I'll regret it forever. The protagonist then spread his fingers wide before clenching them tight, veins bulging on the back of his hand gripping the sashimi knife, something no one had noticed before. Yet all eyes suddenly turned to him, their faces filled with anticipation. Suddenly Teacher Lee, in a panic, rushed toward the two and shouted, "Wait, wait, trainee Kang Gyoma." But Teacher Lee was stopped by the sword saint, who raised a hand to block him. The sword saint's eyes showed intense focus, as if he had been waiting for Kang Gyoma's decision for a long time. With everyone's attention fixed and awaiting the outcome, Kang Gyoma straightforwardly responded to him. "Trainee Kang Gyoma, ready to receive your instruction." The sashimi knife was drawn from its sheath, and the sword god's blessing was activated. A silent space formed between the two, their concentration rising steadily. The moment their blades clashed, age became irrelevant. The pitch-black night enveloped the scene as Kang Gyoma's footsteps slowly advanced, thud, thud, each step clearly audible. The sword saint was already in a defensive stance, eyes fixed on Kang Gyoma. Thoughts flashed through the sword saint's mind, though I'm already 70, that moment remains vividly etched in my memory. Digging through childhood recollections, I recall the enlightenment I gained through the sword, back when I was still a child. At that time, while training on the mountain, I happened to encounter a wandering knight. The knight had lost an arm, his clothes tattered and filthy. Suddenly he approached and tried to take my sword. In shock and disbelief, I witnessed a sword stroke executed with a basic move, yet it was an unshakable declaration. His swordsmanship had reached the realm I had long aspired to. I focus intently on the opponent, the boy I've been watching since the placement test. Though his physique is still young, his gaze is full of majesty. Kang Gyoma, if this youth is the one, surely he holds the key to reaching that sacred ground, beyond even that realm. A burning heart. A cold blade casting aside the title of Sword Saint. I want to face this boy simply as a warrior. The Sword Saint delivered a straightforward slash, the blade flashing brightly, aimed directly at his opponent. The sword cut through the air, but instead of impact, it was the afterimage of the protagonist swiftly moving past him. The Sword Saint remained unshaken, quickly scanning to locate Kang Gyoma's silhouette. Suddenly another horizontal slash came, targeting the spot where Kang Gyoma's foot had been pinpointed. The blade flashed once more, but Kang Gyoma easily dodged again. Sensing the fierce fighting spirit boiling within, a smile appeared on the Sword Saint's lips as his gaze lifted upward. There, amidst the somewhat gloomy surroundings, was Kang Gyoma, his sword shining like a beacon. Without a moment's rest, Gyoma decided to dive down for an attack. Matching him, the Sword Saint raised his sword, preparing to clash. The clash of metal rang sharply throughout the area. The Sword Saint's eyes held a hint of respect toward the protagonist. Instead of dodging, he chose to attack head-on. The sword's trajectory was strange, like a swallow in flight. When the Sword Saint struck, Kang Gyoma twisted his knife to meet the blow. His movements were polished, professional. Indeed, his sashimi knife drew a curved arc, producing a sharp sound as if space itself was being sliced. When Kang Gyoma counterattacked, the Sword Saint lifted his blade to block immediately. Each collision sparked bright flashes. The Sword Saint's blade carried the talent and experience of a seasoned master who had devoted his life to the sword. Kang Gyoma's knife pulsed with a mysterious energy, as if it had escaped the bounds of human limitation. After sensing most of the protagonist's strength, the Sword Saint silently re-evaluated. His physical power is no longer what it used to be, but he moves with unexpected lightness. However, my sword is not so light. A brilliant slash was unleashed right afterward. The expressions of the students watching from outside suddenly changed. One of them thought to himself, "This is truly unbelievable." Although the fight between Kang Gyoma and Nox was shocking before, wasn't that spatial duel just a stroke of luck? After all, the Wolf class also carried that so-called weak reputation. At best, he was just a show-off with some talent. No one understood why the Sword Saint had chosen that guy as his sparring partner. But why? Looking at the Sword Saint, he seemed to care so much about such a show-off. The students frowned and quietly whispered to each other, hoping Kang Gyoma would be taught a lesson by the Sword Saint. They wanted to see him crying miserably. All they could think about were such foolish thoughts. After shaking off these thoughts, everyone opened their eyes wide, waiting for the duel to begin. However, contrary to their expectations, Kang Gyoma casually picked up his sashimi knife, as if it was the most ordinary thing in the world. Although it was just a friendly spar, the opponent was the 7-star hero, the Sword Saint. Even if they had to kneel down, no one could hide their anxiety. Yet Kang Gyoma showed no sign of worry at all. One student in the group, sensing something unusual, was filled with question marks in his mind. So why are they both just standing there? Kang Gyoma and the Sword Saint stood facing each other, swords in hand. Yet both were frozen like statues, as if their feet were glued to the ground. Only their blades reflected the sunlight, emitting a cold, sharp gleam. Teacher Lee was stunned. They're not going to stay still. I've never doubted his words, but Kang Gyoma, has he really reached this level? In his mind, he recalled the earlier conversation when the Sword Saint made his offer. Teacher Lee was shocked and exclaimed, "If the academy director knew the truth, nearby students might be affected too." At that moment, the Sword Saint calmly replied, "Teacher Lee, do you think I would actually fight that boy? Don't worry. If it's meant to be, Kang Gyoma will be able to step through." Teacher Lee was dumbfounded. That place is. Exactly. Snapping back to the present, watching the two battling, Teacher Lee continued his thoughts. He's not only stepping through, but also taking the blow. I can't help but be amazed. The mental arena is extremely brutal, something only revealed when swords clash. This boy, in less than a minute, has reached such a level. Incredible. Then let this sword path, the blessing of the spirit sword, be bestowed. A shimmering projection flickered around the sword, a blue light gradually enveloping the blade. It began to surge outward. Judging by the momentum, this strike was pushed to its peak once again. Facing this strike, Gyuma was slightly on the defensive. From the outside, everyone could only see the two standing still, but the atmosphere had gradually shifted. The pressure in the air spread around. Teacher Lee panicked again. That blue light, that's aura. It's actually overflowing beyond the mental realm now. The scene changed, but neither moved. Cold sweat began pouring down Teacher Lee's back. This has gone far beyond. Sword Saint, you must stop this. If it continues, there will be real bloodshed. He shouted loudly, "Stop, Sword Saint." Both of them stepped back. Suddenly, another force rushed in Academy Director Media. The ground cracked beneath her feet as she approached, her face filled with anger and a sharp tone. "Stop. What do you think you're doing to the students, old man? Have you lost your mind?" After the training session ended, inside the Academy principal's office, the Sword Saint kept apologizing repeatedly. Media, sitting opposite him, let out an annoyed sigh. The Sword Saint lowered his head, avoiding her gaze, and said quietly, "It's nothing." Media calmed herself, furrowing her brows and grinding her teeth as she recalled the training fight. She had arrived just in time to stop a terrible battle from happening. The old teacher seemed possessed. Media grabbed Siegfried by the collar, shouting, "Are you even sane? If you're losing your mind, you should stay home. You begged me to let you into the academy, and I worked hard to arrange it. And now you're acting all high and mighty with the students. Are you crazy? Do you really want me to deal with you?" Suddenly she turned to look at the group of students, noticing their frightened expressions. Realizing she had overreacted, Media calmed down and released Siegfried's collar. He knew it was his fault, lowered his head, and said, "I didn't mean to." Then he glanced toward Gyoma. Meanwhile, the young man was calmly putting away his sashimi knife and sheath. Seeing this, doubt stirred inside Siegfried. I lost control too, using all my strength to the point I had to activate aura. Noticing Siegfried staring fixedly at his prized student, Gyoma, Media crossed her arms and irritably said, "Hey, old man, did you hear what I said?" Siegfried let out a low groan. Media then turned away and bowed her head to apologize. This gesture and words from the Sword Saint surprised Media. Her anger vanished instantly. Back in the present moment, Media leaned back in her chair. In over 50 years, this was the first time she'd heard him apologize, and twice in one day at that. His attitude was completely different from usual. She thought to herself, suspicious of his possible memory loss. Furrowing her brow, she asked, "What was that all about? If I hadn't been here, what would have happened? And why did you use the sword blessing on a student?" Siegfried calmly sipped his tea and said, "If I hadn't activated the blessing, I wouldn't have been able to gain the upper hand." "You couldn't gain the upper hand." Media was shocked, feeling like she misheard. Inwardly she was stunned. What did I just hear? Such words coming from the proud Siegfried. She reminded herself, I know Kang Gyoma's innate talent well. But more than anyone, I know Siegfried's power. Him losing is just too strange. Siegfried's eyes grew serious as he looked into the distance and said, "That kid has reached the mental realm." Hearing this, Media jumped up rebutting, What? He's already reached that realm? It took you almost 30 years to get there. And now a 17-year-old kid can do it. Do you think that makes sense? Siegfried placed his teacup on the table, looked at Media, and thoughtfully said, I don't know either. But what if there's something that can compensate for experience? At that, Media slumped back into her chair, covering her face with her hands, and exclaimed, Oh my God, this world's gone crazy. Suddenly she recalled the young man's face. After scolding Siegfried fiercely, Media hurried over to check on him. Are you okay? But she only saw him emanating a dense murderous aura with an emotionless face. That startled Media, leaving her frozen in place. In that moment she felt powerless for the first time in her life. It was the most primal and intense human emotion, fear. The terrifying feeling reminded her of when she faced the 6th Legion commander. But this time it came when she encountered Kang Gyoma, a normal student. Or maybe it was because the boy's name contained the character for demon. Media's mind was in turmoil. As a principal, what she felt from her own student was fear. Glancing over, she saw Siegfried silently enjoying his tea. She thought to herself, it seems he's not lying. Media furrowed her brows and asked, So you lost? However, Siegfried slammed his teacup down angrily, stood up in a fury, and retorted, That's impossible. No way. No matter how talented Kang Gyoma is, he can never compare to me. Besides, I wasn't even fully armed back then. Media responded calmly. Oh, why are you suddenly so worked up? Didn't you always say that a master never blames their equipment? She propped her chin on her hand and squinted at the Sword Saint with a teasing look. And yet now you're making your weapon an excuse. Doesn't that embarrass you? Siegfried trembled with rage, growling each word through clenched teeth. You damn witch. Media wasn't backing down either, snapping back. What, you okay with that? Want to die? The sword blessing vow turned into a brawl that lasted 2.5 hours. That night, in the dormitory, Gyoma reflected on the afternoon's training match, when he boldly accepted the Sword Saint's challenge, and drew his sashimi knife to duel. The clang of metal striking metal rang out, waking him from sleep. Is it raining? He muttered, staring up at the ceiling. That sword really is aggressive. Although it ended abruptly, if Media hadn't stopped it, things could have gotten dangerous. Suddenly he turned to the side, feeling tired and sluggish. Thinking further, that must be the mental realm. Why does experiencing it for the first time feel so strange? The mental realm is the mastery and deep understanding of one's weapon, beyond a certain level. When conditions are met, one can activate this mental space. It's said that only the very top masters, those who spend their entire lives training with a single weapon, can enter it. I know that even in this world, only a handful of heroes can freely enter and exit the mental realm. Of course, even the main character of this game, Leon, with his innate talent, only managed to enter the mental realm 3 years after inheriting it from the Sword Saint. I know this because I quit the game exactly at that point. But why is it that this mental space, which even Leon needed 3 years to reach, comes so easily to me? After pondering, Gyoma suddenly remembered his sashimi knife. Combining this life and the last, he has spent over 20 years mastering swordsmanship. He was even a master strategist, known as a swordsman who served his country. It makes sense that he has the highest level of knowledge and skill with weapons. Moreover, whenever the sword god's blessing is activated, he can focus far beyond human limits. Gyoma's current life and past life blend harmoniously, supporting each other to help him overcome any situation. Reflecting more, Gyoma picked up the sashimi knife and stared at it. That's right. Based on all my experience, just running away will only make things worse. Instead of being passive, I should do what I'm good at and handle things step by step. With that thought, a faint smile crept onto Gyoma's lips. Suddenly he sprang up, fully alert, thinking about training. Without hesitation, he drew his sashimi knife. If I can freely adjust my mental realm, I can practice fighting without needing to activate the sword god's blessing. Gyoma closed his eyes, focusing on using his mental realm. The dorm room lights were off. Everything plunged into darkness. The surroundings began to change as he entered his mental realm. Suddenly the space crackled, then shattered into pieces. Memories of the training match flooded back, his encounter with the sword, his sixth sense expanding, then breaking apart and reassembling into an invisible whole. A hand appeared, gently touching Gyoma's shoulder from behind. Instantly, a ripple of blue energy ran through his arm and engulfed the sashimi knife as if it were blazing with flames. Gyoma stared in astonishment at his weapon, but immediately the sashimi knife couldn't withstand the power and shattered into dust. Back in reality, Gyoma mumbled with a confused expression, "What the hell is this?" This is at the same time, in another secret location within the academy. Angry voices kept erupting in protest. "This time you've gone too far, Elder Clady." "Exactly. This is clearly an act of disrespect towards us." Elder Clady slammed his hand on the table in anger. "Didn't you all agree already?" The scene showed 5 men sitting around a round table, interrogating one person. One spoke up, "But they sent the mermaid. Even though there's a treaty, they're still our enemies." Clady snapped angrily. "Is this the time to debate that? Right now we must swiftly eliminate any suspicious elements. I repeat, investigate that special case, Kang Gyoma." The blue-haired elder still looked doubtful. "Isn't he supposed to be the hero candidate?" "The hero candidate is Leon," Clady immediately denied. "That guy hasn't even been able to activate his blessing, he's just dead weight. And have you forgotten? During the entrance exam, he cut down those genius twins. Moreover, media blocked the information under the pretext of protecting that special case. Everything from start to finish is full of suspicion." Another agreed. "In any case, we can't avoid having to eliminate the hero." Clady continued, "Exactly. We already had headaches with the 7 stars, and now there's a hero too. We have to prepare in advance. This time they even brought the Sword Emperor into the academy. Right, we can't let this continue." As he spoke, Clady grew more furious. Since 7 Stars Media took office as principal, how much has the Elder Council's influence weakened? After Bassman was eliminated, people only worship the 7 stars. Meanwhile, we're treated like useless old men. It's the Elder Council that leads the people and maintains balance. Now, if a hero emerges, our existence will be threatened." Upon hearing this, the others murmured among themselves, "Indeed, to maintain power, we need a common enemy. Yes, the hero threatens the Demon King, so he must be removed." In his heart, Elder Clady thought, "I'm one of the elders of this academy. I'm not trying to convince the council just because that woman, the commander of the 5th Legion, is angry. If we do nothing, praying for death would be more merciful." One elder who had been silent until then, suddenly spoke coldly, "I understand. Give the order to the Auditor family." The next morning at the forge, a heavy sound echoed as a large hammer slammed onto the floor. Chloe's whole body trembled, overwhelmed and speechless. The blacksmith, terrified, sat on the ground, trying to back away. In Gyoma's hand was the Murasaki Tsume sashimi knife version. "What the hell is this?" he thought. "What have they done to that B-rank sword to turn it into this E-rank knife?" Whether by coincidence or fate, in the end, Gyoma had returned to the sashimi knife. New information about the Murasaki Tsume sword, hardness grade E. Description: the sword is called the bone-covering sword. It has been reforged into a carbon steel blade using the craftsman's secret techniques. Although small in size, its effectiveness can vary depending on the wielder. But the look on Gyoma's face clearly showed disgust. "What is this?" The blacksmith quickly explained, "I did my best, but this is the first time I've encountered something like this. Nearly 30 years of forging, and I've never seen anything like it." Or put it another way, the metal broke in half with a single hammer strike, almost like it resisted being reforged. At that moment, I felt like the sword had a soul. So I rushed to mold it, melted the metal down, and reforged it. This is the result. If it had been another smith, it would have turned into scrap metal by now. The fact that it broke after just one hit is the truth. After sensing something was wrong with the sword, Gyoma now found it transformed into a tiny sashimi knife, a reddish-brown wooden handle, a blade wrapped with ordinary string, the shiny blade coated with a thin layer of oil, measuring exactly 35 cm. Worry was obvious on his face. The masterful craftsmanship was clear in every detail. Even a person with 20 years of knife sharpening experience like myself had to admire the skill of the old smith. Furthermore, it fully met the blessing's technical specifications, but its hardness was only grade E. Seeing Gyoma silent, the blacksmith's expression grew more worried, his voice changing slightly. To be honest, nearly 30 years forging. This is the first time I've felt uneasy handing a weapon to a customer. However, this sword has great potential. If you enhance it, it will definitely become very strong. Consider this my apology. If you bring the materials, I'll reinforce your weapon free of charge. Seeing the smith's serious face, several thoughts flashed through Gyoma's mind. His eyes. No, he's not lying. Looking into those eyes. If the potential is grade A, then the weapon's potential should be at least grade A. If lucky, maybe even grade S. It was an offer hard to refuse. But then he suddenly became suspicious. What if it breaks again? Noticing Gyoma's sudden change, the blacksmith quickly held out his hand and explained, even though it's currently only grade E, its potential is grade A. So this katana can reach grade A, or even higher. And there are enhancement materials that never fail. Gyoma's expression shifted. The smith hesitated, but those materials, as if understanding Gyoma's thoughts, the smith reconsidered. They're enhancement materials from low-rank magic beasts. But then again, well, it's complicated. For the main character, materials are collected from A rank or higher magic beasts. How could he get those? A rank magic beasts are equivalent to an E rank mermaid. Does that mean he has to kill more creatures like that? Gyoma felt uneasy. I don't want to risk my life just to enhance equipment. It also sounds expensive. After a moment of thought, he nodded in agreement. You promise, right? The blacksmith replied confidently, of course, I swear on my honor as a smith. He laughed heartily, slapping his chest. He stared at the old man for a moment, then continued. That's settled. Now, return me half the damage cost. The blacksmith's jaw dropped in surprise. What? But Gyoma immediately set a price. 10 million. The smith looked flustered. No. I did exactly what you asked. And I told you the reinforcement would be free. Even knowing that, Gyoma held the weapon firmly and said, it's been downgraded by half from grade B to half of that. By market value, this is fair. The blacksmith was taken aback by how precise Gyoma was. What? How can someone be like this? This kid dares to cheat an adult. Not letting him think more, Gyoma removed the band from the knife. Anyway, I need to check how it works. Seeing this, the smith panicked, stammering, sorry, how about 5 million? But Gyoma stuck firmly to his price. 10 million. Seeing the price was too high, the smith hurriedly raised his offer. At 8 million, it can't be less. Gyoma didn't respond, continuing to unwrap the string. The smith looked terrified, sweat pouring down like rain. With no other choice, he shouted, even though it's a grade B weapon fragment, the market price is different, hard to break even. When the blade was fully revealed, Gyoma's sharp eyes and commanding voice rang out, pay me back. The blacksmith staggered backward, collapsing to the floor with a dazed expression. All right. After the smith agreed, Gyoma opened his info panel. Blessing of the sword god. If you slash, it will sever. Physical level, 78, sword range expanded. Mental level, 4, increases dignity in speech and action. Armament level, 13, reduces 1 pain level when activating the blessing. Assimilation rate, 7.2 to 9.3. Needs 15% assimilation rate to unlock the next stage. The blessing activates only if the sword is under 362 cm long and 90 cm wide. All attack and durability stats increase slightly. Other stats unlock when conditions are met. Now sitting on a bench in the schoolyard, eating and checking his info, Gyoma thought to himself, after getting a new weapon, my armament level has increased, Plus there's an extra optional feature. The biggest reason I was reluctant to use the sword God's blessing was the excruciating pain spreading throughout my body. But now it's reduced by 1 level? Thinking about my future, I must upgrade this. Actually, after seeing this line, I already tested it. Although the pain has dropped from deathly to just bearable, it's still uncomfortable. But if level 1 feels like this, then after upgrading, I might be able to use the sword God's blessing without the endless pain blessing. It seems the armament level increases when you get a new weapon or enhance a weapon. The armament level system has risen. The midterm exam had just ended. From now on, my goal is weapon enhancement. If I keep going like this, I might understand the power I've been granted here, and maybe discover the identity of whoever threw me into this world. Thinking that, he took another bite. Suddenly a shadow approached. He almost jumped out of his skin when Chloe appeared unexpectedly, her eyes dazed as she looked at him eating, called his name, Guillaume. He froze for a few seconds, then quickly regained his composure and called back, "Ah, Chloe." Seeing that he was paying attention to her, she asked, "You're eating, so what are you doing?" It wasn't hard to come up with an answer, and he quickly fibbed, "Ah, nothing. Just not feeling very hungry." Noticing Chloe's change in expression, he asked, "You took off your cast, right? Are you feeling better now?" To ease Guillaume's suspicion, Chloe bounced once and said, "Yeah, I still have to use crutches, but I feel better than before." She smiled brightly. "A broken bone that's healed will be stronger." Seeing Chloe like that, he smirked, about to say something, but decided against it. Guillaume thought to himself, "It's bone, not muscle." Then he suddenly noticed a grain of rice stuck to Chloe's mouth. Wait a second. He reached out to flick it off, making Chloe's face flush bright red. He quickly pulled his hand back. "All right, done." Chloe fainted on the spot, damn it. Before he could enjoy the moment, she snapped awake from the sudden fall, shattering his fantasy of a graceful beauty. Guillaume stepped forward, reaching out with concern. "Are you okay?" Chloe scratched her cheek, embarrassed. "Ah, yeah, I'm fine." Then her eyes landed on the item next to him from before. Curious. "Is that?" She hurried over, picked it up, examined it, then gave her immediate opinion. "Is this Guillaume's first weapon? It's so beautiful." He didn't deny it. "Yeah." But then a thought struck her. Hey, holding it like that is probably okay. Unable to take her eyes off the sword, Chloe smiled and continued, "It's so pretty. I didn't expect it to be this beautiful. But it's only ranked E." Hearing that, Guillaume felt a little down. Rank E. Realizing she'd misspoken, Chloe quickly clarified, No, that's not what I meant. I meant that compared to the lowest rank, it's still beautiful." "Ah, no, that's not it either. What I mean is," "Wait, Chloe, you didn't mean that." Before she could finish, he forced a smile. "It's okay. I already got some money back from the smith. Luckily," he said, "if I bring materials, he won't charge for reinforcement. If I keep upgrading, it'll definitely get stronger." Chloe immediately cheered him on. "Exactly. Gomomo's already strong even when using a Daiso sashimi knife. You'll be even stronger once you get a proper weapon," he replied. "Thanks." Thoughts flooded his mind. "Honestly, I don't really need to get stronger. Since beating the mermaid, I can easily take down any mid or high level beast. Sure, A or S rank demons are strong, but they're just normal demons. Honestly, running into that mermaid during the midterm felt like bad luck was following me. Setting that aside, my main goal is to reinforce my weapon to reduce the pain when my body is pushed too far." A forced smile appeared on his face. Knowing it was her fault from the start, Chloe spoke louder toward him. "Joma, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult your weapon. It's a misunderstanding." He quickly added, "Ah, no, it's not like that, Chloe. It's just that when I look back at the Murasaki Tsume weapon I got, I felt a bit disappointed." Sensing the issue, Chloe focused intently. "Oh, that smith messed up your weapon." A sinister atmosphere began to build around her, her voice carrying a threatening tone along with sharp eyes. "Anyone who makes things difficult for Guillaume, they all have to die." Her pupils slowly shifted to a deadly red. Seeing this, he immediately called out her name, "Chloe." When that didn't work, he gave her a tap on the shoulder. Only then did Chloe regain her composure, startled and stammering, "Ah, sorry." At that moment, as if he'd sensed something, his gaze shifted sharply to the side, fixating on a nearby tree. "What's that?" Chloe couldn't sense it, but this guy was hiding his aura very well. Without hesitation, he headed toward the tree. Yeah, my senses are getting sharper and sharper. I wouldn't miss even the faintest trace of aura. At this rate, soon I'll be able to hear ants crawling on the floor. Chloe was surprised by his sudden movement. Gioma, where are you going? Having pinpointed the location, Gioma kicked the tree trunk hard. What are you doing here? From the tree, a person suddenly fell down, showering the ground with a cascade of leaves. Gioma quickly recognized him. It was Nox. He stared at Nox, thinking, this guy, really? Nox landed awkwardly but quickly regained his composure. He immediately took a defensive stance. It's me. It's Chloe. Only then did Chloe realize it was her brother. Meanwhile, Gioma returned to his seat and picked up his knife. Chloe, with her big cat ears, sneaked close to Gioma, trying to hold him back. Gomalma gave Nox a sharp look and said, no scent of blood. You're not carrying a weapon, are you? Then he asked, so what do you want from me? Nox was startled but said nothing, leaving the other two a little confused. When Nox stayed silent, Gioma took a deep breath and asked again, I thought I already made things clear to you. But anger showed clearly on Nox's face. No, I didn't come here for that. Seeing Nox deny it so quickly, Gioma pressed on. Then why? What is it? Still crossing his arms, Nox said. Anyway, telling Chloe's like water off a duck's back. It's better if I tell both of you. Chloe looked puzzled and glanced over. Nox continued, this concerns you too, Gioma. The Elder Council of the Academy has ordered your execution. Gioma was shocked. The thought flashed in his mind. The Elder Council. So they've actually appeared. That bunch of old men want to get rid of me. The 5 elders hold absolute power in this academy. Aren't they always lurking in the shadows, interfering with everything in this prestigious school? Or are they really going to make a move now? Chloe was even more surprised by this news. She stood up and called out, so you came to find Gioma because of that? Then Nox's eyes turned red. Chloe, you've been away too long. You've lost your vigilance. Chloe drew the hidden paper knife from her body, her eyes flashing red too, and shouted, Gioma, get out of the way. Let me handle this. Technically, Chloe was the fastest to move, but Gioma remained seated as she kept urging him, hurry, get behind me. Watching the scene, Nox sighed helplessly. Looks like you're still pretty sharp, Chloe. Then he fixed his gaze on Kang Gioma and said, I don't care what you've done, but the Elder Council does not look favorably upon you. Not just me, even the Auditor family's internal members find this strange and want to postpone this mission. The fact that they secretly issued an order without the principal's knowledge is suspicious too. Besides, assassinating a student goes against our principles. But since this is a direct order from the Elder Council, it's hard to ignore. If the pressure keeps mounting, Auditor will be forced to investigate you, Kang Gioma. At this point, Nox adjusted his tone and said, anyway, Chloe, since you're a member of the Auditor family, I'm telling you this directly. Hearing this, Gioma started having new thoughts. Although Nox claimed he came because it went against the family's principles, deep down he was worried about Chloe. After saying all this, Nox turned and began to leave, shouting back, I'm done talking. Suddenly Gioma called out, Nox. Nox was a little startled and glanced back. Embarrassed, Gioma muttered, what is it? Same as last time, but Nox didn't stop. He kept walking away, adding, Chloe is happiest when she's by your side. Even I, her brother, have never seen her like this. Don't let her get hurt anymore. This left Kang Gioma even more confused, not knowing what to say at the moment. His bewilderment was clearly written all over his face. As he looked up to observe Nox's face, a face full of questions, a few thoughts began to surface in his mind. What the hell is he talking about? So different from the arrogant attitude before, his fierce expression had softened a lot. I thought my threats would have crushed his spirit. But his will seemed stronger. Huh? A question mark became even clearer in his mind. Wasn't I the one who hurt Chloe's leg? Then he scrutinized the look Nox gave him, as if falling from the sky to the ground. Gioma realized the meaning behind Nox's previous words. His gaze flickered back and forth to Chloe, and he finally spoke, yeah, alright. But that wasn't all. Nox's hoarse voice pushed him into a new situation. Then let me ask you this, how did you become so strong? Surprised, Gioma froze for a few seconds. In that moment, a thought brought him back to his subconscious. The reason I'm strong I think strength is the ability to face constant threats, like the Sword Saint. But honestly, I don't think I have the right to talk about strength since I only have that power for less than a minute a day. What kind of strength is that? His sharp eyes locked on Knox once more but couldn't ignore the truth. Knox had revealed family secrets to him under the pretext of wanting to see Chloe. As an outsider, maybe Knox was hinting that I should take care of Chloe. Shaking off this thought, Guillaume finally spoke, hesitating for a moment. Knox waited for an answer, and Guillaume said, "You lack sincerity." Hearing this, Knox frowned slightly and forced a smile. "What do you mean?" Guillaume's face grew serious again. "Even if you're from the auditor family of Sicily, there are social experiences you just can't understand. I've been through a lot since I was young, working in many different places. I think all of those experiences have shaped who I am today. If you stay confined in the academy, you'll soon reach your limit. Step outside, gain life experience. If you work hard and sweat, you'll definitely gain something." As he said this, Guillaume quickly turned away, his embarrassment obvious. "Because none of that is wrong. I've got to go now." But Knox behind him didn't understand a damn thing. The scene shifts to the next day, during the last class of the afternoon. The instructor continued writing a few lines on the blackboard as the lecture went on. "Above all things, including order and prosperity, countless gods exist in the heavens. But even those seemingly omnipotent beings cannot escape extinction." Back to Guillaume, it seemed he wasn't fully paying attention to the lecture, and inwardly forced himself to change his mindset. "They are targeting the senior students of the academy. The seniors are descendants of 5 of Joaquin's 7 disciples. I remember that group. They wield great influence not only here but around the world. However, because their role is to intervene with the main characters constantly just to protect their own power, through all the changes and corruption, they are also known as the 5 scourges." Guillaume fell into deep thought. Why was his very existence such a thorn in their side? Though he was overthinking, he still held his pen and began jotting down what the lecturer was saying. Among the omnipotent gods, there was one who was the greatest and most powerful. He was the god from beyond, who had destroyed all the gods in the heavens, and declared the end of the age of mythology. But then his expression turned puzzled. Although he was very interested in mythology, as he wrote these words, he felt there were so many things that needed to be done right here and now. He was trying to stand out, but there were too many issues, too smooth, too safe to a damn fault. No matter how much effort he put in, it was absurd that so many older people wanted to target him. Looking back at what he had just written, some thoughts crystallized in his mind. Scopuli Island, Leon, the mermaid. But the real target of that monster wasn't him, it was Leon. He recalled the midterm exam, when the sea demon fish gathered in the pond near their area as if waiting for Leon, and the mermaid appeared exactly as planned. She attacked Leon while he was off guard. Thinking back, it was very strange. No matter how much principal media tried to keep it secret, those so-called elders would have heard about it. The truth was, he had killed the mermaid. The fact that those elders targeted Leon, a hero candidate, suggested that one or all of them might be colluding with the demon clan. It wasn't certain, but considering the council elders' actions in the main storyline, there was a solid basis for suspicion. Not only that, but his interference wasn't simply sabotage, it was an attempt to eliminate Leon altogether. A surge of anger welled up deep in Guillaume's heart. Were protecting their own interests more important than the safety of humanity and the academy? Even if corrupted, they were still representatives of the academy, yet they conspired against students, prioritizing their own interests over the safety of mankind and the institution. He truly couldn't imagine that the rod of power had reached this extent. Right now he could confront those damn elders and start cutting them down recklessly to vent his fury, but it wasn't the time yet. When the moment came, he would deal with them all. Returning to the lecture, the instructor had written a whole series of new notes. Lost in thought, Guillaume realized he couldn't focus well. Did he even have any other choice? He had to do it. First, strengthen his weapons, next move toward the dungeons. But he needed more members to join. It was hard to do this alone. If he told Chloe, she would definitely help. But he wanted someone with more strategic thinking, not someone like Rachel, who lived more in the moment. He wrote down more of what the teacher was saying. Future generations would dare to speak of the god's existence. Then a smile appeared on his lips, and he added a few more lines: weapon, speed. Then I need to find speed weapon next. The class ended with the words written on the board: it is called the god. As Gyoma stepped out the classroom door, suddenly someone blocked his path. Cracking his knuckles, the figure sneered, "Hey, hey, look who's here, Mr. Big Shot." With a mocking smile, he added, "But hey, this isn't a place where lowlifes like you get to come and go as you please, special student." Seeing a tall, imposing student suddenly appear behind him, Gyoma's calm demeanor sparked an inner thought. What the hell just popped up out of nowhere? This third-rate supporting character looked like the typical class thug. But having worked nearly 20 years in the restaurant industry in a past life, dealing with countless drunk customers, Gyoma figured this brat wasn't worth his worry. So he just kept walking forward and said, "Don't bother me. Get out of my way before I lose patience and shave that square jaw of yours." Provoked, the big student's face darkened with rage, his fist raised, teeth gritted. Ah, damn. What a jerk. But Gyoma remained completely calm. The thug lunged with his fist, but Gyoma glanced back and casually assessed, "Slow and clumsy like that, you really think you can take me down?" In an instant, surprise flickered across the thug's face as Gyoma's speed weapon punched him squarely in the face. The thug's body lost momentum and crashed backward. The crowd around started murmuring, "Hua, what's going on? Are they fighting?" After knocking the guy down, Speed Weapon spoke up, "Ow, damn, that jaw's rock hard." Seeing that expression, Gyoma smiled subtly, thinking, "I've heard mages are strong. But now I'm seeing some real muscle power too. Haha." Speed Weapon continued, "Hey, did I hit him a bit too hard? By the way, you came to find me, right? Looks like we should talk outside." Gyoma nodded and left the classroom, placing a can of drink near the window. Speed Weapon said, "Then we need to form a new team, ASAP. Let me help you find members. Also, you'll have to split the rewards with the team, but you'll collect materials from the monsters yourself, right?" Speed Weapon was quick to catch on, so Gyoma added, "If I say we need a team, then probably no one will come except Chloe. But if you, from the dragon class, help out, it'll be much easier." Speed Weapon sipped his drink while talking. "Since it's a team, you need at least 4 people to enter the dungeon. Even without academy rules, you can grind 5 or 6 instances a day on your own, right?" Gyoma immediately denied. "There's no way I could conquer a dungeon alone." Speed Weapon teased, "Are you kidding? You took down the mermaid all by yourself and still say that? Too humble isn't good, Gyoma." Gyoma had no comeback. A few thoughts flickered through his mind. "I think he's looking at me like I'm just pretending to be humble." Seeing Gyoma's silence, Speed Weapon asked, "You look better now, huh?" Gyoma chimed in, "Oh, that reminds me, I felt much better resting in the VIP room at the hospital thanks to your treatment." Hearing the compliment, Speed Weapon raised his can and looked up. All right, I accept your offer. No reason to say no. I'm sure I'll have some new experiences teaming up with you." Seeing Speed Weapon's acceptance, Gyoma smiled brightly, "Thanks." Right after, Speed Weapon got straight to the point and asked, "Have you thought about which dungeon to tackle?" Gyoma replied, "Class C, the Buffalo Dungeon." Speed Weapon added, "The Chan Dungeon." The Buffalo Dungeon is definitely the most classic one. After a moment of thought, Speed Weapon said, "So that makes 3 of us, me, you and Chloe. What kind of member do you want for the last slot? Just say it." A pensive look still lingered on Gyoma's face. "As long as it's not Rachel or Leon." Speed Weapon noticed his unease about them and chuckled. "Haha, anyway, they can't join. Rachel's been training at the center since you went to the hospital, and Leon's preparing to grind higher-level dungeons with students 52 and 53. Hearing that, Gyoma silently breathed a sigh of relief. "That's a relief." Then Speed Weapon's expression shifted slightly as he looked up. "Now you mention it, a certain someone came to mind. He's probably asleep right now." Gyoma raised an eyebrow, curious. "Sleeping? At this hour?" Speed Weapon took a sip from his can and replied casually, "That's just how he is." Then he tossed the empty can into the trash. He went on, "Let's swing by the shop first. There are a few things we need to buy." Later that night, under a full moon, they arrived at a place. Sorry, a new courtyard appeared. Speed Weapon said, "The door's open. Let's go in." A few thoughts flickered through Gyoma's mind. Is this his house? The academy has a place like this. I've never been here, not even when playing Miracle Protection. Back in my past life as a Japanese chef, I never once went to Japan. I always wanted to go there to research the market, but I guess this experience will have to do. Turning his head, Gyoma noticed some archery targets far off, with arrows stuck all over the front boards. While admiring the scene, the two noticed someone lying off to the side. "Ah, there you are." Speed Weapon approached and said, "Hey, wake up." No response. Speed Weapon sat down nearby. "Hey, come on, wake up. It's morning, why aren't you moving?" Then he leaned in closer, whispering, "I bought it already." At that, the girl suddenly sat up, blushing. "Huh, where?" Speed Weapon didn't keep her waiting and quickly pointed southward. He said, "It's with that guy over there. Quick, hurry." In a flash, her eyes sharpened with determination as she dashed toward Gyoma. Caught off guard, Gyoma suddenly realized, what the heck? The bag in his hand was spotted. She made a quick sideways cut and swiftly grabbed the bag. Her fierce gaze locked onto him, while Gyoma was left dumbfounded. Due to her speed, they collided hard. The result? Gyoma was quickly pinned down by her, and she was munching on something delicious. So good, so good. Absolutely delicious. The best. Gyoma's bewildered look mixed with the absurd situation left him thinking helplessly, what is this? Then, surprisingly, she asked, "Hey, do you still have any red bean candy?" Back in the midst of old memories, two chefs were busy preparing a meal when a sudden, loud noise outside caught both of their attention. Suspicion quickly clouded their faces. In front of Kang Gyoma, something was glowing, floating mid-air. Yes, that thing. The one that had always helped him unwind after a long, exhausting day at work. A strange image appeared on his screen. Thoughts started pouring in. He remembered the countless generic mobile games out there, all with flashy tactics to hook players. But the most effective method to drain a gamer's wallet? Beautiful, irresistible female characters. It sounded simple, but pulling it off wasn't easy. In the RPG Miracle Protection, he had struggled quite a bit. Surrounded by sweaty men both in game and in real life, he found himself treasuring the presence of the female characters in the game even more. Now, with just one tap, she would be his after payment, of course. Why am I doing this? He asked himself. The answer was simple: beautiful women in games, and not just in games. Sometimes they were right here. Suddenly a soft, clear voice echoed, "Do you like rice cakes?" It was Saki Ryojo. He froze. His eyes couldn't leave the screen. Each character in the game was so vivid, so detailed, it felt like they were alive. Some people might say it was over the top, it all depended on taste, but either way, the revenue rankings spoke for themselves. The story of this world revolved around Leon, a handsome but unlucky guy. That made him irresistible to beautiful women, who were drawn to him like metal to a magnet. Later in the story, once Leon awakened and became the strongest, the number of female leads orbiting him grew too many to count on both hands and feet. Among them, the designated heroine was Abel. Each female character had her own distinct charm and abilities, but right now, Abel had arrived. The two gripped their swords together. "Abel, sorry, we're a little late." The story focused entirely on Leon and Abel as they pushed through hardship after hardship, and through those struggles, love gradually bloomed. In that moment, I was completely taken in by Abel's allure. My hand moved on its own. I opened my wallet and charged money into the game without a second thought. Seconds later, a confirmation message popped up. Web has sent CB card. Name Kim, April 12, 1707. Payment complete, 149,001. I looked back at the characters on screen. Aside from Abel, the heroine who would stay till the end, the others slowly faded into nothing. Among the many forgotten female leads, the one who disappeared the fastest was her, the one standing right in front of me. A stunning noblewoman and archery prodigy, Saki Ryojo. She gently held out a candy stick. "Got any more rice cakes?" Snapping back to reality after stepping away from Gyoma, Saki Ryojo turned and walked off, her figure tinged with loneliness. She left behind a quiet remark, "This guy is such an idiot. Really annoying too." All I could do was watch. My eyes followed her. Saki Ryojo, the girl with sky blue hair and unreadable calm eyes. Why did Speed Weapon choose her? I quickly started connecting the dots. I knew I'd played this character before. She had the highest damage stats among the main cast. At first glance, she might not stand out, but the reality was the exact opposite. Saki Ryojo wasn't just smart, she played a critical role in the story's main arc later on. There was a small chance her relationships would shift after that upcoming banquet. But maybe she'll be okay, right? Lost in thought, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Saki Ryojo's serious expression. She approached Speed Weapon and asked, "What brought you here?" Speed Weapon, candy stick in hand, glanced around cautiously. After a short pause, he began, "Well, it's kinda," but before he could finish, Saki Ryojo swiftly walked past him. At the same time, the candy in his hand moved with her. He watched in stunned silence as she casually peeled the wrapper and began eating it like it was nothing. Not wanting to miss the moment, Speed Weapon jumped in. "That guy over there, his name's Kang Gyoma. You know him, right?" Saki paused for just a second, then replied with a cool, indifferent "yeah." Speed Weapon pressed on, "He met me earlier this afternoon." "So?" Saki said, barely reacting. But Speed Weapon quickly added the key detail, "I ran into a thug blocking the entrance." That sounded like he was rambling, and Saki instantly cut him off. "Get to the point." Realizing he'd gone off track, Speed Weapon snapped back, "Right. Sorry, so we're recruiting a few more people for the Blue Bull dungeon next week." Standing nearby, Gyoma silently watched the exchange, eyes wide, a little lost. His usual blank stare matched his nickname perfectly. He really did seem like a background support character. How am I even supposed to explain this? Speed Weapon thought to himself. He quickly added, "Aside from the Blue Bull's horns, we'll split the rest of the loot evenly." Hearing that, Saki Ryojo's eyes locked onto the main character. She stepped closer, held up a single finger, and gently tapped his chest. "Hey, you were part of that subspace battle, weren't you?" Her gaze pierced through him. Gyoma didn't deny it. "Yeah." They stared at each other in silence for a while before Saki turned away. As she walked off, she tossed back over her shoulder, "The dungeon rewards count toward our ranking scores, so I have no reason to turn it down." She paused slightly, then added, "You're a lot less gutsy than I expected. You don't exactly scream persistence or strength either." Hearing that, Gyoma let out a long sigh. His voice was quiet, resigned. "Didn't expect someone who was just napping earlier to be talking to me about courage. Honestly, that kinda stings." As she walked over to grab her coat, Saki suddenly turned and said, "Sorry, I just don't think I can work with someone who doesn't seem to have any real courage." Speed Weapon quickly stepped in. "Saki, you watched that fight too. I told you Gyoma's battle in that subspace wasn't some low-level skirmish." But Saki was unconvinced. "I'm guessing the opponent was weak." Speed Weapon fired back, "Are you nuts? That guy was from the Auditor de Sicilia clan. And during the midterm exam, this dude," he abruptly covered his mouth, realizing he was about to spill something he shouldn't have. But it was already too late. That slip-up had caught Saki Ryojo's full attention. On the other side, Gyoma could feel the tension thick in the air. Trying to steer things away from suspicion, Speed Weapon blurted out, I can't tell you that. Just listen for a second, okay?" But Saki Ryojo clearly took it the wrong way. "You think I'm some kind of dog?" she snapped. "You tell me to listen and I'm just supposed to obey, is that it?" Her glare narrowed in on Speed Weapon, her tone sharper now. "If a dog drools just because it sees a rice cake, then what the hell does that make it?" The air froze over in an instant. She barked again, "Hey, are you mocking me? Do you even know what rice cakes mean?" Flustered, Speed Weapon fumbled for words. "I do. That's why I brought them." Standing off to the side, Gyoma watched the argument unfold and sighed deeply. "Again, really? What are we even doing anymore?" he thought bitterly. "Are we really stooping this low? Turning our love for food into some metaphor about obedience? There's a difference between teasing a teammate and undermining their dignity." Unable to watch it any longer, Gyoma turned to leave. But something in him wouldn't let it go. Suddenly, his voice cut through the tension. "Speed Weapon, that's enough. Just stop. Let's go." His tone was firm. "If someone can't even work together, things will only get worse once we're in the dungeon. Let's find someone else who's a better fit." But unexpectedly, Saki Ryojo stayed calm beneath the moonlight. A small smirk formed on her lips. "Forget it. Why would I even go raiding dungeons with you?" The quiet that followed was heavier than anything said. Gyoma knew what needed to be done. Without a word, he pulled open one side of his coat, revealing two familiar sashimi knives strapped inside. With a swift motion, he pulled one free and flicked his wrist. Whoosh! The blade shot through the air, slicing the darkness with a silver gleam and struck dead center in the bullseye of a target 50 meters away. Saki Ryojo froze, her eyes fixed on the board, then slowly turned to Gyoma. Before she could even speak, another flash whoosh. And the second knife buried itself in the center of a different target, just as precise. After the flawless display, Gyoma looked at her coolly and asked, "Need me to prove anything else?" Saki Ryojo's eyes widened. She felt something stir inside her, a subtle tremble she didn't expect. Her cheeks flushed slightly, though she kept her composure. The message was clear. She understood what he was saying, even without words. The next morning, somewhere inside the academy, a door creaked open. Inside, Saki Ryojo sat waiting, glasses perched neatly on her nose. She looked up and greeted the new arrival Morning. The other three arrived shortly after: Gyoma, Speed Weapon, and Chloe. This was the study room tucked inside a cozy cafe on campus. Seeing Saki already there, Speed Weapon looked genuinely surprised. "You got here early." Chloe gave her a warm nod. "Well, hey, good morning." But when Gyoma and Saki Ryojo's eyes met purely by accident, a faint, awkward smile appeared on her lips. Her face flushed slightly as she said, "Haha, hey." Still wearing that same expression, huh? For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed Gyoma's mind. The sashimi effect, yeah, that definitely worked. Speed Weapon strolled over and took a seat beside Saki Ryojo. Then, out of nowhere, he asked, "You ever done this before?" Saki Ryojo responded coolly, It's nothing. Won't take more than a few steps." She then pulled out a piece of paper and added, "The permit's already approved. I'd say everything's pretty much ready." Speed Weapon cleared his throat, adjusted his posture, picked up a pen, and started briefing. "Alright then, let's begin. The Minotaur Dungeon. As the name implies, it's inhabited by C-rank demonic minotaurs known as the Water Bulls. They'll charge at you from close range, and fighting them up close is hellishly difficult." He paused for a second, eyes sharpening. "But everything has a weakness, and for these guys it's long-range attacks. They can't handle them." Then his expression darkened, voice dropping to a serious tone. "There's one thing you must never do under no circumstances should you open the stone gate at the center." Chloe furrowed her brows. Clearly confused, she asked, "What happens if someone opens it by accident?" Speed Weapon hesitated, then answered slowly, "There are rumors that something was sealed away behind that gate. Just rumors. No one knows for sure." Saki Ryojo cut in, "The academy was clear. The condition for entering the Minotaur Dungeon is not to open the gate. There's no reason for us to touch it." Gyoma nodded. "Right. We must never open it." The other three turned to look at him, eyes narrowed. Gyoma blinked, sensing their stares. Speed Weapon asked directly, "Gyoma, do you know what's behind that gate?" Gyoma quickly shook his head. "No, of course not. I've got no desire to mess with it." "There's a hidden boss inside." Speed Weapon sighed, watching his conflicted expression. "Look, what am I even supposed to say to that?" But beneath the surface, Gyoma had already collected himself. He thought silently, that gate only opens under certain conditions. For now, the system has it locked. Danger aside, this dungeon is actually one of the most rewarding. His gaze drifted towards Saki Ryojo only to find her staring right at him. There was a strange, unfocused look in her eyes. He chuckled quietly and suddenly asked, "So do you really have that big a sweet tooth?" Without missing a beat, she replied, "When you use your brain as much as I do, sugar becomes essential." Gomoma let out a dry laugh. "Yeah, I've got no comeback for that." Then, something shifted. As if a memory surfaced, his expression turned serious. Chloe sensed it too. Her eyes grew sharp, tinged red, radiating alertness. "Someone's watching us," Gyoma thought. Chloe turned to him. "Gyoma? What's wrong?" He said nothing. Just kept his thoughts to himself. "Let's wait. If they're out there, they'll show up soon enough." The clear blue sky seemed to usher them toward a new destination. Along a mountain road, a bus rolled steadily forward. Its destination, Joaquin. Inside, Kang Gyoma sat in silence, lost in thought, his eyes watching the passing landscape. Memories and thoughts stirred in his mind. That's a remote land on Earth, once a legendary place for the heroes of this world. Back when he was just a reader of the novel, he'd promised himself never to follow this path. And yet, here I am. On a bus, heading straight for it. After some time, the vehicle came to a halt. A voice from outside caught his attention. "How'd you get here? This area's under civilian control because of the nearby dungeon, huh?" Through the window, Gyoma saw someone move aside a barricade. He frowned slightly, eyes scanning his surroundings. Security's tight. That unsettling sensation of being watched came rushing back. He sharpened his focus. Am I being followed? Could it be those old men again? Before he could finish the thought, Speed Weapon appeared at his side. Hey Gyoma! He called out. Hearing his name, Gyoma had no choice but to turn his attention to him. Speed Weapon pulled something from his bag and asked, "Wanna eat some eggs?" Gyoma shook his head. Nah, I'm good. Then a thought occurred to him, so that's what he's eating today, huh? But Speed Weapon quickly shifted topics. You nervous about going to that X-rank dungeon? Gyoma let out a chuckle. Haha, I figured you'd say that. Losing interest in Gyoma, Speed Weapon turned to someone else. How about you, Saki? Want some eggs? Saki Ryojo, still wearing her usual detached expression, kept her eyes on the window. No. The reply was blunt. Meanwhile, Chloe had fallen asleep to rest up for the upcoming mission. With no one else to offer food to, Speed Weapon began eating his eggs, nodding in approval. Delicious. With nothing interesting to look at outside, Saki turned her gaze inward to the inside of the bus. Her eyes landed on Gyoma, who was still chatting with Speed Weapon. Wanna do something to kill time? Speed Weapon asked. No, Gyoma started to say, but then noticed Saki Ryojo watching him. He met her gaze, eyes locking. She looked surprised, but quickly turned back toward the window. Her expression shifted, curiosity giving way to concern. Gyoma lowered his head and looked at his feet. I don't think I'm being watched, but why was she looking at me like that? Time passed. The bus eventually came to a final stop. It wasn't clear who got off first or last, but Chloe was definitely among the first to step outside. Her face lit up with wonder. Oh, it's beautiful. Weather's perfect today? Huh. But Gyoma wasn't listening. His focus had shifted elsewhere toward a deeper thought. This land once teemed with ancient monsters. Now it's been reduced to a cultivated zone. Still, everyone seemed well prepared for the journey ahead. Chloe led the way, her familiar sword strapped to her back. Saki Ryojo carried something large, nearly as tall as herself, wrapped tightly in cloth. Speed Weapon carried nothing, completely empty-handed. Looking over at Gyoma, Speed Weapon asked, "What's with all the baggage? You bring your whole house or something?" Gyoma turned to him, calm as ever. Curious, are you? Maybe it was the constant clinking sound coming from Gyoma's backpack that had started to get on Speed Weapon's nerves. Without another word, Gyoma unzipped the bag and revealed its contents. Countless familiar sashimi knives. Not just the standard brown ones, some had their blades painted. Enchanted for extra power. Speed Weapon blinked in confusion. A bead of sweat sliding down his temple. You planning to open a sushi stand here or something? Gyoma responded calmly, his eyes brimming with quiet confidence. Better safe than sorry. Speed Weapon didn't quite grasp his full intent, but didn't press further. He laughed instead. You talk like an old man sometimes. Still, he knew one thing for sure: Gyoma wouldn't have come so prepared without a reason. Suddenly Chloe chimed in, her voice full of determination. I'll always be the one leading the way, so I'm going first. Gyoma let out a soft chuckle. Just a few months ago she was still that timid little girl. But now she's confident enough to lead the team. He nodded. No problem. And with that, the four of them began heading toward the dungeon entrance. Ahead, two barricades stood guard, flanked by a pair of soldiers. The guards were momentarily surprised to see them approach, but quickly regained their composure. As the soldiers eyed Gyoma's group with quiet suspicion, both he and Saki Ryojo kept their expressions unreadable, cold, composed. One of the guards gestured toward a logbook on the nearby desk. You're from the academy? Please, all four of you sign in. They took turns writing down their names, with Gyoma being the last. Just as he finished scribbling his name, the soldier's face shifted, just a flicker of surprise. Gyoma noticed instantly and focused in on the man's reaction. While Gyoma was still watching the guard, the others had already moved ahead. Near the gate, Speed Weapon turned back and called out, Hey Gyoma. What's taking so long? Let's go already. Chloe shot him a glance too, urging him not to lag behind. Gyoma let out a quiet sigh and nodded. Yeah, coming. The heavy gate slowly creaked open, and the first three stepped through. Let's go. But as they passed through the entrance, Speed Weapon winced. That smell. This might be rough. At the same time, a strange unease crept over Gyoma. Am I trembling? Behind them, the dungeon gate began to close. Before it sealed shut, Gyoma turned for one last glance at the staff member still standing by. It'll probably be fine, he thought to himself. Then the door slammed shut, locking the four of them into the darkness of the dungeon. They moved deeper in. The interior was surprisingly well constructed, almost like a tourist attraction. Nothing like the grim, suffocating caves Gyoma had pictured. It made sense, though this dungeon was frequently visited by academy trainees. Graffiti littered the walls, along with scribbled phrases like "you come and go, but L views." Gyoma raised an eyebrow. What kind of cave is this supposed to be? This doesn't feel like a real dungeon at all. Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a light tug on his sleeve. It was Saki Ryojo. She looked uneasy. I'm having a bit of trouble. Gyoma immediately turned to her. You don't look so good. You okay? Saki Ryojo's face was a little pale. She whispered, I think something sweet might help. Without a word, Gyoma reached into his coat pocket. Behind him, Saki watched quietly, her eyes full of hope. He pulled out a few candies and held them out, but her face fell slightly. Candy? Don't you have any rice cakes? Gyoma blinked, clearly surprised. Why would you expect that from me? Shouldn't you be carrying your own snacks? He gave her a look that mirrored hers. Saki replied flatly, It'll save your life one day. Even so, she accepted the candy and popped it into her mouth. As Gyoma turned away, trying to regain his usual calm, Chloe suddenly appeared out of nowhere, catching him off guard. Her eyes had shifted sharp, focused. 3 or 4 monsters incoming. 200 meters. Straight ahead. At her words, Speed Weapon turned back and nodded. All right, stick to the plan, and we'll be fine. Chloe, Saki, don't worry. I'll cover both of you. Chloe drew her crossbow and got into stance. Saki moved quickly, unwrapping her weapon. Maybe it was the candy's effect, but she finally pulled out her signature weapon, a red bow. Gyoma's eyes widened at the sight. That's an S-rank weapon. With that, this dungeon won't be a problem. But instead of an overwhelming show of force, Saki muttered, It's been a while. It's a little stiff. Gyoma stared at her, puzzled. Can I even trust this? Suddenly Saki shouted, startling the entire group. Oh, wait a sec. She pulled out a red bean candy and bit into it. A bright smile lit up her face. Okay, now I can fight. Gyoma blinked again. That small flicker of trust he had started to build. Gone. Can I really rely on her, he thought. But there was no more time for doubts. From deep within the cavern, a gust of wind surged past them fast and sharp. It's here. Get ready. The clanking of hooves echoed ahead, growing louder. 3 monsters emerged, hulking beasts that resembled buffalo, but upright on 2 legs. Without hesitation, Chloe sprinted ahead, leaving the others behind. She dug her heel into the ground, launched into the air, eyes sharp as steel. With both crossbows raised, she unleashed a volley of arrows. One bolt hit its mark, piercing straight through a monster's eye. It toppled back, but the others didn't stop. Chloe landed and narrowed her eyes. Still 3 left. How? Realizing they hadn't slowed, Chloe clenched her teeth. I'll stall them. From the rear, Speed Weapon shouted, Chloe, lead them into the ambush zone. Then, unexpectedly, Saki's voice rang out, calm, commanding. Leave them to me. Chloe glanced back toward the sound. Saki Ryojo stood her ground, bow raised, posture steady. Her blue hair whipped in the wind as she loosed her arrows. 3 golden flashes tore through the air. The 3 charging beasts, just meters from Chloe, were suddenly engulfed in silent, deadly light and dropped. Silence. Then, Saki licked her lips, bow still raised. Sorry, guess I shot early. But her tone shifted immediately. Chin lifted, eyes sparkling, she looked down at the candy in her hand. This stuff's amazing. Gyoma couldn't help but sigh in defeat. Seriously, Saki Ryojo? Her shot was so strong that even the monster's horns had been vaporized. How the hell are we supposed to loot anything now? He felt a twinge of frustration, but quickly acknowledged the truth. Still, with that kind of ranged firepower, she basically carried the entire fight. People always said long-range archers were unstoppable, and now he believed it. She's seriously impressive. But damn it, she blew up all the usable materials too. Just as the group started to regroup, Speed Weapon turned to them. Should we head in deeper? But before anyone could answer, a sharp crack broke the silence. A loose stone shifted out of place. From behind them, one of the buffalo-like monsters, the same one Chloe had nailed in the eye, suddenly staggered to its feet and charged straight at Saki Ryo. Wait, wasn't that one already down? She gasped, caught completely off guard. What a pain. Then wham! Another stone slammed into her foot, throwing off her balance. Her body twisted, her center of gravity faltered, and her bow slipped from her hands. Danger closed in fast. All she could do was raise her arms instinctively, bracing for the hit. But nothing. Eyes wide, she slowly opened them only to see Gyoma standing in front of her, his sashimi knife gleaming as he brought it down in a clean, brutal arc. Whoosh shhhlk. The monster split in two with surgical precision. Saki stood frozen, stunned by what had just happened. The blade's flash was still lingering in her eyes, and Gyoma's icy expression didn't help. Then thud. The severed beast collapsed to the ground. Gyoma looked over his shoulder and gave her a small, calm smile. You okay? She could only raise a hand to cover her mouth, cheeks glowing red with embarrassment. Her eyes darted away, and Gyoma blinked, clearly confused. What just happened? At that moment, a digital ringtone cut through the silence. One of the guards outside had received a call. He spoke briefly, then nodded. Yes, instructor. Understood. Back in the dungeon, after taking down the water buffalo, Kang Gyoma walked over and picked up one of its horns. As he examined it in his hand, a grin tugged at his lips. This is exactly what I came here for: water buffalo horns. Good quality C-rank reinforcement material. Besides boosting gear, they've got a few other uses too. I'll grab as many as I can. But just then, a voice called from behind. Hey, Saki Ryojo stepped up, holding out a rice cake toward him. About earlier, thanks. This is for you. Gyoma blinked, slightly caught off guard. He stared at her for a moment, then hesitated, weighing whether or not to accept it. She's giving me something? Why? Ugh, better not make this a big deal. If Chloe sees it and blows up, it'll just be a pain. He finally took the rice cake from Saki and turned to Chloe. Hearing her name, Chloe flinched slightly and looked a bit shy. Huh? Gyoma leaned in and whispered something to her, too low for the others to hear. Chloe nodded quietly. Oh, alright, sure. But their exchange was suddenly interrupted. Who there, are you two flirting or something? Speed Weapon's voice cut in from behind, loud and teasing. Chloe's face instantly turned scarlet. Gyoma meanwhile frowned and promptly shot the idea down. Why would you even think that just from looking at us? Speed Weapon chuckled. Just curious. That's all. Gyoma's expression remained unreadable. Whatever. It's nothing. Chloe, on the other hand, looked a little let down. Guess it's better this way, she thought. Keeping some distance is the best way to deal with Rachel, after all. Shaking off the moment, she shifted the topic to something more pressing. There's something that's been bugging me. Why are there so many monsters here? Her words snapped everyone to attention. The group paused, focusing as they slowly moved deeper into the cave. To be sure, Speed Weapon turned to Saki Ryojo. Even if this is just a normal dungeon, the way they're acting is definitely off. It shouldn't be this quiet. What do you think, Saki? Saki thought for a moment, then replied slowly. Yeah, there's something strange about all this. Speed Weapon raised an eyebrow. Strange? How? As she recalled what she saw earlier, Saki casually popped a candy into her mouth, then answered, I'm not completely sure. But it felt like the monsters were running away from something. That's not normal for water buffalo. It doesn't match their usual behavior. Hearing that, Speed Weapon nodded thoughtfully. You've got a point. Water buffalo are actually pretty gentle beasts. Back in the origin world, people used them to plow fields. They're one of the few monsters known to coexist with humans. Gyuma's face twisted in disbelief. Those raging beasts? Plowing fields? Man, people really dream big, huh? After their brief discussion about the creatures, the group resumed their trek deeper into the dungeon. The instance itself wasn't particularly difficult. Water buffalo typically wouldn't attack unless provoked, which aligned with Gyuma's past gaming experience. Back then, these creatures were known as Minos docile, tanky monsters that rarely responded to aggression, unless directly threatened. Weird, back in the game, everything had rules. Now, this is real life. But is it still following the same logic? Gyoma glanced around the cave. Things feel off, too quiet, too strange, but maybe I'm overthinking it. The dungeon's mapped out. If anything happens, we'll get a signal out. Rescue teams are on standby, right? Yeah, should be fine. He pushed the thought aside and kept walking. Gyoma turned to Speed Weapon and asked, "Hey, what about your connections? You sure know a lot of people." Before Speed Weapon could answer, Saki Ryojo cut in, quick and sharp, "I was the top scorer on the written exam." He was second. That score's all he ever talks about. Speed Weapon looked flustered. "Hey, why are you saying it like that?" But Saki just grinned, clearly enjoying herself. "What? I'm just stating the facts." Then she held up 3 fingers proudly. "Oh, and by the way, I ranked 3rd in the latest placement test." Gyoma shifted his attention back to Speed Weapon. "And what about Rachel? I doubt you met her through some exam." Speed Weapon scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. "Well, yeah, me and Rachel, we go way back. We're pretty close." Gyoma frowned slightly, thinking I was a player, and I never knew Speed Weapon had ties to this many characters in the game. His name never even popped up. As if reading Gyoma's mind, Speed Weapon spoke up again. "My family's part of a branch of Rachel's house. To put it simply, I'm from a cadet line of the esteemed River Hall clan. We didn't grow up hanging out all the time, but we saw each other now and then. Distant relatives, same bloodline." He paused, then looked over at Gyoma. "Anyway, that's my story. What about you?" Gyoma didn't reply right away. Seeing him stay silent, Speed Weapon lightly punched him in the chest with a grin. "Don't give me that look. I'm perfectly happy where I am. Being from a minor branch means I don't have to get involved in all that noble power struggle nonsense." He laughed and shook his head. "That rotten noble society, it's all schemes and fake smiles. You've got guts, Gyoma. If you make it big one day, don't forget about me." Still calm and composed, Gyoma replied, "That's not gonna happen. Don't worry." The group moved forward again. Speed Weapon, trailing slightly behind, shouted playfully, "Who knows? Maybe you'll become one of the 7-star heroes someday." Chloe turned back with a bright smile. "Yeah. I could totally see that happening." But then Gyoma noticed something strange. Saki Ryojo, who had been walking ahead, suddenly came to a halt. The rest of the group froze in confusion. Her expression had shifted cold and serious. "I hate the 7-star heroes." Both Gyoma and Chloe looked puzzled. "Huh? Why?" Saki didn't answer. Instead, she shook her head and changed the subject. "Forget it. Let's finish this dungeon run. We still need 2 water buffalo, don't we?" The group began to move again, but Gyoma's attention was suddenly drawn to the walls around them. Strange purple slash marks were etched into the stone, unnatural, almost glowing faintly. His instincts flared. Something's wrong. Speed Weapon had already walked ahead but turned when he saw Gyoma lingering. "What are you doing?" "Let's go." Gyoma was startled but quickly replied, "Oh, all right." The group pressed deeper into the dungeon. Elsewhere, near the entrance to the dangerous section, a mysterious figure was speaking into a communication device. "It's me. So, just like you said, have you done it?" From the other end came an immediate response, "Yes, absolutely." They've moved deep inside the Water Buffalo dungeon and are currently encountering some monsters. The mysterious figure frowned slightly. "Do you need to?" But before he could finish, the other voice cut him off. "All right, I don't fully trust this. Did you do anything else in there?" The guard on duty replied nervously. "Ah, yes, I did what I reported. Personally, I left glowing stones along the Water Buffalo's path." It turned out the mysterious figure was the commander of the 5th Legion. Holding a candy in her hand, she muttered to herself, "Hemph, you talk too much. If this fails, the blame will be all on you." The guard tightened his grip on the phone, worry clear in his eyes. "Fine. I'll trust what you've done. But if anything unusual happens, report it immediately." "Understood." "Yes, sir, understood." The call ended. The guard stared thoughtfully at the dungeon entrance. Will they all just die inside there? The gate before him emitted a faint, eerie glow. A thick, ominous mist swirled around it, Unease welled up inside him. If this door opens while something is being prepared inside, their chances of survival are almost zero. He quietly moved closer, eyes narrowing. Alright, time for one more check. Back in the cave, Gioma's group pushed further ahead. Suddenly Chloe stopped, eyes sharp and alert. That she glanced to the side, her voice tense. Looks like some monsters are coming. Hearing that, Guilma immediately asked, "Good. How many?" Chloe kept watching intently, swallowing hard before replying, "About 50. The other 3 stood frozen in shock. What the? It felt like they misheard her. But at that moment, a thunderous roar exploded from deep within the cave. Boom! The entire dungeon began to shake violently. The group froze, their gazes locked on the source of the sound. Suddenly, a massive herd of water buffalo like an invading army charged straight at them. The 4 were paralyzed. Speed Weapon, trying to stay calm, couldn't hold back and yelled, "What the hell are those things? Why are there so many? Are they all water buffalo?" As soon as Speed Weapon finished speaking, the water buffalo in front let out a fierce roar, its eyes blazing red and mouth wide open. Instantly, countless others behind it roared in unison. "What the hell are we even doing?" Speed Weapon's face turned from pale to ashen as he stammered, "What the hell is this? Aren't water buffalo supposed to be gentle magical beasts?" Gioma couldn't make sense of it either. What's going on? But instead of panicking, he forced himself to focus. The monsters before them swarmed like a school of fish darting wildly, a familiar image that reminded Guilma of his very first teacher's words, "Every knife has its purpose. A chicken knife can't handle beef, and a sashimi knife is only for slicing raw fish." Got it. The memory washed over him, and he murmured absent-mindedly, "Sashimi." He had once wondered, isn't a sashimi knife just for cutting? Right then his teacher had swiftly raised a knife high. Reflexively, Juma stepped back. Sorry. But nothing happened. When he opened his eyes, before him was a perfectly sliced cross-section through the fish's body. His teacher smiled softly. Exactly. Back in the present, Guilma told himself. Now I have to use that sashimi knife for beef instead. Without hesitation, Guilma turned and gave orders. Chloe, distract the water buffalo herd. Don't engage directly, just move swiftly to the sides, and disrupt their formation. Remember, no fighting, just draw their attention. Chloe immediately nodded with seriousness. Got it. Then Guilma glanced at Speed Weapon and said simply, "You know what to do, right?" Speed Weapon looked briefly surprised but quickly caught on. Of course. Meanwhile, Saki Ryo was still bewildered. What the hell is this? Why are the water buffalo like this? And why are there 50 of them? Suddenly, Guilma called out, "Saki." She startled and turned. "I want you to block any that get too close." Saki paused, then whispered to Speed Weapon, "What's up with him? How is he so calm?" Speed Weapon chuckled. "He's been with the squad a while now. Killing monsters is nothing new. Don't be so surprised." But Saki still couldn't wrap her head around it. Looking back at Guilma, a flood of thoughts ran through her mind. Water buffalo. Sashimi knives. Don't think it's difficult. This feels just like the divine sword's fortune technique. If that's the case, I just need to prepare for what's coming. Without hesitation, Guilma pulled out a collection of knives from his prepared pouch. His eyes sharpened like never before. 8 knives already. The divine sword's fortune technique is activated. The water buffalo charged wildly forward. Guilma held his stance and threw a knife straight at a target. Behind him, Speed Weapon was working hard to support the team, while Saki Ryojo stood frozen, wide-eyed and astonished by everything unfolding before her. Saki Ryojo's piece of cake suddenly slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. She froze, her face blank, muttering absent-mindedly, "What the hell is this?" A chilling cold mixed with the stench of damp rot filled the air. Before her eyes, Kang Guilma stood alone atop a mountain of water buffalo corpses, the pungent, foul smell assaulting her nostrils. The dungeon, which had been echoing with the thunderous sounds of battle moments ago, fell completely silent. Rubbing her eyes as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, Saki Ryojo squinted and stared ahead, but the horrific scene didn't change. A massive mound of flesh piled high with the dead magical beasts. Pools of bright red blood spread out at the base of the heap, splatters stained the walls, coagulating into a grotesque modern art painting of horror. Saki Ryojo's eyes widened, her pale green irises dilating fully. Atop the mountain of water buffalo bodies stood Gyoma, proud and unyielding. Heat still radiated from his hands, gripping sharp blades that reflected a cold, dark crimson light. Fresh blood smeared sticky across the blades. His face was swallowed in shadow, only his eyes shining with an eerie glow. Around him, the space was dominated by two colors, black and red, a terrifying yet bizarrely harmonious blend, painting a blood-soaked nightmare. Saki Ryojo stared fixedly at the sight, her mouth twitching as an indescribable emotion welled up inside her. Struggling to steady herself, she scanned the surroundings and whispered, "What the hell is this? Time? No, it couldn't even be called time." In a blink, less than a minute, dozens of water buffalo had been reduced to cold slabs of meat. Even witnessing it with her own eyes, Saki Ryojo could barely believe what she was seeing. Whenever Gyoma swung his arms, the blades in his hands spun like steel fans, slicing through the magical beasts' bodies effortlessly. Of course, the whole group had done their part. Chloe darted forward, her eyes shining with familiar excitement. She created multiple clones of herself, moving at terrifying speed to distract the water buffalo. With her blessing, she summoned 4 more clones that surged forward simultaneously. When all Chloe's shadows converged, her sword smoothly slid back into its sheath. Kang! The soft clang of blade meeting sheath rang out, and immediately after came the sound of sharp slashes, dozens of precise cuts appearing all over the water buffalo's bodies. Not to be outdone, Gyoma continued throwing his knives forward with precision. His silhouette reflected sharply against the dungeon walls, and every blade he threw never missed its mark. His cold, focused eyes locked onto his prey. He just had to swing his arm, and the water buffalo in front would collapse instantly. Komama moved quickly, gliding like a breeze. The water buffalo roared in desperation, but in the blink of an eye, countless slashes appeared across their bodies. Each time he swung his shoulders and arms, the blades flashed like lightning, tearing through the enemies with strikes that seemed random but were incredibly precise. Outside, Speed Weapon kept blowing his flute, using sound to support his teammates. Meanwhile, Saki Ryojo still couldn't make sense of what was happening. She had heard rumors about Kang Gyoma's differences during virtual training sessions, whispers exchanged in hushed tones, but witnessing this performance was a whole different story. Gyoma charged forward, encountering no obstacles. The water buffalo swarmed, piling on him relentlessly, pushing and shoving, their numbers growing steadily. Eventually they closed in tight around him. Saki Ryojo was so stunned she forgot to release her arrow, her bow raised but frozen in place. He's in trouble. But then, her eyes glazed over in disbelief. Before her, Gyoma swung 2 sashimi knives horizontally. Swish! 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 The surrounding water buffalo were blasted away, sliced into pieces. Under Saki's stunned gaze, he stood silently, his eyes filled with absolute confidence, not a side character anymore, but the main one. Saki Ryojo was shocked, her arms lowering the bow, muttering unconsciously, What the hell just happened? Before her eyes, the rest of the water buffalo were shredded into heaps of flesh scattered everywhere. A murderous aura engulfed the scene, bright red blood spreading out in a terrifying yet strangely mesmerizing picture. Goma quietly surveyed the battlefield, then smiled. Somehow he pulled out a bag and began collecting water buffalo horns, just the right amount for the mission. But seriously, the narrator's voice might as well say, the author didn't bother explaining how he got them. Calmly, Gyoma's voice echoed like it was the simplest thing in the world. This is enough. Looking at the bulging bag full of water buffalo horns, Gyoma thought to himself, it only took 40 seconds to wipe out all 50 water buffalo. But too bad I don't have a space bag, so I could only carry a portion of them. Then he nodded in satisfaction, smiling like it was no big deal. From a distance, Chloe approached, her eyes sparkling as she exclaimed, Gyoma, you were so cool today. Gyoma looked at her and suddenly realized what Chloe had just done. She had used her incredible speed to distract the water buffalo herd, making it easier for everyone to take them down, a reliable teammate. He smiled softly. Chloe, you worked hard too. Without you, we couldn't have finished this fight so quickly. Gomama's compliment made Chloe blush, and she responded happily, Thanks. The two of them continued chatting cheerfully, and Gyoma's gaze softened as he looked at Chloe. Though not the type to openly show his feelings, he didn't hesitate to praise those who helped him reach his goals. Behind them, Speed Weapon was used to scenes like this, but Saki Ryojo wasn't. She stared intently at Gyoma, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Speed Weapon glanced at her and shrugged. Told you, don't be surprised. But Saki Ryojo immediately scowled, irritation clear on her face. Don't tell me not to be surprised when I see this. Fool. Speed Weapon laughed and sighed. Haha, I admit it. The first time I saw it, I was speechless too. I still can't believe it. That Kangyoma, every time I see him, he breaks all the rules. Saki pressed her lips together, her expression complicated, and asked hesitantly, Kangyoma, who exactly is he? Speed Weapon looked toward the two standing there and shrugged. I don't know either. He not only crushed the fight today, but he's been racking up achievements at the academy, and in other dungeon raids too. Once again, Saki's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him, silently asking, what the heck is this? But then she shook her head, trying not to dwell too much on it. Speed Weapon turned back to Gyoma with a sincere tone. Thanks, man. Saki watched them, but inside, her thoughts were still tangled and confused. After achieving their goal, the group exited the dungeon together. They walked along the familiar path, chatting as they went. Suddenly, Speed Weapon spoke up with surprise in his voice. The dungeon only required killing 2 water buffalo to clear it. But you took down more than double that? No, actually almost all by yourself. That's crazy. Gyoma heard this and just gave a faint smile, replying calmly. During the midterms, when we had to take down the merman, I didn't do anything at all. Let's just say this time I'm making up for it. But Speed Weapon quickly interrupted. Hey, it wasn't like that. His words suddenly stopped as he glanced at Saki Ryojo, who still didn't understand what was going on. Speed Weapon immediately corrected himself awkwardly. Ah yeah, never mind. Anyway, thanks. Saki frowned. A huge question mark practically hovering over her head. What's going on here? Speed Weapon quickly changed the subject, trying to lighten the mood. Honestly, we almost died back there. Forget about clearing the dungeon. But then his expression darkened as he muttered doubtfully. Why were those water buffalo so aggressive today? Saki nodded in agreement and added. Wasn't it the same last time we fought them? And remember the Lion Kings from before? Honestly, they weren't as strong as I expected. The group kept walking, but then Chloe, walking beside Gyoma, suddenly stopped. She stared ahead thoughtfully, and then turned to ask, Hey Kangyoma, but where exactly are we? Gyoma paused. Saki Ryojo looked around from behind and suddenly noticed something. Wait, this kind of looks like a pillar. Right then, Saki suddenly shouted, Oh my god. The space around them shifted suddenly. From thin air, eerie purple chains materialized, wrapping tightly around everyone. Question marks hovered above all 4 of them, but Chloe didn't panic. Instead, her eyes flickered with a spark of calculation. Gomoma quickly scanned their surroundings, a thought flashing through his mind. They've trapped us with chains. What now? Suddenly, a figure appeared, the dungeon gatekeeper, standing right there, staring at the scene in front of him with wide disbelief. What the hell is this? He muttered, unable to believe what he was seeing. All the monsters, wiped out completely. Shock was clear on his face. Then, as if remembering something urgent, he muttered again, Damn it, I'm dead for sure. A desperate thought struck him. I still owe 2 billion from Chwan's finances. He clenched his teeth, recalling their recent meeting. That day, a woman claiming to be an instructor from the academy came to see him. She said just one thing, help me with one task, and I'll pay off that entire 20 billion debt for you. The gatekeeper clenched his fists tightly, his heart pounding. He remembered the orders he'd received from the commander of the 5th Legion, tame the water buffalo, then use the magic stones to drive them mad. When Kangyoma enters this dungeon, release them all at once. And open the stone gate on the deepest floor. The gatekeeper swallowed hard and stared at the purple crystal in his hand. The only question running through his mind was, what exactly does she want? He sat in deep thought. When he heard the mysterious woman's proposal, he asked, the trainee, going into the lion's den. The 5th Legion commander, known as the Demon King, smirked. Exactly. I don't want to gamble on this. The woman replied. Then I'll find someone else. Panicked, the gatekeeper grabbed the purple crystal tightly, worry etched on his face. No, wait. I'll help. The woman smiled coldly. Good. Hurry up. I'll call you with detailed instructions later. Make sure you answer any unknown numbers. The gatekeeper quickly nodded. Understood. Then she left, leaving the gatekeeper stunned. But suddenly, a thought struck him. 20 billion. That's real money. With that, I can do anything. Snapping back to reality, he recalled something important and walked away with determination. They're just kids. The stone gate is open now. They'll all be dead for sure. Back to Guillaume's group, someone's voice called out, "That gate, you're not saying it's here, inside the stone gate." Juma thought to himself, realizing how smoothly everything had gone. I walked through blood without any trouble at all. His eyes sharpened with caution. Right then he noticed something important. This gate can only be opened with Mao Xun's magic stone. He realized the magic stone fragments he'd seen earlier were rewards for defeating the boss. Who would have thought they could open the gate? But now wasn't the time to be greedy. When Guillaume spotted a fresh slash mark glowing red on the stone gate, he immediately knew that no ordinary blade could leave such a mark. This was a sign. Without hesitation he drew his knife, ready to act. Suddenly, movements around them put the whole group on high alert. "What's that?" Chloe asked, her eyes fixed on a creature. Everyone's attention turned to a massive monster with an entirely red body, wielding a huge club. Speed Weapon kept asking in disbelief, "Is that really a water buffalo?" At that moment, an unsettling feeling crept over Guillaume. Damn it, it's awake already. While the others remained confused, Guillaume's mind sharpened, coldly analyzed the situation and cleared the area. It might be a luck transference, maybe one of the owner's blessings is shifted to another target and triggered. This can't be handled solo. But then, out of nowhere, an A-rank beast appeared, a minotaur, radiating a clear and deadly threat. A strong wind began to slip through the crack of the door. The flickering light from the oil lamp cast shadows on the wall, revealing the shape of a water buffalo standing nearby. On the opposite side, another one appeared. Then all four of them witnessed a giant water buffalo towering right in the center. Two others, one purple and one blue, stood on either side, visibly furious. They were the king's left and right advisors, left Fiang and right Dot. Chloe, with her keen sense of perception, immediately asked, "Hey King Guillaume, what's that? Why is there a beast like this on the stone gate?" But Guillaume didn't answer right away. He was deep in thought. Those two too. Recalling the earlier scenes, he continued to think, even if I slash through the gate and escape, once that monster wakes up, no one will get out alive. The pressure mounted, forcing him to focus intensely. But this time wasn't like the midterm exam when he knew nothing about the mermaid. I faced this minotaur in the game before. If I'm at full strength I can handle all three of them alone. But the problem is, I've already used up the full 40 seconds of the luck transfer. He clenched his teeth and made a decision. I have to act in the way that has the highest chance of success. At that moment, a sound echoed through the space. Tension gripped everyone in the room. After a brief moment of consideration, Guillaume reached into his jacket pocket and carefully clenched the hidden sashimi knife. Then, unexpectedly, he turned to Speed Weapon and asked, "Hey Weapon, can you boost my strength to ease the pain?" Speed Weapon looked at him, a bit surprised. "Yeah, I can. But how long do you need it to last?" "At most 2 minutes. Guillaume nodded. "That's enough. While I'm fighting, keep the boost coming non-stop. Don't let up for even a second." Speed Weapon hesitated for a moment, then resolutely said, "All right, since you said so, I'm on it." After getting ready, Guillaume turned to Chloe and Saki Ryojo. "Chloe, Saki, you two handled those foot soldiers." They both froze for a few seconds, but Guillaume emphasized, "That big guy is dangerous. Stay far away." Saki Ryojo tensed up, her mind too focused to think about anything else. Ahead, the water buffalo monsters began to roar, fury etched into every muscle. Goma tightened his grip and drew his E-rank Muramas's sword, raising it high. A blue light started spreading. The blessing of the sword god activated. Then, lightning began coursing through his body. The pain hit hard and fast. Guillaume spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his sword arm trembled from the agony. "I can still move." On the side, Speed Weapon kept playing his flute to support him, but the piercing pain was brutal. Still, Guillaume held firm. He took a deep breath, focusing all his senses on the battle ahead. The boss lunged forward, swinging its massive flail down with brutal force. Guillaume quickly dodged to the side, his eyes locked tightly on the monster. The pain tore through every nerve in his body, But he used the momentum to spin around and slash his knife in a deadly arc at the creature's weak spot, ignoring the agony that made him want to cough up blood. Just then, a diagonal counterattack came swinging up from below. Boom! The ground shattered beneath them. Goma immediately stepped back. The beast didn't give him a chance to retaliate. It raised a leg and kicked straight toward him. Damn it! Thud! Blood splattered across the floor. Joma was knocked backward but struggled to stay on his feet. He thought to himself, as if all the senses suppressed by the luck transfer blessing were suddenly unleashed. Then, a strange red gleam flickered in the monster's eyes. Damn, it's changing its attack stance. Gomoma realized the overhead slash had shifted to a horizontal sweep too fast. But he reacted just in time, ducking low to narrowly avoid the blade. The beast's flail slammed into the ground, cracking it wide open. Taking advantage of the opening, Gyoma sped around behind the boss, but he still couldn't escape. The furious water buffalo sensed his movement instantly. It spun around and swung its flail back in a counterattack. Boom! The powerful strike exploded like a bomb, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Dust and smoke filled the entire area. Inside the thick haze, the enraged water buffalo paused briefly, but then sensed something unexpected approaching. What was it? Behind him, Speed Weapon kept playing his flute, sweat pouring down his face, his body trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, Saki Ryojo was frantically dealing with the other water buffalo. She charged forward, recalling Gyoma's advice, the use of muscle power stance, stride, reacting by using potential energy. Combat senses can unbalance an opponent with even the slightest movement. But theory and practice were worlds apart. Seizing a momentary opening, Saki swiftly shot an arrow straight at the creature. The arrow struck its eye, causing the water buffalo to gape and roar in agony. But it wasn't over yet. Even blinded in one eye, its fighting spirit refused to break. It gripped its sword tightly and charged. Saki thought to herself, it's like it's covered, can't see a thing. She pulled back her bowstring again. What seemed like a simple attack suddenly exploded with force. Boom! The water buffalo's head was blasted off, its body flung backward, collapsing motionless to the ground. It was dead. Saki quickly glanced away, a thought flashing in her mind. Sword Emperor Swift, could I have heard right? They say the Sword Emperor can use aura, along with a special class warrior. But she had no time to dwell on it. Back with Gyoma, the water buffalo's eyes widened in shock. That kid actually dodged that last attack. Then its gaze shifted, darkening. Gyoma's reflection shimmered in the monster's fierce eyes, deadly intent burning bright like a demon standing right in front of it. The water buffalo roared. Boom! It charged forward, swinging its massive fist straight at Gyoma. But Gyoma vanished gracefully, faster than the wind. Clutching Murasi tightly, a flash of light gleamed. The blade traced a deadly arc. Slash! An arm fell to the ground. The water buffalo screamed in agony. Ah! Ow! It hurts. It hurts so much. The painful, furious roar echoed across the battlefield. Its weapon clattered to the ground with a metallic ring. Meanwhile, Chloe and Speed Weapon finished their fight. Chloe plunged her weapon through the last water buffalo. It gave one final roar before collapsing lifelessly. She had taken it down. Breathing heavily, Chloe wiped blood from her face, her expression thoughtful. Still inexperienced against magical beasts. The more human-like the beast is, the more dangerous it becomes. Each has a different level, but a magical beast acting like a human, she didn't have time to think further and immediately turned to look toward Gyoma's battle. On the other side, the water buffalo roared fiercely but then abruptly stopped. The boss gripped its flail with the other hand, and raised the giant weapon again. Suddenly, what's happening? A terrifying surge of power enveloped its weapon. The whole group was stunned. Saki Ryojo's eyes widened in shock as she gasped, magic? No way, a magical beast using magic. The beast's arm bulged with distorted blue veins. Saki clenched her bow tightly, trembling. It's using its life force to fuel its magic. Just a beast and yet so terrifying. Instantly a burst of energy exploded. Boom. All three were pushed back. Saki gritted her teeth as countless thoughts flashed through her mind. The magic is too strong, I can't get close. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon kept blowing his flute, worry clear on his face. He screamed in his mind, come on, Ken Gyoma, you've got this. But Gyoma stood still, motionless, not dodging, just looking up as blood poured from his mouth. The beast raised its flail high, preparing a devastating blow. Yet Gyoma didn't move. This is it, he's done for. Kang Gyoma stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the flail of the boss looming before him. Blood veins appeared around his mouth as he struggled to stay conscious. The raging water buffalo king swung its massive flail with overwhelming force straight ahead. A deadly aura spread across the area, but Gyoma remained rooted in place. Everything seemed to pause for a moment. Refusing to lose ground, Gyoma suddenly charged forward, gripping Murasi tightly in his hand. His focus sharpened intensely, his shoulders and arms moved instinctively, driving the sashimi knife glowing with a radiant aura forward. The two forces collided with a thunderous clash, sparks of energy and lightning exploding outward. The pressure was tangible. The sound of their weapons striking echoed through the cavern. The air grew hotter as if the power between them was perfectly matched. Despite the balance, Gyoma's concentration remained unbroken. Quick thoughts flashed through his mind. The magic is too dense, damn. He glanced back toward his teammates. If I back off here, suddenly, the Bull King let out a deafening roar. The pressure on Gyoma's arms surged rapidly, catching him off guard. What? The force pushed his steps backward. I'm being forced back. But just then, an unexpected interruption came. Someone had attacked the boss's weak spot, its eye halting its assault. It was none other than the archer, Saki Ryojo. Gyoma glanced at her as she quickly shouted, "What are you doing? Move now." Looking back at the flail, Gyoma noticed the magical energy surrounding it was gone. The oppressive pressure had lessened. He closed his eyes briefly, and when he opened them again, his focus reached its peak. His deadly gaze locked onto the target. If you cut it, blood-red strands appeared before him. Gyoma's form shifted, and the entire scene was bathed in a crimson hue. But something began tearing through that red veil. The energy slicing through it was like a blade cutting cloth, leaving behind bright red threads. That red aura had been enveloping the Bull King's flail, and the power tearing it apart came from the weapon in Gyoma's hand. Outside, Chloe watched the fierce battle unfold, memories of training sparring sessions with the Sword Saint flashing through her mind. That blue light, back in the fight, the radiant aura from Gyoma's Murasi clashed against the Bull King's magical energy. The sword struck the flail precisely. Gyoma's eyes burned with newfound menace. The slash kept cutting forward relentlessly, and the Bull King twitched, sensing the danger. A brilliant blue light erupted, illuminating the entire area. Then, with a clean glowing slash carrying that blue energy, Gyoma sliced straight through the boss's body. A roar of agony filled the air. The arc of Gyoma's knife split the monster in two. The Bull King's lock was undone by Murasi's strike with a single cut. Silence fell, followed by stunned disbelief from the three remaining teammates. It felt impossible moments ago. Gyoma was struggling against a raging, magic-wielding beast. Now the boss was severed, its magical weapon and body cut cleanly apart. After finishing the strike, Gyoma remained standing there. The pain seemed to give way to a calm sense of relief now that the danger was gone. He lifted his eyes upward, where a faint light streamed toward him. I cut it down. Saki Ryojo, watching nearby, felt a surge of admiration for the energy and skill Gyoma had just displayed. Suddenly a change in some kind of status appeared. 932. He had once again shattered all expectations. Looking at Gyoma standing still up ahead, not far away, her thoughts quickly replaced the earlier words. The blue light was bright enough to illuminate an entire dark cave. He was the same age as her, yet he already radiated such a powerful aura. That damn kid with the knife, tough as nails, almost seemed like a walking corpse. Saki Ryojo approached quickly, giving his shoulder a firm pat. Hey, breathe, she said. Speed Weapon, deep in thought, was startled by the sudden touch. Seeing her smile and hum a tune, he awkwardly asked, "Huh? What's going on?" Seeing his confusion, Saki decided to sit down and start a new conversation. I think I finally understand what you meant earlier. Speed Weapon blinked. What did you say just now? That thing about the legends or whatever, she replied. Oh, that. Speed Weapon suddenly recognized it. Looking ahead, Saki continued. And now I get why you follow him everywhere. Hearing this, Speed Weapon rubbed his head. Oh, since when? All right. Weapon, Saki said with a grin. According to academy rules, Kang Gyoma isn't supposed to skip class this year, right? Speed Weapon raised an eyebrow skeptically. Did you bump your head or is your mana playing tricks on you? With a cat-like smile and narrowed eyes, Saki shot back, Himph, what if I'm right? There's no rule saying it can't happen, is there? Yeah, true, Speed Weapon admitted. Saki glanced to the side, her smile growing wider. Okay, for some reason I want to follow him now. That sword's got some serious power. Back with Juma, sudden thoughts flashed through his mind. Even with Speed Weapon's protection, looks like I'm going to have to rest for a while. At this level, it really was aristocratic. But he reminded himself to focus on the fact that he'd faced the enemy without the blessing of pain relief. Suddenly, someone called his name loudly and rushed forward, crashing into him with a hug. It was none other than Chloe. Although Gyoma had expected this to happen, the suddenness still caught him off guard. With Chloe's weight pressing down, he dropped to the ground, struggling slightly to breathe. Chloe spoke first. Ah, you're hurt? Are you okay? Still in pain and surprised by the sudden hug, Gyoma tried to respond. Chloe, I think I'm injured. Give me a moment. Realizing he was a bit off, Chloe blushed and stepped back, covering her face. I'm in a hurry, sorry. Gyoma's face flushed a little purple as he looked up. A thought crossed his mind, just kill me already. But then, something bluish appeared right in front of him. A gigantic system notification panel materialized. New update. Congratulations, you've unlocked a new blessing. Ellipses appeared in Gyoma's mind, quickly followed by a flood of thoughts as he stared intently at the new system notification. The blessing that the protagonist lion was supposed to receive from the very beginning. This tier was also known as the spirit rank, a level extremely rare in this world. The system info panel displayed the details clearly. Blessing transfer. This ability allows you to transfer the blessing you possess to another living creature or object. Note: physical contact with the target is required. Gyoma pondered. This skill shows exceptional synergy when combined with other potentials. It's not just a standalone effect, it's something crucial for the future. His eyes shut tightly, head bowed. I have to think of this in a positive way. Suddenly, a door nearby opened. A shadow appeared in the doorway. Hearing the sound, Gyoma's eyes snapped open, and he shifted his state. Closing his eyes again, he spoke softly to Chloe beside him. Chloe, about what I asked you earlier. Hearing this, Chloe perked up and suddenly spoke. Right. Standing near the just opened gate was none other than a checkpoint guard, a member of the Audito clan. The guard stepped in and asked, what's going on here? But surprise soon darkened the guard's face. Chloe, the assassin, quickly closed the distance and struck. A light kick pinned the guard against the wall. Killing intent filled the air as her sword pierced through one of the guard's legs. She stepped back coldly and demanded, it's dark now. Stay silent. Caught off guard and injured, the guard screamed miserably, trembling, the sword vibrating with his every shudder. On this side, watching the escalating chaos, Speed Weapon blinked in confusion and asked, huh? What's happening? What's going on? Gyoma calmly answered, I asked Chloe to do this beforehand. Meanwhile, the guard's panic grew louder. Hey, you kids. Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong? Seeing the guard's expression, Gyoma stepped closer with a smile and added, we need to find out right now. After some interrogation, someone shouted, what? The water bulls have gone berserk. And the gate was locked down. All because of this guy. Saki Ryojo, standing nearby, rubbed her forehead and commented, something's definitely off. This guard showed up like he was waiting for us, even though there are no surveillance cameras inside the dungeon. Speed Weapon's bewildered face appeared as he asked, but why us? Why? Saki glanced at him and said, idiot, we need to investigate more. She then turned to the guard, her arms crossed and eyes cold, asking, seems like a coward like you can't handle this on your own. Who's behind you? Shock flashed across the guard's face, but he lowered his head and muttered, that's all. Seeing he refused to talk, Saki looked at Gyoma and asked, I guess he has no intention of cooperating. What should we do? Gyoma's mind showed ellipses again. Then, with a deadly gaze fixed on the guard, he said, if you don't intend to tell us who's behind this. Hearing that, the guard momentarily froze, sensing danger. After some intimidation, he was forced to speak. I'll tell you everything. Some time ago, an instructor from the academy, Queen, came to see me. She said she would help clear the gambling debts I owed. Hearing this, Speed Weapon suddenly shouted, you did all this just because of gambling debts? Saki Ryojo quickly interrupted. Ho! Still angry, Speed Weapon continued. And you dared to betray the students just for a few coins. The guard looked terrified, stammering, "Oh no, it's not just a few coins. It's 2 billion. At first, I never meant to do it." Seeing the guard trying to excuse himself, Speed Weapon snapped again, "Shut up. Isn't this the stupidest thing ever?" But Saki Ryojo quickly stopped him. "Stop. What does this instructor look like?" The guard recalled the person's appearance and spoke up. She was a female teacher, with purple hair and purple eyes. She was of average height. Upon hearing this, Saki Ryojo propped her chin on her hand and analyzed to Gyoma. Could she be the teaching assistant from Aimer class? I never forget anything I've seen even once. I also clearly remember that teacher's gaze, it was unforgettable. Gyoma was thoughtful. All right. Suddenly Speed Weapon added, "Wait. Wasn't she also the one who set up and planned the midterm exam?" Saki Ryojo asked, "What? What happened?" Noticing Speed Weapon's agitation and Saki Ryojo's suspicion, Gyoma explained, "I encountered the mermaid Maid during the midterm." Surprised by this info, Saki Ryojo turned to Speed Weapon. "What? So maybe Lion was hospitalized earlier because he fought that mermaid?" Speed Weapon replied, "That happened. And Gyoma alone took care of it." Saki Ryojo was shocked. Meanwhile, Gyoma pulled out his phone and said, "I'll explain this later." The clock showed 13:51, and the recording had been going for 7 minutes and 1 second. Everyone was a little confused by his sudden action. "Hey, huh?" Right after, Chloe stepped forward and pulled her sword out of the guard's leg. The guard screamed miserably as the pain surged again. With everything arranged, Gyoma spoke up. "Even the most dangerous places in this dungeon have now been opened, something unprecedented. This situation alone is enough to kill someone." Still not grasping the meaning, the guard asked, "What are you saying? What does that mean?" Ignoring him, Gyoma walked past and said to Chloe, "Chloe, I'll leave the judgment to you as an assassin." Understanding his meaning, Chloe replied, "Yes, all right." Once again, Chloe drew her sword, her eyes gleaming with dark crimson killing intent. Raising the blade in front of her, the guard trembled. "Oh no, please wait." Gyoma's cold voice rang out, "I will deliver the verdict." Blood splattered everywhere. A thought crossed Gyoma's mind, the high-ranking academy members are targeting me now. And even teachers are involved. Then he led the way and left, saying, "If that's the case, everything will be meaningless. I'll cut them down piece by piece." Kang Gyoma had returned to the academy, more precisely, to the forging area. A certain item was neatly placed on the table in front of him. The item's information lit up in his view, blazing flame, the fire of the mysterious dungeon boss, Minotang. When used to enhance gold-grade equipment and low-tier items, the enhancement is guaranteed to succeed. His expression remained as calm as ever. Then, in a steady voice, he said, "Enhance it for me." The blacksmith blinked, visibly stunned at the sight of the rare item. A mix of surprise and a trace of fear washed over his face. In his mind, images of high-level monsters flashed one after another. Tangled in disbelief, no way. Did he actually bring this back? Material from an A-class magical beast. Even if he's from Joqueen Academy? Snapping out of his thoughts, the blacksmith looked at Gyoma, still in shock, and asked, "Did you take down those A-class monsters yourself?" Gyoma wasn't surprised by the question. He answered calmly, "With my teammates, of course. No way I could have done it alone." Then he pulled out the Murasi blade from his inventory and placed it on the table next to the item. The weapon was battered, covered in blood and chips. Gyoma added, "Also this one. By the way, can enhancement fix it as well?" The blacksmith's face flushed as he saw the state of the weapon. His voice rose, clearly directed at Gyoma, "Hey kid. What the hell did you do to this sword?" But Gyoma's expression didn't budge, eyes cold as ice. "What, this condition?" Sensing the killing intent from Gyoma, the blacksmith flinched, then quickly waved his hands in surrender, forcing a smile. "You should have been more careful. I was worried you might have gotten hurt. You know." Gyoma didn't bother responding. He simply turned to leave but paused, glancing back. "All right, I'll be going then. Just like we agreed, you'll take care of everything, right?" As Gyoma walked off, the blacksmith stood there, unsure what to feel. All he could do was stew in frustration. How did I end up in this mess? Damn brat, I'll make it shorter for him this time. But just as he was grumbling internally, Gyoma suddenly stopped and turned back. "Oh, one more thing," he said, holding up a hand. "Sell any leftover materials and buy yourself some booze. Sound good?" The blacksmith's face shifted from anger to pure confusion, and then to a helpless smile. Cut to a new class session in the wolf class. Everyone seemed to be present. Among them, Gyoma returned to his usual seat. He raised a fist to his chest and closed his eyes, letting a stream of thoughts take over. "It's gotten much better now, but I'll definitely need speed weapon to reinforce it again later." Leaning back in his chair, Gyoma looked up, summoning a system window into the air blessing of the sword god. "If you cut, it will break." Other information unchanged. Gyoma stared at the message, then at some of the stats listed below. Thoughts quickly filled his mind. 12.7% enhancement success rate. That's the standout number. Unlike other stats, this one spikes right after a major event. Moments from past battles flashed through his mind: his early fight with Chloe, the encounter with the mermaid Mai. His eyes showed the look of someone deprived of sleep. "If I clear a few more dungeons, it should rise again." Yeah, things are finally starting to look up. What came next was a wave of sheer panic as pain crashed through his body, the aftershock of the Trak Puk Votong effect wearing off. Unlike before, when his stats would spike in moments like these, something had changed. Since that day, the silver strands in his hair had stopped appearing as rapidly. Of course, the silvering wasn't going to stop entirely, but it had slowed. Still, Gyoma's eyes shifted to the side. Remembering the man who had taught him how to fillet fish, the same man who joked about enhancement-induced baldness. So when my whole head turns white, will it just burn out completely? He pushed that thought aside. There was an item on the desk in front of him, but he wasn't paying attention to it yet. His mind was drifting again. "I'll deal with that later. Right now there are still too many forces aiming for me. I need to prepare thoroughly. I've come too far to just keep playing defense like this." He leaned back slightly, his expression sharpening. "I also need to study how to properly use the blessing I received. The gap between my blessing and Lion's, well, he's the protagonist after all. I'm still far behind. But the muscle on this arm is going to keep growing thanks to the other blessings I'll pick up along the way. There's a lot to do. But first I need to focus on recovering." Gyoma stretched his arms and cracked his joints. Huh. That was when he finally noticed the item on the desk. There was a note with a pink heart on it: "Red bean candy, congrats on your recovery, and on clearing the dungeon." His thoughts flicked back to Chloe and speed weapon. "It was the first time I formed a team myself and cleared a dungeon. Being hunted is practically routine now. But I guess that's not entirely a bad thing. At the very least I have two people I can call teammates. Maybe even friends." He picked up the candy. Neither speed weapon nor Chloe had much importance to the main storyline. As for Saki Ryojo, I'm still not sure if she even sees me as a friend. A faint smile crossed his lips. "I heard Chloe was hospitalized from exhaustion after the dungeon. I should visit her sometime, if I get the chance." But before he could get lost in thought again, a shift in the classroom energy pulled everyone's focus toward the door. 3 figures appeared. 2 of them familiar. The third, a shadowy figure trailing behind. Teacher Lee's voice rang out as the class stirred. "Everyone, back to your seats." While most of the students whispered in confusion, Gyoma glanced sideways with a half-annoyed look. Is the restriction still not lifted? How much longer is this going to take? Suddenly, a sharp ding cut through the air. A phone notification. Gyoma took out his device and raised an eyebrow. 8:54 a.m. June 8th. New message. "What are you doing?" Gyoma frowned. "Who is this?" "Wrong number." Then another reply: "It's me." His hand trembled slightly. The phone buzzed again. His eyes flicked up toward the classroom door, which was still open. And then, fear overtook his usual calm. A girl was standing there, holding up her phone, displaying the very same screen. That familiar face, that faint smirk, those eyes locked directly onto him. Saki Ryojo. All eyes turned to her as her voice echoed through the school. "So that's what happened. Huh?" Predictably, the students erupted with shock. But stepping forward calmly were Teacher Lai, Sword Saint C. Fress, and Saki Ryojo herself. Teacher Lai addressed the class, voice steady: "Starting today, student Saki Ryojo will be reassigned to our wolf class. Let's maintain order." He turned to Saki and added, I hope you'll all get along well. The wolf class was in complete chaos. But Teacher Lee's commanding voice cut through the noise like a blade. Wrap it up in 30 minutes. Change into your uniforms and report to the research wing. That's final. Yes, sir. The class chorused. The tension in the air thickened with a buzz of disbelief and unease. No way is Saki-sama really in our class now. The bald instructor said she requested the transfer herself. While whispers spread like wildfire, Saki Ryojo slowly walked toward a seat. One student asked, Saki-sama, are you really joining our class? Another piped up eagerly, Saki-sama, what kind of guy do you like? Gyoma's eyes darted toward her, eyebrows lifting in surprise before he slumped, rubbing his face. Don't tell me, she's going to sit near me. Fleeting memories ran through his mind. She was known as one of the miracle generation, one of the top 4 elite students this year. Valedictorian, salutatorian. 3rd and 4th ranked, each a force to be reckoned with. She wasn't just brilliant in theory, scoring top marks in the written exams, but her combat ability was on par with any fighter. Truly a perfect blend of brains and brawn. More than that, she was the daughter of Saki Kozum, known as the Absolute Archer, one of the 7-star heroes. According to the lore, he wasn't just a top-tier hunter, he was also the Prime Minister of Japan. That made Saki Ryojo practically royalty in this world. Japan was a global power here after all. The students were reacting like they were in the presence of a celebrity. But Gyoma's unease skyrocketed. A cold bead of sweat trailing down his temple. That's exactly why you shouldn't be here. Not just 100% trouble, more like 200% guaranteed chaos. Saki Ryojo strode forward confidently, passing through the murmuring students. Her slightly brightened hair swayed with each step. Everyone was watching, unsure where she was going. Then, at a certain distance, she casually hummed a tune, eyes still fixed in one direction before hopping up onto something. Gyoma turned his head quickly, trying not to be seen, silently praying, please, 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 but that anxious chill crept in again. He could sense a danger was incoming. A shadow fell across half his face. Then came the voice, if you're not using this, I'm just gonna take it, Gyoma. He slowly looked up, as if hoping reality would prove him wrong, but there she was. Saki Ryojo sat on his desk, holding up her phone with a grin. Save my number. Right now, she said. Then, with a pointed look, mind if I sit next to you? Gyoma stared at her in disbelief. Why are my bad feelings always right? Back at the Hydro-Ox secret gate, the entrance had been sealed off with yellow agent line tape following reports of a high-level threat. The lights in the nearby guard post flickered steadily. A voice rang out inside. So, what did he say before going into the dungeon? One of the 2 security personnel replied. He said he was worried about the students and wanted to check it out himself. Facing them stood a brown-haired investigator, arms crossed. Nothing unusual. The guard paused, as if something clicked. Now that you mention it, he didn't look so great. His face was kind of pale. The investigator nodded slowly. Understood. We'll need to inspect the site one last time. You're dismissed. Outside, night had fallen. The white glow of the moon bathed the area in a ghostly light. 2 investigators stepped out to grab a smoke. One sighed. Dead bodies in dungeons, pretty common stuff. The other nodded. Yeah, but accident or not, there should still be a body, right? This one's not sitting right with me. As the search team ventured deeper into the dungeon, they could hardly believe what they found. As the investigators dug through their memories, they suddenly froze, completely stunned by the scene in front of them. The area was soaked in blood. Dozens upon dozens of Hydro-Ox corpses felled by Gyoma's team were strewn across the battlefield. One investigator murmured in shock, a mountain of dried corpses, shriveled and drenched in blood. They eventually located the students from Joqueen Academy, all safe and sound. But there was no way ordinary students could have done this. This level of carnage wasn't just rare, it was impossible without serious firepower. The missing person, however, the staff member who'd gone in out of concern for the students, was nowhere to be found. No body. No trace. Not hesitating for a second, the investigators quickly left the scene. Back in reality, the 2 agents continued discussing the matter. The rounder one asked, could the body be trapped somewhere in the stone gate? The curly-haired one replied, can't completely rule it out, but it's unlikely. That gate's never been opened before. And we can't exactly interrogate the Joqueen students either. Exactly. That's an elite academy, full of nobles. Who's gonna authorize interrogating them? I'll go handle something and be right back. The one who had conducted the earlier questioning leaned against the wall once his colleague left, gazing up at the sky with a sigh. This is nuts, but then, out of nowhere, the very agent who had just walked off suddenly collapsed to the ground nearby. His body twitched slightly. A faint purple stain was visible on his torso. And then a single step echoed. A girl's foot landed next to the fallen man. Terror flashed across the remaining investigator's face. Magic? What is this? A demon? The one who had appeared was none other than Miss Kim, true identity, commander of the 5th Legion under the Demon King Air. Her haunting violet eyes locked on him. Shadowy demonic energy gathered in her hand. Hello there, she greeted with a cold smile. The investigator was paralyzed, eyes wide in disbelief. She's human? But before he could finish the thought, a whip-like strand of violet energy slashed through the air and cleanly through his neck. The pressure of her killing intent was suffocating. Bye now, she said casually. Though the slash had been instant, the investigator's thoughts hadn't stopped just yet. A human, made a pact with a demon? A half-demon? As the final light left his eyes, Miss Kim stood over the bodies, voice dripping with mockery. Work is good and all, but man, you so-called villains really are careless. Back in Lang class, after settling into what she deemed a suitable spot, Saki Ryojo took out her usual yoken snack and took a bite. A look of pure bliss lit up her face. Unfortunately for Kang Gyoma, his expression was anything but relaxed, clearly troubled. Of course, the seat Saki had chosen was Chloe's usual spot. Feeling uneasy, Gyoma glanced at her cautiously and muttered, Saki, you're sitting next to. Saki turned to him, fully focused. Why aren't you eating this? You know how much effort I went through to share it with you. Are you really going to ignore my kindness? Gyoma froze, unsure how to respond. Then awkwardly tried to shift the conversation. Chloe usually sits there. Saki popped the rest of the yoken into her mouth, and replied with zero concern, really? Huh. Then she turned to him with a completely straight face. But, are our seats assigned? It's first come, first served, isn't it? Did I break a rule? Gyoma had no counter. While still wearing that blank look, he watched as Saki grinned. Awesome. Still not done being confused, Gyoma asked again. But, Saki, why did you transfer to our class? Before she could answer, a loud voice interrupted. 5 minutes to assemble. The lesson was about to begin. Around them, students were preparing. Saki, meanwhile, pulled something out and put it on her head. Gyoma blinked. Wait, was that? Yep, it was a sleep mask. Saki, our class has morning training, you're not going? Adjusting the mask over her eyes, she replied casually, nope. I'm training my mind. Good luck. In a flash, she crossed her arms and drifted into sleep like she had no cares in the world. Gomama stared, increasingly irritated. Are you serious? But just when he thought she'd completely knocked out, she lifted one corner of the mask and peeked at him. Oh, and from now on, just call me Ryojo, okay? He blinked. Huh. In my country, she explained, close friends call each other by their first names. Gyoma, still skeptical, muttered. But, doesn't Speed Weapon call you Saki too? Saki waved him off. That has nothing to do with this. Anyway, good luck with training. Then, without another word, she fell asleep for real, leaving Gyoma standing there, utterly dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in another part of the class, Rachel stretched lazily as she got ready for the new session. One eye squinted, she glanced toward Abel and sighed. So noisy already. Abel said nothing, lost in thought as usual. But a mischievous glint sparked in her heart-shaped eyes. Oh hey, did you hear? Rachel leaned in. Saki Ryojo's been reassigned to our class. She's always so lazy, only ever doing her own thing. Seriously, what kind of insane idea is she cooking up this time? Still staring off to the side, Abel's indifferent demeanor didn't shift one bit after Rachel spoke. But this time, she actually replied. Oh, I've already heard about that. Rachel blinked, clearly caught off guard. Then, right on cue, that signature Rachel smirk reappeared, eyes narrowing slightly, lips curling with a hint of mischief. In a teasing tone, she asked, you sound disappointed. Abel, who had been quiet the whole time, finally turned to face her. Huh? Disappointed about what, exactly? Seeing she had Abel's attention, Rachel folded her arms and continued. You know how class transfers only happen when there's a vacancy, right? This year we were short one student. How on earth did Saki Ryojo know that? And how did she act so fast? She just sleeps in the archery room all day. Rachel added, clearly still annoyed. Abel listened silently, then spoke again. But what does her transferring here have to do with me being disappointed? That was all Rachel needed. Her eyes glinted, and she leaned forward just a little, voice playfully sly. Well, I overheard Speed Weapon last week saying she teamed up with Gioma to clear the Buffalo Dungeon. Abel's cheeks immediately flushed red. Rachel continued, pretending to be serious. Now, even if Saki Ryojo does have a thing for him, there should still be some kind of order, right? She raised one finger dramatically. And you, dear Abel, were the first in line for a seat next to Gioma, weren't you? The effect was immediate. Abel's expression was priceless, face red, lips tight like a missile launcher about to fire. Rachel, what the hell are you even talking about? Rachel burst into giggles, completely delighted by Abel's explosive reaction. I knew it. I've been watching you. You always react when Gioma's name comes up. She leaned in again, this time more curious than mocking. So, are you sure there's nothing going on? Abel closed her eyes, visibly trying to collect herself. I'll make it clear then. She folded her arms on the desk, posture firm but voice low and calm. I only talked to Kang Gioma. That's it. We don't have any sort of relationship. Then, as if realizing how stiff that sounded, she looked away, a bit flustered, her voice softening. So I'd appreciate it if you didn't go around making weird assumptions. Rachel looked straight at her, dreamy and serene, resting both hands together on the desk. With her eyes closed and a gentle smile, she whispered, so what you're saying is, there's nothing between you now. But who knows what the future holds? Abel glanced over, unsure how to respond. The silence between them hung awkwardly until Rachel's tone suddenly shifted. Her eyes darkened to a deep violet, and her voice dropped cold and quiet. I don't know how others deal with it, but lying to yourself, that's never a good idea. The moment she finished, the mood shifted completely. The usual teasing tone was gone. Abel was left stunned, unable to hide her confusion. Those words weren't a joke, not this time. Something buried deep within Abel seemed to stir, uncertain, unspoken, but very much real. Golden sunlight poured through the window. A few quick thoughts drifted through Abel's mind. Starting tomorrow, I'll be serving as a temporary instructor at the academy. A conversation suddenly replayed in her head, one with her grandfather. What did you say? She had told him. Please don't come to this school anymore. I already attract way too much attention. If you show up too, Grandpa. The sword Saint Siegfried had been calmly seated, a teacup in hand, his eyes gently closed as he stared down into the tea. He responded evenly. After that, I'll be in charge of the top special class. Abel had been stunned. What do you mean by that, Grandpa? Still seated and now slowly opening his eyes, Siegfried had replied, have you forgotten? You're the one who asked for this after everything that happened during the midterm exams. Abel had cut in. That was. But Siegfried simply took another sip of tea and continued. We won't be seeing each other often, so don't worry about it too much. The room had gone quiet as Abel was pulled into a flood of thoughts. He tried to hide it, but I could see the excitement on his face. A man like him, who always looks so bored, suddenly lit up. Why? And then, just like that, Kang Gyoma's image appeared in her mind. The overthinking came rushing in, unrelenting, a genius with no noble status or elite bloodline. Someone who does everything on his own, with nothing but pure skill. So talented it almost feels unnatural. And on top of that, a special class student. Abel flushed as she remembered the day she was training and had stumbled upon Gioma at the park. The first time she'd seen him, he was just a skinny, lazy kid. But now, he'd grown into a well-built young man with sharp, masculine features. She even found herself comparing him to Leon Van Reinhardt, the so-called hero candidate. Gioma might have surpassed even him. He was steadily walking the path of a hero, yet never boasting about it. Always alone, quietly moving forward through hardship. If he were just a bit arrogant, I could easily dislike him. I could look down on him. But, her thoughts drifted again to Gioma and to her grandfather. Ugh, do I sound jealous that Grandpa doesn't acknowledge me? This is seriously embarrassing. But those thoughts were cut short. Rachel suddenly leaned in from behind, grinning dangerously. Oh? Is that so? Startled, Abel quickly turned to her with a confused look and jumped back in her seat. Rachel, her cheeks slightly flushed, shouted, "Wait, what?" Seeing Abel's reaction, Rachel burst into laughter. "Ahaha. My lady, what are you doing?" Abel's face turned completely red. "Whatever you're thinking when it comes to Kangyoma, I don't have time or room in my life for those kinds of feelings." But Rachel wasn't about to let things go that easily. With a sly smile, she continued, "Oh, if you're going to be that firm and decisive about it, then I guess I can finally feel at ease, Lady Abel." Abel blinked, clearly confused, as Rachel went on with her usual mocking tone. "That means I no longer have to compete with you for Kangyoma's attention. What a relief. I can handle that difficult Saki Ryojo kid just fine, but you, my lady, I'd have no chance against." This time, Abel turned a bit red, resting her hand against her cheek as she muttered, "Oh really? Is that so?" Now it was Rachel's turn to fall quiet, suddenly unsure how to respond, trailing off with an unspoken thought. Abel, still slightly flustered, propped her chin up with her hand, glanced sideways, and asked softly, "So, are you admitting it now?" A faint blush crept across her face, and her voice stumbled slightly as she spoke. Back in the wolf class, Saki Ryojo's textbook lay open on the desk, and the professor's voice filled the room. "The level of a blessing is determined by the entity it houses." The lecturer, with long teal hair cascading down both sides, explained passionately, "If there's a guardian spirit dwelling within, it's categorized based on the type of protective spirit. If it's a soul, then it's classified according to the level of spiritual protection it offers." On the blackboard were written the categories: blessing levels, heroic soul, spirit, guardian spirit, and personal soul. Mid-lecture, a student sitting in Gyoma's row suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Professor, if my ancestor's spirit is dwelling inside me, would that be considered an ancestral blessing?" "Lately I've been dreaming about my late grandfather a lot." Gyoma turned slightly to glance toward the back. The professor squinted for a moment, then replied with dry humor, "Hold on, student. Your ancestors might be able to spot you on the bench press at the gym, but they don't hand out divine blessings." Meanwhile, Gyoma sat further down, unimpressed, glancing at Saki Ryojo, who was dozing off upright beside him. "That blindfold's actually pretty handy, huh?" And sure enough, she had let her head drop onto the desk, falling soundly asleep. Watching her, Gyoma couldn't help but wonder, is she somehow immune to professors too? Like untouchable or something? But the only reaction from the professor was a single drop of sweat running down his cheek. No reprimand, no warning, he just sighed and continued the lecture. "Alright, that's enough. Let's move on. The ranks of blessings are as follows." Seeing the professor ignore it completely, Gyoma looked back at the peacefully sleeping Saki Ryojo and thought, "She's sleeping so soundly." More random thoughts followed. "It's already been 2 days since she transferred into our class, and I still don't know why. She's just been sleeping all day. It's kind of hilarious I haven't even had a chance to ask her anything. If all she wanted was to sleep, couldn't she have at least picked a spot in the corner of the room or something?" But then, Gyoma suddenly felt as if countless paper knives were aimed right at him. Thank goodness Chloe's still in the hospital, he thought. Saki Ryojo was still half asleep at her desk. Well, she did handle the entire dungeon cleanup herself, so everything wrapped up without any extra complications. Her skills were on a completely different level compared to Speed Weapon. Up front, the professor's voice continued to fill the room. "The ranks of blessings are classified as follows: heroic soul, spirit, guardian spirit, and personal soul. Most students in this academy will receive a personal soul blessing, correct?" But the professor wasn't finished yet. "Don't be discouraged by that. If used skillfully, even a personal level blessing can rival the effect of a guardian level one. Besides, spiritual level blessings are extremely rare in the world." Sitting quietly in his seat, Gyoma reflected on the words. Is that supposed to be comforting? I just obtained one of the rarest blessings a few days ago, the blessing of transfer. His gaze then shifted to a nearby student who had raised their hand. "Professor, what about heroic level blessings?" The professor smiled as he began explaining. Heroic level blessings, the world refers to them as hero class blessings. As a scholar specializing in blessings, I hesitate to even mention them, because frankly they're more myth than fact. Since blessings first appeared in human history, only one person has ever been recorded as awakening one, the founding hero of Balo Joaquin. He's the only one known to have ever possessed such a blessing. He paused before adding, of course in this era, there is one more. That last line made Gyoma pause, the phrase echoing in his mind. A miraculous blessing, the professor continued. Unfortunately, the bell has rung. We'll pick up from here next time. That's all for today. As students began to pack up, Gyoma raised his hand. Professor, I have a question. The professor looked at him thoughtfully, then nodded. Of course, Kang Gyoma. Gyoma leaned slightly forward, clearly intrigued. There's this phrase, may the gods bless you. Do you know anything about it? From the side, Saki Ryojo suddenly opened one of her eye covers to observe him, reacting to what he had just said. The professor's voice quickly cut through the silence. I'm not sure I understand the intent behind your question, but there's a contradiction in that statement. Gyoma furrowed his brows slightly. A contradiction, sir? In response, the professor gave a small, knowing smile, then elaborated because there are no gods left in this world. He paused, then continued with a warm tone. Still, your thirst for knowledge is truly admirable. Feel free to stop by my research office anytime if you have more questions. With that, the professor calmly walked toward the door. Gyoma could only stare in confusion as he watched him leave the classroom. Once the professor had completely exited, Saki Ryojo glanced over at him and smiled. Gyoma noticed her expression right away. Everyone's already left, he remarked. But Saki Ryojo simply snuggled back into her seat and replied lazily, yeah, doesn't seem like it. A bead of sweat ran down Gyoma's face. He glanced at her again, then sighed. I guess I'll just take a nap too. And with that, he slumped forward in defeat, resting his head on his desk in silent frustration. But then, something strange happened. A single letter G flashed onto a screen, as if being typed in real time. Then another appeared. Hello. More text followed, slowly forming into a full message. Gyoma's hazy eyes blinked open. His expression immediately shifted into shock. Suddenly, the surrounding space warped without warning. GM is requesting to initiate a conversation. A strange interdimensional train roared through a cosmic space, ejecting all kinds of unknown items as it passed. Gyoma, his very being seemingly reduced to streams of data, floated aimlessly, suspended in that void. And then came the question, do you accept? As soon as the message appeared, an exclamation mark flashed across Kang Gyoma's face. It felt just like a status window during a game login screen. Miracle Protection M-World. Another notification followed, floating clearly before his eyes. Do you accept GM's request to initiate a conversation? GM is interfering with the world's code. Gyoma darted his eyes around, trying to take it all in, thoughts firing rapidly. What's a world line even supposed to mean? That's such a confusing term. But then, something caught his attention and another exclamation mark popped up. The stars glittering before him suddenly began to swirl, giving off loud rumbling sounds. His body froze in place, as though bound by invisible chains anchoring him right there. Another thought surged through Gyoma's mind, it's calling me again. Then more data began appearing, half coherent, as if struggling to load. Opponent's level too high. Your level too low. You still. Conditions unmet, like the previous inquiry. Insufficient intent. But the next line came through clearly, do you still wish to proceed? Yes or no? Gyoma stared intently at the glowing message, which was now enclosed inside what looked like a crystalline orb. And at that moment something clicked inside him. This doesn't feel like just a dream. This might be the reason I ended up in this world. Could this be a clue to the blessing the sword god granted me back then? No more hesitation. His eyes sharpened with resolve as he made his choice. Yes. The orb pulsed, enlarging the message for clarity. GM has acknowledged your intent. GM is initiating access restriction protocols. Beginning full adjustment and conversion of world code. Cracking sounds echoed all around, like a firewall system executing a purge. Excess data was being wiped away, deleted like viruses. And the virus was that information orb. Gradually, the light in the space began to vanish until nothing was left but pitch-black void. Then came a new sound, splintering, the sound of space itself fracturing. From the cracks, glowing shards drifted outward. Strangely, each fragment was tethered by a single red thread. No matter how tiny the shard, every single one had that thread connected. Even Gyoma himself was like a sealed data packet that could not be tampered with. His gaze followed the direction of the red threads, where clusters of fragmented space floated, their outlines sharp and unnaturally clean. A thought bubbled up in Gyoma's mind. This is just like the day I awakened the Sword God's blessing, at the Academy Gate. That thing, I saw it back then too. His eyes narrowed with cold determination. Raising his hand, he pointed toward it. Off in the distance, or maybe near, space warped so unnaturally it was hard to tell, something appeared. A shape. A presence. It glared back at him, like an enormous eye flaring open in the darkness. Whatever it is, I need to find out. I'm getting closer. Just a little more. Just a little more. Then, suddenly, a voice rang out sharp and unexpected. Hey, wake up. A hand, one that looked eerily ghost-like, reached out and grabbed Gyoma's shoulder. The jolt was immediate and clear on his face. A notification appeared in front of him in response to the external disruption due to outside interference. Dream data is deteriorating. Exclamation and question marks alternated wildly across Gyoma's expression. His hand remained stretched forward, reaching towards something unseen. Then, a crack began to spread across the space just ahead. Confusion was plain on Gyoma's face. What? Why not? But the strange ghostly hand was still there on his shoulder. It wasn't from whatever was controlling this dream, it was something real. A sign of the real world cutting through. Suddenly, in the very spot where the crack had formed, a new string of information burst forth. Decoded stats and layered system data lined up one after the other. And then a message followed. GM has left you a message. Gyoma's form began to dissolve like the data orb from earlier. Thin slivers of his presence sliced and dispersed, pixel by pixel. Then the entire view glitched out. Horizontal lines ran through the screen before it went completely dark. Tiny lights drifted down from somewhere above, softly falling and then swirling together into a final status line. May the blessings of the gods always be with you. Light began to creep back in, and with it, a loud voice snapped into existence. Hey, Kang Gyoma. I told you to wake up. Open your eyes already. Feeling as though he'd just traveled to the afterlife and back, Gyoma blinked and looked up to see Saki Ryojo pulling her hand away from his shoulder. That voice, it had definitely been her. No doubt about it. Still dazed, he mumbled, huh? Saki? Saki gave him a mock scolding look, and retorted, you were teasing me earlier for always sleeping, remember? But look at you, you dozed off way harder than I ever did. Closing her eyes, a playful smile tugging at her lips, she pointed a finger straight up to the ceiling for emphasis. Anyway, you should be thanking me. If I hadn't woken you up just now, you'd have been snoring through the start of our next class. Then, unexpectedly, Saki blinked and tilted her head, surprised. An exclamation mark and question mark hovered around her, cartoonishly symbolic. Gyoma had tears running down both cheeks. The light from the window caught the trails just right, giving his expression a subtle sparkle. A short time later, the setting had shifted. Gyoma now sat alone on a park bench outside, his fingers interlaced, quietly deep in thought. His mind drifted back to Saki Ryojo, her voice, her face, her words. It weighed on him, like an echo from another realm. Are you okay? Did you have a sad dream or something like that? A bead of sweat traced down his cheek. I think I had a dream, but I can't seem to remember it. He sighed. It's kind of embarrassing, being woken up by Saki Ryojo sleep-talking while I was the one who actually fell asleep. But why was I crying? Just as Gyoma was sinking deeper into his thoughts, the sound of familiar voices cut through his silence. Speed Weapon, along with Chloe and Saki Ryojo, had arrived nearby. Speed Weapon called out cheerfully, everyone's here. Gyoma turned toward them. As usual, Speed Weapon and Saki Ryojo looked like their regular selves, but Chloe stood out wearing a rather stylish mask. She still hadn't fully recovered after their recent return from the Water Continent dungeon. Under the blue sky dotted with clouds and warmed by sunlight, their conversation resumed quickly. All right, let's go over this again. It seems like someone's secretly targeting Gyoma. Before the recap could go any further, Saki Ryojo pointed straight ahead and raised her voice, cutting in. Yeah, I get it already. How many times are you going to say that? This is exactly why you'll never be at the top of the class. Just stick to the main points and stop going off on tangents. Her finger was aimed right at Speed Weapon. You better take responsibility if my ears get damaged from all this. From the side, Gyoma cast a nervous glance at them, and thought to himself, I did ask Speed Weapon to explain things first, he must have had a rough time dealing with that. Caught off guard and a bit flustered, Speed Weapon quickly fired back, hey. You think you're going to stay at the top forever? Just wait until the next written exam. But Saki Ryojo didn't seem the least bit interested in his comeback. She covered her ears dramatically with both hands, shut her eyes tight, and added with a mocking tone, oh no, my ears really are going numb. Someone call a medic quick, first aid. Beep. Leaving their little skirmish for the moment, Gyoma turned toward Chloe, who was quietly coughing behind her mask. Ahem. Concerned, Gyoma asked, Chloe, are you feeling any better? Chloe responded softly, yeah. I'm feeling better. But I'll still keep some distance so I don't pass anything on to the rest of you. A thought formed in Gyoma's mind, so that's why she's been standing so far away. Not forgetting the conversation from earlier, Gyoma turned back to the others and spoke again, so, Saki, maybe you've already heard some of this before. But the situation's getting kind of messy. Just thinking it through isn't going to be enough this time. Before he could continue, Saki Ryojo suddenly stepped in closer, her gaze sharp and cold. Their eyes locked. In a chilling tone, she said just one word, Ryojo. Gyoma froze for a moment, caught off guard by the intensity. Eunice crept up on him. He glanced behind toward Chloe for some kind of help, but given her health, she clearly wasn't in any state to go full yandere or do anything unexpected. Seeing that there was no immediate danger, Gyoma relaxed a little, then looked back at Saki Ryojo and asked carefully, that's how I should address you, right? Saki Ryojo gave him a smug, satisfied grin and replied, Looking forward to working with you, Gyoma. Before their exchange could go any further, Speed Weapon standing nearby pulled out a notebook and placed it on the ground. With focused eyes, he spoke up, all right, I'm going to organize everything we know so far to figure out a plan. First, the Academy elders are clearly targeting you, Gyoma. Second, there's the mysterious assistant instructor we heard about from the dungeon checkpoint staff. Hearing this, Gyoma looked over in surprise, while Saki Ryojo just sighed, visibly irritated that things were becoming complicated again. Switching back to the main topic, Chloe, though still clearly unwell, spoke up first. Oh wow, you look amazing. Gyoma paused, a little thrown off by the sudden compliment. Meanwhile, Speed Weapon's notebook was open in front of them, filled with detailed information. One sketch in particular stood out, a female assistant instructor with large round eyes, long purple hair, and a rather tall frame. Speed Weapon commented, right. I feel like we'll be able to find her soon enough. Then again, the stuff we've got so far doesn't really tell us anything useful. After saying this, he looked up at everyone and asked, anyway, the elder's request was super vague. I'm guessing things might get blocked by the Auditor de Cecilia family, yeah? Chloe glanced over and replied calmly, that's right. At the same time, Gyoma had turned his gaze towards Saki Ryojo, who was sitting quietly and exchanging hushed words with him. Saki Ryojo said softly, she sounds like the one I've been looking for. Gyoma leaned in, surprised, seriously. And then, Saki Ryojo began explaining, I remembered her clearly. So, I hacked into the Academy's internal records and checked everything from the headmaster to the assistants. All 546 of them. I found someone who matched, but weirdly enough, I couldn't verify her identity at all. Goma's eyes widened at the shocking revelation. You can do stuff like that? Saki Ryojo gave him a playful smile and held up a hand. In a world brimming with this, so-called Fourth Industrial Revolution, having a few skills like that isn't exactly a big deal. But her face then shifted slightly into annoyance as she continued. That said, this place has one of the most advanced security systems in the world. I had to wait for the early hours of the morning when the system's weakest just to dig around. Honestly, I didn't even sleep. And now I'm even more exhausted thanks to him. Her voice dropped as she muttered under her breath, you probably think I'm just some sleepyhead who's useless outside of napping, don't you? Sitting beside her, Gyoma could only worry silently. She really is like some kind of ghost. Speed Weapon grimaced too, clearly remembering something unpleasant involving his phone. Goma, meanwhile, sank deeper into his thoughts. She even has my phone number, and I never gave it to her. So that's what this is about. Just then, Speed Weapon turned toward Gyoma and offered a suggestion. Look, there's still no clear way forward. But we can't exactly go barging into the elders' chambers and start threatening them. Well, maybe you could pull that off, Gyoma, but honestly, that'd just make everything worse. Saki Ryojo followed up with a nod. Yeah, I'll admit that. Then Chloe added, I agree too. Gyoma sat and thought, falling into another moment of silence. But then, Speed Weapon slowly raised a finger, his tone shifting to something a bit more serious. So, here's what I'm thinking, something that's truly ours. Let's start by forming a club. Gyoma blinked in confusion. A club. Saki Ryojo picked up the explanation without missing a beat. That's right. At Joaquin Academy, clubs aren't just free to move around, they also get funding. The school emphasizes cooperation among students. Whether it's just for show or not, clubs are granted privileges that reflect that ideal. Continuing on, she turned back to Gyoma and said, one of the benefits is that clubs are recognized as affiliated organizations of the academy. In other words, right at that moment, Speed Weapon quickly covered Saki Ryojo's mouth, causing her to almost fall back in surprise. He immediately interrupted, just by joining a club, you get protection from the academy. Being a lone student isn't enough. Pushed like that, Saki Ryojo sprawled out on the chair with a sigh, and added, exactly. For us and for any enemies, hiding or showing themselves, a functioning club is like an iron shield of protection. At that convenient point, Gyoma's mind flashed with images from an important game system. A thought formed, one of the special systems in Blessing M is the club system. Since the game is set in an academy, it lets you decorate your own personal space with daily items and other things. It also invites characters to build relationships. This is one of the main reasons players always empty their wallets, because they're obsessed with their favorite characters. The conversation shifted to Abel. Abel said, hey, you're late. I've been waiting for you. A note appeared that's called the housing system. But then Gyoma's eyes focused again as a new thought appeared. I never really paid much attention to it before. The simple reason was I didn't have the time. But now it's real. Who would have thought it could be this useful? After pondering all this, Gyoma finally made a decision. Looking at everyone, he asked, are there any specific requirements to form a club? Speed Weapon, kneeling nearby, explained further. First, you need at least 5 people, plus a proposal to establish the club that's submitted to the appropriate department. Gyoma's mind immediately recalled the previous trip. 5 people? Then we're still missing one. He then asked Speed Weapon, wait, are you all going to join this club? Speed Weapon answered confidently, hey, of course. I wouldn't even bring it up if we weren't all working together from the start. The choice was then passed to Chloe, of course. If this helps Gyoma, then I'll join. Next was Saki Ryojo, a confident smile appearing on her lips. Exactly. Besides, I still owe you from that dungeon before. Turning back to Gyoma, who was overthinking as usual, her gaze became reflective. Only half of my past memories come flooding back. Growing up, relationships were mostly about calculated give and take. But the people here who hardly know me say they'll follow and trust me, even in a world where social status means everything. With that, the decision was confirmed. Grateful, Speed Weapon smiled and asked, so, should we take advantage of this momentum and come up with a cool name for the club? Chloe nodded him. But then her expression turned cold, and with a small Yandra-like glint and a paper knife in hand, she said, on assassination memo. We'll assassinate the corrupt forces. What does everyone think? Her gloomy expression was quickly replaced after Speed Weapon spoke up, yeah, I think that could work. Chloe could only helplessly sigh. Meanwhile, Gyoma kept his silence. In contrast to the worried and gloomy looks around him, Saki Ryojo stretched her arms, smiled brightly, and said, just name it, the Hidden Leaf Village Neighborhood Patrol. Why make such a big deal out of this? Isn't it enough to just pick something randomly? Hearing that, Speed Weapon glanced at her. Please keep it down a bit. The group then murmured softly among themselves. Speed Weapon asked, first club, are we picking that? Saki Ryojo teased, you should shut up too, LOL. But Chloe stuck to her earlier point, assassination memories. Assassination Council. Then Gyoma quickly changed the topic, how about a travel club? We can clear out dungeons and explore the outside world. He looked ahead and asked for opinions, is that a bad idea? Contrary to his worries, everyone responded with surprise, taking turns to speak. Speed Weapon, Chloe, I support it. Me too. I think that's a pretty good name. Yeah, let's go with that. Just as if pulling out a yokin, a Japanese sweet, Saki Ryojo added, then let's find a faculty advisor. The writing test is next week, so we need to prepare as early as possible. But Gyoma still looked a bit unsure. A travel club, are we really okay with that? Speed Weapon glanced at Saki Ryojo and said, right, an advisor. We can't form a club without one. Taking a bite of her snack first, Saki Ryojo quickly added, honestly, that's the real problem. Because the club advisor needs to be at least a professor level or higher. Chloe chimed in after a glance. Should we try asking the professor who researches blessings? That professor is quite famous and kind. Speed Weapon started her analysis. Oh, you mean Professor Damon? But he's way too busy. I don't think that would work. Saki Ryojo sat back, hesitating. Out of over 500 members, only about 30 hold the rank of professor, and only around 10 teach at South Campus. They say they encourage club activities, but the system is full of contradictions. This won't be easy at all. Then she turned to one side and asked Gioma, do you have anyone in mind? Gioma looked over and replied, as long as they're professor level or higher, right? Saki Ryojo nodded, that's right. But hardly anyone at the academy holds a position above professor. Gioma pulled out his phone, but there is someone. He raised the phone, surprising everyone around him. Are you serious about this? They moved to a certain building, and someone's voice sounded, it's unfortunate, but to establish a club, the club president must come here in person to submit the application. Kang Gioma appeared, a bit puzzled, and stated that would be me. As soon as he said that, the staff members sitting nearby narrowed their eyes, giving him a skeptical look. This was a typical sign of someone evaluating whether a student belonged to the upper class or not. The staff member asked back, you? But then they quickly noticed the special blue badge on his chest. The corner of their mouth lifted slightly, letting out a small chuckle. Gioma's thoughts filled the tense atmosphere. Damn, is this person really an education staff? This is a danger. Trying to keep his composure, he immediately spoke up. Then, in accordance with the procedure, please accept the application. Hearing this, the person stood up, apologized while glancing at him, and then started listing complaints. Special promotion students know. If you want to submit an application to establish a club, you need to have a faculty advisor, right? But I don't see the name of any advisor on your form. Gioma questioned, what does that mean? The staff continued, it seems you don't understand me. Look at your blue name tag. They went on, honestly. Do you think any professor in this academy would agree to be an advisor for a club founded by a special student like you? Then, the person turned back to their chair and walked away, ignoring him completely. Yeah, I guess I should have expected this based on my background. In that moment, endless ellipses filled Gioma's mind, along with a flood of thoughts. I guess, as expected, people like this, obsessed with the idea of chosen ones, are why this academy is on the brink of collapse. Recalling his past as a chef, before reincarnating into this game, but I worked in food service for almost 20 years. I've met countless disgusting people. So I know the best way to deal with those obsessed with their own superiority complex. A tense, displeased expression appeared on his face. The key was to save words. If the opponent kept nagging, just stay silent. Though heavy-hearted and with trembling hands, he quietly reached for a piece of sashimi. He looked down at the staff member, then reluctantly shoved his hand into his pocket. To cut or not to cut, that is the question. His next decision was to pull out his phone and call someone. Hello. The staff member he had just dealt with suddenly stood up, surprised. Not paying her any mind, he continued his phone conversation. I'm currently at the administration office for the club establishment ceremony. The staff member was still shocked, mouth wide open. Oh my God. Look at this kid. She kept whispering as he carried on talking. Oh, sir will come here now. I guess that's fine. Alright, see you later. After he hung up, she leaned forward with both hands on the desk, shouting loudly, haha, don't be ridiculous. I only know you as a special student. But Gioma stood there calmly, clearly composed, and once the person in charge was identified, he said, let's proceed with the formalities and the process. The interrogation came swiftly. What? You think I'd believe such cheap talk from you? The staff member's complaints made the other employees here somewhat uneasy. Their voice grew louder. This is ridiculous. Truly laughable. What do you mean by that? I'm the cousin of the principal's best friend. If I tell him, he'll promote me to become one of the special students. Then, turning his back without caring about Gioma's response, the staff slammed both hands down on the desk. Hey, are you even listening to me? Without much argument, Gioma looked straight ahead and calmly said something that stunned the staff. Geez, your voice is too loud. The staff member's face flushed red, voice still raised. Huh? What? What did you say? Gyoma maintained his calm, and, confident that everything was in order, added, look at this, it seems someone's about to be shown the door. As they exchanged these words, suddenly the door burst open, violently warped inward. Both of them turned their attention to the scene. All the other employees here looked stunned and confused by what had just happened. That feeling spread to the staff member who was arguing with Gyoma. Slowly, familiar footsteps appeared at the doorway. When the person arrived, Gyoma smiled and greeted, hello, my club advisor has arrived. The staff member standing at the counter immediately turned pale. The club advisor, wearing a flowing black silk cloak, her shoulder-length hair shimmering like crystal in the morning sunlight, was none other than Media, the dean of Joaquin Academy. Questions clearly formed in the air. After arriving, the dean placed a hand on Gyoma's shoulder and said, our very own Kang Gyoma. Gyoma smiled brightly and replied, I'm too busy to receive such an honor, sorry to trouble you, dean. The dean added, oh no. If you need me, no matter how far, I will come to you immediately. Meanwhile, the staff member's mind raced with thoughts, Kang Gyoma. Just a special student. Their attention drifted again to Gyoma's distinctive blue name tag, and a feeling of discomfort grew. The conversation continued. Media said, Gyoma, first hand me the documents. I will handle the rest of this matter here. Before turning to leave, Gyoma added politely, oh, it's time already. Thank you, sir. We'll meet again. Time passed, and from somewhere, a wheeled object was swiftly pushed forward, a chair brought by another male staff member for the dean to sit down. One person was confident, the other anxious. The anxious one, sweat on his brow, looked over and said, Principal, about this, it's just a misunderstanding. But the coldness of Dean Media emerged clearly. Raising a finger pointed forward, her voice crisp, she sent a piece of paper flying straight toward the staff member. The issue was met with Media resting her chin on her hand, continuing, I am the principal of this academy, yet there is such a careless person working here. I bet he bragged about his background as Bona Manna or something like that. Her eyes turned icy cold, and the atmosphere in the room grew chillier. The curtains above the windows fluttered violently. I am speaking to the student I have chosen as my successor. Still resting her chin on her hand, Dean Media looked straight ahead and issued a demand, don't talk so much. I'll give you 5 minutes, write it down. A piece of paper appeared, detailed and vivid. The confusion returned, thickening the mood of the place. Some time later, it was now 8:32. Gyoma held his phone, reading messages sent by the dean, you can come to the school office. It's always open. This was a message he had received earlier, followed by new ones below. Kang Gyoma, of course the club hasn't been officially established yet, because it's missing one member. Almost everything is done, your club will be formed. Gyoma's assessment was blunt, those staff members need to be fired. Then he replied with a message, thank you, Dean, see you later. Media also sent him another message, Kang Gyoma, after class, come to the office to see me. The area has been changed. Gyoma then went somewhere and opened the door, stepping inside and saying, hello, I've arrived. The place was Bulan's blacksmith shop. The person working there seemed not to hear what Gyoma said. But no, he soon turned his head and said, you're here looking for weapons, right? Wait a moment. He kept hammering away, continuing his work. Gyoma stood there, quietly thoughtful. Countless thoughts formed, this is just like the first time we met. His thoughts quickly continued, how can someone like him keep working in a place like this? I don't know what the blacksmith thinks of me, but as a user he is a figure both loved and hated. Back when I played the game I was just a small paying player, so I didn't really have affection for him. He then took off his tie and looked around, it's so hot. Gyoma analyzed the blacksmith Bulan, one of the main NPCs, responsible for most weapon-related tasks. At the same time he is a two-faced character, and a target of criticism, because he can instantly discard the stones that users have inserted. Judging from the dialogue in the work, he's a character who's hard to hate, because of his unique humor. Although he often talks about money, it might be because I was a low-paying user. He provides many services. On the other hand, high-spending users have harshly criticized him in the community, calling him Jiran Doom Len or even Buran. Although he belongs to Miracle Protection M faction under Hija, its real origin is from a C mobile game. In such a world, Bulan, in charge of weapon refinement and enhancement, inevitably faces resentment and anger. But if you think about it, he probably tried his best. I want to believe that, otherwise, I think I'd be even angrier. Anyway, before the paying users upgrade their gear, they place a picture of Bulan in the upgrade window and make a wish. Mr. Bulan, please. Just this once. The game company might be the ones bleeding users dry, but Bulan is the one using the player's money as kindling to stoke the fire. Moreover, to me, he's no longer just a dry NPC but a real person, a business partner. Thinking about it that way, my feelings become quite complicated. Honestly, I was pretty angry when he upgraded my Marasi from rank B to rank E. His eyes now glanced downward. The blacksmith's voice came through. What are you thinking about? While he was lost in thought. Expression vacant. Bulan stepped closer and asked. Surprise flickered across his face. Seeing the blacksmith approach, he spoke first. Oh, it's nothing. You just look like someone I know. The blacksmith replied with a laugh. Haha. Then that guy must be as handsome as I am. Getting back to the main topic, Bulan then held something in his hands. It might be a little awkward to say this myself, but I can proudly say this job turned out better than expected. Of course, the high-quality materials mixed with demonic materials played an important role. Gyoma's face clearly showed surprise. His weapon bar had been completely remade, the new version of Marasi. His voice rose slightly in disbelief. That's insane. The blacksmith looked a bit embarrassed seeing him like that. Huh? What did you say? The system info panel updated. Blessing of no pain. Pain will disappear. New activation time adjusted based on the number of protections performed. Activation time increased from 40 to 50 seconds. Cooldown time 12 seconds. This time, Gyoma was the one stunned. What? 50 seconds. Looking at it, a spark of realization returned. I forgot about that, since I always check the swordsman's protection ability. But this is good news. Considering the dungeons I have to go through ahead, 40 seconds isn't enough. Although the extra 10 seconds isn't much, it's definitely a positive sign. He put his hand to his chin. Even though I used to complain this protection was useless, it's still good news. Recalling himself holding the weapon anxiously, although it activated automatically as a form of use, this painless protection actually showed a surprisingly high degree of flexibility for a command-level protection. Then, he decided to pick up the new weapon in his hand and assessed, right now I need to test it out. The detailed information about it appeared shortly after. Marasi Raindrop, Sashimi type. Description: this sword is known as the Bone-Holding Sword. It has been reborn as a cleaver made of carbon steel, containing the secret techniques of the craftsman. Although small in size, its performance can vary depending on the user. Specifications: blade length 35 cm, width 6 mm. Features: destructive power grade C, range grade E, hardness upgraded from grade E to grade C, growth potential grade A, rank upgraded from E to D, grade D. After examining it closely, he made an assessment. These stats are really impressive. But since this is a rank C material, I didn't expect much. However, the upgrade isn't too significant compared to the effort put in. I think it will stay at rank C since it also contains some elements from a high level, a rank demon. He recalled the battered blade, yet was relieved that the hardness had improved by 2 grades. In the future, there might be moments when Marasi suddenly bursts forth in a radiant glow. But if you can't endure surrendering at the start every time, that would be tough. I also feel a bit sorry for this drunken blacksmith. A small upgrade like this, managing to boost a weapon's level this much from such a bizarre trial. Then he put his hand toward the system interface, where new information appeared. New feature unlocked. Tap to unlock. He said a few more words. I want to tap and see if something new will appear, something different somehow. Immediately after, the info panel expanded dramatically. Detailed information was displayed: reinforcement success, and the weapon's growth potential combined to grant 3 special abilities. Special abilities can only be provided through magic stones and are randomly activated. Weapon rank D, ability 1, empty, ability 2, empty, ability 3, empty. Once again, Gyoma was stunned. Worry followed. Why magic stones? Then he said rank C. In a different place, a glass cup hit something and shattered. The broken glass reflected a familiar, distinctive face: Elder Claudie. His expression was gloomy, leaning against the wall, then a bit strange, almost angry. Then, from somewhere, Elder Claudie took out a bottle and started drinking continuously. After drinking some of it, he threw the bottle to the ground without mercy. Afterwards he leaned back and groaned, "Oh damn it, What am I supposed to do now? Looking at the photo in front of him, he began to brood. My father, Elder Manhwa, was a great man, known worldwide as Wang Ho, one of the 7 holy heroes. However, 40 years ago, he was ordered to go to war against the commander of the 6th Legion, Basman. The public praised him as a noble hero. A boy stood stiffly, frozen in shock, watching everything unfold. There was also a plot to assassinate me to take over the Manhwa family immediately after my father's death. Experiences like that drove my transformation. I have poison in my heart. Then, the boy ran off anxiously, as behind him a chaotic battle scene unfolded. I turned the assassination plot to my advantage by killing my relatives and restoring the discipline that had been shaken by my father's absence. And eventually, at the age of 30, I earned the honor of becoming a senior member of the Joaquin Academy. However, the dark nature that had taken root in me since childhood evolved into inhumane thoughts, to lead the foolish humanity and firmly maintain the chosen nation's regime, completely cleansing it. I accepted this as my fate, to control the ignorant masses and the lowly subjects. There must be a public enemy. And since humanity has a great enemy called the demon tribe, I can legitimize my power. Like unpredictable variables, Leon van Reinhardt, the next hero chosen by heaven, appeared. You showed miraculous protection, the only power capable of subduing the demon king. His arrival caused me great concern. Of course, the power gap between humans and demons is so vast that Leon van Reinhardt's chance to defeat the demon king is almost impossible. His eyes showed deep contemplation. However, there is still the archetypal hero Barlow Joaquin. Though just a human, he alone sealed the most wicked and evil demon, commander of the 1st Legion, Lycan. Since this legend is based on a true precedent, I cannot help but be utterly shocked. That must never happen again. But then he sighed and continued. I will help you deal with that kid candidate for the warrior title, Elder. The scene shifted again to a typical assistant instructor. I dare not say a word. The difference in level, along with the rank disparity, was already clear. Suddenly, another figure appeared, the commander of the 5th Legion. Surprise overwhelmed him. Recalling that moment, he gritted his teeth repeatedly. But the instant I met the cold, fiery gaze of that woman, it etched itself deep into my bones, imprinting in me a sense of both nobility and baseness. Half human, half horse. A villain. A person who made a direct pact with a high-ranking commander. A race that abandoned humanity and chose magic. Sitting there, Claudie sighed again. I feel nauseous thinking about the face of that female assistant instructor. Even without that bastard Leon, I was already suffering. But that lowly special trainee bastard made things even more complicated. He then contacted someone. Is it difficult? The reply came. Yes, Elder Claudie von Beimhardt. His eyes focused sharply. Send for those undertakers. Back in the classroom, the new lesson had begun. While everyone else was focused on the lecture and taking notes, Kang Jioma sat there with a vacant look on his face. Glancing at the work he was doing, he propped his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Magic stones, why are they demon stones? What he was drawing was a short dagger. The 3 notches were drawn in detail, reflecting the previous transformations of Marasi. While his thoughts lingered, when I first got Marasi, I had high expectations for its growth potential. New features were added to match that. It's an incredible privilege, allowing you to equip up to 3 special abilities. It was so good that he quietly felt happy just catching a glimpse of it. Then he started taking notes again. In the game, the descriptions were mostly empty clichés. But in reality, this was a type of mineral with little practical use. They say even dog poop can be used as medicine. And the words of our ancestors were never wrong. Why is the magic stone the catalyst that grants special abilities? Magic stones are minerals imbued with magical power. They drop when defeating boss monsters in certain dungeons. The problem is, these bosses that spit out magic stones are basically living mines. And although they're demons, in terms of danger, they are at least rank A. Surprisingly, sitting next to him was Saki Ryojo, not Chloe. It seemed she still hadn't recovered. Saki Ryojo had her usual appearance with her slightly scowling eye patch. Is it because my name has demon in it? It might sound ridiculous. But why do I feel like that ability is leaning toward that side? Let things be. First of all, isn't it strange that G1, a sword user whose name means sword master, is actually the start of a pun? He looked helplessly at her like that, with a judging gaze that pulled him into thought. Did she go to some festival or something and stay up all night? Ellipsis appeared above him immediately after, his expression like he couldn't believe his own eyes. It had been a week since he returned from the Buffalo Dungeon, along with the group's party, and his gaze still hadn't left, lingering on the earlier event. Jigan dropped the giant magic stone, the key to the stone gate in the dungeon, a monster nicknamed the Giant Beast. For some reason it seemed Jigan had been defeated by someone and the magic stone stolen, but clearly he was a high-ranked demon. Recalling the battle with the four-armed giant monster, there was a description that the golem demon Gigan, with its massive size and strong body, would shake the entire area just by stomping. However, even at Gigan's level, it was still manageable. After that guy, the demons that spit out magic stones were basically just demons in name only. Their existence was a natural disaster, alongside other S-rank monsters, the foul serpent basilisk, the ferocious manticore, Klinge Siegfried von Nibelung, and many others. Before they seriously confronted the demons, they were known among users as the Crying Wall, because they refused to spend any money at all, even him. A low-spending player at that time would also be surprised by the difficulty of the game. His gaze was fixed above. Anyway, is it really worth risking so much to grant a weapon special abilities? Moreover, Leon Van Reinhardt's mission was to subdue that guy. But then, unexpectedly Chloe, who had been absent from class for days, appeared today. Approaching, she greeted Jioma, do you have a friend with you? Oh, seeing that he looked back at her and said, Chloe, good morning. Then both of them squinted, and looked in the same direction. Trouble had appeared nearby, Chloe's spot was taken, and Jioma couldn't do much about it. But then he turned toward Chloe, and started a new conversation. The quality care must have helped you recover, huh? Hearing this, Chloe raised a finger and said, yeah, that time was really tough, all I could see was blue light everywhere. He confirmed again. Oh Chloe. That was Chloe's voice, unintentionally saying after a moment, oh sorry. Then he lowered his gaze with fatigue. It made sense though, after all, he had gained his worth. Recalling the time he had to fight without any blessing, his thoughts grew heavier. These days he constantly yearned for strength. Although loose ideas about peace, safety, and security had been set aside, the fundamental goal hadn't changed. Life, looking back at his current situation, unexpected variables that didn't exist when players first appeared now ran rampant, and dangerous factors targeting him lurked everywhere, as if the world was rejecting him. He had been caught up in an unintended incident. What he knew was distorted, and then Speed Weapon appeared behind him, talking with Chloe. His thoughts lingered. I feel life at the academy won't be easy, but when everything's empty, my personality turns more pessimistic. Moreover, it had been a month since he entered the academy. The looming World War II, expected to break out 3 years later, was beginning to reveal its true nature. To face it, strengthening oneself and equipping weapons with special abilities wasn't a choice but a necessity. Then both of them simultaneously noticed Saki Ryojo sleeping next to Jioma. Is she still awake? No way, I think she's completely passed out, while you just keep brooding in the defense room. Unlocking a special ability was itself a unique power, not just an optional add-on. Suddenly, Speed Weapon moved closer to Saki Ryojo, while Chloe was still standing there. Of course, Jioma was still lost in his careless overthinking. Because honestly, he couldn't even guarantee the outcome of the Great War expected to break out in 3 years. The reason being our protagonist, Leon Van Reinhardt, was strangely someone he didn't really believe in. Though a bit sleepy, Saki Ryojo still managed to punch Speed Weapon in the chin, and Chloe seemed to really enjoy that. It felt like Saki Ryojo had woken up, and maybe he could reclaim his seat. But Jioma couldn't escape his terrible overthinking. Even though the mermaid is a ticking time bomb, it's shocking that the next warrior was taken down by just a normal strike. Yeah. After that, Leon Van Reinhardt's actions weren't much different from what he knew. But honestly, it wasn't very exciting. At some point, Guillaume suddenly lost his mind. His voice suddenly got loud, I'm going crazy. Just then, he noticed Speed Weapon holding his cheek with a bit of tears, looking at Saki Ryojo and saying, Guillaume, he hit me. Seeing him appear, Guillaume asked suspiciously, since when did you get here? Chloe behind them chuckled. Finally, Saki Ryojo lifted her eye patch with a teasing smile and said, yeah, 10 years flew by fast. Getting to the point, Speed Weapon exchanged a bit with Jioma. Did anything happen with your club registration? He replied, The director has already confirmed our registration. Of course, the problem with our group was missing one member, but we could still operate, and we already had a manager. Hearing that, Speed Weapon raised an eyebrow. I got it. Hey, have you heard any news? Leon Van Reinhardt's performance is truly amazing. He cleared all the dungeons right when I set foot there. Then his expression dropped, and his thoughts returned. Now he really looks like the main character. Forget what I said before. Looking at Saki Ryojo crossing her arms and stretching beside him, a voice suddenly spoke up. Yesterday, I joined an A-ranked dungeon, and had a small party. We also cleared a C-ranked dungeon. Behind. Speed Weapon added, seems like you know more details than me. So, do you plan to rejoin Leon Van Reinhardt's group? I don't want to bring this up, but do you still care about him? But Saki Ryojo's indifferent expression remained unchanged. Then her cold jade-green eyes stared intently at Gyoma, making him confused, raising a question mark on his face before she returned to sleep. The voice continued, no, I'm not interested. At this point, what is that? Speed Weapon and Gyoma exchanged puzzled glances, while Chloe gave a judging look, clearly annoyed at losing her spot. Putting everything aside for a moment, Gyoma gave himself some new thoughts as he recalled the image of Leon Van Reinhardt. Leon is steadily developing himself, but perhaps my existence is more like a shield against evil for the protagonist Leon. It's as if I am the one responsible, instead of issuing threats aimed at him. If I calmly compare, then this is a miracle that Sashimi doesn't possess. The conversation between Chloe and Speed Weapon was somewhat lively. Looks okay, right? Yes. Saki Ryojo had her head down on the desk, and Gyoma's eyes lifted upward as his new reflection continued. Although it's just a hypothesis, it doesn't feel like someone like Leon. But this could stop all threats targeting the protagonist. Thinking this way isn't a comfortable feeling at all. His fists clenched tightly. Still, I don't want to stay silent just to survive. I need to pick up the knife without hesitation. His gaze fixed in one direction. I, living in this world, am a strong sword, with no reason or desire to follow the perfect, righteous path meant for the protagonist. Saki Ryojo glanced over with a question forming in her mind. If you want to survive, you will swing the sword without hesitation. Then, unconsciously he spoke out, if you cut it, it will be cut. No matter what it is. Saki Ryojo looked over again, question marks appearing, then asked, do you like it? Gyoma was a bit embarrassed. Oh no. Saki Ryojo asked again, then what did you just say? Was it a game? At the same time, the Baimhark family mansion was located on Seoju Island. A maid was leading a group on a red carpet. And from the group, a man with a crew cut parted down the middle spoke up, Captain, we have succeeded now. The elders of Joaquin Academy have summoned us. Why don't you take this opportunity to step into the bright world? The quick reply came from the leading girl, Barrack, shut up, or you'll lose the rest of your tongue. The man responded, oh, I understand. Then, a person with hair similar to Chloe spoke, you're new, so maybe you don't know. At first the captain didn't like his superior. But then the former suddenly said in surprise, what? But why did you accept this? He explained further, of course the money is too much to refuse, everyone does this to make a living. And the manager considered that. The previous speaker added, all right then. The deposit is 100 million won per person, and the performance bonus is double that. Then the leading girl's eyes flashed purple. Both fell silent. The people behind them grew a bit fearful. Yes. Finally they reached the office of Clady, and the staff knocked on the door with a serious gesture. Clady Baimhark, I've brought them here. A voice inside responded, come in. The group began to enter. Their information was updated. The person with hair like Chloe was Vice Captain Zhang Tepeng. The first speaker was a member named Barrack, and the leading girl was the captain of the Hunters, Lei Shen, along with the Undertaker, Alliance member Bilan Bilan. Inside, Elder Clady was clasping his hands together, looking at the newly arrived group, and spoke, you must have had a hard time getting here. But Lei Shen's cold gaze created an extremely silent atmosphere, as she raised a glass of wine in her hand. Elder Clady glanced over and continued, hand it to the author. A dossier on Kang Gyoma was firmly grasped by Lei Shen as she examined it. Name Kang Gyoma, height 1.8 meters, affiliated with Joaquin Academy, class unspecified. Weapon used, kitchen knife. Characteristics, highly alert, limited social interaction, which also reflects in his class behavior. Barrick looked over the captain's shoulder and inspected the photo of the student attached to the papers. What is this? Looks like a hairless child down there, like some kind of parasite. Ignoring this remark, Elder Clady raised the next issue. Next week there will be survival training on a deserted island. You'll be responsible for taking care of that guy there. I heard the starting fee is 100 million won per person. I'll give you a separate performance bonus. Lei Shen took the information and then questioned, how are we supposed to handle the aftermath? Putting down her glass of wine. Elder Clady replied, throw it away. Isn't the sea surrounding the island? Afterwards, it will become food for fish or sharks. Moving on to the day of the written exam, Jioma was currently sitting somewhere eating his sandwich and spoke on the spot. The age when protection manifested is the result of the heroic revolution, which started in France 694 years ago. It turned out he was sitting in class, eating while reviewing and propping his chin up with his hand. The academic style of Joaquin Academy was basically practical. His thoughts merged. Then came those who achieved good results in the midterm exam. I have no reason to take it too seriously. However, the reason I got serious about the written exam, which had a low antisocial rate, was because the ranking was posted on a poster in the hallway of the department building, so all students could see it. They said it was to make everyone more aware of their scores, but I think it's too cruel for the inexperienced youngsters growing fast, including myself. Honestly, even without that, I just wanted to have fun. But the two club members, coincidentally the first and second place in the written exam, while chewing his sandwich, he continued, this is a matter of pride, it can't be ignored. Suddenly his phone screen next to him showed a new notification. He glanced over suspiciously. Who's texting this early in the morning? The message read, June 12, 7:58 a.m. Message from Saki Ryojo. Today is the day of the written exam. Have you had breakfast yet? The message was promptly answered. Yeah, I had a sandwich. Saki Ryojo, you need to keep your sugar levels up before the exam, or your brain won't work properly. That's why I live on Bird's Nest every day. It boosts metabolism and helps with dieting. It's good for anti-aging and preventing it. It cleans the blood and has anti-cancer effects. What do you think about that? Seeing the message, he gave himself a little comment. This is really a crazy morning message, but how can she send so many texts like this? He replied afterward. In my country, there's a candy people usually eat before exams. Stretching lazily on the floor, Saki Ryojo said, oh really? Then she texted back, really? What kind? He responded, no way I'm translating that. Saki Ryojo looked a bit annoyed but kept texting Jioma, are you kidding me? Oh, this is more fun than I thought. Then she put her phone down. Kang Gyoma, after finishing the conversation, regained his confidence. A few words were said afterward. All for a good written exam. I can't foolishly lose to everyone else. After the exam, Gyoma sat in a corner, deep in thought. So I'm an idiot, huh? Meanwhile, the questioning continued from Saki Ryojo and Speed Weapon. Speed Weapon spoke first, hey Saki. Then came the answer to the first question. Saki Ryojo said, among everyone, who's the idiot who literally understood the phrase God is dead? Then from the side, Chloe turned to Gyoma and asked, Gyoma, did you do well on the test? Gyoma looked a little puzzled but quickly answered her. All three, I managed them. Hearing this, Chloe smiled brightly. Oh really? That's a story to tell. How did you manage to get them? A few thoughts formed in his mind. When I played this game before, I also handled it myself. But it seems like I'm bringing some idiot with me here. Meanwhile, Chloe smiled at him, Kang Gyoma. That sounds interesting. Speed Weapon, exasperated, held his head. After one question, Gyoma suddenly asked a few questions back to Chloe. Chloe, have you heard anything from Nox? It's been a while and he doesn't seem to respond. Chloe paid attention. Ah, right. Then she looked a bit embarrassed, putting a finger to her face. That. Actually, yesterday I got a call from Nox, but I went to bed early and couldn't answer. Gyoma asked, what time did he call? Looking to the side, she replied, around 7 p.m. I've been studying late into the night for this exam. His thoughts formed again. You're a 100% night owl. Probably purposely didn't pick up. The thought also brought to mind a shared image of the two. The phone numbers of the members of the Auditor de Cecilia family are a top secret, so unless Knox comes to meet in person, I can only hear news from Chloe. They might each have their own reasons, but it still seemed like there was a bit of awkwardness between the two. After all, they were siblings, and I hoped they could get along a little better. Over here, to surprise everyone, Speed Weapon grabbed his head and shouted helplessly, "Hey, why? Didn't I stay up several nights studying for this?" Seeing his somewhat frustrated expression, Saki Ryojo raised a hand and said, "Now you should just accept it gradually, it's just a difference in intelligence." However, she herself was a bit annoyed as Speed Weapon kept holding his head and yelling nearby, so noisy." Gyoma, sitting opposite, showed a few ellipses of silence. Then those ellipses turned into question marks when, suddenly Saki Ryojo came over and sat beside him. At that moment, two frowns appeared on Chloe's face as she watched this scene. After sitting close to him, Saki Ryojo smiled and teased, "What are you two talking about that's so fun? Are you two really dating?" Hearing this, Gyoma glanced over, thinking silently, "Is it just because we're a bit older, so we think about this stuff all the time?" Meanwhile, behind him, Chloe blushed. A heart shape appeared clearly in her eyes with the thought, dating, me and Gyoma dating." To change the subject, Gyoma said afterward, "Didn't I say many times? It's not what you think." Chloe adjusted her mood accordingly, but Saki Ryojo pressed further to confirm, "Oh really?" Then she leaned closer to him. "Then why do you always ignore my messages?" Seeing her expression, Gyoma felt a little worried but calmly replied, "When do I? I only didn't reply once." But then a chilling voice suddenly called out, "Friend Gyoma." The surprise made him look back. Chloe stood tall with a sharp, dangerous glare and made contact. The dangerous eyes of both officially met. Chloe's accusation still hung in the air. "Have you been in contact with each other?" Looking at the two of them glaring at each other, Kang Gyoma suddenly felt a bad premonition in his mind. "What's going on? We just sat next to each other without saying anything, but now just because of messaging, it's come to this." Seeing their strange behavior, Speed Weapon looked a bit puzzled. Chloe and then, self-judgment. "What do you mean?" Meanwhile, beside him, Saki Ryojo suddenly smiled and asked, "Huh? What's that?" "Chloe, what's wrong with her?" Feeling a little annoyed, Gyoma replied, "Step back a little." Still keeping the smile on her face, Saki Ryojo continued, "Why? You know Chloe. Kang Gyoma, you know why she's like that." Looking over with displeasure clear on his face, Gyoma thought, "Some thoughts started running through my head. What the heck is this girl thinking?" But then, Chloe's voice suddenly rose, "Kang Gyoma, you didn't even give me your phone number." Her eyes were vacant, murderous intent spreading, and her fists clenched tightly. The situation looked bad. Beads of sweat appeared on Gyoma's forehead as anxiety seeped into his voice. "Chloe, that's because my number is top secret information." But Chloe remained cold. "You promised it would be only." And then, a hint of yandere emerged from Chloe, "My very own prince." Seeing her fierce demeanor, Saki Ryojo quickly grabbed Gyoma's arm and said, "Huh? What's wrong? What's wrong with her?" Feeling worried, Gyoma replied, "Ryojo, you know what a yandere is, right?" Then, turning around with an angry look, he glanced at her behind him. Saki Ryojo, teasing further, said, "Is yandere English? What does it mean? I'm not good at English. What is that?" Knowing Saki Ryojo didn't understand Chloe, Speed Weapon quickly pushed her away from Gyoma. "Don't you get the situation yet?" Surprised by the push, Saki Ryojo grabbed her head and shouted, "Hey, why did you push me? I'll kill you." Speed Weapon paid no mind and looked straight ahead, crazy. Then, Chloe drew her familiar paper knife to its fullest length. Not only that, dangerous black lightning energy spread around her. This yandere was heading toward Gyoma's position. The sudden surprise forced Gyoma into thought. That was before. What do I do now? Lately, I've been neglecting yandere videos on YouTube, so I forgot how to deal with this. As he thought this, Chloe took step after step forward. Her voice followed, "From now on," and finally in Chloe's eyes, a strange intensity rose, "I will make sure you only ever look at me." To bring Chloe back to normal, Gyoma decided to speak up immediately toward her. Meanwhile, the black lightning spread even wider. "Chloe, let's talk this out." But then, from Chloe's spot came a swift slash with the paper knife, slicing toward Gyoma, the black swordsman. However, Gyoma reacted in time and dodged the attack. Seeing Chloe lose control and attack Gyoma, both Speed Weapon and Saki Ryojo showed great surprise on their faces. Kang Gyoma was back on his feet. After missing him, Chloe launched another slash. This time, countless strikes came in rapid succession, her voice mixed with them. "You always make me so sad." Of course, Gyoma struggled to dodge every single attack. Chloe's anger grew increasingly intense. The paper knife raised higher as her voice escalated. "There are always other girls around you, but not me." Then, the knife swiftly sliced past Gyoma's body. Its trajectory headed straight towards Saki Ryojo behind him. Gomam was caught off guard by this, so he forcefully struck Chloe's arm, changing the direction of the attack and throwing her off balance. Seeing that he was able to make Chloe lose her footing, Saki Ryojo showed a slight look of disdain. Oh. Returning attention to the two, after being unexpectedly blocked, Chloe fixed her eyes on him again. She spoke with continued anger. "Himph, and I'm always trying my best. Because of you, a new slash mark appeared." Seeing this scene, Speed Weapon was suddenly surprised. Meanwhile, Saki Ryojo looked slightly annoyed and flustered. On the other side, Gyoma locked both of Chloe's hands and pressed her down on the floor. Though Gyoma held Chloe firmly, her anger remained. "Chloe, calm down, let's talk." The arm holding the knife struggled to break free from his grasp. Not allowing her to act rashly again, Gyoma suddenly said, "Don't do that, calm down, just listen to me." Then Chloe turned the question back at him. "You don't even bother to contact me. And now what? What's there to talk about?" Looking directly at her, Gyoma explained patiently, "I just wanted to talk to you face to face. Communicating through scrap piles like phones lacks emotion. Between us." Then, a look of confusion appeared on Chloe's face. Her eyes slowly returned to normal, and her cheeks seemed to blush. Her hesitation was obvious. "Between us," Gyoma confirmed. "Yes, between us." Then he leaned his face close to hers. Chloe's thoughts flowed accordingly. "Now is the time to be decisive." Her voice came again. "Thank you for always thinking of me." Her face flushed deeply, with hearts shining in her eyes. Outside, seeing Gyoma's somewhat bold actions and words, Speed Weapon covered his mouth, touched, while Saki Ryojo looked indifferent. Instead of moved, she looked coldly over. After calming Chloe down, Gyoma said a few more words. "Since the Buffalo Dungeon, I've always relied on you, so don't be too upset." Gradually, Chloe's face reddened more. A smile appeared on her lips, accompanied by countless lively hearts. "Really?" The glass of water on the table had spilled, and Gyoma turned back, but did not forget to cast a worried glance at her. His thoughts took over. Looks like the situation has turned around successfully. After seeing that things had calmed down and Gyoma approached, Speed Weapon quickly asked, "Are you okay?" Hearing this, he replied, "Yeah, I'm fine." Then Saki Ryojo also cast a certain glance toward Gyoma. Chloe still carried that joyful feeling. Her voice added to the conversation. "Gyoma, so what do we talk about next?" Gyoma turned to Speed Weapon and said, "First, let's clean up this place." Speed Weapon was a little surprised. "Oh right." Meanwhile, Saki Ryojo headed toward the door and left. Seeing her suddenly leave, ellipses appeared over Gyoma's head, and a thought formed immediately. She's doing that again. The scene shifted to the evening, where the sun was beginning to set far away. Walking through the school grounds, both Speed Weapon and Saki Ryojo shared the same thought, Kang Gyoma. Saki Ryojo tapped on her phone, searching for something, recalling Chloe's earlier dangerous glare. Speed Weapon locked certain conclusions firmly in his mind, since when it comes to anything related to Gyoma, Chloe emits a fierce killing intent. It's obvious that Chloe's love for Kang Gyoma is twisted. Looking further at Chloe smiling at Gyoma, while he had his hand in his pocket, tightly holding a sashimi knife, what surprised Speed Weapon most was that knife. Behind that gentle and sweet appearance, the sight of Gyoma holding the knife made Speed Weapon uneasy. Although he always advocates persuading and soothing through words, in reality it was a mix of soothing and violence. In emergencies, he knew how to exploit fear through violence. At first glance he might be seen as a villain, but in fact, that was the trait of a ruler. After these thoughts, Speed Weapon glanced at Saki Ryojo beside him, who was anxiously tapping something, no doubt. Kang Gyoma is definitely destined for greatness. Seeing Saki Ryojo keep acting like that, he asked. Hey, what's wrong with you? Saki Ryojo interrupted. What do you mean? Speed Weapon continued. You've been pouting and looking uncomfortable all this time. Saki Ryojo replied. I'm not doing anything. The two then continued walking and talking. Alright then. But what are you doing with your phone? Saki Ryojo, still looking at the phone, said, I'm deleting videos because viewers don't follow the content I post. Speed Weapon kept asking, what viewers? You're doing YouTube too? Hearing so many questions, Saki Ryojo closed her eyes and showed him her phone screen. It's not professional, just for fun. I need to learn how to deal perfectly with Yandere, so I can survive later. Practical training app. If a Yandere pulls out a knife and rushes at you, what do? Speed Weapon's face clearly showed surprise, and countless questions naturally popped up. What? Perfectly dealing with Yandere, 210,000 views. What a shame, why delete it? Hearing this, Saki Ryojo held up her phone screen to herself, examined it, and said, well, it's not needed anymore. Speed Weapon added, yeah, it's up to you. By the way, what's the channel name? Saki-chan's Japanese. Are you trying to teach Japanese? Who learns that way nowadays? Saki Ryojo continued, I just picked it randomly, didn't think much. Then the two of them started some sort of quarrel in the slightly poetic atmosphere under the beautiful sunlight. Theft, Saki-chan's Japanese. Don't laugh, I'll kill you. Cut to somewhere else. Joaquin Academy, the library. A few people appeared outside and went inside. Numerous internal monologues explained, starting next Wednesday, there will be a survival training course on a deserted island lasting 3 days and 2 nights at Avalon Island. From the name, one might think it's harsh survival training, but in reality, students can freely form groups from 1 to 4 people. Jomo was standing in front of a bookshelf, selecting and further assessing. Also, all students have been notified in detail about the training schedule. Found it. This is an event-like activity, similar to camping or a picnic. After grabbing a pile of books and holding them, his eyes fixed on the texts as he silently thought to himself, survival on a deserted island. Identification of poisonous plants. Survival methods by instructor N.O.1b. Galax, this should be enough, right? Placing the entire pile on the table, he added more thoughts. However, since it's called survival, the academy also sees it as an opportunity. Though it doesn't affect grades, it will evaluate each student's independence over the 3 days and 2 nights. Then he raised his hand to support his chin and looked off in one direction, thinking back, that event, even for me, a former player, was a memorable training session. Because in the main storyline, the protagonist Leon van Reinhardt receives the Ban Mung sword. Both the Holy Sword and the Demon Sword become his main weapons. He recalled the original story about Abel and Leon. Between Abel and Leon, emotions began to stir. Eventually, that icy wall would fall. In the quiet room he was alone. I was very immersed when playing this event. But now there's nothing left to envy. He started flipping through photos related to the entire event that had taken place earlier. Since enrolling, I've constantly been caught in life or death situations, like walking on a thin thread in a storm, to the point I've grown cold toward emotions. The academy's elders are targeting me, a mysterious instructor with unknown identity, and on top of that, I have to recruit more members for the club. Recalling Abel exercising at night and accidentally encountering himself. Even if she's a beauty, this isn't the time to develop those kinds of feelings. No matter who the person is, youth can wait until the next life. Instead, as a swordsman, what interested me more was, and added to that was a distinctive weapon. The Holy Dark Sword Ban Mung, a legendary item, appeared before Leon's eyes. Awesome. Since I'm a swordsman, I can't deny that I really crave it. Moreover, being a former player, I know exactly the position and power of Ban Mung, which makes me crave it even more. But searching for the fragments of Ban Mung is actually the core of the entire story. Even if I could know the location of all the pieces, I still couldn't get them. The excitement I felt back when I was a chef and playing this game, here it comes, huh? The condition to possess Ban Mung, the Holy Sword, will choose its owner. This is the defining moment of the plot. O bearer of the light, can you prove your worth? Yes or no? A dazzling halo appeared above Leon's head, and he firmly grasped the weapon in his hands. Activate the blessing of the miracle. Please save the world from the Demon King's hands. Sitting still and examining, a new assessment was formed. A weapon destined solely for the protagonist. The thought followed. All I can do is desire it. Meanwhile, I was holding the sashimi knife I bought from the shop. Such a poor comparison. I began reviewing the survival test related to the mermaid, so don't fixate on what I can't have. It's better to review the necessary survival skills for this 3-day, 2-night trip. Avalon Island is a deserted island, no monsters will appear. I just hope there won't be any unexpected situations like the dungeon last time. Adding the image of the Holy Sword along with principal media, I heard that this time, under a special order from the principal, the supervision team will include a temporary senior instructor, and the Sword Emperor will also participate. My gaze shifted to one side. That should be fine. Then I moved to another bookshelf. One of humanity's strongest heroes will lead the freshmen on this camping trip. Though it seems quite distorted from the main storyline, maybe because of that, I'll be able to achieve my goal safely. Starting to reach out and choose. I wonder if this book has what I need. The book one picked was The History of Avalon. Even living in an era flooded with internet information, I'm not coming to the library just to study basic survival knowledge. Old information must surely be found in these ancient books, and I have something I need to find on Avalon Island. Having found the book one needed, I returned to my seat, opened it, and began to observe. New thoughts kept forming. Avalon is an island located in the far western sea, a mysterious place where the terrain constantly changes every moment. In the center of the island, there is an ancient lake called the Goddess's Lake, inhabited by one of the minority tribes. This place is also known as the Land of Origins, or even Paradise. As of now, it's a deserted island, no longer inhabited by anyone. His eyes remained fixed. It's all information I already knew. Didn't I just tear through the whole library to find something new? Where is it? And then, a wave of confusion began to rise within him. Meanwhile, a familiar figure passed quietly by. A voice called out, drawing his attention, "You're here too." A question mark formed in his mind. Leon Van Reinhardt had appeared, casually placing a hand on his shoulder. "Long time no see, Kang Jioma." Even in the quiet of the library, Leon Van Reinhardt made his presence felt effortlessly. As he looked around the room, Joma noticed a few female students nearby, standing close to the shelves, sneaking glances at him, and whispering to each other, "He's so handsome." But Leon paid no attention to anyone else. His focus was solely on Jioma. It had been a while since they last met, and Jioma's eyes were soon drawn to the book in Leon's hands. Judging by the title, it was a book on magic. A question mark formed in Jioma's thoughts. Why is he reading something like that? He looked at Leon in mild astonishment, old memories rising to the surface. No, the image of the protagonist holding a beginner's magic book is not a comforting sight at all. But if I had to guess, he's probably trying to learn about himself and magic using that disastrous midterm exam as motivation. First of all, this guy's got a mountain of responsibilities to deal with, and yet here he is, studying magic in the library. I can literally feel my faith in him eroding in real time. How am I supposed to believe this? An awkward silence lingered between them. Leon smiled brightly as he placed his hand on the back of the chair across from Jioma, and took a seat. "So, what are you reading?" Leon asked. "I was just looking into Avalon Island, where we'll be doing the survival training next week," Jioma replied. Leon didn't say anything in response, and a question mark hovered in Jioma's mind. Then suddenly, Leon spoke again, his tone casual. "You're really dedicated, Jioma." An ellipsis formed within him as he glanced down at the pile of documents spread out across the table. Exhaustion written all over his face. "Yeah, I can't deny that. I could proudly say that I'm living a more disciplined life than anyone else right now. My days are packed with training, dungeon exploration, and magic study. But what choice do I have? Knowing what dark futures lie ahead, there's nothing left but to give it everything I've got for the next 3 years." He looked over at Leon and said earnestly, "I have to take care of my own future." That, in itself, was the beginning. When Jioma said that, Leon responded in his own way, "You're different from me, and I'm different from you." Jioma's mind drifted back to an earlier memory, something Leon had said when they first met. What was it that made him seem so different? "Jioma, where are you from?" It was a question that left him guessing at Leon's true thoughts. His greeting had been so warm, almost as if he'd found a friend from back home. No matter how much Jioma thought about it, Leon's appearance didn't quite match the image he remembered from playing the game. Leon's bright, handsome face carried an undertone of sadness, and his demeanor was oddly tense, anxiety lurking behind the smile. Still, his behavior hadn't deviated too far from what Guillaume knew of him in the game. So then, how exactly am I supposed to understand someone like him? After a moment, Leon stood up and walked past him, leaving a final comment in his wake. Well then, keep studying and make your choices carefully. There's not much time left before the library closes. Hearing that, Guillaume replied, Oh thanks. You too. As he watched Leon's figure walking away, his thoughts stirred once more. Leon really does feel different. Ominous shadows stretched out beneath the twilight sky. In contrast to the admiring gazes of those in the room, it felt as if both light and darkness were weighing heavily on his shoulders like burdens too heavy to bear. Is this the burden of a warrior carrying the fate of humanity on his back? A new confusion crept into Guillaume's thoughts. There's something I absolutely need to find, and do before going home. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the day of the survival training on the deserted island had arrived. At the training grounds, Rachel Demura made her return after days of absence. A smile played on her lips as she spoke. Hey, I've really seen it all now. Took me forever to spot your face around here. Oh, long time no see. Standing beside her was the ever-confident Saki Ryojo, looking around at everyone with his usual self-assurance. Chloe nearby looked slightly surprised to see Rachel back. Rachel's expression remained steady as she greeted them. Oh, hello Guillaume. Abel too. And just like that, the confrontation between the four main figures began. Abel was the first to break the silence. Are you ready for this training session? Saki Ryojo, facing him directly, answered with a calm tone. I'll just do what I always do. Then he threw the question back. And what about you? Rachel, looking at both of them with a slight smirk, gave herself a composed nod, and replied. Saki Ryo quietly dropped to class level, and we didn't even know about it. How's school life treating you now? Saki responded flatly, no issues during the transition, and there's no need to announce it to everyone. Rachel glanced at Abel with a teasing smile. Ha, is this the only way I'll get a glimpse of the stolen black sword? But Abel remained calm. Rachel, that's enough. Knowing that Saki Ryojo had been spending time around Guillaume lately, Rachel began to lose her temper, her voice rising slightly. That's right. Last time, Saki Ryojo didn't just explore the Water Pearl dungeon, he also joined the same club activities. So for this 3-day, 2-night survival training, I'll be going with Guillaume. Saki quickly interjected. Oh? Didn't Guillaume say he wanted to train solo? From behind, Chloe also chimed in. Yeah. Kang Guillaume said he wanted to go alone, so that's what he plans to do. That statement caught Abel's attention. Meanwhile, Rachel's face took on a strange, excited expression. Oh? Is that so? Is that really so? Her tone grew more animated as she continued. So not a single one of you is going with Kang Guillaume on this survival training trip. Just as she finished speaking, Saki gave her a look. What are you trying to say now? Abel naturally followed up. Rachel, what exactly are you thinking? And then, clear as day, heart-shaped eyes practically lit up in Rachel's gaze. Kang Guillaume said he's going alone, but he never said we couldn't follow him. Watching her like that, Saki could only give a slightly bewildered expression. Here comes the logic of miracles again. Placing her hand confidently over her chest, Rachel continued, now clearly hatching a plan. Even if the four of us haven't said anything out loud, I think we're all on the same page, right? So let's make this fair, we'll turn it into a game. Just like an actual RPG. The other three looked momentarily puzzled. Saki Ryojo was the first to ask, a fair game. Abel followed up, is this one of Chloe's games? At that moment, the idea of a mission flashed through their minds, and Chloe began to explain, you all know this, right? The terrain and environment of Avalon Island change constantly. Even when we travel through the sub-dimensional gate, each person ends up in a completely random location. It's like the pieces on the board have already been moved. What makes this training so interesting is that from the very start, it's incredibly hard to regroup with familiar faces. Everyone's basically forced to form their own new party. Saki, still a bit lost, muttered, please, just get to the point. Rachel Demura picked up from there. She raised one finger, her face slightly flushed, and the image of Guillaume appeared clearly in her mind. During these 2 days of survival training, whoever finds him first wins. The other three lose. The Dark Witch claims all the love. That got everyone's attention. Saki blinked, surprised. Oh. Abel's face flushed slightly. Rachel continued confidently, when we find him we can do whatever we want. Hug him, kiss him, no one's allowed to interfere. Deal? Deal? Chloe raised an eyebrow, a little skeptical, but not lacking in confidence. Fine. This time I'll get him, she said. Saki chimed in, sounds fun. Should I send a picture as proof when I find him? Then, Rachel suddenly turned to Chloe with a sly smirk. Let's see how much you've grown, kid. Abel's face turned an even deeper red at that. A new thought formed in his mind. Find him first, eliminate Kang Gyoma from the game. Images of himself, the Sword Emperor, and Gyoma flashed through his mind, swords clashing. Seeing Chloe stay silent, Rachel grinned, tilting her head. You okay, young lady? Abel responded calmly, sorry. Rachel stared her down with her usual fire, but Abel's reply came with quiet resolve. I don't have time for silly games like this. I'm out. With that, she turned and walked away. Watching her go, Rachel shrugged and turned to the other two. All right then, looks like it's just us. Saki offered nothing but a silent pause. Now that Abel had dropped out, the remaining three gathered to form their own little alliance. Meanwhile, we returned to Gyoma. At that moment he was just arriving at the staging area, yawning loudly. He muttered under his breath, man, I'm exhausted, I actually stayed in the library till late last night. Sliding one hand into his pocket, he spoke with quiet confidence. I've stored everything I need on this phone. Among the data was a reminder. The academy's headmaster required every student to bring at least some makeshift weapons. Sashimi knives, 24 packs, and a secret weapon. He pulled out his phone to check, only to find a flood of messages from media, one after another without end. Did you pack your first aid supplies? What about clothes? Make sure you bring at least 3 pairs of underwear and wear black pants so they won't get dirty easily. Staring at the messages, Gyoma couldn't help but chuckle. She really is like a mom. Then he paused, reconsidering. Wait, the headmaster's kind of old, should I be calling her grandma instead? Pushing that thought aside, his gaze shifted toward one of the instructors nearby. I guess we're getting ready to move out. But then, his thoughts drifted back to something the gatekeeper had mentioned before. Purple hair, purple eyes, a short-haired female assistant. I don't know what she's planning, but if she's keeping an eye on me, then this training session is the perfect time to strike. If the island's constantly shifting terrain is used properly, taking me out wouldn't be hard. Placing a hand on his pouch, he followed up with a more calculated thought. Then again, from my perspective, that same logic can work in my favor too. It really does feel awkward to stab someone with a knife, Gyoma thought, his gaze growing heavier, but I can't let myself die because of that. As the thought settled, a vivid mental image flashed before his eyes, something from a clip drawn by Speed Weapon. The sketch came to life on the screen of the Speed Weapon draft board, short hair, an average build, and that very person was nearby, right now. But he hadn't noticed. Speed Weapon really is just a kid. There's no way I'd run into someone like that here, he mumbled, eyes drifting upward to the sky. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Cadet Kang Gyoma. It was the Sword Emperor, and his stern tone came with clear instructions. Today you are not allowed to slack off during training. Abel followed close behind, her face flushed as she caught sight of Gyoma. Seeing them both, he responded with playful enthusiasm, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor addressed him again. When you strive to build exceptional talent, the results don't just increase, they multiply. Abel, now more composed, quietly watched him. But the Sword Emperor wasn't done yet. However, you must also get enough rest to withstand the demands. So give it your all during this training session. Hearing such thoughtful advice, Gyoma nodded with sincere gratitude. Thank you. I hope you catch a big one today too. The Sword Emperor, understanding the reference, let out a small cough, slightly embarrassed. Oh well, let's hope so. Anyway, thank you. Well, I guess I'll stop talking now. Yeah, that sounded a little cheesy, but Gyoma glanced away, slightly awkward. Then, without warning, Abel walked right past him. Their eyes met only briefly, but her face remained expressionless, almost cold. She said nothing. Gyoma stood there, visibly confused. But then a knowing smile crossed his face, one aimed at Abel. You're about to get yourself a boyfriend, huh? So cheer up. Abel, From one danger to the next, suddenly from a distance, Saki Ryojo approached without a sound. Before Gyoma could react, he moved behind and locked him in a firm hold, quiet but unbreakable. But with his instincts kicking in, Gyoma raised his hand, swiftly forming a signature sign and shifting his weight. With a quick flick, he sent a snap straight to Saki Ryojo's forehead. Her stunned expression said it all. She clutched her head, visibly baffled and a little annoyed. "Hey, did you just hit me out of boredom? Trying to mess with me or something?" she shouted. He could only offer an awkward chuckle. "Haha, I felt something dangerous approaching, but I didn't realize it was you. Sorry about that." Still rubbing her forehead, clearly irritated, Saki Ryojo barked, "My forehead's not a local encyclopedia, you know. Anyway, give it your all during this training. I'll come find you later, we need to talk." And just like that, she turned and walked away. Watching her leave with such a strange attitude, Gyoma tilted his head slightly, puzzled. Saki Ryojo, honestly, I still don't really get her personality. He thought back to their time in class, how she always changed seats to keep an eye on him. His thoughts drifted further. These days she doesn't nap as much and wanders around more. If you ignore her because it's annoying, she'll pout and vanish, then show up again. I don't know what exactly it is about her that catches my attention. But even though she feels like some ethereal background character, she's obviously one of the main heroines. That's why I don't want to get too close, at least. Not more than necessary." Before he could reflect more, a voice rang out from the instructor. "Right on cue. The subspace gate to Avalon Island will activate shortly. Stay safe and enjoy your time." As the shimmering gate formed in the sky, his thoughts began to solidify. "This time, if I can, I want to get through it quietly. Hopefully nothing weird happens." A familiar chant followed, steady and focused. "May the blessing of frost always be with me." His eyes lit up with a strange intensity. The world around him shifted in a blink. Mountains and forests swept into view. The wild landscape of Avalon Island revealed itself. Some idle musings drifted in. "It's been a year since I fell into this world." He took slow steps forward. "Only now does it truly feel like I've stepped into a fantasy realm. The sacred land of Avalon." Lifting his gaze, he spotted it. That's the origin apple tree. Suddenly, Rachel Demura appeared before him without warning. But whatever thoughts he had about her, he quickly brushed them aside. So this competition, what exactly is my role in it? The battle had begun. Rachel Demura, Saki Ryojo, Abel Chloe, and Speed Weapon were all part of the game. To top it off, Leon Van Reinhardt had joined as well. This was no simple retreat. It was survival training on a deserted island. His eyes glinted with resolve. "All right. Focus on the challenge. It's already begun." Gyoma pulled out his phone and glanced at his location. He was close to Rachel Demura. A few thoughts echoed in his mind, like a quiet narration. "I got this map of Avalon Island from the library. I've marked the respawn locations on the island to help me remember, back from when I was still a chef and playing games. When I recall the in-game memories, and that specific map layout, Gaho's position should be near the central lake." Without even realizing it, he muttered, "I think it was near some big rock." His gaze steadied, thoughts sharpening. "Which means I need to head toward the lake, the one with the world tree. I'll have to cross the forest, and then get through some rocky terrain. The world tree, the protected forest zone, and the outer rocky cliffs." He gave himself a mental reminder, "I still have 3 days left." Another layer of analysis formed in his thoughts. "Besides just surviving on the island, we've been tasked with finding orbs scattered all over. Basically, it's a giant treasure hunt, like the ones we used to do on school trips, the orb hunt. The number of orbs you collect directly affects your score. I've also heard they can be used as reinforcement materials, so yeah, I'll definitely be going after them." With that, Gyoma reached into his bag and pulled something out. "First things first, as Beer Galax once wrote, prepare survival tools, not just a sashimi knife." He revealed a long knife slightly larger than usual. Information flashed across his vision. It was a Gyodua, a survival tool used for chopping wood and clearing paths, purchased from a mountaineering shop. This was the item he had chosen to symbolize his commitment to this training mission. Holding it up in front of him, Gyoma gave it a quick once-over. "I need to get used to moving without relying on the 50-second unblessed mode. So I'll need to preserve that." A faint green glow flickered in his eyes. He swung the blade downward in a basic arc. Then, with a sideways grip, he tested it again. A brief evaluation followed. Grip's solid. But yeah, feels a bit awkward. His eyes drifted to the side, catching movement in the brush. I'll only use this thing in emergencies. What caught his attention next was unexpected. A cute little rabbit peeked out from the bushes, locking eyes with him. A surprised smile crept across his face. Well, guess I'll get some practice in with this machete, and maybe catch dinner while I'm at it. But suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Something blocked the light from the side of his face. His expression tightened. Wait, no way. The head looks like a rabbit, sure, but the body, that's not a rabbit. It's huge. The creature slowly emerged from the shadows, never breaking eye contact with him. A blank, stunned expression crossed Gioma's face. But rather than panic, he smiled wide and genuine. Well, would you look at that, I actually ran into a cow rabbit. This really is a land of mythical beasts, exactly the kind of place I've been dreaming of. With that, he shifted his stance and dashed forward. Time to move. No blessings. Just raw skill and the blade in his hand. With sharp instincts, Gioma pulled the machete behind his back, eyes locked forward with the predator's focus. He charged. But just as he closed the gap, the rabbit suddenly turned its head, glancing sharply to the side. In its eyes reflected like a ripple, Abel's figure suddenly appeared. Scene shift. Abel blinked, confused, as question marks practically floated around her. She crouched down, smiling as she reached out a hand toward the rabbit. Oh, is this food or just a bunny? She asked playfully. This wasn't the buff Jim bunny that Gioma had just encountered, it was just an ordinary rabbit. Abel extended her hand further, thoughts bubbling up. It's so cute, I can't help myself. She spoke gently. Why are you all alone out here? Where's your mom? But just then chomp. The rabbit sank its teeth into her finger. Oh, she yelped, startled. Without another sound, the rabbit spun around and hopped away into the trees, leaving Abel rubbing her finger and standing up with an annoyed expression. Seriously? That's it? You bite me and just leave? She grumbled. Without hesitation, she reached behind her back and unsheathed her sword, eyes locked on the direction the rabbit fled. Hey, get back here, you little troublemaker. But even as she gave chase, a grin tugged at her lips. Actually, this is a pretty nice outcome. A perfect chance to test myself after all that special training. And it's just a rabbit. Suddenly, something caught her eye. The rabbit was speeding up. And was that music notes coming from its mouth? Her smile faded as she noticed the oddly smug look on the rabbit's face. It turned back toward her, almost taunting, and kept running. Abel narrowed her eyes. Wait, is it getting faster? No way, it's hiding its true strength. From deep within her, a green aura began to gather, some kind of natural power flowing through her body, responding instinctively. No matter how fast you are, this sword of mine ne belong. She burst forward with renewed speed, closing the gap, and grinned. Gotcha. But instead of fleeing in a straight line, the rabbit suddenly made an unpredictable jump to the side. Abel's focus remained razor sharp. I'm the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, she reminded herself. That move, it was calculated. And yet, in the very next moment, her expression froze. The rabbit's sudden jump had thrown off her momentum. She couldn't shift direction in time. Her body was locked into its forward motion and in the path ahead, water. Oh no. She reached out instinctively to stop herself, hand stretching forward in vain. Then splash. She tumbled straight into a stream or lake, water rising to meet her like a wall. Abel von Nibelung, granddaughter of the Sword Emperor, sank slowly beneath the surface, golden eyes wide with surprise. What was that? From under the water she could still see the rabbit sitting smugly on the surface, and behind it, the faint silhouette of Gioma watching everything unfold. Kang Gioma's body kept sinking, drifting towards some unknown place. A flock of blackbirds took flight in the distance. More precisely, they were startled into the air by the shockwaves caused by Gioma and the gym rat rabbit's chaotic chase. While Gioma continued swinging his blade, the rabbit kept darting away in rapid bursts. After a while, Gioma was panting hard, nearly out of breath. I've trained so damn hard, he gasped, but without a blessing, I'm completely useless. He shook his head in disbelief. Unbelievable. He had always taken pride in his raw strength from his past life, and now he could only stare up at the sky, chest rising and falling heavily. His body slumped a little, shoulders sagging. "Ha, damn it." The rabbit, now a few paces ahead, paused and turned to look at him. Its cute little face tilted curiously in his direction. Seeing that innocent expression, Gyoma gave up and dropped to the ground in exhaustion. Still catching his breath, he mumbled, "Rather than wasting energy like an idiot, I should just sit here and chat. Let's see what happens." "See, Mon, bring it on." The rabbit, watching him wheeze and sputter on the ground, bared its signature teeth. Its cute face twisted into something smug and sassy, almost annoyingly so. Gyoma let his long blade fall to the ground beside him with a metallic clang, the sound of a swordsman reaching his limit. All right, he muttered. Then he pulled out sashimi, the sleek, elegant blade he had chosen as his combat weapon. A chilling intensity settled across his expression, the power of the sword god's blessing beginning to stir. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the island, sunlight spilled across a clearing, and from above, Rachel Demura soared through the air with her spear raised, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Gaho!" She carried herself with massive energy and confidence, her eyes sparkling like hearts, and a huge grin on her face. With impressive force, she landed hard on the ground, quickly scanning the area ahead. Still smiling, she muttered, "This is ridiculous, I feel like I've just been running in circles. Ha ha ha, what a mess." Then she chuckled and added, "Anyway, I already said it, this is the real Rachel Demura's kind of game." She casually reached one hand behind her head and let out a loud, carefree laugh. "What should I do now? This is such a pain, seriously, what now?" Just then, something above caught her attention. A bird black, circling overhead. She stared up at it, squinting. And then, her mind made a connection. Black crow, black sword, cursed sword, Gyoma who? By sheer coincidence, the massive silhouette of the legendary apple tree loomed nearby. She spun her spear toward it, unleashing a burst of pressure that sliced the air. Talking to herself again, Rachel mused, "I remember hearing that crows are drawn to shiny things. If I follow that bird, I might just end up finding Kang Gyoma." A few golden sparks flickered across her body, and she lowered her center of gravity in a fluid motion. Thinking's just a waste of time. Instead of overanalyzing, I should just move. With that, she launched herself back into the air, dashing off in a new direction. "I'll be seeing you real soon, Kang Gyoma." Switching scenes over to Saki Ryojo. The faint red mark from the flick Gyoma gave her before entering the trial zone was still visible on her forehead. Rubbing it slightly, she murmured, "Pretty sure I just heard Rachel Demura's voice. Or am I imagining things?" She gripped her familiar bow, eyes narrowing with focus. Looking off into the distance, Saki Ryojo spoke softly to herself. "All right, let's take inventory again. I've got food, rice cakes, a blanket, a sweater, and some weapons. Strong swordswoman, check." A mischievous cat-like grin formed on her lips. She pulled her green cloak forward and muttered, "Not here." Her thoughts tightened into sharp focus, her planning more precise than ever. "I chose to take part in this game, so losing just isn't an option." She glanced around, mentally retracing her starting point. "The first place I appeared was the beach on Avalon Island. I need to set my objectives based on the specifics of this environment." Her gaze flicked toward the mythical apple tree of Rachel Demura, the world tree, the only constant on this ever-shifting island. But right now she was far from it, somewhere near the remote edge of the island's shore. She added quietly, "If I'm going to do something on my own, my best shot is at the center of a distant island. But damn, is there really nothing else I can do?" Her sharp, focused expression faded into a dazed stare. "What should I do? What can I do? I don't want to lose my head out here." Eventually she turned and started walking in another direction, the sly smile still tugging at her lips. "If we meet again, I'll pay you back with something real. Just wait." The sky dimmed swiftly into night. Stars glimmered above, and faint violet glows flickered here and there like bioluminescent lights. In the distance, a few wolves emerged, their low growls turning into fierce howls like they'd picked up a scent. Their snarling didn't last long. Both were instantly cut down by a storm of sword strikes, delivered with icy precision by none other than Chloe. Her expression held a calm cruelty. Hunting was a favorite pastime of the assassins from the Auditor de Sicilia clan. With a subtle grin frozen on her lips, Chloe finally spoke. "Kang Gyoma, wait for me." Even now, she didn't stop moving, her body sprinted forward at high speed through the darkness. "I'll find you before anyone else does," she vowed. So that you'll only have eyes for me. Then, without warning, her attention snapped forward. Something had caught her eye, someone, to be exact. It was him. Kang Jeoma. A light suddenly appeared not far ahead in the direction Chloe was heading. Meanwhile, Kang Jeoma wasn't aware how his earlier fight with the gym-trained rabbit had ended. Right now he was tending a campfire, grilling a sizable piece of meat. He spoke aloud, telling a small story to himself. The fur's been removed, so I don't have to worry about my food supply anymore. All that's left is to dry the meat and I'm good to go. Suddenly a noise caught his attention, pulling his focus sharply to one side. 3 dots of hesitation appeared in his mind, along with deep thought. That's not the sign of a wild animal. Maybe some force is targeting me. I can't afford to let my guard down, I can't just sit here. His hand slid inside his cloak, pulling out his sashimi blade as he moved toward the source of the sound. His mind stayed alert, it's coming, and it shows no sign of stopping. I've got my food ready, and my sashimi is in perfect condition. His eyes widened in surprise. It's Puer. Quickly he raised his spear and prepared to strike. Chloe suddenly appeared, charging forward with both hands outstretched. But to his shock, it wasn't Chloe, it was Rachel Demura. Rachel looked just as surprised to see Chloe. Oh, it's that little troublemaker. Chloe's relief turned into frustration. Rachel Demura. The two instantly snapped at each other, shouting in unison, "Why are you here?" On this side, Kang Jeoma's blade was raised, but then another surprise. Abel, the first person who had encountered Jeoma, appeared. Recognizing her, Jeoma stopped his attack. Abel was now kneeling on the ground, her face flushed bright red. He looked confused, a little stunned. Abel stammered softly, looking at him with a bit of curiosity, she asked, "Hey, does that mean the meat's still roasting on the spit?" Sitting nearby, Jeoma had a campfire specially kindled, with the knife resting beside him alongside the hide of the monster he had just slain. Abel's thoughts drifted. That fur looks really warm. A hint of sadness touched her expression. There's a lot of dried meat, but none of it looks even a little appetizing. She glanced at the meat roasting over the fire. Is that rabbit meat? She recalled how she had failed to catch the rabbit earlier, and ended up in an embarrassing situation. I was there too, but I completely lost to Kang Jeoma. Her body started to tremble, and her cheeks flushed. I'm so embarrassed, and I feel so cold. At that moment Abel suddenly flinched at something. Not wanting her to suffer the cold of the forest, Jeoma took the cleaned hide of the giant baby rabbit, and draped it over her shoulders. He said simply, "Use this to cover yourself." Abel was a little surprised. Oh, she turned back toward the fire, cheeks still flushed. Under the starry night sky, with the flickering flames, her thoughts swirled again. I must be crazy. I should have turned back, I can't stand that smell. What an idiot. But it is really warm. Feeling cared for, she added quietly, "Thank you so much." Suddenly she cried out, "Ouch." Looking down, she noticed her ankle was swollen and red. She asked in confusion, "Wait, could this be from earlier?" Lug. Then her face flushed even hotter, and she stammered, What are you doing?" Jeoma gently grasped her slender ankle. Her face turned even redder. He said with concern. "If you keep letting your ankle stay injured like this, it could get dangerous here. You might get an infection." She accepted his care silently as Jeoma focused on bandaging her wound. More precisely, he used his own tie and some pieces of wood to stabilize Abel's injured foot. Then he said quietly, Thank you." The atmosphere quickly settled back into calm. Jeoma turned his attention back to the large piece of meat roasting, while Abel shyly averted her gaze. After a while, Jeoma suddenly asked, "Why do you keep wandering around alone like this?" Abel looked back at him, confused. Her cheeks flushed again as she remembered what Rachel Demura had said earlier about the game. The first person to meet Jeoma is the winner, can do whatever they want. She quickly covered her reddened face with her hands, explaining, "There are things I want to do, and I just feel more comfortable being alone." Hearing this, Jeoma adjusted the fire while replying, I see now. You're like me." The cold, distant aura around him softened into shyness. Abel looked on with many thoughts racing through her mind. I'm about to fall into a trap. I should just stay out of this. With that, she quickly made a new decision. From inside her pocket, Abel's phone activated the camera, aiming at Jeoma. She snapped a picture, making sure to include herself in the frame. No one could deny it then. Her embarrassed expression was genuinely adorable. Behind her, Jioma didn't notice her action. The phone screen showed the time, 7:35 p.m. In the Rachel Demura group chat, with Saki Ryojo and a third person, an announcement about the game was made. The first person to find Kang Gyoma. Abel's just taken photo was sent there. Saki Ryojo's reply popped up immediately. Wait, you're the first. What? Meanwhile, Rachel Demura couldn't hold back her shock either, typing in all caps, "What the hell is this?" Ah. Both of them opened their phones simultaneously, irritation clear on their faces. Wasn't he supposed to not join the game? Why is he here? That's a black cat for sure. So reckless. Meanwhile, Chloe, who wasn't in the group, didn't know any of this and glanced over curiously. After sending the photo, Abel had expected to feel happy, but instead, a clear sadness settled over her. Then, her expression shifted to joy as Gyoma, sitting nearby, offered her a piece of grilled meat. She quickly hid her phone. Here, eat this. Her eyes gleamed with a bit of hunger. Ah. But soon the quiet returned. Abel ate slowly, thoughtful, while Gyoma, sitting beside her, seemed to be lost in his own thoughts. This is kind of awkward and embarrassing, he finally admitted. To break the silence, Abel suddenly asked, "How did you get so strong?" Gyoma looked at her, clearly caught off guard. His puzzled face seemed to recall the moment when he had timidly asked Nox for help with his arm. Though it was brief, the memories of the hardships that followed clearly lingered. "You could say I've been living in hell," he said. Then, after a moment, he added, "It's thanks to a great teacher." Abel's curiosity sparked. "A master?" Gyoma answered quickly. "There was a master who taught me how to use a sword." Hearing that, Abel drifted back into thought, reflecting on her own past. For 17 years, though it's a short time, I spent my entire life learning swordsmanship from my grandfather. I was confident I knew more about swordsmanship than anyone else. I had never seen or heard of a swordsman quite like him. She returned to the present and asked, "Oh, so what did you learn? How did you do it?" Gyoma's face grew a little somber. "I realized a long time ago that being strong doesn't always mean you'll win." At this, a big question mark appeared in Abel's eyes as she looked toward the blazing fire. Gyoma continued, "It's the person who never gives up until the very last moment that's the real winner. I think the person who can endure, persist, and survive until the very end is truly strong." Abel's face showed clear surprise once again, and she brought her hand to cover her mouth. "You?" she asked. "No, more like an old man," Gyoma replied, then burst out laughing loudly. "Sorry, your words are so unexpected I just can't help but laugh," Abel said. She spoke so well, yet all she got in return was a big laugh from him. Gyoma looked even more puzzled. "Hey," he protested, but Abel was still chuckling. She added, "You talk just like my grandfather. 10 points for your style. Are you really only 17? At that moment, she remembered something and brightened up, speaking to him again. "That reminds me of what we talked about the last time we met, sitting on that bench. Is this the first time we're actually talking again since then?" Gyoma offered her another skewer. "Here, eat this too." Abel didn't refuse. "Ah, okay." Her cheeks flushed again as she took the meat. The next morning, some sound roused Abel from sleep. She had no idea when she'd fallen asleep, and now sat up, blinking as she took in her surroundings. The fire had died down and Gyoma was gone. Looking at the pieces of meat he'd left, her expression shifted. He left without saying a word. "I guess I should just keep quiet and let things be," she thought. But she couldn't shake the memory and feeling of Gyoma tending to her wound the night before. His tie, along with the stick he'd used to stabilize her foot, was still there. Tears suddenly began to fall uncontrollably. As they streamed down her cheeks, Abel couldn't understand herself. "Why am I crying?" She hurried to wipe the tears away. Suddenly, a wave of emotion overwhelmed her. Being cared for by someone, it's such a special feeling. But no matter what happens in life, I have to get through it on my own with my own laughter. Her mind turned to the sword stuck high above. A new thought formed immediately. Even when facing great challenges, I'm certain I can overcome them. I want to cry, but I have to hold it back. I don't have the luxury to do things that aren't fitting for my age. A ray of light pierced through the trees ahead, and her gaze fixed firmly. This was the duty of a Nibelung clan member. Her face was heavy with sadness. Kang Gyoma, why did you do this to me? Sunlight filtered through the big leaves. I used to envy and resent those who treated me kindly without expecting anything in return. Abel then gripped the black sword tightly. Alright, there are still 2 days left here. She slipped on her shoes and picked up Gyoma's tie. Nothing will change if I just sit here and cry. A confident smile bloomed once more on her face. I guess I should return it, right? She lifted the large fur coat high above, and then draped it over her shoulders as she moved forward. Alright, let's go. Cut to some forest scene. Gyoma was once again moving alone, deeper into the woods, a knife resting in his hand, his expression serious. It's cold at night, but now it feels hot. Thinking of Abel, a new thought crossed his mind. Maybe Abel has woken up by now. She really is beautiful. He kept moving forward, though somehow it felt like Abel wasn't too fond of him. Yeah, that's just her personality, always distant, like a nobleman. He arrived at a cliff edge. After last night's unexpected meeting, I treated her kindly. Not because I have feelings for her, but because she looked so pitiful I couldn't just ignore her. But being kind once won't change everything. Looking down at the emptiness below, Gyoma spoke aloud. Looks like I'm out of the forest now. His thoughts lingered. The story, although a bit twisted, isn't really a big change compared to everything so far. Leaning against the cliff, he slid down and kept walking. Today's the day Abel and Leon van Reinhardt develop feelings for each other. His gaze scanned the surroundings, shielding his eyes from the sun with his hand as he spoke to himself. She wouldn't give the blanket to Leon van Reinhardt, right? Realistically, that's unlikely. Maybe I should just keep it. He continued onward. Enough with these pointless thoughts. Let's find the blessing before sunset. Updating himself, he recalled. The blessing of rebirth, a spiritual blessing 1 level lower than the transfer blessing. It helps accelerate regeneration. Since it can be used on the wielder, it's suited as a self-activating blessing. However, unlike the transfer blessing, which is limited to the user alone, the blessing of rebirth combined with the transfer blessing fully heals. A proud smile spread across his lips. Even a thin blade can regenerate to a certain extent. Seems overpowered. But it's not like regrowing severed limbs, it only heals wounds. He added. In the game, this blessing is considered a hidden fragment and doesn't affect Leon van Reinhardt's development. Anyway, Leon van Reinhardt becomes incredibly strong later, so I'll definitely use it. His hand reached up toward the cliff face, climbing out of the area. Unlike the game's graphics, there's clearly a big rock here. Finally, wandering until sunset, he let out a steady breath, a fresh smile appearing on his face. Found it the blessing of rebirth. A light suddenly shone from a peculiar structure ahead, but a question popped into his mind. What's that glowing over there? The blessing's supposed to be hidden. At the center a strong light radiated. Was that a giant orb? Is the huge stone orb the reward? To receive the blessing he'd even get an orb. Lucky, for sure. He approached the ruins. Maybe luck is finally on my side. Yeah, until now, it's been pretty stingy. He revealed his plan. First I'll grab the orb. Then see what happens. Hopefully, I can find it before sunset. At that moment, roots were suddenly shattered by an invisible force. A question mark appeared in his mind, along with surprise. What the hell was that? Someone's footsteps echoed nearby. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. I didn't expect anyone to venture this deep. Aren't you just here to check out the world tree? Did you really come all this way just for the orb? It was Kang Gyoma. His eyes brightened and suddenly Leon van Reinhardt appeared there. He was taken aback by the situation. Seeing the cold sharpness in the air, Gyoma called out firmly, Leon, cut to the chase. Leon replied. Or maybe you came here for another reason, right? Keeping his composure, he answered, I only saw the orb from afar and came to get it. Leon interrupted sharply, you came here for the orb. I get it. Then I have no choice. Come and take it, if you can. Leon, they say that on the day you were born, half the world laughed. That's the mark of a true warrior. Leon van Reinhardt stood like a knight but spoke with the presence of a dark lord. A long streak of light slicing through the air between them. The two locked eyes, silently greeting the start of a new battle. Seeing the serious expression on Leon's face, a rapid thought formed in Gyoma's mind. What's going on? Isn't he supposed to be with Abel right now? Today's supposed to be a turning point in the story. Suddenly, the image of Abel flashed back to that very night when they first met. I'm going to pass the trial. I remember nothing else happened that night. Returning his gaze to Leon Van Reinhardt, his thoughts deepened. Even if he knew about that, there's no way he'd fight because of it. Leon unleashed a sweeping slash, and the wall behind him was cut cleanly in two. Gioma's surprise was instant. Watching Leon wield that sword, his thoughts continued to swirl. He found it the Ban Meng sword. A question popped up, are you okay? Then the thoughts carried on. Though unfinished, it's a weapon of conflicting nature, both a demon sword and a holy sword. The sword of twilight. The Ban Meng's hilt is pure silver, so shiny it's almost blinding. The entire blade is adorned with exquisite wave patterns, but most striking is the blue gem set right in the middle of the hilt. At first, it was a catalyst that nullified Ban Meng, the world's most evil sword, with the divine power of the E-gem. But because Ban Meng is powered by magic, even when nullified by the S-jewel, it's still heavily influenced by the wielder's nature. Worry crept across his face. In the game, depending on the player's style, Ban Meng could become either a magical sword or a holy sword. No way, Leon Van Reinhardt. Then Leon spoke up. Alright, I think this is a perfect match. His thoughts couldn't be shaken. Has he really not closed his mind yet? This is crazy. Leon added, are you serious? On the other side, his cold gaze replied just as coldly, I don't have the gift of lying. Leon stepped forward. Meanwhile, Gioma silently mused. Looks like he's trying to claim his place and use me as me. A bead of sweat rolled down. Leon's actions made sense. But it was all just speculation. One thing's certain, the orb is the justification. Seeing Gioma's silence, Leon broke the tension. Sorry, I don't have much time. To be exact, I'm starting now. He immediately lunged forward with blinding speed. The air was sliced sharply. Cutting to Saki Ryojo, she was already complaining about something. Someone walking beside Weapon suddenly jumped and shouted, Who? Why are you suddenly yelling and making such a fuss? Saki Ryojo wore a disdainful look and replied, the person I was looking for didn't show up, but of all places here you are. Weapon grew increasingly annoyed with Saki Ryojo's attitude, and his patience was wearing thin. Hey, do you think I want to meet you or something? He snapped. Saki Ryojo cut in sharply. Then who's leading the way? Follow me and speak up. Weapon's irritation deepened. But aren't you the one looking for me? You're after Gioma, right? Saki Ryojo didn't deny it. Yeah. They both stopped walking for a moment, and Weapon pressed further. Wait, you're not seriously thinking something about Gioma, are you? Saki Ryojo stayed silent for a beat, then flipped the question back. Why do you think that? As they resumed walking, Weapon launched into his explanation. No, seriously. Up until about a month ago, you were just a kid hanging around the Half-Bow Academy. But now you're acting like this. Didn't it start after you got involved with Gioma? At first you said hacking and all that stuff was annoying. So it's kinda weird that you're doing all these things without being asked. Suddenly, Saki Ryojo stopped so abruptly that Weapon didn't have time to react and bumped right into her. His nose instantly swelled red. Hey, why'd you just stop like that? He complained. But his expression quickly shifted to confusion as Saki Ryojo gave him a cold look and said, Hey, Weapon. There was a strange silence between them. Then, with a somewhat awkward movement, Saki Ryojo turned around slightly, a faint blush tinting her face, and asked, Do you have much tea? Weapon's eyes widened in surprise. He blurted out, You've definitely been brainwashed by Gioma, haven't you? Or maybe hypnotized. That instantly made Saki Ryojo's irritation flare up, and before Weapon could react, she landed a sharp punch right on his handsome face. Shut up. Caught completely off guard, Weapon barely dodged. Oof. But something had changed. Saki Ryojo's eyes scanned the surroundings. What's that sound? She asked. Weapon, still dazed from the punch, shook off his confusion. Did an earthquake just happen? He guessed. Saki Ryojo frowned. No, it's different. Her expression sharpened. It's the sound of a sword clashing somewhere. Suddenly, a blade shattered into two. More precisely, Gioma's spear-like weapon had been cleaved by Leon Van Reinhardt, sending the broken pieces flying behind him. Weapon's stunned look was clear as he stared straight ahead. Crazy. Leon Van Reinhardt paused for a moment, his cold demeanor unwavering. Then he asked, "Why didn't you fight back? Even though you knew I was going to strike." His gaze lost some of its icy respect. On this side, Kang Gyoma felt a strange sensation wash over him. Thoughts raced through his mind. Honestly, I couldn't react. I thought he was about to throw a punch, and I didn't want to blindly jump into something I didn't understand. I hesitated because I thought if I tried to activate my blessing, I might get cut down. Across from him, Leon Van Reinhardt spoke once again, calling out Kang Gyoma. Meanwhile, Gyoma's thoughts raced. If I act carelessly, I'll lose my pride. Leon Van Reinhardt is the main character of Miracle Protection M. Leon's cold gaze remained unyielding as he added, "Take up your weapon." Sooner or later, this day was bound to come. With no other choice, Gyoma forced himself to draw the sashimi knife. He carried a blessing-bearing weapon. As he gripped it, the blessing stirred within him. Leon Van Reinhardt advanced, ready to attack. Gyoma felt a flicker of doubt. It's reckless to face this without any other protection. I need to shed my arrogance. The spear slid from its sheath. They faced each other, blessing sword against sashimi blade. A massive explosion erupted, shaking the area. They closed in, each attacking fiercely with their weapons. Gyoma was pushed backward. Leon pressed forward relentlessly, swinging his sword upward from the ground as Gyoma retreated. A violet aura blazed forth, forcing Gyoma to dodge sharply and block with his knife, just a basic move, yet enough. Suddenly his sashimi knife was sliced in two. Shock registered clearly on his face. But Leon's assault didn't stop. His next strike arced in a wide curve, mirroring the path of the first. Gyoma twisted his body aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. Leon gripped the Ban Meng's sword tightly, his eyes locked on the target. Another slash was forming. Gyoma leapt away instantly, widening the distance. Reaching into his pocket, he drew two more sashimi knives and hurled them toward Leon. Leon's focus was absolute. Two crossing sword strikes cut through both flying knives, sending them flying off. Without pause, Leon surged forward, closing in on Gyoma with unexpected speed. His sword raised to strike. Gyoma froze, unable to brace himself in time. The Ban Meng gleamed brightly, and Gyoma could only stand still, silently watching the impending attack. Light flashed repeatedly along the pillars nearby, which were swiftly cleaved in two by an unseen force of pure power. In the midst of the attack, Gyoma bent low, but his knife pouch wasn't so lucky. Most of the knives inside were sliced in half by the falling pillars. Now coiled like a spring, Gyoma's eyes reflected the fading sunlight in the distance. Clutching a single remaining knife, he swiftly withdrew from the area at full speed. As he moved, Gyoma quickly reassessed the situation. This is on a whole different level compared to the midterm exam. The main character's power limit he must have been training alone to level up. Suddenly, a red flash pierced through his thoughts. Turning around, Gyoma saw a massive sword energy strike rushing toward him, merging with the air itself. A huge question mark formed in his mind, overwhelmed by the sheer furious momentum. The attack slammed down, sweeping away part of the old stone foundation. The space around them cracked and spread, and Leon Van Reinhardt's sword lost its glow in his hand. He panted heavily, sweat beading on his face. "Ha ha." From afar, smoke rose as Gyoma advanced, cool and composed, gripping his sashimi knife. Leon Van Reinhardt narrowed his eyes, spotting Gyoma's reappearance. Regaining his composure, Gyoma asked, "Leon, why are you doing this?" No immediate reply. Leon's expression deepened, then he looked upward. "The world, if it were up to you, I could make everyone in it happy." A smile cracked his lips. "Ha ha." The Ban Meng's sword gleamed brightly once more. Its explosive power had grown stronger. "Now, you understand." Leon raised the sword high. Across from him, Gyoma's gaze sharpened as the sword's energy pierced the sky, radiating fierce mana. Leon's voice echoed out. "Who is someone?" With renewed determination he launched his attack. Gyoma charged forward. The previous balance shifted as Gyoma's sashimi knife sliced through the energy emanating from the sword's hilt. The destructive force scattered rocks and dust everywhere. Exhaustion showed on Leon's face as the Ban Meng's energy began to fade, part of the hilt even breaking off. "I believe in that." Sunlight brightened the scene. Both fighters held their positions. Leon's coldness slowly faded from his eyes. Raising his sword again, he looked up. "It's too high." Then his gaze fixed forward. As intended, the one worthy of choice is Gyoma. Gyoma sheathed his sashimi knife and stood beside the central orb. A silent space quickly settled after their confrontation ended. Gyoma closed his eyes, and his sashimi knife slid smoothly back into its sheath. However, a strange light flickered from behind him. Just as the knife was sheathed, the figure of Leon Van Reinhardt in the distance seemed to begin fading away. Gyoma's eyes snapped open, glancing back. A question mark hovered in his mind as he noticed a single white feather lying exactly where Leon Van Reinhardt had stood. He asked himself, did he disappear? What was that? His thoughts deepened, an unexpectedly intense one-on-one duel. Looking toward the distant sunlight, he reflected. I think that was a warrior's step forward, someone rewriting himself. I harbor no ill will toward anyone. Watching the knives he had just sliced in half, a new worry surfaced at first. He was so eager to end the fight quickly. But if I hadn't reacted fast enough, I would have died just now. The image of narrowly dodging Leon Van Reinhardt's lightning-fast attack flashed in his mind. I did my best not to directly aim for him. Because of that, he had been running around wildly like a troublemaker. Easier said than done, he thought, placing a hand lazily on the crystal orb. Yet, Leon Van Reinhardt's growth had reached a level worthy of a main character's role. Rubbing his face with a shy gesture, Gyoma's expression mirrored that of a bewildered blacksmith. By the way, I think I might have chipped off a small part of the weapon's true edge. The two edges of the weapon are the reinforced parts. I'll have to fix them later once I gather more materials. The overall shape shouldn't be affected, right? Brushing off the nagging thoughts, he added. Alright, I didn't cut Leon Van Reinhardt here, this game is over now. And that was just a special tutorial. Returning his focus, his hand still rested on the crystal orb as he lazily muttered. Alright, that's enough. Suddenly, a light flashed from the orb, bursting outward. A smile appeared on his lips. Found it again, it's right here. Light gathered in his palm, and a massive information panel appeared above his head. Congratulations. You have received a new blessing, the blessing of rebirth. It can rapidly regenerate and repair damaged cells. However, severed body parts cannot be restored. A question popped into his mind. Has it already been applied? Without hesitation, he grabbed a scrap of metal and pressed it against his hand to test it. Blood began to trickle out. As he withdrew the blade, a protective spell quickly formed over the wound, wrapping it up. Green healing crosses flashed repeatedly until only a faint scar remained. The bleeding stopped. Raising his hand to inspect it, a spark of joy briefly lit up Gyoma's face. Oh, this healing is definitely working. But soon, a hint of sadness replaced the joy. Yes, I'm glad to have obtained what I wanted. It was a process of hard effort. The sky swiftly darkened into night. Smoke rose from a distant campfire. Gyoma sat alone beside the fire, lost in thought. The sadness lingered from afternoon into evening, refusing to fade. But what could it really be? So subtle, Abel. Is that why? Remembering Leon Van Reinhardt's cold gaze, and the way he wielded his weapon toward him, Gyoma pondered further. A voice echoed inside his mind. Anyway, one day it will happen. The urgency was so intense that he couldn't bring himself to ask a single question. What could this mean? Blessings always accompany you. He muttered these words aloud, hearing only his own voice. What is the true identity of Leon Van Reinhardt? The one who came from another world. Even before this, his existence in this world was full of unanswered questions. Now, all he could do was focus on what needed to be done. Adjusting the firewood before him, Gyoma thought, I have a hot temper from my past life. This led to further worries. Though now I must hold back a lot. I refuse to close my eyes or turn a blind cheek to injustice. I've had many heated arguments with familiar customers, a personality that doesn't avoid conflict. Is this a sense of justice? The game-like logic formed in his mind. The plan is to avoid interfering with the main storyline as much as possible. Before that, I have to prioritize keeping myself safe. If you become the player, that's your fate. Though this is a tactic to gain favor without worsening the situation, today I nearly fought Leon Van Reinhardt. The warrior rose from Nox and the dungeon gatekeeper he'd met before. Moreover, up to this point, I'm at risk of being assassinated. If my life truly is in danger, the image of himself pushing his limits in battle resurfaced. That's when I started fighting back. I'm human, not a demon. Silence followed these thoughts. Then Gyoma looked up at the sky, and quietly told himself, "Am I okay? I need to learn to do things in moderation." Suddenly Saki Ryojo appeared beside him, saying, "There's much to say, just be yourself." An exclamation mark appeared over his mind, followed by several puzzled question marks. Yet with no Saki Ryojo actually present, it seemed to be just a reflection of his own feelings. His instincts whispered, "Was that a hallucination just now? Strange indeed." But if Saki Ryojo really were here, he would definitely say something like that to remind me. An ellipsis followed. I wonder what the others are doing right now. On the other side, Saki Ryojo and Weipin sat together by a campfire. A quick message flashed somewhere. "If you fall, you die." Saki Ryojo glanced at his phone, a trace of sadness in his heart. Elsewhere, Chloe was being teased by Rachel Demura, singing joyfully. She could only grip her hands tightly, her eyes weary and blank. Abel, in another place, had stripped down and soaked in a clear pool inside a cave. All his weapons lay aside. Back with Gyoma, he smiled softly to himself. "Hey everyone, the daytime does get a bit ticklish." Smoke spiraled higher, the distant light filtered in, and the atmosphere around him settled into quiet calm. He was now sitting asleep right where he was. The campfire in front of him had already died out, but nearby slow footsteps began to stir on the grass. Then, 5 members of the assassin group appeared. Paris, the one with yellow hair, started signaling, and 2 of them gripped their weapons tightly. Their leader, Len, closed his eyes, sensing a flash of light, and 2 weapons shot forward quickly. The attack swiftly descended on Gyoma's position. Feeling the danger, his eyes snapped open and glanced over. 1 weapon slashed across part of his arm. He tried to dodge to one side, but the other weapon skimmed past his leg, forcing his gaze to focus sharply. Both weapons stopped by embedding themselves into 2 tall nearby trees. A voice suddenly rang out. "Ho, Captain, is that kid really a trainee?" It was Paris speaking, his tongue growing bolder. "Awesome. Maybe we just scout him while we do our job." Len cut him off sharply. "Silence, Paris." Seeing the new arrivals, Gyoma refocused. "That's the Undertaker assassin group." He recalled what he knew about them. The leader of the Undertakers is a half-human, half-horse creature whom Leon van Reinhardt first encountered later. She was born into a noble family but was betrayed by her own relatives. A character forged by harsh circumstances who chose the life of a top mercenary. Her growing resentment turned her into a villain. A tragic figure eventually defeated by Leon van Reinhardt. His eyes tracked the approaching group. "Still, I feel no sympathy for these mercenary assassins. They've abandoned their humanity." After his attack on Gyoma, Bark spoke in a mocking tone. "Hey kid, what exactly are you? Even when I was gentle you didn't just dodge that easily. Or are you a mercenary undercover?" His voice grew more amused at Gyoma's unusual calm. "You're not an ordinary kid, are you? How can a child have such a composed expression in this situation? Captain, what do you think about scouting him?" Len pondered for a moment before speaking. "Where do you belong?" Gyoma's cold gaze made his thoughts clear. What the hell is this guy talking about? Why are these people asking about my affiliations on a mission? Don't they see me as a trainee? Since Gyoma said nothing, Bark added sarcastically, "Hey kid, you're still alive and thinking you're so great. This isn't the first time the captain's been interested in a 2-star target. Right, Vice Captain?" Nearby, Vice Captain Jang Tapeng clenched his fist around his weapon and replied smugly, "Definitely. Judging by this kid's movements, he's no ordinary person. I thought he was just a kid. Although he's this year's top student, he's definitely reached a level where he can jump straight into this kind of work." Then the smile twisted, recalling how Gyoma narrowly escaped the recent attack. That was a perfect dodge. "Even I stumbled a couple of times." Gyoma's body began to shift somehow. "It feels like your consciousness and heart just stopped beating. That numbness starts with a feeling of helplessness, flooding you endlessly, then suddenly sinking through your entire body, starting from your fingertips." This sensation brought the words out, "I see you coming." His eyes changed, carrying a dangerous weight as he spoke. "Judging by your arrival, the one who ordered this must be a high-ranking officer from the corpse disposal unit." The shock suddenly pushed back the approaching group. They didn't believe it, and Paris spoke first. "You bastard, where do you come from? How dare you investigate us?" But Len raised a hand to stop him. "Enough." Then the voice shifted to Vice Captain Jang Tapeng. "I guess you already know a thing or two about us." The whole group faced him, and Jioma added, "That you're a bunch of money-hungry killers." His tone was taunting, dry, aimed sharply at everyone present. Jang Taepeng ground his teeth instantly. This crazy kid, he's what the captain hates most. Jioma stepped forward, closing the distance to the enemy, and his voice suddenly changed. "I guess you don't want people calling you a commoner just because you come from a noble family, do you?" At this, Jang Taepeng lost control and swung his fist. "You bastard." Jioma quietly activated the sword god blessing, calmly stepping past his opponent. Silence blanketed the space, until a long red streak appeared across the man's neck, and words lingered. "Dodge like a rat." But then, the man sensed something wrong with his body. Aha! His balance faltered. Then his head gently fell. The sharp sashimi blade left no blood behind. The onlookers panicked wildly. What the hell just happened? Vice Captain, that damn bastard. Jioma stood silently, his thoughts clear. I just killed someone. His gaze glanced back. In reality, not in some pocket dimension, they only know how to curse like that. Damn it. After the curses, something black flickered across his vision. What are you doing? His eyes shifted, the damn monster blackness began to cover one side of his eye, a number appeared, 12. 7 pressure points were actually generated, radiating straight toward Len. Don't carry that with you. The number began to change, and Len's face twisted in pain. The sword god blessing revealed itself, 88.8%. Suddenly someone's phone lit up. December 7th, 12:07 p.m. A quiet voice remarked, "Time really flies." And then came the odd realization, wait, December 7th, at 12:07? Jioma, once a chef, caught sight of the timestamp and muttered to himself, "I need to find it quickly and clock out." He opened a nearby door. Now, where did I put my humanity? Was it in the fridge? Inside, meticulously arranged rows of drinks filled the space. The ellipsis hinted at something more. Then, stepping into view was the present-day version of him. So who the hell rearranged all this? He muttered coldly. "Those bastards." His voice hardened. "Is it in there? Guess I'll have to take everything out." But just as he was about to reach in, his eyes locked onto something, a single row of drinks, perfectly aligned. A massive question mark formed in his mind. Did I not get enough sleep? These labels. They looked different. He stared at the juice boxes, and indeed the characters on them had shifted into unfamiliar symbols. Suddenly a strange light flared across his face. Ha! Then it grew brighter. A sharp, intense light burst forth, revealing glowing red squares, forming a long corridor. His gaze shifted. His body tensed. He was holding a sashimi knife. And then a strange stat appeared before his eyes, 2.5 slashes. As his focus narrowed, the number changed, 7.2 slashes. Moments later it turned red -12.7 slashes. A dangerous glint lit up in his eye. If you cut it, will it sever? But before the question could settle, the world snapped back into the moment, the exact instant Jang Taepeng's head dropped to the ground after his slash. "Lieutenant, Lieutenant!" cried a voice, Antan, his face frozen in disbelief as the color drained from his smile. And then chaos erupted. "Get that bastard! Take him down!" the others shouted, charging forward in a frenzy. But Jioma was already in motion, his body launched ahead like a spring uncoiled. In a flash, he was upon them. The thugs barely had time to react. "It's just a punk." Take their words died mid-sentence. A thin red line stretched across their torsos, just like the lieutenant before them. 3 of them fell cleanly sliced in 2. His killing intent condensed like fog around his figure. The others, now boiling with rage, surged forward. 2 swords slashed toward him but hit only air. By the time they finished their strikes, he had already vanished, reappearing several feet away, landing with a quiet thud. Then came 2 clean cuts, his back turned, movements effortless. Blood exploded into the air, painting the battlefield red. One of his eyes had turned entirely black, swirling with a crimson aura, a gaze of darkness and madness intertwined. And then, all attention turned to their commander Lei Shen. "You brainless idiots, snap out of it. He's just some kid," the man barked. But behind the command was something else entirely. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. Worry. Real worry. Agonized screams echoed across the area. They all charged at him, and he responded with no more than a slash or 2 for each one. There was no sign of the assault slowing down. Blood splattered onto his face, And for the first time, a visible shift crossed Lei Shen's expression. His thoughts turned sharp. What is this? That guy is a student. More bodies were split clean down the middle. Off to the side, Parik's voice rang out in disbelief. See, Captain, is this really happening? But Lei Shen's thoughts kept spiraling. I thought he was just prey. Having finished off the ones in front, the mysterious young man now stood right before Parik. Rage and killing intent wrapped around him like a storm. Parik's face went pale. He tried to speak but he never got the chance. A single clean slash across the neck. Blood burst once again into the air. Parik's body and head hit the ground separately in one instant, right before Lei Shen's now panicked eyes. The captain stumbled one step backward. I thought this was supposed to be an easy assignment. His mind jumped back to Elder Clady's words, 100 million for each of them. I'll add a personal bonus on top. Somewhere nearby, a woman pulled out 2 short blades, holding them in reverse grip. Her face twisted with tension. That damned old lunatic. The young man looked up at the sky. There were no more attackers left. Blood had painted the entire ground red again. He's not human. His eyes drifted backward, dazed, detached from reality. Or perhaps laser-focused. A voice muttered, masquerading as a student. Only one target left. And in a blink he was off again. Faster. A half-human, half-demon. Lei Shen stood frozen, teeth clenched as he watched the attack hurtle toward him. Damn villain. But then something unexpected happened. Lei Shen's back slammed against a towering stone wall. A question mark filled his mind. But no, he wasn't being attacked anymore. He had been restrained. The young man now stood calmly above him. It's over. Situation handled. Lei Shen blinked in confusion. He had expected death. Instead, he was pinned, and the enemy had already holstered the blade. The sashimi knife slid smoothly back into its sheath. 9 seconds left. He spoke to no one in particular. From Leon Van Reinhardt to the Undertaker squad, I've wasted too much time. His eyes softened just slightly. It was self-defense. I hope I won't need to use that again. Then his gaze turned, remembering the brutal battle with the Locust Horde before. This feeling, it's different. Not like fighting demons. This time my opponents were humans. A dead-end people who came here with every intent to kill him. There's no reason to show mercy. No regrets to be had. He turned to face Lei Shen, now bound, wrists tied to a tree. Now it's just me, and this Captain Lei Shen. And with that, the young man began his introduction. Tell me who sent you here? Half turning her eyes toward him, she scoffed. You really think I'd just give that up? His gaze darkened, thoughts swirling. This could be my best shot at finding out who's behind this plot to kill me. The only way to make someone talk is to crush them in absolute fear. If I kill her now, I'll never know the full story. That'd be a mistake I'd regret. He added, cool and sharp, so what is it? Are you stupid, or brave? Lei Shen gritted her teeth. What did you just say? He knelt beside her, voice lowering with tension. Your subordinates already acted, and look how that turned out. Wouldn't it have been better for both of us if you spoke while I was still being civil? Her frustration boiled over. She bit her lip hard. Damn that bastard Marin. Then she spat. Yeah, huh? Figures. A bitter smile crept onto her face. Now I get why that old bastard sent me to take care of you. Looking straight at him, her voice rose. Everything about you, every piece of data was erased from the start. Even your family. Your parents. Everything. And suddenly, her composure slipped. Hey! That old council geezer, how the hell could he order us to eliminate some villain bastard disguised as a student? If I'd known this was what we were walking into, I'd have killed that decrepit old man myself. Her voice cracked with disbelief. Meanwhile, his mind was racing. What is she saying? That all info about my family was deleted? Images flickered faintly in his mind, memories clouded in fog. My parents. A pressure swirled inside him. Confusion. A strange, inexplicable emptiness. What did they even look like? He stood abruptly, eyes locked onto hers. What did you just say? She blinked, now visibly fatigued. Huh. Then her eyes widened. He was drawing the sashimi blade again. You just said, I don't have family? No parents? The edge of the blade glinted as it slid from the sheath. At first I was planning to let you go. I only wanted the name of whoever gave the kill order so you could leave this place in peace. Her eyes widened, fear creeping in. But now, I've got a different question. His voice dropped into something colder. And just so you know, this isn't a negotiation. It's a threat. Sweat trickled down her face. The blade continued its slow, deliberate exit. Even if you lose your arms and legs, you'll still be able to talk, won't you? But just then a heavy pressure slammed down over the entire area. Both of them instinctively stiffened, feeling the air tighten like a vice. What the? Thoughts scrambled. What is this? This pressure magic energy. Why now? Then, as suddenly as it arrived, the oppressive force lifted. The blood pooled beneath their feet began to shift unnaturally. His eyes narrowed. Wait, it's gone. He glanced downward. A strange sensation crept up from the ground. Is this the blood from those assassins? Before either could move, the blood began to rise, warping, twisting, forming thread-like strands that snaked toward Lei Shen's body, and began to wrap around her. What is this? Stop. Get away from me, stop. Her terrified screams echoed across the clearing. He could feel it, an ominous, volatile life force was about to explode from within her. What the hell is going on? And at that same moment, somewhere far away, someone cast a line. Sword Saint Red Frit, in the middle of a quiet, peaceful lake, was casually fishing. Letting the bait drop into the water, he mused to himself, not a bad way to keep myself out of management trouble. Although, he glanced at his unmoving float, I've never actually caught anything. The bobber sat completely still. He sighed. Definitely not worth the price. But just then a sudden gush of water erupted beneath the float. Oh, is it finally here? But no. What came next was chaos. A sudden shockwave rippled through the water, sending fish flying into the air. Frit remained calm, but that very calm only made his shift in expression more chilling. This isn't normal. It's getting worse. A terrifying force loomed. Something monstrous had awakened a commander. Back at the battlefield, dark red blood began snaking its way into Lei Shen's body. She let out an ear-piercing scream as the blood forced itself into her, completely bypassing her control. Gasping, she choked out, "I'll tell you everything, so please." But he stopped. His eyes fixed ahead. A strange, disturbing sound began to rise. Lei Shen's expression twisted in pure anguish. "I don't want to die." Suddenly, boom. Raw energy erupted from her body, forming into a massive vertical beam that pierced into the heavens. It exploded upward with immense force, blasting away everything around them like a detonation. Far away, Orko, commander of the 5th Legion, felt it. What the? His sharp gaze locked onto the distant sky. Somewhere else, the regimental leader stared out in silence. A firestorm, and something's fallen from it. The swirling pillar of flame engulfed everything around it. Jioma, sensing the impending catastrophe, drew her blade defensively, eyes tense. From the smoke a silhouette emerged. Dark, towering, distorted. The figure stepped forward. Lei Shen's body was no longer hers. Her arms lifted stiffly, fingers pointed upward. Her mouth split into a wicked grin. Hi ha ha. Then the voice that followed finally. After 700 years, the human world awaits. His eyes widened. 700 years. That's impossible. Watching her transformation, a heavy realization settled in. That's not just magic. Even a mermaid at her peak couldn't wield something like this. This is ancient demonic energy. Something primordial. The figure exhaled slowly. The eerie black flame cloaking her body twisted and surged as her transformation completed. Her hair burned like fire. Her voice, now fully someone else's, turned to him with eerie familiarity. "Hello, little boy." His heart sank. He recognized her now. Commander of the 5th Legion, Lord of the Succubi, Demon King's army, the Dreamflame, Agor. A faint, weightless sound drifted through the air, then slowly twisted into a mocking laugh. Pooh ha ha. The blazing fire dissipated, revealing charred birds dropping to the ground one after another, unable to withstand the immense pressure. The laughter finally stopped, then locked onto the only living being left in the area, you. And to your surprise, the figure raised a hand and waved cheerfully. Well now, is not this how humans greet each other? It has been 700 years since I last left the demon realm, so I am not too familiar with human etiquette. The being of living flame began introducing itself, even though you already knew exactly who it was. I am Agor, commander of the 5th Legion under the Demon King. A pleasure to meet you. But something in Ager's smile began to twist, curdling into something less pleasant. Kid, what is your name? You did not answer. You just stood there, tense, anxious. Ager continued, unfazed. What is wrong? Not going to tell me? How cold. It was not that you refused to answer, you were desperately searching your memory. Come on, think. Remember. The silhouette of the fisherman master flickered into your thoughts. Even fragments that seem useless can sometimes become a mirror reflecting the future. Then came a memory of a conversation with another kitchen assistant. Wow, this character's actually pretty cool. You are still playing. The greatest advantage I had living in this world was using the Fade Barrier spell. Ager. After digging through your memories, you finally recalled something important. Yeah. Ager. Female demon. Among the Legion commanders, not known for physical strength but unrivaled in mental magic. You remembered the rough profile you once read on Kamuiki back when you quit the game. But what you did not know was why Ager had descended to the human world after 700 years, and why she had possessed Len's body. It was impossible she would come without a purpose. While you were still piecing things together, Ager suddenly glanced around the scene, grinning as if she were admiring some abstract painting. Was all this your doing? Her foot pressed onto a corpse soaked in blood while broken bodies lay scattered everywhere. She did not wait for your response and continued talking as if she were monologuing to her own shadow. Wow. Impressive. No wonder you do not look like an ordinary human. To see me appear and still stand there calmly. Her voice carried a strange resonance, a seductive echo that made everything in the depths of your mind jolt. You struggled to keep your mind steady, but Ager giggled like she would found a new toy. You look young, but you have got potential. So want to make a pact with me while we are at it? A shockwave of spiritual force rippled from her eyes, and the density of her demonic mana was so thick it felt like the air itself was about to melt. Your mind shook violently, forcing the words out of you. What? To Ager, your confusion was nothing unusual. She was a demon driven by instinct and desire, dangling dreams like bait, her mocking smile taking on a crueler tone. Foo foo foo. Take it as an honor, kid. I am giving you the special privilege of becoming my slave. Humans like you pretend to be noble while judging and dividing one another anyway. She stepped forward slowly. Killing for gain. Inflicting pain on each other. If that is what you do already, then why not dream a grander dream with me? Ager closed the distance without hesitation, lifting his chin with a single finger. Her seductive voice wavered somewhere between reality and illusion, tugging at his senses, softening his thoughts, and drawing him deeper into a haze. His eyes grew unfocused, the world blurring at the edges as every whispered word slithered directly into his mind. And the more he let himself drift, the more it all felt reasonable. Because, when he really thought about it, Ager was not wrong. Humans judged and categorized others for their own benefit. The strong exploited the weak without leaving them anything at all. People witnessed injustice and let it slide, sometimes even starting wars just to fulfill their personal ambitions. To be honest, if he wanted to survive, accepting Ager's proposition was the most rational choice. And if he sided with the Demon King's forces, his ultimate goal, staying alive, would be far easier to achieve. Seeing him gradually fall into the dreamscape she wove, Ager's smile grew even more pleased. Beautiful, she murmured to herself. Such a deliciously dark, twisted heart. The first haze of seduction seeped into his body like a creeping fever. But just as the fog tightened its hold, something split it, a long, sudden slash cutting through the illusion. Of course, his opponent was no ordinary demon. She was Ager, queen of the succubi. He shook off every intrusive whisper spiraling through his mind, shoving away her hand with it. A burst of raw pressure exploded outward from him. And seeing that he had broken free from her charm magic as well as his own inner fear, Ager genuinely froze in disbelief. Oh, for hell's sake. How did you break out of that? She muttered. That was high-tier magic. She looked down at her own hand with clear dissatisfaction. Do not tell me it is because of this pathetic vessel. Seriously, I go through the trouble of asking for a contract, and this is the result. How am I supposed to operate like this in a flimsy host body? Unbelievable. While Ager was still grumbling to herself, He let out a short, quiet laugh. Ha! Ha! Agar paused, tilting her head with a raised brow. Did you just laugh? He closed his eyes briefly. Yeah. I just heard a whole lot of nonsense, and it cracked me up. That is all. Silence fell over the space, thick and heavy, like a curtain being pulled down. He drew his blade, slicing cleanly through that silence. That business about making me your slave. The moment she sensed intent, Agar's eyes burned with sudden fury. He, meanwhile, tightened his grip on the knife without a flicker of hesitation. Instead of staying angry, Agar let out a mocking sigh. How rude. The sashimi blade rang with a high, metallic note as he brought it down in a sharp vertical arc, splitting the towering flame in front of him. But Agar did not even bother to look at the attack. Expression bored, she swept her arm and sent a blazing fireball hurtling toward him. He answered with another clean slash. She conjured yet another fireball, this time accompanied by an exaggerated yawn. 2. She was relaxed. He was very much not. Wanting to end this quickly, he let aura flow into the sashimi knife until it glowed with a faint pale blue sheen. Even that small amount was enough to catch Agar's attention. Well now, she murmured. He moved in to strike again, but the next attack sliced only through an afterimage, Agar dodging with effortless grace. The two locked eyes, and Agar finally reassessed him. At first, I was only joking around, she said. But now I am actually interested. Her smile curled again, wicked and sharp. All right, kid. She stepped backward, digging her heel into the ground. Show big sis what you can really do. Inferno. Pillars of flame erupted from the ground in rapid succession, aura flooding the air with violent force. The sudden release of high-tier fire magic startled him, but Agar remained encircled by swirling flames as if cradled by them. Come on, little brat, she taunted. 2 spinning fireballs shot toward him. The heat spiked, forcing him to adapt on the spot. His blade swept out in a rapid arc, slicing both spheres apart. Agar's eyes widened just barely. Oh! Before the flames had even dispersed, he lunged straight toward her. His blade tore through the air, the aura behind it cutting the space like threads being snapped. Agar had no choice but to break away, leaping aside. She still had not fully acclimated to the host body she was using. So he has already surpassed human limits. She muttered, irritated. And meanwhile, how long has it been since my descent? No wonder my adaptation is lagging. She moved and instantly sensed something closing in on her. Agar spun around in surprise, only to find him already there right in her face with the sashimi knife poised inches from her throat. Her forced smile twitched. Oh, you actually caught up to me, like this. A violent explosion burst between them, blowing out a shockwave of energy. His aura and hers collided head-on, scattering smoke and dust across the battlefield. One of her hands managed to stop the blow, though the impact forced her back a step. Goodness, what a hot-headed personality. In a rush, are not we? No time, he muttered to himself, his composure slipping further. I do not have any time to waste. None. His blade tore through the air 4 times in rapid succession, each strike faster than the last. He only had a few seconds left to pour everything into his assault. 3. Time bled away as the frenzy of their clash intensified. Agar, however, only grew more exhilarated, blocking every swing with her bare hands while her pace quickened to match his. The pressure mounted as his attacks shaved apart her flames. 1. 8 successive strikes blurred into chaos. 0. The light of his aura reduced to tiny flickering embers. At last, his barrage ended. The moment his time ran out, thin red veins crawled through his eyes, and what little aura clung to his blade finally dispersed. Agar's arm used moments ago to block every desperate blow was now covered in deep, brutal cuts. Flames leaked from the wounds, burning away the blood as it ran. If it were not for those terms from 700 years ago. She hissed. Red blood. Still not used to it. Her arm ignited completely, flames licking away the last traces of blood. It makes me feel almost human, she muttered. The fiery limb split, reshaping itself until she bore 2 blazing arms instead of 1. Seeing him kneel slightly, struggling to stay upright, Agar clicked her tongue with mocking amusement. What a waste. If only you were human, little one. That willpower that burns itself down to the bone, it is intoxicating. Rude, sure, but I do love that fire. At your age, being able to do this. You might even surpass the brat chosen to be his vessel. Her grin widened as she stretched both flaming arms outward. Well then. Looks like I have nearly adapted to this borrowed body. She floated into the air, raising her blazing hands. Tell me, kid, can you become the one who fulfills my wish? Let us find out. I will give you one last trial. Survive this, and you pass. The flames above her gathered, condensing into a massive infernal sphere, the flame frame Adeka, a supercharged fireball that pulsed with murderous heat. His body, heavy and unresponsive after burning up all his strength, would not move. All he could do was stand and stare as the scorching death descended. At the very least, you can withstand this much. Right, kid. Wearing a manic smile, Agar hurled the colossal fireball directly at him. Death rushed toward him in an instant until the ground trembled. Someone slammed forward at impossible speed. Sensing the earlier fluctuations, the Sword Emperor Siegfried appeared, planting himself firmly between the boy and the oncoming annihilation. His blade clashed against the infernal sphere, the impact booming like a thunderclap. Get a hold of yourself, stay conscious, he roared. Kong Jioma. Agar, interrupted mid-ecstasy, blinked in irritation. What? Who the hell is this old man? Her lips curled. Could you get out of the way? This is between us. But Siegfried refused. No. At the very least, this boy. His voice rose as he tried to continue. This boy, absolutely. Agar cut him off with a cold snap. Fine then. Try protecting him. The fireball, now reinforced with even greater power, slammed downward again. Agar's eyes turned pitch black, her grin twisting into something feral and deranged. All traces of rationality evaporated. Gioma's consciousness was ripped away by the overwhelming force, plunging into a blank, endless void. His eyes fluttered. Am I dead? But something pulled him back. Someone else's voice rang through the fading roar of flames. He coughed violently. Before him, his own arm had vanished entirely, reduced to nothing but a stream of fire dancing in the air. Clutching his body, gripping his knife with his remaining strength, he realized who stood before him. Sword Emperor. Sir. He shot forward at breakneck speed. A peerless talent like his could not possibly end here. Kong Jioma. If we rewind a little, the Sword Emperor Clinch had appeared just in time to intercept Agar's fireball attack when Kong Jioma was completely drained of strength. Bracing himself, he lifted his sword with both arms. This boy must break the shackles of evil. The blazing projectile veered off its intended target, but the cost was steep. One of the Sword Emperor's arms vanished entirely. After losing its trajectory, the fireball only stopped once it exploded violently behind the two of them. Placing his hopes in the future, Kong Jioma drifted into unconsciousness, while the Sword Emperor was consumed by a growing unease. And just like before, when Kong Jioma opened his eyes, he saw the person who had saved him. Sensing that he had regained consciousness, the Sword Emperor turned back and spoke calmly. Good. I am guessing you were out for a while, right? Rest for now, focus on recovering your body. But judging from the situation around them, that did not seem like such a great idea. Kong Jioma's gaze sharpened like the Sword Emperor's own blade as concern slipped from his lips. Your arm. Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor's expression did not shift at all. Instead, a strange yet steady calm washed over his face. It is fine. You do not really need two hands to wield a sword. Do not worry about it. You need to focus on restoring your strength. After that brief exchange, the Sword Emperor shifted his gaze forward to the place where Agar had taken over Lei Shen's body, speaking with the same tone he had used with Kong Jioma just moments earlier. Well now. Hello, old man. Agar tilted his head slightly, eyeing the hand he had raised, curiosity flickering in his stolen eyes. How strange. How can a mere human cut through my magic? Annoyance crept into his voice, but the Sword Emperor did not answer. The air around them grew painfully still. And then, a new thought flickered through the Sword Emperor's mind. If Agar had allowed a Legion commander-level demon to manifest here, Then he must have sacrificed flesh to tear open a blood-soaked rift between the demon world and the human world. Possessing a human body served as a catalyst, but in exchange, Legion commanders who took over a human vessel could never unleash their full power. Which meant that the impending catastrophe was still unavoidable. Agar's expression and tone shifted suddenly. This body really is irritating. I suppose I do not care much for the torso of this mortal shell. Soon, this entire place will be drenched in red. Facing a mere kid and an old man on the brink of death, just the thought of it made him scoff. Both Kong Jioma and the Sword Emperor frowned slightly, tension tightening their faces. Agar stepped forward slowly, flames spreading across one of his legs. I do not know what trick or scheme you pulled off, old man. But this time. In that instant, Agar lunged forward, both arms turning into blazing fire as they shot toward the Sword Emperor. Spatial cracks rang out like shattering glass as Agar roared. This time it won't end with just losing an arm. Facing the imminent threat rushing straight toward him, the Sword Emperor's eyes flashed a radiant gold, locking on. His eyes widened as he swung his blade in one decisive motion. A sudden shift in the air, steel slicing through sound echoed sharply. And in that split second, one of Agar's arms was severed cleanly from his body, the strike so perfect it wasted no movement at all. Agar erupted into an anguished scream, the agony impossible to describe. The Sword Emperor behind him still showed no change whatsoever. The flaming arm fell to the ground in a slow, almost deliberate descent. Suddenly, the tide of battle returned to a precarious balance. Agar froze for a brief second, his face twisting with rage as he looked back, unable to turn fully toward his opponent. The Sword Emperor spoke, his voice calm and cutting. How terrifying. It sounds like you have finally gotten angry. As if those words had struck a nerve, Agar snapped instantly. What, you arrogant old man, pouring all the energy within his body into a single surge. The demon unleashed countless flaming spears erupting from the ground below. The spectacle was overwhelming, yet the Sword Emperor merely raised his sword before him. Aura flooded around him, enveloping him like a shield. His voice remained emotionless. I do not know exactly how you managed to cross over from the demonic realm, but I can see it clearly. What is burning in your eyes right now? Is fear. The endless barrage of fire spears launched themselves toward the Sword Emperor, the surrounding air heating to a suffocating degree. In response, he simply swung a basic aura slash forward, and several incoming spears shattered instantly. Fear, me, Agar muttered, stunned as his attack was neutralized so effortlessly. He stood frozen for a moment, then glared sharply at the Sword Emperor, as if judging him. It truly was the sight of a demon forced into desperation. You and I are quite lucky, are not we? Each of us has lost an arm. Agar sneered, only for a flash of blue-green aura to appear right beside his neck. Danger struck in an instant. He leapt backward, barely dodging the sudden burst of speed and sharp sword strike from the Sword Emperor. Fury distorted his face. Agar's voice rose sharply. I do not know where an old man like you crawled out from, but to think you actually possess such a massive aura reserve. Then his eyes narrowed, studying the Sword Emperor more intently. Those eyes. Are you perhaps a descendant of Eren? Behind the Sword Emperor, the faint silhouette of a two-horned aura being wielding a sword appeared, Eren's true form. The realization instantly seized Agar's thoughts. TCH, how unlucky. But even so, his body began to levitate. You are still just a human, an old man past his prime. Understanding Agar's intent immediately, his flames shifted, no longer spears, but arrows. Several blazing fire arrows condensed above him. Humans are humans after all, Agar sneered. Eren's descendants have grown old. Tell me, relic of the past, can someone your age still dodge this? Seeing Agar prepare another attack, the Sword Emperor's expression sharpened, his focus absolute. From above, countless fire arrows materialized and rained downward. Controlling them all, Agar roared, die, ha ha ha. Seeing the sudden shift in Agar's expression from frenzy to mockery, he lowered his hand and taunted. Well, is it too much for you? You can't defend against this. Relying solely on his speed, the Sword Emperor wove through the deadly rainstorm and escaped Agar's center range. Where the arrows struck, a massive explosion erupted. The boy watching could only stand there, frozen, shouting, "Sword Emperor!" His body refused to move. Countless thoughts surged through his mind. At the very least, he wanted to protect him, to be his shield, his blessing. But now, the only thing he could do was hold his mind together. If he let go, he knew he would never be able to regain control again. The hand gripping the dagger began to tremble violently, veins bulging beneath the skin. At this moment, abandoning the protective blessing was no different from choosing death. A storm of attacks descended. The Sword Emperor suddenly twisted his body and surged forward at a blistering speed. A flash of golden light trailed after him, and with that momentum came a sweeping slash carved right through the air ahead. A crescent-shaped arc of sword energy bloomed outward, cleaving several of the falling fire arrows cleanly in half. Witnessing this sight, Agur swung his arm to the side, a mocking smile spreading across his face once again. "Well now, that is impressive for such an old, decrepit body. You are no longer an insect. You are a rat." Blow after blow rained down, yet the Sword Emperor continued to close the distance, weaving through all of them without slowing. His voice remained calm despite the chaos around him. "It is true that demonkind is far stronger than humans, so strong it borders on absurdity, on hopelessness. And when I was young, I used to resent that. No matter how hard I worked, I could never surpass that wall." He accelerated even more, and Agur, irritated by his words, cut him off sharply. "What nonsense are you babbling about?" But the Sword Emperor's thoughts had locked onto something. Experience could not be overlooked. There had to be a weakness somewhere. He drew nearer to the shadowy figure, and at that moment a realization struck him: a severed left arm was a weakness. Yet Agur greeted him with a twisted, delighted grin. The demon raised his remaining arm straight toward him and barked, "Come on, old man, keep charging." The Sword Emperor pushed off the ground and leapt forward. "You filthy monster! Agur, you are nothing more than a substitute." His voice rose with strength. "Human beings evolve in moments of despair. That is what terrifies your kind the most." He closed the distance in an instant, drawing his sword back for a decisive strike. "And because you demons insist on invading the human world." Agur's expression flickered in confusion at the sight before him, but it was all an act. A dangerous smile curled on his lips. Out of nowhere, a pillar of fire erupted. No, there were two pillars. They surged upward and clamped tightly around one of the Sword Emperor's legs. Agur's movement shifted immediately, diving straight toward him. A wave of dread washed over the old warrior. "From underground," he murmured. Agur, however, showed no hesitation as he charged. "Ha, I was not listening to a word you said." A fiery hand slammed against the Sword Emperor's chest. Agur pulled back and a blazing spear erupted from behind, impaling him straight through. The arm Agur had previously lost suddenly reappeared, materializing from flame and clenching tightly. A second later, countless arrows tore through the Sword Emperor's legs and shoulders. Caught completely off guard, unable to dodge, the Sword Emperor coughed up a gush of blood. Wounds spread across his body like cracks in shattered glass. He sagged to one knee, hacking up blood again. "Ah, I won't give you another chance," Agur sneered. He set his foot atop the Sword Emperor's head. "By the way, what exactly were you trying to do just now?" Arrogance dripped from every word. "You people are pathetic. 700 years and you have not changed at all. Still so empty, just like the insects you are, barely able to live 100 years. The danger around the Sword Emperor grew worse by the second. Kong Jioma stared at the man who had risked his life to save him, now moments from death. He cried out desperately, "Sword Emperor!" Hearing the shout, Agur finally turned his attention back to him. "Oh, kid, no, that is not right. You are Kong Jioma, are not you?" Leaving the Sword Emperor behind, Agur in the body of Lei Shen began walking toward him. "My apologies, Kong Jioma. I got a bit distracted. I still have to give you the results of the test I ran earlier." The sudden movement caught Kong Jioma completely off guard. At the same time, the Sword Emperor forced out a shout, urgent and strained, "No, Jioma, run." Agur lifted a finger to her lips, and a surge of Conqueror's haki burst outward. The result of her test hit Jioma's mind like a hammer. His thoughts shuddered, His eyes grew dull, and in the next instant his consciousness slipped away entirely. Her hand cupped his face as she smiled sweetly and murmured, "Oh ho. This body of yours will serve the desires of my race. Do not worry, we will see each other again in hell." His attempt to protect the boy had failed. The Sword Emperor raised his voice sharply, trying to force her attention back toward him. "You are turning your back on me, he is just an ordinary student." But she had no intention of coming back. Her tongue slid out, revealing a strange sigil etched onto its surface. "What is that supposed to mean?" she continued mockingly. "After I granted you a temporary breath of life, you really think I would waste my time playing with a man about to die? Just stand right there and watch." She pressed her tongue against Gioma's forehead. "Ha! A self-activating seal, consider this a special gift." Gioma's body buckled, falling to his knees. Not knowing what she had done to him, the Sword Emperor roared, "You damn demon." Agar turned away from Gioma and shot back. "HMPH, what is this? Are you complimenting me?" A strange purple aura began to spread from Gioma's forehead. A low, intrusive sound flooded his senses, and from that glowing mark, countless streams of data began invading his body. The noise abruptly died. His entire body became wrapped in a dense, violet data-like energy that pulsed rhythmically. In the air around him, a barrage of red system notifications appeared one after another. "Warning! Warning! Unauthorized external intrusion detected. Unauthorized external intrusion detected. Index 12.7. Data replacement grid online. Error detected. External entity intrusion. Error detected. Unexpected fault. Program cannot execute. Player level too low. Program cannot execute. World level too low. Location: Code Jalo catalyst required for synchronization. Program is suppressing and adjusting world level. Player level temporarily increased. 12.7 right pointing arrow, 19.5 right pointing arrow, 27.6 right pointing arrow, 39.7 right pointing arrow, 58.9 right pointing arrow, 88.2 right pointing arrow, 99.9. The number stopped, then the entire stat panel filled with a massive 9, and the value rounded up to 100.0. Conditions met. Back in reality, Agar crossed her arms as she watched the Sword Emperor struggle toward her. Still slower than before, truly impressive, though. How did you even move like that? But just as he drew near, the Sword Emperor collapsed forward. Agar sneered, "Ah, can an insect keep moving after it loses its head? Pity." Then something unexpected happened. The Sword Emperor tightened his grip on his blade. A horrifying wave of aura erupted from him, his gaze sharpening and locking onto her. "Even if it costs me my life, I will cut off your legs." Agar froze for a heartbeat. That glow, she recognized it. Her expression slowly twisted. That color. The radiance of a sword saint. The very man who nearly killed me 700 years ago. She clicked her tongue. A counterfeit swordsman, this wretch actually reached the halo right before death. How irritating. She lunged forward. Of course I must kill him right here. Die coldly. Heir of the Sword Saint. But before she could reach him, a massive bolt of lightning struck the ground where she had been headed. Furious, she snapped her gaze upward. What is this? And then she saw more. What is that? That brat. He is changing. This feeling is impossible. Lightning rained down like a wrathful tempest. The sky lit up as if torn open. Suspended in that brilliance was the outline of a figure, one that made her skin crawl. It was just like 700 years ago. A massive information window materialized. All innate talents of the user will be forcibly elevated and fully manifested. 100.0. God tier pain resistance and God tier regeneration will manifest simultaneously. God tier transfer. Talent will utilize both to suppress pain and temporal lacerations. Agar snarled, anger flaring again. Damn insects. They dare interfere with us again. Her face twisted with rising fury. Gioma emerged transformed, a black sigil spreading across his chest. His divine sword talent was temporarily sealed, but another force awakened. Let heaven and earth bow before me. Elsewhere, Abel was moving about, carrying his black sword, his face as cold and impassive as always. Today was the final day, yet his attention drifted toward some distant point, a vague, unfocused gaze. Meanwhile, in another location, Sake Ryojo's phone screen lit up with an update, 6:58. It was June 25th. Basman lingered behind, still groggy. The two of them had continued walking together after meeting. A small complaint slipped from him. "What the hell is going on? It is not even dawn, and you are already up." Saki's gaze, like Abel's before, had shifted to some distant point. "It is over now," she muttered to herself. Basman, sensing the oddity of her words, rubbed his eyes and asked, what are you talking about?" Saki's eyes brightened, and her expression shifted in an instant. "It is already past dawn." Basman, caught off guard again, scanned the surrounding sky. "Wait. Am I the only one still seeing the dark sky?" Sake continued speaking softly to herself. "Is this really a suitable place for the test? Anyway, it is almost time to return to the academy." She glanced over at Rachel and Chloe, both sleeping soundly, and notably, they were finally sharing the same space. Moving on to the other student groups. Some had already woken while others remained asleep. Among them, conversations were beginning to stir. More importantly, Saki's contemplation seemed to shift with the scene. "Let us just return to the starting point. The students should have gathered there in large numbers yesterday anyway." She maintained her focus on the distant horizon, her expression unreadable. "Hurry, Basman. This is not a good sign." Back at the battlefield, smoke spiraled into the sky like a forest had just been set ablaze. The presence of someone earlier had shifted the situation, leaving him shirtless and surveying both sides from above. The invisible pressure pressed down relentlessly over the area. Kong Jioma's eyes were now shrouded in an unusual fog, his teeth grinding in anger. "Joaquin. Ridiculous. Where did you suddenly crawl out from?" Two innate talents had shifted into conduction mode. Lightning crackled incessantly at the ground where he had just set foot, growing even denser, lights flickering violently. He advanced slowly, each step deliberate despite the strange aura surrounding him. Agar sensed a sudden surge of danger, his eyes widening in shock, a question mark forming in his mind. Kid, what the? Countless thoughts swarmed through him in an instant. Yeah. I really do have some divine luck. Though it seemed like a damn blessing was protecting him, that bastard Joaquin was still human. There was no way he could survive this. This was the worst case scenario, the same body, yet even his judgment had failed him so badly. But Kong Jioma, he remembered the moment when a massive bolt of lightning had suddenly struck his exact location. His anger flared again, yet nearby, the Sword Emperor exhaled slowly, blood trailing from his lips, sensing a familiar aura amidst the chaos. As the light flared from Jioma's body, the Sword Emperor could not avert his gaze. It was nothing short of a miraculous spectacle. In moments, his body sank suddenly to one knee, not both, a gesture of profound respect. And then, the outcome unfolded before his eyes. He was bowing before the current state of Jioma, the figure standing directly in front of him. Within that blinding light, Jioma's eyes were completely white, silent, uttering no words. Yet a strange sound accompanied by a flash appeared across the Sword Emperor's face. He paused for several seconds, trying to process what had just occurred. And then, in that very instant, from the gaping hole in his chest and the severed arm that had once hung at his side, a green light and a healing sigil bloomed into existence. He felt the shift and looked down to examine himself. The wound in his chest began knitting together at remarkable speed. Moments later, his abdomen had completely healed. He lifted his remaining hand as if to confirm something. The wound across his stomach had recovered, yes, but his arm was still gone. Shock flickered across his face. He pulled his gaze toward the young man. What in the world just happened? Jioma suddenly closed his eyes, then opened them once more. A burst of light flashed sharply, lightning forming and wrapping around his body. The air around him scattered, twisting into strange vortices. They converged, compressing tightly, then fused into his legs. Within seconds, his entire body shifted into a distinctive cerulean glow so fast it defied description. Agar felt the movement barely but could not keep up. From a distance came the sound of the air tearing apart, and then Jioma appeared directly behind him. A flicker of shock crossed Agar's face, a cold chill racing down his spine, tangled with anger. He whipped around. Strange. 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 Something was wrong, deeply wrong. I can't sense that kid's form. Or his state at all. This peculiar state. It had already surpassed the physical limits of any human body. She immediately dodged to one side. Danger. That thing is not human. Her voice trembled. Her hands crossed and pressed against the ground. Kong Jioma. I am truly sorry about what I said earlier. Pouring every ounce of mana into her hands, the ground began to bulge upward, cracks spilling flames outward. A massive conflagration condensed beneath her crossed palms, far more intense than anything she had conjured before. I think I will have to abandon it, she muttered. Agar, too, entered a new state, his anger multiplying. It may be a perfect vessel for you, my lord. But I cannot take it for you here. Flames erupted, scorching everything around them. If he still exists after this, he will become a monumental obstacle to the future of our demon realm. The temperature spiked to its absolute limit. Even the Sword Emperor recoiled in genuine shock at the sudden shift in the battlefield. Agar broke through yet another internal limit, releasing all the mana he had stored. A smile crept across his face as molten lava pooled before the raging flames. A pillar of magma surged outward, extending in the direction of Agar's sweeping hands. From that pillar, it morphed, expanding into a swirling inferno. And from that center point, a colossal fireball formed, vast enough to engulf everything around it. The Sword Emperor reeled once more, while Jioma still stood there, calm as if nothing had happened. Completing his spell, Agar flashed a bright, almost triumphant smile. It is a shame, really. But thinking about this result gives me a fleeting joy. Flames surged along his body, his hands lowering. I will see you again in hell, Kong Jioma. The massive fireball plummeted from the sky toward everyone below. It consumed everything in its wake, accelerating further, unstoppable. Wind pressure ballooned, and the Sword Emperor could no longer contain the emotion welling inside him. At that moment, he shifted his attention toward the young man beside him the moment Jioma's voice rose. A blinding light flared once more. Standing at 100%, countless innate talents overrode his previous state. Pain resistance activated. Regeneration activated. Transference activated. May the blessings of the gods be with you. Lines of data materialized in the air, immediately analyzing the incoming fireball. Jioma's voice spoke slowly, almost softly. I will cut it. The spatial order froze, leaving him as the only figure in color while everything else turned a uniform blue, reminiscent of battles long ago with the locusts. This time, his slashes, like red threads, intertwined, slicing through the fireball ahead. In an instant, the fireball's structure altered, leaving behind a few red threads before finally narrowing into a single line stretching to the sky. The red thread appeared before his face, warping the surrounding space. From nowhere, Jioma drew a sashimi knife. The heavenly sword resonated with a sound as he swung along the red thread, splitting the fireball into two and piercing it through. Not stopping there, the red thread extended across Agar's body as well. The clash rang sharp as steel, the divine strike's pressure driving directly into Agar. The fireball shattered, erupting into a massive explosion. Agar's body was split in two, helplessly falling to the ground. Then, light flared from somewhere, drawing his gaze. Following the flare, distant students also sensed it and turned to look. What is that? Someone asked. Rachel and Chloe, previously asleep, awoke. Abel, too, was shocked by the sudden change. Basman stammered, What? What is that? Sake, wide-eyed, said, The sky. It is opening. Along Jioma's slash, the darkened sky had been ripped open, revealing light that shone down upon the students. Some took out their phones to capture the scene. Amazing. The sunrise here is breathtaking, they marveled. Yet on the other side, the mood was starkly different. Agar could not move. Damn. He could not free himself. His magical power seemed severed, his body lying in one inert mass. If this continued, he would die here. Light appeared, and Agar glanced toward Jioma, feeling like a tree about to fall. Suddenly, he collapsed entirely, powerless. Seizing the moment, Agar's half-body struggled upright, raising a hand forward. I cannot die in vain like this. The existence of that swordsman is a disaster for our entire demon realm. He released his flamma skill, pouring every ounce of strength into igniting his fire magic. Then, an unexpected twist. A sword, enveloped in dense aura, pierced from behind through Agar's mouth, taking control of his body. The one responsible was the Sword Emperor. He said, turning his back to the enemy, "You are no different from your 6th Legion commander, Basman." Even pierced, Agar could still speak. "You bastard. Descendant of Aaron," he spat. Using strength, yet still speaking. "I must admit, you are tougher than Basman." Cracks began appearing across his body. Agar strained to speak again. Successor of Aaron. The newcomers. The Sword Emperor cursed back, "Rot in hell." The demonic voice of Agar, filled with anguish, faded as his body finally disintegrated into the air. Watching the enemy vanish completely, the Sword Emperor rose with an inscrutable expression. Only after Gioma had disappeared did he speak, "I am not Aaron's successor. I am Klinge Sigfried von Nibelung." Having explained, he turned to Gioma's unconscious form nearby, only a single arm remaining, and carefully lifted his head to support him. Confirming his safety, he offered a brief assessment, breathing normal, blood circulation slightly slow, but no injuries life-threatening unlike the earlier state he had been in. Reflecting further, he wondered, "Kong Gioma. Who exactly are you?" At that very moment, an instinctive action arose. His gaze lifted skyward. Long ago, humans had believed that all things in the universe carried an incomprehensible will. Storms, floods, and lightning from the heavens were seen as manifestations of supernatural forces. The interference of such powers was the root of human fear. Yet, despite the terror, these supernatural forces were revered and prayed to for blessings. As he looked at Gioma, one could call it a disaster or a god. A sigil appeared upon Gioma's chest, glowing with quiet authority. The space around them suddenly fell into an eerie silence, only for a massive shockwave to tear through the void moments later. The students gathered at the starting point felt the tremor slam directly into their bodies. As the shock subsided, a wave of unease rippled through the crowd. Centering on Sake Ryojo, a spatial displacement occurred. In the distance, Teacher Lee was shouting loudly, rallying everyone together. Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor moved alongside another individual, transporting someone on a specialized medical vehicle, bringing them closer into view. All eyes fell on Kong Gioma, lying there, being carefully escorted. Saki's gaze remained fixed straight ahead at that critical moment, but she quickly shifted to the side, witnessing Chloe barreling forward in anger, only to be restrained by Rachel. Rachel tried desperately to calm her, but it seemed impossible. Sake then diverted her attention elsewhere. Abel, struggling to cover her mouth, stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. The Sword Emperor's arm, her grandfather's arm, was completely gone, and tears streamed relentlessly down her face. Abel fell to her knees, stunned and broken. The journey had brought far too much that was impossible to accept. Yet Sake stepped up beside her. Abel's sobs grew louder, uncontrolled, while Sake maintained her cold, unwavering gaze straight ahead. Time dragged on. A sound came from someone's phone screen. Humanity, still in a fragile truce with the demons, could not deny that a tremendous power had been lost due to the Sword Emperor's recent incident. Only 4 remained. The world wondered who could possibly fill the vacant positions among the 7-star heroes. A news clip reported, the Sword Emperor returned missing one arm, though the details remained undisclosed. Real-time discussion followed. There is no way the Sword Emperor could have ended up like this. The Academy hiding this secret is a serious matter. Losing an arm without explanation. Damn. I am imagining the Sword Emperor severing his own arm. That is terrifying. Sake, reading both the video and the ongoing chat, felt her mood shift. I am hoping, but there is no way to find any information about Kong Gioma. I am guessing he is slowly regaining consciousness by now. Meanwhile, a few boys sitting a few desks away were already whispering loudly. We have not seen that special student return to class in a while, have we? You did not see it back then. That special student was on a stretcher, leaving Avalon Island. Right, really, did that even happen during the Avalon trials? I do not know the details, but I heard he is currently teetering on the edge between life and death. If that is true, would not he really die? All of this chatter reached Saki's ears, and she grew increasingly displeased. Hearing herself addressed, the two boys perked up. Huh, Sake, are you calling us? What is up? Sake turned down to them with a friendly smile. Sorry, could you move over there to talk? I can't sleep. I am feeling drowsy. Seeing the sudden change in her expression, both froze in place. Understanding her intent, they immediately moved aside. Yes, we will move over and end our conversation here. Let us hurry, of course. People like us should gather over there, Sake added, lowering her gaze thoughtfully. Then, Gyoma's face appeared in her mind. Do not make me laugh. Kong Gyoma will never die. But just then, Sake glanced toward a nearby corner, where Chloe was frantically dabbing at her tears. Her thoughts carried a quiet tenderness for Sake as well. Ever since that kiss incident, Chloe had been shedding tears like this every single day. Hick. Kong Gyoma. I am sure I will never see you again. Hearing those words, Sake felt her own sorrow deepen, though beneath it all, a persistent worry lingered. She had not seen him for a week, far too long. Memories flashed back quickly. Not allowed to enter, Weapon asked anxiously. We are students of the academy, and we came to visit our friend in the hospital. Yet one of the guards frowned, barking at them. No. This is a special order from the headmaster. No one is allowed to enter this area. But Chloe ignored the warning, dashing forward without hesitation. Seeing her expression and actions, Weapon tried to stop her. Chloe, stop, yet she was unstoppable. She ran straight ahead, calling out Kong Gyoma's name in desperation. Sake kept herself calm, analyzing the situation. If this was a special mission, could it be connected to Kong Gyoma? She quickly pulled out her phone. Avalon Island had transformed into a land of molten lava, and a subtle, repeated magical presence could be felt, along with the missing arm of the strongest human alive. The only reasonable deduction, she began checking simulated data. A demon invaded the island, and the Sword Emperor appeared to stop it. That was what had happened. Her eyes narrowed as she continued searching, repeatedly probing the servers for any relevant information. But she found nothing. Furthermore, the headmaster of the Media Institute had said he would thoroughly review the situation and release an official report later. In the meantime, all outside communication had been cut off. Sake had no additional news from the press. With all of this, the only option left was to ask him directly. The last message on her screen read, I want to try something, so I will go alone. All right. Have a good day. She had read it, then typed a follow-up, talk to me when you wake up. But she quickly deleted it before sending. Her eyes narrowed as she looked at the reality in front of her. How disappointing. Sake recalled the moment he flicked her forehead. Could that have been the last time? Her gaze lifted as a thought surfaced. When Gyoma returns, I will repay that. In the academy classroom, someone's voice spoke. Abel, are you okay? Rachel sat beside Abel, and an unexpected silence enveloped them both. Receiving no response, Rachel tried again. Abel finally realized and replied, Rachel. Her sorrowful eyes revealed her mood. Sorry, I was thinking about something else. A few other students were in the room, yet the conversation continued quietly between the two of them. Abel, are you really okay? Concern shadowed her face, though subtly. Yes. I will be fine. Thank you for worrying about me. Old memories surged within Abel. Then, almost in a whisper, I am sorry, Abel. I will gradually understand. Why did I choose to be Kong Gyoma's guardian? Remembering her grandfather's words, she could not help but feel conflicted. Kong Gyoma. She was not certain. But seeing what had happened to him, surely it was after helping her grandfather. She clenched her tie tightly, while Rachel beside her looked thoughtful as well. Elsewhere, Elder Claudia continued drinking without pause. Soon, he slammed the cup onto the table, a complaint escaping him. Everything has become such a headache. And now. A failed result. All members of the Undertaker, the Villain Assassin Alliance, have perished. Cut to the headmaster's office, where the headmistress's voice rang out. The muscle fibers are severed throughout the body, and the nerve endings are utterly destroyed. The headmaster of the Media Institute squinted, clearly displeased. This is far from an acceptable state, she thought. The Sword Emperor, however, sipped his tea calmly and offered a more encouraging report. He has recovered and has been discharged. In fact, he is even healthier than before. Hearing the optimistic news, the headmaster's face brightened. Heh, we mobilized the entire medical staff and every healer at our disposal. Of course, he threatened me into saving him at any cost, the Sword Emperor added. That remark immediately drew an exclamation from her. You rotten old man, is that what you meant before? I am still right here. Her fiery temper forced the Sword Emperor to try to calm her down. Do not get so angry. Your wrinkled old friend will appear more if you keep this up. The explanation seemed reasonable, and the headmaster softened, tilting her gaze toward the ceiling. All right, let us not discuss this any further. Let us think positively. Now. Are you all right? She asked, looking at the Sword Emperor. I suppose I have lived long enough to understand quite a lot, she added thoughtfully. The Sword Emperor understood her unspoken thoughts. He raised his now missing arm and said, as you can see, it has caused no inconvenience at all. Her mind paused, caught by his composure, and old memories came rushing back. I have seen alcoholics for 30 years, and this is the first time I have witnessed something like this. Remarkably, everything had been restored. Even long-standing injuries that had healed incorrectly were now gone. The headmaster stood silently, listening as he continued, I can only call it a miracle. She pressed her hand to her forehead in disbelief. I really have no idea what happened. The scene shifted to the hospital room where the Sword Emperor had been caring for him. Surely it had been Klinge's mistake to allow Kong Jioma to return in such a battered state. Yet even as he stayed by his side while Kong Jioma was unconscious, it was not enough. He had even rented out the entire hospital wing at a tremendous cost. I have never seen anything like this before. What exactly happened between those two? Returning to reality, she crossed her legs and folded her arms, staring blankly. Even with the church's blessing, I can't read what happened. They say it is beyond comprehension. Now that Jioma has awakened, can you tell me what really occurred? I can't sleep because of this. The media was glaring at her relentlessly. For a moment, the Sword Emperor set down his teacup. I also need time to sort out my thoughts, he said, closing his eyes with a faint smile. It took me quite a while to understand what happened on that island. Hearing his evasive tone, the headmaster pressed him further. All right, now tell me. What exactly happened? He tightened his missing arm in his hand, a shadow of sadness crossing his face. The commander of the 5th Legion appeared on Avalon Island. A chilling silence fell. It took the headmaster a few moments to recover, her voice faltering. Wah. What, Agar? Is Agar? That is ridiculous. Her eyes narrowed slightly. It is hard to believe what happened in that situation, is not it, but it is true. He actually severed my arm. Her composure shattered even further. The Media Institute headmaster rose to her feet, aghast. Is that what happened to Kong Jioma, and what happened to Agar? The teacup remained in place. He has been killed, but it is still too early to announce it to the world. That is why I need to delay things. But I can confirm it with my own eyes, no dispute there. Ha ha, Tisk. Did you just make that up yourself? Ha ha ha. Do you really think that is reasonable? The headmaster laughed incredulously, then returned to her chair. Her appetite had vanished under the weight of these thoughts. Even Klinge Siegfried von Nibelung would not have been able to defeat Agar alone. And even with help, would that have made a difference? Then, she jolted. The one who killed Agar. Impossible. The Sword Emperor smiled unusually, confirming it without hesitation. His hand lifted again toward the teacup. We will discuss that when we meet again. Today, for a boy, is not there a place he should reach before the adults? A friend smiled at him so brightly that she had no choice but to turn her gaze elsewhere. Ah, my phone. Looking up, she realized it meant stepping outside the school grounds. Now, pay attention. We can't keep going like this, Weapon said, holding up a large poster for everyone to see. We are recruiting new members for our travel club. We need people who want to share passionate friendships, youthful romance, and conquer dungeons in their own small way. Anyone who wants to enjoy a free trip, come join us. Gather around if you feel the academy life is too free-spirited. Weapon continued, initial requirements and application procedures. How's life at Joaquin Academy? Does anyone feel alive? Seeing everyone's blank expressions, he pressed further. We have always been under strict control before. Seems like we have never been proactive. What do you think? Sake glanced sideways. This is the first time something like this has surprised me. Even if you told me to do it, I could not manage. Weapon still smiled. Sake, did you know, posters need to be colorful like this? Then Chloe's utility knife suddenly sliced through the colorful poster. Saki's eyes widened in surprise as the paper was neatly cut away. Weapon's gaze faltered. It draws attention from passers-by. Sake smiled faintly, while Weapon's face turned pale as he shouted, Chloe, what have you done now? Chloe, eyes closed, replied calmly, I can't let him see this trash. Weapon was flustered. You just tore apart something I spent all night making. Chloe shrugged nonchalantly. Luckily, it was trash, so it can be burned. Sake, meanwhile, reached for a candy bar beside her. The louder the commotion, the emptier it felt. The candy had lost its sweetness, her gaze heavy with sorrow. Kong Gioma. When will you get here? A voice interrupted, it is Gioma, it is Gioma. Kong Gioma has appeared. Sake thought, if he is here, then hurry up already. At that moment, she noticed him and turned her gaze. She sprang up, looking toward Chloe and Weapon as they interacted with him. You alright? Someone asked. Yes, we were a bit worried, they added. Kong Gioma's attention shifted, eyes narrowing in surprise, just as someone flicked his forehead. Saki's expression remained cool, though her face flushed slightly. Return it to him. He froze for a moment, then smiled. I am back. Weapon interrupted, by the way, I made a poster to recruit more members for our club. Sake and Chloe cut in sharply, do not let Kong Gioma see that trash. Exactly, weapon that is trash. Kong Gioma stood in front of the castle, holding a sashimi knife in his hand. He studied the fortress intently, sensing numerous unusual streams of power converging. One by one, sharp blades hurtled toward him. He glanced down at the sashimi knife in his hand, skepticism flickering in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, Kong Gioma engaged, cutting and dodging as the blades attacked. The clash was fierce, the force of their impact causing cracks to tear across the space itself. He realized something. The space around him had been torn apart. Kong Gioma froze as a massive blade descended from above, aimed directly at him. Blue, glitching characters flickered in the air. His gaze sharpened. Somewhere, the clash of metal rang out, and an invisible force intercepted the incoming attack. A rift opened in the space before him, and Gioma turned toward it in shock. He was stunned. Again, the sound of metal ringing as if the very fabric of reality had been split. Everything seemed to tear away from the ground beneath him, and Kong Gioma floated, suspended mid-air, confused. What is this? Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. Kong Gioma opened his eyes, feeling a sense of boredom and weariness. He sat up, clutching his head. Not that dream again. He reached for his phone. A message awaited him. It was early morning, and Weapon had already reported on the recruitment of club members, attaching a photo of his poster. Kong Gioma groaned. Well, that is the recruitment plan ruined. He moved to the mirror. His body had improved significantly, possibly even stronger than before. As he changed his clothes, he thought, is this thanks to the restful recovery in the VIP ward, after the battle with Agar? When he had lost consciousness, Clinch had spent his own money to rent a private hospital room and personally oversee his care. Kong Gioma adjusted his clothing, a swell of gratitude filling him. I can't even begin to repay this debt. He paused. The tie. Memories of Avalon Island surfaced. He wondered what the future would hold. Am I doing the right thing? He sighed, remembering that not long ago, he had wrestled with the same doubts. Kong Gioma recalled Sake Ryojo's words, just act as your true self. He took a deep breath. Right. Complaining now won't change anything. He looked up at the sky and started walking. Hey, someone called. Sake Ryojo stepped forward, offering a snack. Want some? Gioma responded nonchalantly, Ryojo. No, you eat more. She frowned in disappointment. Really? Why are not you even startled? Gioma feigned surprise. I am startled. Sake Ryojo chuckled. Alright, thanks. She persisted. Now, can you tell me what happened? What? Gioma asked lightly, trying to avoid it. The incident at Avalon. Why were you in the hospital for so long? She pressed. Gioma hesitated, keeping the details vague. Just some stuff. Sake raised an eyebrow. What stuff? Tell me. Come on. What happened? He was caught off guard by her insistence. Why this reaction? Sake teased him. Why, I am the strategist for the travel club. Of course I need to know this. Yet Kong Gioma continued staring at his phone, which frustrated her. Hey, do not ignore me. He finally gestured for her to look at the screen. What is this? After reading, she exclaimed, oh my god, what is this? That idiot went through all the trouble to get permission, and he posts this garbage. Kong Gioma remained calm. Yeah, so you will manage it, alright. At this rate, we will never recruit any members. The strategist, she said, then you go somewhere else. Hey, Kong Gioma, where are you going? Sake called after him. In a room elsewhere, two people were talking. Despite appearances, their tea-making skills were surprisingly impressive. Media Poison raised an eyebrow. What, that guy, my appearance, what about it? Clinge chuckled softly. Consider it a compliment. She looked annoyed. What kind of compliment is that? At that moment, Kong Gioma opened the door and stepped inside. Pardon my early arrival. Media Poison's eyes widened slightly. Gioma, is that you? He hesitated. Did I come too early? She shook her head gently. No, Gioma, you have arrived at just the right time. Clinge teased with a faint smile. After 70 years of living with two hands, now that I only have one, I still get a bit clumsy sometimes. Even when flushing the toilet. Media Poison raised an eyebrow. Try to keep some dignity. Meanwhile, Kong Gioma curled up on a chair, silently thinking. Sitting on a powder keg here. She looked at him and spoke. I have heard from Clinge, Gioma, that you defeated the 5th Legion commander, Agar. Kong Gioma tensed and muttered in acknowledgement. He remembered the event vaguely. He could recall the memories clearly enough to know they were real, but the exact feelings, the sensation of that moment, remained hazy. Media Poison forced a small smile. Sorry. You just got discharged, and I got ahead of myself. Kong Gioma's face flushed. It is all right. She continued, even now, I still can't quite believe it. I know Clinge and you would not lie. But. Clinge interrupted gently, but it is undeniably true. I was present when Agar was defeated, yet it was essentially all Kong Gioma's work alone. He spoke sincerely, Media, about what happened on Avalon. I apologize for revealing it so late, I could only watch at the time. I am sure even the demonic faction sensed something unusual. There is no human hero capable of stopping a demonic legion commander right now. Even though we do not know how Agar infiltrated the human world, his actions clearly had a purpose. It is as if he intended to prevent something from even beginning. Media Poison listened, worry etched across her face. Clinge lifted his teacup and continued, remaining silent will only make things worse. The demons are impulsive, cunning. I expect conflict with them in the coming years, at a scale incomparable to half a century ago. Both Media Poison and Kong Gioma listened intently. Kong Gioma analyzed silently. If they announce Agar's defeat publicly, the demons might use it as an excuse to declare war. Luckily, the Sword Emperor has kept this under wraps, so there has been no extraordinary reaction from them. Indeed, the Sword Emperor was a figure worthy of humanity's respect. He looked toward Kong Gioma. I have called this meeting because there is something I want to discuss. With my current condition, I can no longer take to the front lines myself. Media Poison sprang to her feet. Clinge, what do you mean by that? Losing an arm does not mean you have lived your whole life already. Clinge's tone was solemn. To nurture upright heroes, to pass on a better era. Media Poison continued, that is the mission of our academy. He murmured quietly, Media, that is also why you serve as director. She did not respond, turning away. The atmosphere grew heavy. Clinge lifted his teacup once more. Continuing our conversation. I plan to relinquish my position as the 7-star hero soon. Kong Jioma's eyes widened. Sword Emperor. He reassured him calmly, relax, Kong Jioma. This is not a sudden change of heart. It is a decision reached after careful consideration while you were in the hospital. It does not mean I am entirely withdrawing from the front lines. I will continue to do what I can in the future. Media Poison spoke cautiously. The media worldwide will never let this go unnoticed. Clinge spoke of his intentions. Anyway, I plan to give an interview in the near future. Why not do it now and save some time? Media Poison, visibly annoyed, stormed over and grabbed his collar. Good grief, you are an old man, and yet you are exactly the same as 50 years ago. Clinge teased with a grin, is not that proof I am still young, ha ha. Media Poison's face twisted in frustration. What are you even saying, old man? Kong Jioma could only smile wryly at the exchange. The two of them were like fire and water, teasing each other would only earn a hit. Let us see. Until now, I have tried my best to prevent the alteration of history. Every time the characters in this story acted unexpectedly, I would break into a cold sweat. Looking back, I realize how selfish and controlling I have been. Every word, every action of theirs carries their own will. They are not mere characters in a game, they are living humans with their own individuality. Now, no matter what choices they make, no matter what situations arise, I must humbly accept it and confront it head-on. Media Poison struck Clinge sharply on the neck. Are you okay? She asked, feigning concern. He replied nonchalantly, broken. Covering your eyes and denying reality is no different than a spoiled child clinging to its mother. Like someone awakened by a slap, Clinge suddenly remembered something. Ah, I almost forgot the most important thing. Media Poison scolded. Just hearing what you have said today is enough to shorten my life. What else were you planning to say? He called over the student Kong Jioma. She looked at him, and Jioma was taken aback. Clinge turned to him seriously. I am going to pass on my position as the 7-star hero to you. Kong Jioma felt a wave of bewilderment wash over him. Beneath the fading light of dusk, the atmosphere was unusually quiet. The cup of tea on the table had grown cold, and someone sighed wearily. Media Poison gazed out the window, muttering, this old man really has lost his wits. Then she fell silent, staring into the distance as if trying to predict the future. Memories from earlier suddenly surged back, reminding her how startled she had been. First, we need to observe the movements of the demon race, she had thought, and then there is the press interview to handle. Clinge smirked, brushing it off as if it were trivial. Of course, not right this moment. The preparation alone would take at least a year. Why not enjoy life as a student while you are still at the academy? Media Poison's irritation flared. The old man, truly. Just thinking about it made her bristle. She muttered under her breath, passing on the title of 7-star hero is a heavy burden for a 17-year-old, yet aside from Kong Jioma, there is hardly anyone else worthy of it. Even though it has not been made public, if Kong Jioma's whereabouts were revealed, the world could literally turn upside down. A prodigy seemingly descended from the heavens had stepped onto the threshold of legend. At that thought, she mentally compared him to a reincarnated Valo. Realizing she had spoken too freely, she quickly covered her mouth and tried not to dwell on it. Leaning back, Media Poison sighed, watching the view. She pondered the smaller details, she could understand his position. The vacancy among the 7 stars would not only impact humanity but could also trigger diplomatic tensions with the demon race. While there would inevitably be debate, if it were designated by Clinge himself, it would likely proceed smoothly. Still, the approval of the association and the remaining 7 stars was required. After a moment, she rose from her seat. Media Poison glanced at a photo of the younger Clinge on the table and murmured, "It is almost time for the gathering." At the same time, walking down the corridor back alongside him, neither spoke a word. After a while, Kong Jioma finally broke the silence. 7-star hero Clinge. Do you have a moment? Clinge continued walking, offering no reply and not slowing his pace. After a few seconds, he glanced back. You mean about the 7-star successor? Apologies for not notifying you in advance. Do you know why the 7-star seats have always been limited to just 4? Kong Jioma hesitated. Guessing, is it? To honor the comrades you lost. Clinch's gaze drifted off into the distance, nodding slightly. That is acceptable. Their noble sacrifice has allowed both my students and me to stand firm on this land. But leaving the seat vacant for that reason alone is not convincing. Let me be blunt, the reason is simple: no one strong enough has appeared to surpass us. We need a hero who exceeds even that. The demon race is powerful, far beyond humanity. Kong Jioma imagined the scene and silently agreed. Even in the game, the demon race's power was evident, designed, perhaps, to entice players to spend. But the difficulty of the Blessed Miracle stage stemmed from the demon's absurdly dominant stats. According to the story, if the entire demon race rose up, with such overwhelming numbers, they could annihilate humanity in less than half a year. Clinch turned to him with the final point. All negotiations and dealings must be backed by strength. Kong Jioma looked puzzled. And what does that have to do with the vacant seat? Clinch furrowed his brow slightly, voice firm. If it is only ordinary strength, it is better left empty. Kong Jioma slowly began to understand. If a 7-star were defeated by a mere demon beast, humanity would. Clinch went further, clarifying its primary responsibility. The 7-star seat is not a position for basking in glory, it is a duty to restrain the demon race and represent humanity. Yet over time, that meaning has faded. People now exploit the prestige of the 7 stars as a tool for power struggles. Kong Jioma's thoughts drifted to the powers that were manipulating events from behind the scenes. Sake Ryojo quietly speculated, nations exploiting the 7-star title. Keeping a prime minister in office for 40 years, it was, in essence, a dictatorship. In the game, the Japanese Prime Minister Sasugaki Kojima was only mentioned by name, never appearing, so for Kong Jioma the image remained hazy. Here, Ryojo had never brought up family matters either, though Chloe occasionally shared snippets of her lineage. In Kong Jioma's memory, she had once said, "I hate the 7-star heroes." Kong Jioma nodded, indicating he understood her meaning, then asked directly, "I understand your point, but what I want to know is not that. Why choose me?" Clinch regarded him for a long, penetrating moment. After a brief pause, he finally spoke, "Kong Jioma, are you pretending to be foolish, or are you genuinely naive? I chose you as my successor because you are stronger than I am, far surpassing me, in fact." Hearing this, a wave of unease rose within Kong Jioma. True, I was the one who nearly killed Agar, but was that entirely my own strength? He fell silent, unable to find a satisfactory answer. Clinch turned his gaze toward the window and spoke softly, "I have wanted to ask about your power for a long time, and now I must know." The question struck Kong Jioma at his core. There was a limit, was not there? His ears rang. The atmosphere darkened, and his expression betrayed the turmoil within. Inside his mind swirled 1,000 unspoken questions he had never shared with anyone. How could he know? Could it be? But Clinch gently rested a hand on his shoulder, as if to reassure him. "Do not panic. I am only speculating. Even you cannot wield that power endlessly without consequence. During the class placement test and on Avalon Island, I saw you collapse in barely a minute. That is what led me to deduce the mechanism." As Clinch turned to leave, Kong Jioma grabbed him. 7-star hero. Clinch, he said, summoning every ounce of confidence and courage he had. "I need to speak about my power." They remained there in silence for a while, the dusk still lingering. After hearing him out, Clinch summarized, "When you activate the Zhu Fu, the power you gain must be balanced by excruciating pain, and you must use another Zhu Fu to suppress it. Is that correct?" Kong Jioma nodded. "Yes, that is exactly it." He went on to explain the basics of the Zhu Fu sword body and the Vo-Thong techniques, though he omitted certain details. Even though he trusted Clinch, revealing one's weaknesses always required caution. He spoke not to seek pity but for guidance. Clinch did not look directly at him, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Rest assured. I will not tell anyone. Using one Zhu Fu to restrain another is truly innovative. You have accepted it and wielded it in your own way." Kong Jioma froze, deep in thought. Clinch nodded, confident in his choice. "You truly have talent. But you cannot keep fighting with time chasing you from behind. You must learn to allocate your strength wisely. To do so, You need an experienced master and I, in turn, need an extraordinarily gifted disciple. Kong Jioma understood exactly what this implied. With that, Clinch turned to leave. I have chosen you as my successor, and it is my duty to pass on my teachings. Though I intended to retire, I feel restless again. Suddenly, he stopped and handed Kong Jioma a tie. Ah, right, Abel asked me to give this to you. Kong Jioma took it, fumbling. Oh. This. Clinch added before departing, once everything settles, I will call on you. Until then, enjoy life at the academy. No matter how many times Kong Jioma called after him, Clinch strode away with effortless composure. Wait. 7-star hero and a disciple too, impossible. I will have to find a way to persuade him gradually later. That night, in his dormitory, Kong Jioma lay trembling all over. The terrifying dream returned the massive clock tower with countless spiked projectiles shooting outward. Even in the dream, Kong Jioma could strike them down with ease, fully aware it was only a dream, yet it was that dream. The atmosphere blurred, and something ominous began to emerge. Cold sweat ran down Kong Jioma's body. He knew all too well that trouble was about to strike again. The rift in space grew ever wider, mirroring the anxiety coiling in his chest. If he could endure it this time, he had resolved to embrace and wield that power. Clinch's words of encouragement from earlier in the day echoed in his mind, accept your power. Those two words ignited a spark of determination within Kong Jioma, accept. He relaxed his hands, and the sashimi knife in his grasp completely vanished. Jioma stretched his arms out, ready to receive it. Very well. If this is only a dream. The massive spear hurtling closer was no cause for fear. He was fully confident in his choice, he would not die here. And then it struck him. He was thrown backward, and unexpectedly, blood welled from his mouth. Kong Jioma squeezed his eyes shut, clamping down on every sensation, enduring it all. His pupils dilated violently, as if straining to pierce through reality, while tiny sparks of electricity danced in the depths of his eyes. After a tense moment, it all subsided. His clothes were torn and battered, but spiritual energy began to flood his body, as if recalibrating it from within. Kong Jioma's feet touched an invisible ground, bathed in a soft blue light that enveloped his entire body. He felt a mix of wonder and confusion. Something extraordinary suddenly emanated from the palms of his hands, a radiant glow. Part of his soul gradually separating from his body, slowly taking shape. A familiar, warm voice spoke, "It has been a long time, has not it?" Kong Jioma quickly turned, searching for the speaker. There, standing before him, was a glowing white silhouette in the shape of a tall, imposing man. Recognition struck him instantly, and he shouted, "GM." He waved his hand, looking around. "Not here." I clearly reconstructed a familiar scene. He began, his tone casual. "This is your first time meeting me in this place, so it is only natural that you feel confused. Do forgive me." Kong Jioma frowned, puzzled by the scene before him. The figure scratched his head nervously. "I am not GM," he said. Jioma froze, repeating in disbelief, "Not GM." The figure turned, offering a slight nod of agreement. "Well, in a sense, it is somewhat similar. I could be him, and he could be me. If you look closely, it works the other way around too." Jioma ignored that and asked bluntly, "Then who exactly are you?" The man fell silent for a moment, as if struggling to put an answer into words. Then he erupted into a long, hearty laugh that left Kong Jioma bewildered. Jioma's expression turned serious. "How long are you going to keep laughing?" The man pulled out an hourglass and said, "Apologies. I just remembered old times and could not help but laugh. It is natural for you to wonder about my identity. Explaining fully would take too long, and time is short, so I will keep it brief. In the eyes of some, I am calamity. To others, I am creation, the universe itself. The world assigns me countless names." He paused, lowering his head with an air of mystery. "And God?" Kong Jioma blinked at the word, repeating it cautiously, "God." The figure nodded. "Yes. But not a flesh and blood god like you might imagine. More accurately," he declared with certainty, "I am the sword god. You can call me whatever you like, but at the core, it is still me. Let us pause here for now. I would love to chat longer, but it seems our time is running short. Kong Jioma hesitated. Why are you only appearing now? The sword god pointed and reminded him, the seal has only recently been lifted. Do not you remember? Suddenly, Kong Jioma recalled that day the sword god's blessing had been undone. As if reading his thoughts, the sword god nodded. Exactly what you are thinking. But it has not been fully lifted, which is why I appear in this incomplete form. The fact that we can converse directly like this is already a miracle. Suddenly, the hourglass shattered into pieces, and a crimson night bled through the rift behind it. That is all you get for now. Kong Jioma began to wake. What? He felt as if falling into a bottomless pit, ready to escape the dream. Seeing a little time left, the sword god called out, "Ah, and one more thing, slice, store, or handle as you wish, but do not swing your sword recklessly. The power you are using. I doubt you fully understand it yet." Kong Jioma reached out to hold on to him but could not. Let me ask, wait. The sword god departed with a tinge of regret. Regardless, do not make the same mistake again. And one more thing, I trust you. The dream vanished entirely, replaced by reality. Kong Jioma's hands remained outstretched, as if trying to hold on to something. He sat up slowly to regain his composure. The system suddenly displayed a notification. He read it aloud. Assimilation rate, 21.3%. Without hesitation, Kong Jioma grabbed his papers and pens. He tried to record everything but could not remember clearly, sighing in frustration. The memory slips away so quickly. Well, gathering these fragments is still progress, he muttered, gazing out the window and letting his thoughts wander. Has the rainy season arrived already? The assimilation rate had spiked dramatically, which was unsettling. But so far it had no side effects. Suddenly, his phone lit up. Kong Jioma quickly answered, "Hello." At that moment, a horrifying sound came through the line, making Kong Jioma curse under his breath. This lunatic already losing it this early in the morning. But the next announcement made his expression shift. What? Someone shouted from inside the cafe. Who talks like that? How did anyone even get in touch over that disaster of a poster? Chloe wholeheartedly agreed. I did not expect someone to be that bored. Kong Jioma just looked at Weapon's face and could only smile wryly. The guy looked equally flustered. Chloe's curiosity was piqued. Who exactly is the person trying to join the club? Sake Ryojo adjusted her glasses, resolute. The fact that he saw that poster and still contacted us is suspicious. We need to check carefully. She gestured emphatically with both hands and feet. I agree, it is shady. In the end, they formed a small alliance against potential troublemakers. Being cautious never hurts. Kong still did not know the full story that the female supervisor and Jen, the two who had hired the dungeon gatekeeper, had intended to reveal at the time, since it was quite possible this person was a spy sent by a hidden power targeting them. Weapon reminded the club president, "Do not forget tomorrow night." Startled, Kong stammered, ah. Chloe suddenly remembered and nodded. Right, Kama said he likes seafood, did not he? Sake Ryojo agreed, tempering the conversation. The club is about to be founded. More importantly, we need to celebrate your release from the hospital. Kong Jioma hesitated, trying to dodge. I am a bit picky about sushi, you know. She raised an eyebrow. Pickier than me. In his mind, he admitted he would been a little lazy lately. Weapon stood and affirmed, but that restaurant is the most famous in the academy. Reservations are ridiculously hard to get. Chloe was impressed when she saw the 3,000 reviews. Amazing, even the Japanese people praised it after eating, she eagerly added. Just hearing about it makes me hungry. With no way out, Jioma reluctantly agreed. Fine, I will go. I can't refuse a celebration like this. They were chatting and laughing when the person they were waiting for finally arrived. Excuse me, are you all members of the travel club? Weapon nodded and extended his hand. Yes, come, have a seat. The newcomer bowed politely. Hello, everyone. Sake Ryojo leaned close to Jioma and whispered, what is with this? They look more normal than I expected. Kong Jioma thought that to himself, but then considered the stranger might be even weirder than anticipated, yet he accepted it. After all, she had been giving him a special look all along. Jioma felt slightly helpless. Are you silently scolding me? Weapon spoke up to introduce the new member. Thank you for applying to the travel club, but Sake Ryojo cut in sharply. Could you introduce yourself first? Everyone fell silent, giving her the floor. She accepted and began. Yes, I am Hana, second year, Class B, from Busan. Kong Jioma's eyes widened. You are from Korea. Hana adjusted her glasses, nodding, though a bit stiffly. Yes. He studied her, curious. Korea has the surname San. Well, his own family name is Seori Kong, a clan that does not exist anywhere else in the world. He decided to share a related interest. Back in Busan, I mainly ate Busan-style braised pork. Hana's eyes lit up, and she added details enthusiastically. Really, that dish is amazing, milky broth, a touch of chili oil, chives, mixed with rice. Truly a delicacy. Suddenly, Sake Ryojo tapped Kong Jioma's shoulder to remind him, scolding lightly, "Hey, snap out of it. Okay, we know your background and name. Now tell us why you want to join the travel club." Hana adjusted her glasses and answered with calculated precision. I saw the poster saying the club's main activity is traveling while conquering dungeons. My practical points this year have been shaky, so I want to clear a few more dungeons. I applied when I saw the announcement. Sake Ryojo frowned, skeptical. We are the travel club. Dungeons are secondary. There are plenty of other clubs that specialize in dungeon raids. Hana sighed, disappointed, resting her hand lightly on her shoulder. By second year, no place wants someone like me anymore. Thinking it through, she realized it was only natural for someone as weak as her to be left behind. Everyone observed the interrogation closely. You do not need to put yourself down like that. What weapon do you use? Hana raised her hand confidently. I do not have a specialized weapon. If I had to say, probably my fists. Sake Ryojo hesitated for a moment before asking, are you sure you can handle a dungeon? Hana adjusted her glasses and replied confidently, is not dungeon exploration supposed to be secondary anyway? The group muttered among themselves. It is the first time I have seen Sake at a loss for words. Hana's gaze was steadfast, almost hypnotic. Sake Ryojo scrutinized her for a long while, then finally sighed and agreed. All right, I get your point. Hana visibly relaxed and revealed her trump card. Yes, I genuinely want to join this club. It is not just about the dungeons, I want to make some beautiful memories at the academy before I graduate. Jioma lowered his head, observing her more carefully. Having dealt with all sorts of clients before, he could sense what kind of person she was just from her aura. Moreover, using the sensing ability granted by the sword god's blessing, Sake Ryojo nodded, signaling her assessment, this person could not harm anyone. Seeing that, Kong Jioma accepted the situation. Hana, welcome to the travel club, senpai. Hana's eyes lit up with innocent excitement. Oh, so I got in. Jioma nodded in confirmation. Yes, and we are all a year younger than you, so feel free to speak naturally. Hana lifted her glasses out of habit. Oh, I see. At that moment, everyone realized it looked like she had been waiting for that reassurance for a long time. Kong Jioma smiled and requested. Since you are our senior, dropping the formalities early makes it more comfortable for both sides. As long as Chloe keeps her formal address, that is fine. Hana hesitated a little. Just speak naturally. I am only a year older. I do not like being treated too formally. Hearing that, Kong Jioma changed his approach. Then I will speak naturally, but still respect you as Hana-senpai. All right. Weapon handed the club application to Hana. Hana-senpai, this form needs to be submitted this week, so please help us fill it out. Hana wrote each word carefully, her face still carrying a faintly dark expression. After finishing, she double-checked. The club advisor is the dean, right? Weapon did not hesitate. Exactly. Just a well-chosen word from the head of the club, and she agreed immediately. Hana smirked with excitement, a mysterious smile forming. Looks like club life is going to be interesting. Jioma noticed something unusual. Once done, she departed. Call me next week. I will excuse myself for now. Kong Jioma folded his arms, curious. Who exactly is she? Sake Ryojo noticed his expression and asked, Han, what is up? Why are you zoning out like that? Gioma hinted, do not you think Hana-senpai looks like someone? Or is it just me? She shook her head and adjusted her glasses. Not really. Maybe it is her slightly pale face. She often does this gesture. And what about me? Gioma, exasperated, reminded her, stop imitating her. Suddenly, his phone rang. Who could it be? He checked the message. It is from the dean. Weapon jumped up, excited. The dean, she already knows about the new member recruitment. Gioma opened the phone to clarify. No, I asked her to do something last time. The file on the phone was his own resume. Kong Gioma's eyes widened in surprise. He froze and exclaimed aloud, what the? Hana turned and left resolutely. Sorry, I will excuse myself first. Everyone was left dumbfounded, murmuring among themselves. Why did the captain suddenly act like that? Maybe the dean called her. A series of images from his past gradually surfaced in Kong Gioma's mind, confirming that all information about his relatives, his parents, had been completely erased. My parents are. He walked along the street, his face creased with worry. So this is what Lei Shen was talking about. He recalled the earlier document and the concerned expression of the dean. I intended to explain it to him verbally, but I felt a bit hesitant. Gioma continued to ponder. His records had been wiped clean, including all family ties and information about his parents that should have existed. He lowered his head. The only remaining information was from after he entered the academy. Occasionally, he tried to recall his memories, but he could not remember his parents' faces. The last time he had contacted them, he had not wanted to worry them, so he had not called often back before the midterms. Thinking this through, he took out his phone and stared at it, trying to dial their number himself. Acting on impulse, Gioma made the call. The ringtone echoed briefly before the voice on the other end stopped him cold. The number you have dialed does not exist. The space around him fell into a heavy silence. Helpless, Gioma let his hand drop, clutching the phone tightly. Raindrops pattered against his coat as he wandered aimlessly, unsure where to go in the downpour. After a while, he slumped onto a nearby wooden bench. Opening his phone to check his family contacts, he watched as his parents' information gradually faded. Even the photos would eventually disappear. It was not a trick of his imagination or a lapse in memory. Gioma leaned back and stared at the overcast sky. The resonance of the sword god's protection was actively negating all hypotheses he had about his own sorrow. He lowered his head and murmured, they were only existences created to help me grow. Silence enveloped the space around him. Anger began to rise within him as he wondered, who is behind this? A game had been set in motion. A supreme deity appeared, a god of the game, and then some trickster pulled an object from their coat pocket. The atmosphere grew increasingly grim. Suddenly, lightning struck with a deafening crack near the bench where he sat. Instinctively, Kong Gioma raised his sashimi knife. The blade crackled with dark energy as the lightning struck it. His face twisted with determination. One day. From inside the mansion, a scream echoed. Rachel. Inside, Rachel strode confidently past a group of men, who fell over themselves pleading, take me too, take me. She moved away, then turned back and offered a polite smile, declining. Sorry, you are not capable enough to fight me. Hearing this, the men outside erupted in chaos. It is her fault. What? She is the one who went too far. Inside the room, Abel watched her approach, still friendly. Every morning it is this noisy. Exhausting. Rachel did not answer but collapsed onto a chair with a sigh. Abel observed her carefully. She is different from usual. Strange. After a moment, Rachel spoke. Abel, can I vent a little? Abel's expression shifted to concern. Some troubles. Rachel banged her chin on her hand, looking disillusioned. My pride's been at rock bottom lately. Honestly, I do not think I am that bad. I am confident in my strength. I am attractive enough to annoy the guys who follow me. And more than that. She trailed off, letting her gaze drop in a way that was mesmerizing. Rachel's chest heaved with obvious delight, causing Abel to instinctively cover his own face. As for the figure. Realizing what she was about to say, Abel blushed and shouted, Rachel, what are you trying to do? She stayed calm and replied softly, Abel. Before crossing her arms and shifting the topic. You know Gioma has already started the club, right, young lady Abel. Abel froze, stammering, Kong Gioma. Rachel looked slightly surprised and asked again, do not tell me something happened between you and Gioma back in Avalon. Abel flinched and replied hastily, no, what are you talking about? Nothing happened. Yet she stepped back, still shyly covering herself. That day, I hurt my leg, and Gioma had already left the next morning. Rachel seemed a bit taken aback, then added, well, I am not really the type to get. Maybe I am just being too sensitive. Sorry about that. She then turned to Abel, her gaze mischievous. Before that, I even told Kong Gioma that I did not care about him, not even a tiny speck under my fingernail. It is strange, is not it? Abel defended herself, I did not say it that way at all. Suddenly, Rachel darted forward, pressing her face close to Abel's with an almost hypnotic intensity. Could it be that Abel is starting to notice Gioma too? Taken aback, Abel panicked, what, how did it come to this? Rachel returned to her seat, continuing. Well, human hearts. They can change anytime. In relationships, nothing is absolute. By the way, what exactly did he say? Abel, flustered, explained, I only told her that Kong Gioma started the club. Recalling the moment Weapon had been rejected, Rachel added, oh, right. I told Weapon I wanted in, but got flatly refused. I heard Gioma said seeing a student from the celestial class was a bit much, so he would not accept me. Abel, innocent, asked, okay. But how does that relate to your pride dropping? Rachel's expression shifted as she remembered. Yesterday I walked confidently down the street. That evening, I needed a cream coffee to maintain my dignity. Or maybe an Olet at MP Ace, the drink I sip every morning. She moved along the street cheerfully, radiating a kind of light-hearted aura. All right, Olet it is. After all, must maintain the Demura family style. Making her choice, she approached the counter, full of joy. 1 iced Americano, please. Nice and refreshing. While the barista prepared her order, Rachel's cheeks flushed. She felt a renewed sense of fascination. Summer here is definitely hotter than Monaco, is not it? Her gaze fell on Gioma, sitting with Abel, and she approached, excited. Gioma, oblivious to her every movement, never expected her attention. But when Rachel noticed a girl with shoulder-length blue hair sitting across, curiosity struck her. She scrutinized the blue-haired girl, then locked her gaze on Gioma. After a moment, she froze like a statue. Eventually, she pushed the thought aside, assuming it must be some kind of meeting or discussion. To this day, she could not forget Gioma's expression at that moment, his mouth curling into a smile that reached his ears. I wonder what it is about that girl with glasses that he likes so much. Rachel then narrowed one eye, glancing slyly. Or maybe Gioma just has that kind of personality. Back in reality, Abel suddenly radiated a lethal aura, becoming frightening. Rachel noticed and hesitated slightly. The sushi shop was quiet. Gioma stood silently, observing the storefront. The naming conventions in this world are really something. He pressed his lips together, holding back his professional instincts. From a distance, a voice called out, oh, they are here. The trio appeared simultaneously. Captain, you were missing someone. Gioma asked, Hana Senpei is not coming. Weapon replied, she can't eat raw food, so she said she won't join today. Hearing this, Gioma frowned slightly. Really, even though she is Korean, that is impressive. Together, they stepped into the shop. Chloe led the way, delighted. Just looking at it already makes my mouth water. Inside the restaurant, a polite voice welcomed them, welcome, esteemed guests. Standing at the door, Gioma felt a wave of nostalgia. Wow. Feels like I have just returned home. Inside, the restaurant buzzed with the usual chaos of managing tables. Table for 4, please, called someone. But when Gioma stepped further in, he realized it was only 3 Chloe among them. Her face flushed a deep purple, and she froze in place. Seeing her horrified expression, Gioma instinctively looked ahead and mirrored the same stunned expression. Noticing the two of them frozen, Sake came up from behind and asked, what is going on? Is something wrong? Gioma struggled to reply, caught in a mix of confusion and awkwardness. What are you doing here? He finally asked. Nox, a little flustered, answered, I am working part-time. Hearing this, Gioma's expression twisted as he recalled the image of those flashy nights. Wait, what? How did it come to this? In this world, he is a member of the wealthy Auditore family. Why is he hiding his identity and working part-time? Did he take some kind of mission? Suddenly, the restaurant owner's voice cut through, yelling at the young man. Hey, new staff, are not you going to greet the guests, thanks to me? You were crying to get this job a few days ago, and now you are standing there like a statue. Knox quickly bowed. Yes, sorry, sir. Sake, seeing the scene, smiled lightly and stepped forward. Do not bother him anymore. Let us go inside. Gioma nodded in agreement. They scanned the menu. Sake and Weapon both remarked, Oh, I like this one. The menu's pretty good now. I understand why it is so crowded. Then silence fell over the four of them. Gioma broke it first, his voice cool and measured. Knox probably has his own reasons. Chloe, still a little dazed, nodded softly. Yes. Watching the subdued look on her face, Gioma thought to himself, the two siblings have really grown closer. She seems like she is the one who has been anticipating this gathering the most. Suddenly, Sake scooted her chair closer to him, and after settling, she turned toward him with a familiar, casual air. Hey, I heard the special sushi set here is amazing, 11 pieces, and the price is not too bad. Gioma raised an eyebrow, surprised. 400,000 for a set, and you say it is fine. Sake, still naive about the world, nodded calmly. Yeah, it is rare for all of us to eat together. Should I be worrying too much about the price, or should we just go somewhere else? Gioma thought, but he felt powerless. Forget it. Let us just order whatever everyone wants, it is on you guys anyway. Immediately, Sake slammed the menu onto the table, calling out loudly, Okay, we will order now. Watching her, Gioma silently mused, they really are from a completely different class than me. This kind of social distance is hard to get used to. Soon, the glimmering sushi was laid out on the table. Everyone's eyes lit up, voices overlapping in admiration. Wow, it looks amazing. Even in Japan, sets like this are rare. The ingredients are so fresh, they really did well here. Gioma frowned in distaste, his expression sour. Sake noticed and asked, What is wrong? Why does your face look like that? Feeling unwell. Gioma's eyes focused on the sushi. It is strange for me to say this while sitting here and eating, but the ingredients are excellent. It is just. The cutting skills ruined it. The fish almost looks like it is crying. Everyone froze, staring at him in surprise. Sake blinked. Really? Nearby, Knox thought to himself, that kid just said exactly what the owner hates hearing the most. Then, a voice suddenly rang out, startling Sake. Excuse me, customer. The owner himself appeared at their table, staring directly at Gioma. What did you just say? The three of them watched, nervous and uneasy, as the owner fixed his gaze on him. Gioma remained calm, his eyes steady, and replied evenly. What I said stands. The knife work is not bad, but it does not match the price. The owner's face darkened, irritation flashing. Fine. Since you are so confident, show me your skills. Right here, right now. With your own hands. The man's tone was insistent, almost pressing him. Come on, show me now. Weapon and Chloe exchanged bewildered glances, while Sake forced a polite smile. Even the two unfamiliar students sitting at a nearby table noticed the tension. Gioma sat perfectly still, like a statue, irritation simmering beneath his calm exterior. He has got sharp ears. His Korean's clumsy, yet he catches everything so fast. Suddenly, Gioma stood up. Sake, slightly startled, asked, Calm Gioma, what are you planning to do? The restaurant owner laughed scornfully, sizing him up. Oh, from Joaquin Academy, confident with a knife, I am Manser. I have been handling knives for 12 years. If you can outdo me, today's meal is on the house. Gioma, accepting the challenge, added firmly, do not back out on that promise. Manser smirked, glancing at the flounder in the kitchen. HMPH, just a kid wanting to show off in front of friends. Let us let him try one fillet and maybe teach him a lesson while we are at it. Turning to the fish, he issued the challenge, all right. The fillet you will be working on is that flounder over there. Gioma countered smoothly, I would rather use the carp. He pointed toward the kitchen. It is conveniently already on the cutting board. As he moved toward it, Mansur panicked. Wait a second. Nox shot him a glance, trying to gauge the situation. Seeing Mansur's flustered reaction, Nox stepped in to block him. Bot Mansur, just watch for now. Mansur fumed but remained rooted, muttering under his breath. Nox, are you crazy? A stranger stepping into the kitchen is a big deal. And that carp, you know how expensive it is, right? Are you out of your mind? Nox ignored him, speaking plainly. As someone who works here, I know this might sound odd, but you can probably trust him. Gioma strode purposefully into the kitchen, his steps deliberate and unwavering. Soon, he stood before the carp. Removing his outer jacket, he murmured, "It has been a while." His hands, precise and practiced, gripped the sashimi knife. The protective aura of the sword god seemed to awaken around him, radiating a fierce intensity. Moments later, a perfect sushi platter lay before them, each piece immaculate. Mansur's jaw dropped, and he sank to his knees in awe. I am completely beaten, he admitted. Nearby diners whispered excitedly among themselves. Wow, that looks incredible. Is the owner a genius? Mansur, still in disbelief, muttered to himself, 12 years handling knives, and I have never faced reality like this. Please. Let me become your disciple. I beg you. Gioma, unusually calm, approached him. Please, do not. Stand up. Mansur refused. No, I feel indebted. I want to serve you as my master. Please, allow me. Gioma's tone remained steady. All right, I understand. Stand up. A disciple might be too much, but I will give you a few pointers. Mansur eagerly produced a notepad, ready for notes. Yes, please tell me. Recalling Gioma's skill with the knife, he began his instruction. Your technique is decent, but the way you handle the knife is regrettable. Try using a sashimi knife designed for left-handed users. Mansur blinked. For left-handed use. Yes, Gioma confirmed. Then he continued, speaking so rapidly that Mansur had to scribble notes non-stop. Watching your cuts, it is clear your right hand applies too much force. The fish tears. Simply switching knives will improve things greatly. Beyond that, practice with daily meals for a few more years, and you will naturally understand. I won't say more. Hearing this, Mansur was awed. Truly a grand master. May I call you master? Gioma glanced back toward the kitchen. You have not forgotten our bet, right, even if I do not make you pay for the meal. Mansur, smiling with relief, nodded enthusiastically. Yes, master. Whatever you say. It still stands. Gioma held the knife high, standing in the kitchen, and after confirming with the owner, he declared, Today, I will be treating everyone on his behalf free of charge. The crowd erupted in excited cheers. Really, then we will eat our hearts out. Outside, countless students rushed into the restaurant, drawn by the promise of free food. Weapons Group looked on with pride, watching him work in the kitchen. Gioma, focused on preparing the fish, wore a faint smile. Chloe stared in awe. I did not expect Gioma could look like that. Sake nodded, equally impressed. Yeah, definitely. When Weapon stood up to leave, Sake frowned. Where are you going? He replied casually as he walked away. We are going to help out a bit too. Sake hurried after him. With the captain that excited, can we just sit here? Chloe chimed in, let us go too. But then Nox's shadow appeared behind them, startling Chloe and freezing her in place. Standing beside her, Nox said, let me show you a little something. Embarrassed, she murmured, thanks. Elsewhere, Gioma leaned against the window, frowning as usual. It is supposed to be a celebration, yet some people can't even handle it and leave early. Still, I managed 3 fish in just 17 seconds. He kept thinking, usually I am slicing up annoying things, beasts, monsters, all kinds of people. But cutting fish like this. It is exhilarating. Maybe once I graduate, I should open my own sashimi restaurant. Suddenly, Nox appeared. Gioma noticed and asked, what is up? I thought you were busy. Nox approached and said, thanks to you, all the food's out. Mansur keeps praising it. The waitstaff was worried, and I only came because Chloe asked me to meet you. Gioma got to the main point. But why are you working part-time like this? Nox flinched. Is not it what you said, hard work pays off? Gioma, calm, remembered, ah, right. I did say that. Nox, still uncertain, asked, you do not mean to say you have forgotten, do you? Gioma smiled and explained, of course I remember. You really follow through on what you are told. Flushed with pride, Nox admitted shyly, HMPH. Kong Gioma. Gioma replied, I would not go that far in praising you, but there is something to learn. I now understand the saltiness of hard work. Nox asked eagerly, wanting to learn, so, when you deal with crazy customers or handle drunks, how do you manage? Gioma smiled, folding his arms. Nox froze, staring at him, then after a moment of silence, finally muttered, Seeing Gioma's experience, Nox could not believe it. It is hard to accept you are my age. You are not hiding your age, are you? Gioma teased vaguely. Just say I have had a lot of social exposure. Nox frowned slightly. Kong Gioma. Standing nearby, Nox continued, anything else I should ask? Then, his tone grew serious. Revealing the family's secrets outside would be a grave offense, so I planned to have Chloe speak for me, but she did not answer. Recalling the grim atmosphere of the Auditore family's room, Nox continued, the Auditore investigation on you is finished. Luckily, nothing suspicious was found. The elders' requests were withdrawn. Meanwhile, the authorities are investigating the elders themselves. Auditore is about maintaining order, not serving anyone's personal agenda. He spoke carefully, they might form a large-scale investigation team. The target is big, so they will be thorough. I am part of it, too, because I wanted to personally inform you. Gioma considered this. So from now on, Auditore won't target me. Their knives have turned back on the elders. Eventually, the target will be Lei Shen. But that is not my concern. Still, outwardly, he reached out in gratitude. Thanks. It can't have been easy to say. Nox's eyes gleamed red as the two shook hands. Humbly, Nox replied, I did not really do much. On the contrary, I should. He coughed, embarrassed, turning away. I have talked too long already. Watching this, Gioma could not help but chuckle to himself. Seems like my relationship with Chloe is improving a bit. As Nox was about to leave, Gioma called out, oh, right, Nox, you and Hannah. You are not close, are you? Nox cast a skeptical glance. You mean Hannah? Gioma added, as if confirming Nox's assumption. She just joined our club. I noticed she is in the same class as you, so I wanted to ask. Nox frowned slightly. I know Hannah because we are in the same class. She just quietly reads her books almost completely unnoticeable. Though there is one slightly unusual thing about her. He remembered her demeanor. Her grades are always exactly in the middle of the class. Gioma frowned in confusion. Middle, what do you mean? Recalling Hannah's mysterious aura, Nox explained, exactly that. Both tests and assignments. She always keeps her scores right in the center of the class. Intentionally maintaining that balance is not easy. But it is odd that you even noticed her. Gioma's expression turned slightly sour. I wonder how you see me, then. Nox stared at him intently. Kong Gioma. Gioma's gaze turned cold. Suddenly, from nowhere, the restaurant owner appeared, shouting. Nox, not worried about running the shop and just standing there, what, master is here too. He approached respectfully, holding a knife in his hands. Today I have learned a lot from you, master. Calling it a gift feels a bit odd, but. He extended the knife forward. Please accept this. Gioma frowned at the man holding the blade. This knife is practically a matter of life and death. Are you just giving it away so casually? The owner scratched his head, laughing. No, that is not what I meant. It is just. This knife has not been lucky for me. Until now, I relied on it blindly. Now I understand a true master values skill over the tool itself. Gioma continued calmly, if that is the meaning behind it, I won't refuse. The owner bowed deeply. Truly an honor. Master, Gioma muttered, increasingly annoyed, could you change how you address me? He held the gleaming knife in his hands. Looking at it, anyone could tell it was expensive, though the craftsmanship seemed almost anonymous. Gioma's thoughts drifted to his first master, who always said a true expert never blames their tools but was obsessed with their blades. That master had been incredibly skilled. Gyoma thought, a good knife is like family to its wielder. Giving it a name is giving it purpose. This knife shall be called the sashimi-only machine. The owner, seeing him stand silently for a moment, looked puzzled. Master, is there something wrong with the knife? You are not satisfied. Gyoma explained, no, I was just thinking about what to name it. The owner praised him again. Indeed, just like a master. Gyoma remained thoughtful. The name is. He remembered when his parents used to praise him, our pride, Kong Gyoma. Kong Gyoma. Then he smiled. Sui Kwang. Finally, raising the knife, he proclaimed its official name, Eternal Bone Chill. The photo of his family on his phone faded, the faces of his parents blurred away. That evening, in a quiet corner of the street, a group of friends stepped forward, their eyes bright and alert, followed by a number of others. One confident figure stepped ahead. You have all been busy. Thank you for making the effort to come. A pink-haired man cracked his neck. You are the professor who called us here, are not you? The mysterious figure smiled. Yes, that is me. His body radiated a dark, oppressive aura. I am the professor. The purple-haired man scowled, his voice sharp with irritation. Enough already, Professor, are you trying to get yourself killed by randomly calling us here? What the hell is this? Everyone nearby fell silent, as if in agreement with him. He continued, teeth clenched, do you even realize how busy someone like me is? Yet you dare summon us like this. The professor's grin twisted into something almost grotesque. He clutched his face and laughed aloud, the sound heavy with mockery. Hey. Just can't help myself. The pink-haired man's patience snapped. Laugh, are you insane? Why the hell are you cackling like that? For a moment, the professor went quiet, covering his mouth as he spoke with a calm, teasing tone. Right after signing the contracts, everyone's still giddy with excitement. So adorable. Makes me want to provoke a little. The pink-haired man bared his teeth and lunged. What the hell did you just say? The professor remained completely composed, standing still like a statue. So you are the right hand of the 4th Legion commander. Permush. Your earth-based magic really is formidable. Permush's heavy footsteps cracked the ground beneath him. Talking nonsense again, fine. I have been itching for a fight anyway. His massive, rippling muscles tensed as he prepared to strike the professor. It has been a while. Let us see some blood. The teaching assistant, Kim, chuckled with delight at the scene, while the others shouted in protest. Stop, you can't just cause chaos here. Permush ignored them entirely. As if I care. No matter who comes, I will take them all down. The professor's grin never wavered. With a single, precise strike, he unleashed his power straight at Permush's body. In an instant, Permush's massive form was obliterated. That strength is far beyond what you need, the professor remarked calmly. Witnessing this, everyone was stunned. He tugged at the hood of his robe, adding casually, by the way, let me demonstrate my worth with a specimen. All right then. Standing before the remains of Permush, he faced the crowd. That concludes my self-introduction. Now, let us get to business. Any opinions? Kim, the teaching assistant, wore a blank expression, thinking to herself, this is the aura of the 2nd Legion commander. Kurun. The professor raised a hand, as if scolding Kim. Been a while, so forgive me if my reprimands slip out. The details would be explained by him later. For now, the two stood side by side in silence. After a moment, she finally spoke. I will get straight to the point. Contrary to the rumors circulating outside, my Legion commander did not die at the hands of the Sword Emperor. The professor chuckled softly. Kim gripped her pants tightly. Recounting, Lord Agar was slain by a student named. The young man's silhouette appeared, Leon von Reinhardt, the successor hero. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the morning. Gyoma sat in the shop, scribbling something while thinking to himself. The important thing now. But I can't help feeling a little bored. The elder of the council had assigned a Ditore to handle the investigation independently. Shadows of powerful figures loomed across the noble world, rising to the heights of their chosen ideals. Even the Editore family, symbols of order, appeared to them as mere pawns. Worse, they even hired assassins against a student without explanation, treating editore like hunting dogs. Gioma sat in a daze, writing and reflecting. Thanks to the council elder's self-inflicted blunder, I have gained editore a steadfast organization on my side. The image of Leon fighting flashed in his mind, as if replayed from a game. I also remember why the faction that restrained Leon vanished mid-story. It was because of this. At that time, the council elder tried some backhanded trick, but editore caught it properly. In his mind, Gioma's avatar in the game transformed into a beast, and reflecting on it now, he realized he was living through the exact same situation. Nox and Leon overlapped in Gioma's mind. The one who dirtied their hands with blood in Leon's place was editore. That was the special privilege the developers gave Leon. Imagining the two of them sketched across the pages of his notebook, he stared hard and murmured, "Hold on. So what about me? Do I not get any kind of privilege? I am suffering here." His hand froze above the notebook as another thought surfaced. Anyway, editore has already stepped forward. Leon will figure it out soon enough. That leaves only that mysterious female instructor. He recalled the woman he would met before, along with the extra information he would gotten from Agar. He complained non-stop, so I finally agreed to form a pact with him. Complained that much, sounds sharp. Probably someone good at navigating trouble. Gioma scribbled again. Purple. The color purple. In the game, villains could alter their appearance however they liked, so those visual details were mostly just loose references. Agar's silhouette appeared once more in his mind. But you can't change the eyes or the gender, so those need to be clearly marked. After a while, he leaned back in his chair. I am not sure if I can find her just by relying on this academy. Even the divine sword's protective sense for detecting enemies has its limits. His expression shifted again as he sank into deeper thought. The real issue is that I am missing a ton of basic knowledge about magic. He bent over the notebook, jotting something down. Do I just sit here waiting, or do I start studying magic? What should I even? Suddenly something caught his eye. He widened his gaze at the strange markings scattered across the page. When did I write all this? Resting the pen against the tip of his nose, he crossed his arms with a drained sigh. Oh God! Since when have I been this diligent with a pen? Dropping his head, he muttered, thinking hard, I have to strike where the gaps are. Spirit and courage are just one rank apart. This is the time to gather all the resolve I have. A faint smile appeared on his lips. In a few days, I need to go meet Professor Damien. At that moment, Sake and Weapon burst in from outside, arguing non-stop. Quit blowing up over every little thing. Every little, you call that nothing. Weapon suddenly barked, Hey, Sake, do not tell me you are acting like this because you do not know what today is. Seeing the chaos, Gioma glanced at Sake. What is going on? Why is everyone so loud? Sake looked tired and annoyed. No, it is just. But before she could finish, Weapon shoved her aside and jumped in. Vice Captain, listen, coming up soon is July 7th, Gioma realized. That was Kong Gioma's birthday. He opened his mouth. Right, that day is. But Weapon threw both hands in the air, ecstatic. The day Joaquin's backpack sealed the lichen, obviously. His answer made Gioma freeze for a moment. Oh. Weapon stared at him. Huh, what is with you? Gioma's voice stiffened. Ah no, nothing. Sake, irritated, dropped onto the seat beside him. That is all it is. Do not make such a big deal out of it. Weapon remained standing, raising his voice dramatically. God, you are hopeless. That day is not just about that, you know. Suddenly a parade of legendary figures flashed through mind and conversation alike. Altair Editore, the strongest assassin known as the Old Man on the Mountain. The heir of the Iron King bloodline Iron Heel Moorong. The pride of America, and a top candidate for one of the 7 stars to succeed All-Mute. Weapon listed them off one by one, practically glowing as he shouted, It is the Joaquin Academy Festival, even those people will be attending. He went on excitedly. This is our club's chance to earn some achievement points and help save face for the Academy director while we are at it. Sake snapped, You just want to go to the festival, do not use that as an excuse. Watching the spectacle, Gioma quietly shifted his chair a little farther away. What a mess. Noticing him, Chloe leaned in and spoke softly. Hey, Gioma, do you have any plans for the festival yet? He answered honestly, no. I have not thought about anything. Gathering her courage, Chloe's cheeks turned rosy. Then. Maybe that day, you and I could. But once again, Weapon's voice thundered over hers. Let us set up a tasting booth for visitors. Interrupted, Chloe's expression darkened instantly, murderous intent radiating so strongly it looked like she might bite someone's head off. Sitting beside them, Gioma realized he could make use of Weapon. The thought struck him, and he immediately spoke up. Exactly, Weapon's idea actually sounds pretty good. Sake, sitting nearby, was startled by this sudden change. What did you say? Weapon's face contorted in surprise. Vice Captain. Then Saki's expression darkened, her irritation flaring as she snapped, Calm Gioma. You are actually interested in these prestige-driven events too. Why use this opportunity to show off in front of all the high-ranking people? Gioma froze, staring blankly as he endured her outburst. You are closest to the circles of power here, Rose, right? He said with a forced smile. I do not really have any personal goals. During breaks, I would probably just be trying to stay out of trouble. Before this, I never had a chance to take part in events like this. And honestly, there are not that many days left where I can freely enjoy a festival like this. Hearing that, someone asked, what do you mean by that? Realizing he might have revealed too much, Gioma widened his eyes but fell silent. Saki's cold gaze narrowed. Not many days left. What does that mean? Gioma's expression grew tense. My subconscious has already skipped 3 years ahead. By the time of the Second Human-Demon War, if I mess up like this, I must have grown too accustomed to letting the members handle things themselves. Sake was not letting up, pressing him further. Is there something only you know? She continued, last time it was like this too. Right now, on either side of you, Chloe's aura is incredibly fierce, while Sake is seething with anger. Gioma felt trapped. This is dangerous. Seeing him caught in the middle of the chaos, Weapon grew anxious as well. Vice Captain's in trouble. Ignoring everything else, he burst forward, his face turning purple with determination. All right, Vice Captain, let me design the promotional poster. What? Gioma was momentarily stunned. Hannah, who had been silent until now, finally laughed. I support that. I will even join once I see that poster. Feeling the situation was under control, Weapon pressed his lips together proudly. All right, I have settled my debt to him. Suddenly, Sake strode forward, pointing a finger at him. Weapon, from that ridiculous poster until now, you have always butted in and caused trouble. I have thought it over, and now we need to make things absolutely clear. Weapon blinked, confused. Clear about what? Saki's expression was cold, indifferent. This person keeps being pulled in every direction. In this travel club, we need to define his position clearly so he won't act recklessly anymore. Outside, the sky over the house shifted toward sunset. Weapon hefted his sword onto his shoulder, his worry palpable. I really want to win this, Sake. Do not regret it if your signboard gets broken. Sake coldly cracked her knuckles, preparing herself. Weapon, if you win, I won't bother you anymore. And at the festival, I will follow your ideas without complaint. Chloe, witnessing this, smiled brightly. It is fun. But also shocking. Weapon looked at her, bewildered. Why all of a sudden? Sunlight crossed at the center point as the two prepared to spar. Weapon stood on one side, flute in hand, the other resting on his hip as he let out a scoffing laugh. HMPH. I will make it clear to everyone who is actually more useful to the captain. Across from him, Sake mirrored the stance with hands on hips, though his expression was far more serious. That is not something I can just let slide, you know. Weapon's confidence had not come from nowhere. He would thought this through carefully. Saki's weapon was a longbow, after all. This was not an archery range, there was no way Sake could properly use it here. As long as he kept his distance and activated his refrain, it should be an easy win. To start things off properly, Senior Hannah stepped forward and raised a hand. Get ready. Begin. The moment her words fell, Weapon swiftly raised the flute to his lips. At the same time, Sake lowered his posture, one hand reaching for his bow. With his weapon equipped, Sake immediately dashed sideways, widening the distance between them. That movement sparked a vague but unsettling thought in Weapon's mind. He already drew his bow. No matter how dangerous Sake was, he should not be able to fire it in this setting. Yet for some reason, an unfounded unease crept in, and Weapon hesitated, stopping mid-breath instead of playing. It is fine. Nothing's changed. I just need to set the refrain precisely. The calculation itself was not wrong, but that brief delay gave Sake exactly the opening he needed. He closed the distance in a flash and leapt high into the air. This time, Weapon froze, completely unable to react. Sweat beaded instantly on his face. He is an archer, and he is rushing me head-on. Weapon shouted reflexively, "You idiot!" At this range, Saki's attack trajectory was impossible to misjudge. Weapon's hurried shout broke his own rhythm, his head tilting awkwardly to the side. It was only natural. In Saki's hands, the bow shifted from one hand to two, transforming seamlessly into a blade. With a single sweeping motion, the strike slammed into Weapon's side. There was no way for Weapon to block an attack like that. And Sake did not stop there. With a serious expression and added force, he followed through, the bow blade swinging behind him. Weapon went flying, crashing straight through an entirely innocent sliding door. A stunned silence blanketed the room. Gioma and Chloe stared in disbelief. Only Senior Hana remained perfectly calm. Having finished dealing with Weapon, Sake shifted his attention. "Kong Gioma. You done evaluating yet?" He returned the weapon to its proper bow-holding posture and looked toward Gioma, waiting for the verdict. A drop of sweat slid down Gioma's face as he stood there, dazed and struggling to process what he would just seen. Outside the wall, Weapon lay sprawled atop a bush, flute once again at his lips. This time, however, he was not activating a refrain aimed at Sake, but a healing one for himself. Even so, the sound carried a faintly miserable tone. His HP ticked up 1 point at a time, painfully slowly. After that incident, 4 days remained until the festival. At the travel club, Gioma stood alone, watching everyone bustle about with preparations. "You guys are doing way better than I expected," he said quietly. Chloe beamed, a cheerful heart practically floating around her. "This heart-shaped egg is so cute, ehehe." Chloe Auditore, assistant cook. Senior Hana adjusted her glasses with her middle finger as she spoke calmly. "Gioma, according to the records, I have already ordered all the kimchi, pork shoulder, and every type of vegetable we need. I calculated extra quantities for 3 days' worth of servings. Delivery is scheduled for 3:00 p.m. the day after tomorrow." Hana was in charge of purchasing and inventory management. Meanwhile, a wave of anxiety washed over Weapon. "The stall rental paperwork's done, sure, but we still have to set up tables and chairs, install the gas equipment, and a bunch of other stuff. When are we ever going to finish all of this?" Weapon was responsible for overall operations, and just hearing his voice made his irritation obvious. From farther away, Sake turned on a fan and shot back his complaint. "Shut up, Weapon. Stop whining and get back to work." Even so, Sake himself looked conflicted as he tapped away at the keyboard. I have never even touched this stuff before, and now it is kimchi stew of all things. Still, it is not like I am the only one who has to handle all of this, right?" Sake Ryojo, in charge of promotion, administration, and design. Gioma, who had been standing outside, overheard everything. "That was my assessment," he said calmly. "Ryojo should give me a hand." Sake snapped his fan open again, this time clearly doubling the force as it pointed at him. Ignoring the reaction, Gioma lifted his gaze as if confirming his own train of thought. If it were sushi, working together would be much easier. But what if it just turns into a one-man show? Gioma continued, his voice drifting into something more introspective. "This festival is going to last a long time. To be honest, I have never really gotten to enjoy a proper festival before. Ever since I turned 17, I have been working non-stop, so I never had the luxury of free time like this. Maybe that is why I have grown strangely attached to that mobile game Great T, Miracle of Truck Fuck." He paused for a moment, then went on more quietly. "Truth is, I have always secretly hoped for a peaceful, ordinary life. But that sense of ease ended around my second year, when I realized demonic raids actually existed. This might be the last festival I ever get to experience here at the academy. Hana noticed his silence and stepped closer. What is on your mind? You look so down. Gioma turned back. Ah. Senpai. Hana, as if striking straight at the heart of it, continued, you look like someone who thinks this is their last festival. That single remark shifted something in him instantly. Does she seriously read minds or something, he thought. Knowing he would not answer, Hana smoothly changed the subject. Do you remember what I said when I first joined the travel club? Huh, what did you say back then? Gioma asked. Her glasses flashed white as a faintly mischievous smile appeared. If you do not remember, then never mind. All Gioma could manage in response was a silent question mark. Following the sudden shift in topic, he turned toward the other side. Hey, no, Ryojo. I am heading out for a bit. Seeing how helpless Weapon looked, he quickly switched targets. Sake glanced over again and asked for confirmation. Hey, where are you going? Naturally, Gioma avoided giving specifics. I will tell you later. Can you keep an eye on things for me? The door opened and closed with a decisive click. Sake was left with yet another mystery to add to the pile. Gioma headed to Professor Damien's research room. Inside, the professor was pouring himself some kind of drink. Soon, a voice sounded from outside. This is Kong Gioma. The professor noticed immediately. Ah, come in. Cadet Kong Gioma. One cup was slid across the table. I just finished brewing some tea. You came at the perfect time. This is black tea brought directly from Russia. The aroma is excellent. Gioma sat down across from him. No. I am actually allergic to black tea, so. The professor nodded in understanding. Ah, I see. That is unfortunate. Although Gioma had noticed it earlier, he used the moment to shift the conversation. That is. Following Gioma's gaze, the professor caught on right away. Ah, it is a sample I came across by chance recently. It looks like ordinary black stone, but inside, there is a delicate flow of demonic energy. If you are interested, I could give some to you. Gioma thought about it for a long moment, then shook his head. No need. I am fine. This time, the professor took the initiative. In any case, I am glad you came to see me, Cadet Kong Gioma. If there is anything you are curious about, feel free to ask. I will explain as thoroughly as I can, within my ability. Gioma had not expected the conversation to move so quickly to the point. Taking the opening, he spoke seriously. It is about the follow-up to the question I asked before about the phrase, "May the blessings of the gods always be with you." At that, the professor stood up from his chair. Ah, that matter. To be honest, I was troubled by it as well, so I did a bit of research on my own. An ancient book appeared in his hands. Ah, here it is. Right here. He turned back and opened the book, angling it toward Gioma. I actually went all the way to Russia because of this book. Sunlight streamed in through the window. Was that because of me? Gioma asked. The professor did not deny it. The initial clue did come from you, Cadet Kong Gioma. But I was curious as well. That is simply the nature of scholars. Still, while it was thanks to you, the more important matter lies elsewhere. As I mentioned in my lecture, within academic circles, truck-fuck blessings are categorized into 4 tiers: heroic, elemental, guardian deity, and individual. This classification depends on the entity that grants the blessing. These spiritual beings may be transcendent, but they are also necessary existences. The professor looked directly at him. Cadet Kong Gioma. Do you remember the last thing I said the previous time? Gioma answered without hesitation. That there are no gods left in this world. A look of approval crossed the professor's face. An excellent memory, Cadet Kong Gioma. Then, almost casually, he added, so, would you like to become my teaching assistant? Gioma turned back, looking a little bewildered, and said, thank you for the offer, but I am not really interested in academics. The professor's disappointment deepened once again, following the earlier rejection of tea. Oh, is that so? That is truly a shame. He took another sip of tea to steady himself. In any case, the core of the matter lies in that statement. Come now, let us travel upstream through time together, back to the mythological age. In the distant past, with origins unknown, countless gods existed. That era is what we call the age of mythology. The gods spoken of here were not spiritual entities or transcendent beings as we understand them today. They possessed no emotions, no reason, no physical bodies. More precisely, they were existences that were almost purely conceptual in nature. Conceptual, yes. To put it simply, they existed on an entirely different level. Even spiritual entities, when standing before a god, were no more than fireflies beneath the blazing sun. Those so-called absolutes had shed the shell of mortality, yet even they could not escape death. Though they were of the same kind, it was a single god who marked the end of that era. The god-slaying sword. A white silhouette flashed through his mind in an instant, startling him so badly that he could not regulate the surge of emotion. Opposite him, Damien quietly closed the book and continued, seamlessly picking up where he had left off. May the blessings of the gods always be with you. That phrase is one humanity in the post-mythological age used to worship that being and to pray for its power. The professor fixed his gaze directly on Gioma. Is that enough to answer your question? Absolute silence fell over the room. The conversation ended there, as Gioma walked down the long corridor leading away from Professor Damien's office. His outward calm concealed the turmoil roiling inside him, a sensation that he had grasped something important, yet at the same time gained nothing at all. Still, just because of an offhand remark from me, he flew all the way to Russia. Am I really that selfish, only thinking about my own interests? He paused, then added to himself, but that Russian black tea really does seem suspicious. At that moment, he absent-mindedly slipped a hand into his coat pocket and realized, no wonder I have felt weighed down this whole time. So that is it, my perception feels limited because I did not bring my sashimi knife with me. That thing gives me the greatest sense of security. He muttered to himself as he continued walking. Without it, everything feels suffocating. Looks like my personality really has changed. 4 days left until the festival. The preparations for the festival grew increasingly hectic. Sake was drowning in planning algorithms, while the other three clustered together watching Chloe post notices. In the blink of an eye, only 3 days remained, and everyone had to work even harder to ensure the stall would run smoothly. Sake snapped at Gioma in frustration and pointed him toward his assigned tasks. Another day passed. Weapon was holding the costume lottery tube, and the result chosen for the remaining 3 was maid outfits. Chloe was delighted, while Sake had nothing but her fan again. Another day went by, and the food was prepared with meticulous care, looking as appealing as it was complete. All 4 gathered together, rejoicing over the results. Only Sake stood slightly apart, awkwardly sneaking glances from the side, probably because she had not been involved with the cooking. Then, at last, the decisive day arrived. The festival officially began. In over 20 years of working as a chef who lives by the blade, I have saved more restaurants than I can count. I have always refused any material rewards and only gone to places that were practically on the verge of shutting down anyway. It is not that I am some kind of philanthropist, like when I worked with Korean knife cuisine. It was simply to satisfy myself. With nothing more than a single sashimi knife, I breathed new life into those shops. It is a little embarrassing, but I consider it my own brand of romance. I will admit that honestly. I showed up late today probably because of the influence of my very first master. With that, he quickened his pace toward where everyone was waiting. Weapon now had a bowl-cut hairstyle, while the other 3 were still in maid outfits. 10 minutes until opening. I deliberately looked each of them in the eyes. Selling food for money is not something to take lightly. This is the first official event since the Exploration Club was founded. That said, there is no need to be overly tense, just do exactly what we practiced. A faint smile tugged at the corner of my lips. This might be our last festival. Then, more softly, if we are doing it, let us enjoy it to the fullest. The balloon floated upward into the sky. At the venue, the crowd had grown noticeably thicker. Among them, Rachel confidently snapped their very first photo. Do not worry, seriously. Like this, there is no way anyone will recognize us. Everyone's too busy enjoying the festival, no one's paying attention. It sounded reasonable, but Abel, following behind her, still felt a bit self-conscious. And, unsurprisingly, Abel had added a fake beard to his disguise. Rachel seized the moment and broke into a brilliantly bright smile. Damn it, smile, cheese. Something was captured at last, and the two of them continued soaking in the atmosphere. Wow, it is really lively. Guess coming out was the right call, huh? Yeah. Abel thought quietly to himself, going out like this once in a while actually feels pretty nice. Rachel did not notice his inner thoughts and kept talking with confidence. Hey, festivals like this do not usually have some grand appearance from the Sword Emperor or a welcoming ceremony or anything. Abel walked a few steps ahead, then turned back as he replied, he is retired, you know. Besides, he was never really the type to enjoy events like this. Rachel nodded in understanding. Ah, right. That is true. My cousin's the same, never shows up at places like this. Makes it easier for me to relax, honestly. Just then, she spotted something on the ground. Hey, it is a flyer. She picked it up and read aloud. Taste kimchi. Enjoy the finest kimchi presented by the Culinary Club. She could not hide her curiosity. Hey, look at this. Abel, still a little confused, glanced over only to see Rachel sitting there with a slightly roasted-looking grin plastered on her face. The scene shifted as the host's voice drew everyone's attention toward the main stage. First, please welcome the two most talked about new heroes of this year onto the stage, the hero of India, the great king of adventure, Mahatma Sindbad, and the hero of Russia, the one who walks through flames, Vladimir Yesjovi. Nearby, a reporter could not help but remark, this year's festival really is on a completely different scale. But the person beside them immediately noticed something else and urged, hey, that is Olmud. Take the shot. How do you feel, Ms.? Olmud, being hailed as a star among heroes known for self-improvement, one of the three figures being mentioned was escorted forward by guards, parting the crowd as she passed. The interview continued whenever an opening appeared. A symbol of friendship between the two nations, perhaps. Among the spectators, Weapon trembled as he clutched his entire stack of flyers. Whoa, this is insane. Oh man, Olmud, I can't even control my emotions. She is so calm, so cool. Totally Olmud. Even the promotional flyer for the main stall at this moment inspired admiration. But in the midst of his excitement, a slender hand suddenly grabbed his ear and yanked him sideways. Weapon yelped, and the culprit was none other than Sake. She snapped at him, I told you to hand out flyers, what the hell are you doing just standing around here? We are swamped, you know. Weapon tried to defend himself. I mean, world-class heroes are right there. It would be weird if I did not look. Hearing that, Sake tightened her grip, her voice sharpening along with it. This whole booth idea was yours in the first place. That is why we are stuck doing this. Now hurry back. Ah, okay, I get it. I will work. As she dragged him along, Weapon unexpectedly tripped over someone's foot and fell flat on his backside. Sake, surprisingly calm, seemed to recognize a familiar presence nearby. And it was not just one surprise, it was two. Rachel and Abel, wandering around in search of everyone, happened to arrive at that exact moment. Oh la la, back to the stall we go. At the booth, a dish was already prepared and set out. Your kimchi is ready, sir. Wow, this one looks really good. Several tables were being served by Senior Hannah, while inside the stall, Kong Jioma and Chloe were rushing to handle incoming orders. Chloe, with her cat ears twitching slightly, chopped green onions swiftly and with intense focus. Watching her from the side, Jioma could not stop praising her inwardly. I only taught her a little, but still she really handles a knife well. Since he could not personally use a knife, Jioma had assigned the prep work to Chloe. As for the cooking itself, he handled everything. After all, kimchi was something only he could make. From outside, the senior heard approaching footsteps. Welcome. Huh, it is not a new customer, it is Sake back already. In the corner, Jioma was still thinking to himself. Customers just keep coming. Where did Ryojo and Weapon disappear to? Why are they taking so long? As if reading his thoughts, Sake dragged Weapon along and dumped him back onto the ground. I brought him back. A massive question mark instantly popped up in the air, and it did not stop there. Sake felt a flicker of irritation when Rachel acted on her own initiative, heading straight toward Jioma with both hands raised. Jioma, still lost in thought, completely failed to notice her approach. However, Rachel's steps were forced to halt abruptly when Chloe suddenly blinked into place in front of her, sashimi knife in hand, blocking the way. That scared me half to death. Realizing how odd the situation looked, Rachel immediately laughed it off. "Ah, sorry. You are so small, I did not even see you." At that moment, Abel was hiding behind Rachel's back. With her face faintly flushed, she peeked out and greeted everyone awkwardly. "Ah, hello, Kong Gioma." By some cruel twist of fate, that reaction left Gioma visibly flustered. "Oh, welcome. Since you are here, have a seat." Rachel quickly raised her hand, choosing a spot with enthusiasm. "One serving of kimchi stew, please." Abel straightened her posture, sitting properly. Rachel added, "Ah, make that kimchi jjigae, please." They chose the farthest corner table. Senior Hannah moved on to check on other customers, while Gioma stood there in silence, still not doing anything. His gaze lowered slightly, dissatisfaction written across his face. "I promoted this so heavily, and I never expected those two to show up here of all places. I should serve them quickly and see them off before the crowd gets even bigger. Order coming through over here." "Yes." Almost instantly, both of their attention shifted to Senior Hannah. Rachel leaned closer and whispered, eyes gleaming, "Hey, is not that the new member you mentioned before?" "Ah. Yeah, that is her." Thinking a bit too much into it, Rachel flashed a sly smile and murmured, What is wrong?" Pretending not to care now, Abel's face turned bright red. No, it is not like that." Curling up in her corner, Rachel kept watching her friend across the table. "Haha, come on. It is a festival, after all. Should not we do something fun too?" Abel refused to look at her. "Final exams are coming up, there is still so much to prepare. I do not really have time for things like." Just as she was about to continue, a plate of prepared ingredients was set down in front of them. Sake, who had heard everything, cut in sharply. "Things like what?" Both of them jumped at the sudden interruption. Saki's sharp gaze locked onto them, waiting for an answer. Abel's face flushed even deeper. Ah. Situations like this were rare enough as it was. Rachel merely let out a soft whistle, clearly anticipating a good show, before slipping back into the prep area. Weapon, clutching his face, shuffled over to Gioma to report. Leader Table 9 ordered 3 servings. Gioma frowned with concern. "Are you okay?" Weapon's eyes welled with tears as he covered his face. "That was Olmute, the hero of my country, a candidate for the 7 stars. And I saw her with my own eyes. He really was obsessed with heroes, of course. Ow. There is a stone over there. Go check the top section again." After Weapon left, Gioma found himself sinking into deeper thought. Olmute, her real name is Khan Elizabeth. An American hero, widely regarded as a next-in-line candidate. Even here, the United States sits at the top as a superpower, rivaling Korea. With influence like that, they have built an entirely separate system within the hero world, calling them heroes, and treating the role as an industry. Heroes leave their names behind through death, while heroes live by their own names. That is why the world reveres heroes and cheers for heroes. Both are far removed from my own ideals. Still, I am oddly grateful I did not reincarnate as an American. And even if it is unofficial, both Khan and I have been marked by the Sword Emperor as potential successors. Our paths could easily overlap. I plan to refuse that role, of course, but it is best to avoid her altogether if possible. Honestly, if I can just stay in this booth making kimchi for 3 days, that'll be enough. Someone that famous would not come here just to eat stew. Back at the table where the 3 had been talking. Ha ha ha. Abel suddenly shifted her expression. That is not what I meant. Sake, I have only ever seen you attend class early. You always fall asleep during lectures. Being dragged into a conversation about sleeping instantly made Sake mirror Abel's flushed expression. Can't you separate club activities from classes? Abel, I did not expect you to be that narrow-minded. But Abel's words carried a different meaning. It is not about club activities. It is just. Wearing this outfit makes me not want to bring it up at all. Sake froze, unsure where to hide herself. Rachel, on the other hand, burst into laughter like she had not laughed in ages. Ha ha ha. Just then, a voice abruptly cut through their exchange. Wow, that sour smell, this has to be the place. A group of people slowly parted the curtain and stepped inside. Yes, definitely here. The moment they entered, they drew everyone's attention. Several students grew excited, instantly recognizing who it was. Seriously, I can't believe we are seeing them here. That is Olmute and Tudaman, right? She walked straight toward Gioma. So it was you. You are the one who did that to my little sisters. Gioma looked at the woman standing eye to eye with him. It did not take him long to figure out who she was. She was the older sister of the infamous, cruel twin sisters. Mao Rang of the Iron Talon Mao siblings laughed, a dangerous curve lifting her lips. They said you looked like a wild beast, did not they? But compared to what Run and Sun told me, you are even stranger. Then again, I have never once heard those two speak well of anyone. She raised 2 fingers in a casual signal. A burly bodyguard stepped forward, bringing something with him. He pulled over a chair for Gioma to sit on, while the other item was placed down and Mao Rang casually propped one foot on it. Mind if I borrow this chair for a moment? From that peculiar action alone, Gioma immediately grasped the issue. An S-rank armament, Ramgak Lang Kwok. Seeing her bring a weapon all the way here, it was obvious she had come seeking revenge. Chloe sensed the danger as well, bristling as she gripped her sashimi knife and stepped forward. What are you here for? Gioma raised a hand, stopping her. Chloe. There is no need. Then, speaking calmly, he made things clear to everyone else. Do not get involved. Sake and Senior Hannah followed his lead, remaining where they were and simply observing. Seated there, Mao Rang continued, her tone far more relaxed than expected. Sorry, but this is not what you are thinking. That incident happened months ago. Digging it up now would not change anything. Gioma asked bluntly, then why are you here? Given your status, you do not exactly seem like the type to wander around like this. Mao Rang chuckled. Hey, we just met, no need to put people into neat little boxes already. Let us drop that. There is no special reason, really. I was just curious about what kind of person you are, so I came to see for myself. My little brothers may be trash personality-wise, but their strength is real. She leaned back slightly, eyes glinting. But the moment your name Kong Gioma comes up, they completely lose their minds. It is honestly kind of entertaining. That is why I got curious. What kind of guy makes my brothers lose it like that? Silence settled, filled only by Gioma's thoughts. Is everyone in that family like this? Mao Rang's voice softened somewhat. To be honest, I am a little grateful to you. Because of Run and Sun, my family's reputation hit rock bottom. I tried everything to rein them in. But those brats are beyond saving, right? She shrugged. Still, after you set them straight, with that one beating, they stopped causing trouble. From the family's perspective, things have been a lot more peaceful. For that alone, thank you. Gioma's expression grew even more wary. So she is thanking me for clearing out obstacles on her path forward. Mao Rang was indeed aiming for a seat among the 7 stars. Her status and fame rivaled Elizabeth's, yet within the list of candidates, she ranked lower. Her actual combat strength fell short of Olmute's. On top of that, she is branded as the older sister of those garbage twins. Their family drama and the 7 stars have nothing to do with me. There is no reason to accept this favor and no need to. He turned his back without hesitation. If you are done talking, please leave. We still have a business to run. Oh, is that so? Even so, Gioma found himself unable to move on immediately. Talking with you is certainly easier than with my brothers, Mao Rang said lightly. Then her next words forced Gioma to reevaluate her entirely. Ah, right. There is one more thing I wanted to thank you for. You opened a stall selling our cabbage dish. I am really proud of you. Gioma waved dismissively, a hint of sarcasm in the gesture. Sure. Do your best. What followed made everyone freeze. Once again, Chloe sensed something off. Gioma stepped forward, cutting Mao Rang off before she could take another step. Mao Rang. Do not call kimchi by that name again. Mao Rang showed no sign of backing down. Bao Kai, you mean? Gioma's fist slowly tightened. This time, I was planning to let it pass quietly. No pointless attention. His voice dropped, sharp and absolute. But follow me carefully, Mao Rang. There are things that can't be brushed aside so easily. He looked straight at her. I will cut you down. Jioma issued a direct challenge to Mao Rang.